Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Maria, I found an interesting person. Hello everyone, my name is Amamiya Ren. This is a very abrupt self-introduction, and honestly, I think so myself. First, let me explain something. If anyone can read this diary, then it must be part of the so-called diary exposure flow. In simple terms, the diary I write will be seen by certain heroines and supporting female characters. After reading it, they might gain some insights into the story or even learn something about the future. Now, this part is very important. If you're reading this diary, you need to understand one thing: you are real, this world is real, and I know about your story and some future events because information about your world exists in another world. In that other world, it has been recorded by mangaka and novelists. That's how I know your story. These words may sound complicated, but they're crucial. After I was born and learned that my name was Amamiya Ren, I started to stay alert for any sign of a politician named Shido Masayoshi or a traitor named Akechi Goro. The result? In my 15 years of life, I haven't found anyone named Shido Masayoshi or Akechi Goro. Great. This means this world won't be controlled by false gods, and I don't have to act as a savior. But then, I discovered that my school was called Teitan High School, and the town I lived in was Baika Town. Oh my god. Why didn't I realize I lived in Baika Town before this? Anyway, it was this sudden realization that made me decide to pick up the notebook I received a year ago. Not for any other reason, but simply because I hoped to avoid the influence of the god of death in Baika Town. At this point, Ren stopped writing. Ending the first diary entry here felt appropriate. As for whether anyone would read it, Ren wrote the diary with the faint expectation that someone might. This must be part of the diary exposure flow. I just hope it's not one of those scenarios where it gets exposed to the entire world. That would be a disaster. If it were the global exposure type, the past diary entries would have already been revealed by now. Instead of calling it an exposure flow, it feels more like those second-year middle school delusions turning into reality. You know, the kind where everything you wrote back then suddenly becomes real. The idea of those old diary entries becoming reality gave him a headache. But this diary was different. This one was new. If it was going to follow the exposure flow, then it had to be written with sincerity. Unlike those over-the-top, delusional entries from middle school, this one needed to feel genuine. He thought about it carefully. If this really gets exposed, it's better to avoid writing anything embarrassing. That way, even if someone sees it, it won't be too awkward. In a grand villa, a girl with twin ponytails held a diary in her hands, her eyes scanning the pages with interest. Wow, I didn't think someone like this actually existed. Her curiosity was piqued, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. She was not the type to sit idly by. In fact, she was someone who could easily mobilize others with her enthusiasm. Maria. After a moment, a maid dressed in a Victorian-style uniform entered the girl's bedroom. What is it this time, Nagi? The maid, Maria, had pale pink skin and wore a conservative outfit with a blue base and white accents. The uniform covered her entire body, revealing nothing of her figure except her cute face and delicate hands. Despite the modest attire, it was clear that Maria was an exceptionally beautiful young woman. "I've found something interesting," exclaimed the girl, Sanzenin Nagi, her eyes practically glowing with excitement. Maria's expression immediately darkened. "This child is at it again," she muttered to herself. Maria knew Nagi's habits all too well. Her young mistress had a short attention span and a tendency to get excited about things only to lose interest just as quickly. Whenever Nagi became fascinated by something, Maria's workload always seemed to increase. With a sigh, Maria asked, "So, what is it this time?" "I've found an interesting person," Nagi declared. Huh. Maria was immediately skeptical. How could Nagi, who rarely left her room, have found an interesting person? The windows in Nagi's room are far from the ground. Did someone climb up here? Maria's inner monologue was already preparing to berate the Sanzenin family security team for their negligence. "Nagi-chan, you didn't see someone wandering around the yard, did you? Did one of the guards let someone in again?" Nagi's expectant expression quickly turned exasperated. "Maria, even though those idiots are unreliable, they're not completely useless. And as long as Klaus is around, how could anyone sneak in so easily?" Maria nodded in agreement. "That's true. Mr. Klaus isn't that old yet." Nagi absent-mindedly agreed before realizing Maria had derailed the conversation. "Maria, that's not the point. The point is, I've found an interesting person." Seeing that her usual tactic of changing the subject wasn't working, Maria reluctantly returned to the topic. All right, Nagi-chan. You don't leave your room, so where exactly did you find this person? Maria's question caught Nagi off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Noticing Maria's amused yet exasperated look, Nagi huffed in frustration and picked up the diary she'd been reading. From this diary. Maria glanced at Nagi's empty hands, her expression growing increasingly puzzled. Nagi, are you feeling okay? There's nothing in your hands. Chapter 2, Characteristic, Wild Card. Nagi glanced at the notebook in her hand and immediately understood. I see, so it's that classic trope. Because she wasn't the owner of the notebook, she couldn't see its contents. Well, Maria isn't one of the chosen ones. It's perfectly normal that she can't see it. Is this child really starting again? Hearing Nagi's words, Maria instinctively felt like her young mistress was having another episode. Based on how severe the situation seemed, Maria could already estimate how much work it would cause her in the end. Maria prayed silently, hoping that this time Nagi's illness wouldn't be too troublesome. As for resisting or trying to talk her out of it, Maria had long given up. After all, Nagi's attention span was short. Once her interest waned, she'd undoubtedly return to her usual state. On that point, Maria was quite certain. Okay, so what's caught your attention this time? Someone I find really interesting. Nagi didn't bother correcting Maria's skeptical tone. Right now, all she needed was for Maria to investigate that person. Since Maria wasn't able to see the diary, explaining things to her would be pointless. What's their name? Amamiya Ren. How old are they? Somewhere between 15 and 17, I think. Where do they live? I don't know the exact address, but it's in Baika Town. Maria immediately felt something was off. She had the name, the approximate age, and even the city, Baika Town, a place infamous for its high crime rate. While many cities in the country had a high rate of criminal cases, Baika Town was among the worst. The fact that Nagi specifically mentioned it wasn't random, it had to mean something. But Maria was also certain that Nagi hadn't left the villa recently, nor had she met anyone named Amamiya Ren. Is she playing some new game again? Despite her doubts, Maria decided to look into it. The Sanzenin family's intelligence network was robust, with channels spanning the globe. They had the financial resources to maintain such a system, and soon enough, Maria had a file on Amamiya Ren, who matched the clues Nagi had given. It's a very straightforward life story, Maria muttered as she read the file. The report was detailed and to the point. Introverted, reserved, poor social skills, and no strong interpersonal connections. Relationships with classmates are average, with no close friends. No bad habits, no traceable online presence. Orphaned and raised in an institution, with no records of his parents. Works part-time on weekends to make ends meet, living in poverty. No bad habits, no online activity, poor social skills, no parents, living in poverty. He's practically a blank slate. Maria then glanced at the attached photo. Messy hair, glasses covering half his face, and unkempt. He doesn't seem to take care of his appearance very well. This must be why he struggles socially. The boy in the photo didn't look unattractive, but his lack of grooming made him appear ordinary. From Maria's perspective, though, his features were decent, he could even be considered handsome with a little effort. But another question lingered in her mind. Why is Nagi so interested in this boy? Maria found it puzzling. For Nagi to know his name, age, and general location, they must have some sort of connection. But this boy didn't seem like someone Nagi would associate with. It wasn't just about his background or status, there was simply no overlap between their worlds. Nagi often interacted online, but this boy left no traces there. So how had Nagi come to know him? Maria couldn't make sense of it. Meanwhile, in a modest apartment in Baika Town that was cheap due to a previous incident, Ren was taking a bath. After finishing, he sat down with his diary, treating it with a sense of reverence. Suddenly, more text appeared on the page in dark ink. First diary entry completed. Achievement unlocked, first time. Roulette prize pool unlocked. A shadowy image of a massive roulette wheel materialized before him. The wheel had a pointer, and its surface was divided into numerous segments, each labeled with a name. Naruto, Bleach, One Piece, Katekyo Hitman Reborn, Negima. Magister Negi Magi, A Certain Magical Index, Persona, Demon Slayer, Kenichi, The Mightiest Disciple, Marvel, Genshin Impact, Fate, High School DxD, Grave Robbers Chronicles, Lord of Mysteries. The list was extensive, and many of the options were familiar and exciting to Ren. However, there was one he couldn't accept. Please, anything but Grave Robbers Chronicles. Ren clasped his hands together and prayed fervently. He had heard of Grave Robbers Chronicles before his reincarnation but had never read it himself. Its reputation preceded it, known for its intense and chaotic plotlines. While he hadn't read the series, he knew enough to be wary of its madness. It was said to be even more unsettling than Lord of Mysteries. I don't want to lose my mind because of a random spin, he muttered. I'm just an ordinary guy, I can't handle something like that. After finishing his prayer, Ren lightly tapped the roulette wheel. It began spinning rapidly, its speed almost dizzying. Gradually, it slowed down and came to a stop. The pointer landed on persona. Acquired characteristic, wild card. Wild card. Is that the trait that lets the protagonist of Persona use multiple persona masks? Ren understood the reference but couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. So praying doesn't improve my luck after all. He carefully examined the description of wild card. Wild card, the ability to accommodate multiple distinct personalities while maintaining the integrity of one's own unique personality. Well, it does match the protagonist's ability in Persona. Personas are fragments of one's personality, representing different emotions and consciousness. Normally, someone can only awaken a single persona. But the protagonist, with the wild card trait, can wield multiple personas. He mulled over its implications. In this world, it might just mean I won't develop mental illnesses. If it preserved the integrity of his personality, it could prevent conditions like schizophrenia. But in a normal world, unless someone was under extreme pressure, most people wouldn't develop severe mental disorders. It's useful, I guess, but not by much, he concluded. Chapter 3, Working at Tropical Land. Speaking of which, should I start burning incense before writing my diary next time? Maybe I wasn't pious enough today because I didn't offer anything. The more Ren thought about it, the more it made sense. He decided that tomorrow morning, before writing his diary, he would take a bath, burn incense, and draw the prize in his best condition. Maybe that would increase his chances of hitting the jackpot. Then he suddenly remembered, tomorrow was the weekend, his part-time job day. Let's see. He pulled out his phone and checked his schedule. Sure enough, tomorrow was a workday, and it was at a place he dreaded going. Working as a mascot at Tropical Land. That place where the death god and the angel often hang out. It's also a hotspot for trouble. I really don't want to go. Even though 16 years had passed since his previous life, the tragic events at Tropical Land in Detective Conan still lingered in his mind. The decapitation case that occurred there was particularly unforgettable. But this time, he couldn't skip his part-time job. The pay was simply too good to pass up. Working 8 hours a day for 100,000 yen, 12,500 yen per hour was a very high wage. Honestly, if it weren't for the tempting salary, Ren would have turned down this job without a second thought. Forget it. The money's worth it. It's okay to endure a little discomfort for money. While 100,000 yen might not mean much to an average family, it was a considerable amount for someone like him who lived paycheck to paycheck. Although Tropical Land carried its risks, the job seemed manageable. Ren convinced himself that nothing too serious would happen during his shift. Having made up his mind, he continued scrolling through his phone to check the job details. Wear a mascot costume, hand out balloons to kids, and take photos with guests. Mascot costumes. They're probably bulky and heavy. The weather's fine now, but wearing one of those will definitely be exhausting. I'd better go to bed early tonight. Ren was a firm believer in staying well rested for work, and he had developed a habit of maintaining a consistent sleep schedule. With nothing else to study or prepare for, he decided to call it a day and head to bed. Placing his phone on the nightstand, Ren lay down and fell asleep almost instantly. He always went to bed early, no later than 10 p.m. and tonight was no exception. Not only was going to bed early good for his health, but it was also a necessary precaution in his current living situation. In Baika town, the best rental apartments weren't the ones with flashy exteriors or modern amenities. Most well-lit, nicely decorated, and affordable apartments had dark histories. In Baika, murder houses were the cheapest options. If you were lucky, you could snag a bargain. For example, Ren's current apartment was a luxury unit on a high floor with excellent decor, rented at just 10,000 yen per month. It even included free utilities. However, the cheap rent came with a catch, the place had a serious history. To be precise, there were 3 souls haunting the apartment. Initially, Ren had been hesitant to rent it, but the low price and free utilities were too tempting to pass up. So, he'd rented the place for 2 years. This was his second year living there. Thankfully, he'd managed to live peacefully so far by sticking to a strict routine, going to bed early and waking up early to avoid overlapping with the spirit's active hours. This arrangement had allowed him to coexist with the souls without any major incidents. The next morning, the weather was clear and pleasant. Ren's first task upon waking was to greet the spirits. Good morning. Looks like we made it through another peaceful day. After some simple preparations, he grabbed his bag and left for work. Tropical Land was one of Baika City's largest amusement parks, featuring numerous attractions and entertainment zones. With its steady influx of tourists, it was also a popular place to work part-time. At least, that's how most people saw it. For Ren, however, it was a potential danger zone. Large, crowded places like this always seemed to attract the death god. Upon arriving at the park, Ren followed the registration procedures and was allowed entry. The park had a system where workers were pre-registered, eliminating the need for individual check-ins on the day of work. Once inside, Ren headed straight to his assigned location to meet his supervisor. "Nice to meet you, Amamiya," said a female manager who appeared to be in her 30s. She had a kind demeanor, but signs of overwork were evident on her face. This was an ice cream shop of some scale, situated within the park. Such shops were reportedly quite profitable in amusement parks. Ren gave a polite bow. "Hello." The manager studied him for a moment and seemed relieved. "As I was told, you're not much of a talker." "That's good. I prefer workers who don't talk too much, especially for mascot roles." Ren understood her point. In this line of work, being reserved was actually an advantage. "I won't waste your time with unnecessary details. Let me explain your hours and tasks." The manager quickly outlined his schedule and responsibilities. "You'll work from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., followed by a lunch break. Afternoon shifts run from 1:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Your duties include handing out promotional flyers, giving balloons to kids, and taking photos with guests." "Got it." The instructions were straightforward, and Ren nodded slightly. "Got it." The manager glanced at the clock. There was still some time before his shift officially began. "It's not time to start yet. Go to the dressing room, put your things away, and try on the mascot costume." Ren complied without complaint and made his way to the dressing room at the back. Inside, several large mascot costumes were hanging, each in different sizes to accommodate various workers. He chose a mouse costume with a hat, big round eyes, and a chubby mouth. It was adorable and seemed like the kind of character kids would love. "I just hope there won't be too many accidents today." Chapter 4, The Young Ladies Gather at Tropical Land. Tropical Land opened its gates at 9 a.m. On weekends, the park was already bustling, with many people lined up outside to buy tickets. "Dear guests, thank you for your patience. The park is now open. Please queue up in an orderly manner to enter." As the announcement played, the waiting crowd surged into the amusement park, filling it with life and energy. Most attractions and facilities in the park were already prepared to welcome the influx of visitors, ensuring everything ran smoothly even with the sudden rush of people. However, the food and beverage stalls weren't as popular right away. Since amusement park food was relatively expensive and most people had eaten breakfast before arriving, the food stalls typically didn't see much business until about an hour after the park opened. Meanwhile, staff members dressed in mascot costumes began appearing throughout the park, handing out flyers and interacting with guests. Naturally, Ren was among them. "Excuse me, could I have a balloon, please?" Hearing the soft voice behind him, Ren quickly turned around, picked up a balloon from the stack beside him, and handed it to the source of the voice. Through the limited field of vision in his mascot costume, he saw a young girl wearing a dark purple kimono. Her hair was styled in an elegant purple princess cut, and her voice was soft and sweet, carrying a refined tone that hinted at her noble upbringing. Even though her kimono was simple in design, it was clear from the fabric and craftsmanship that it was expensive. "Thank you." The little girl thanked him politely, instantly earning Ren's favor. Polite children were endearing no matter the circumstances. As the girl turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd, Ren returned to his work. The purple-haired girl didn't go far, however. She was escorted by a group of attendants to a large, secluded work van parked within the park. "Miss Isumi, please step inside." "Yes." The little girl entered the van, her face lighting up with a bright smile as she spotted her friend inside. "Nagi-chan. You're here, Isumi." It was a bizarre situation. Still, Isumi couldn't help but feel puzzled. "How did you come to know this man, Nagi-chan?" Hee. Nagi chuckled and held up the diary that only she could see. "It's because I have this diary. It contains the thoughts and writings of that man." Hearing this, a flash of curiosity crossed Isumi's eyes. She concentrated her spiritual power, attempting to discern the nature of the diary. However, despite her efforts, the diary remained invisible to her. "So, this time, it's something beyond my abilities." Unlike Maria, Isumi had no reason to doubt Nagi's words. She trusted her friend implicitly and was certain that the diary was real, even if she couldn't see it herself. Combining the strange situation surrounding the men with Nagi's diary, Isumi concluded that there was indeed some sort of connection between Nagi and the men. Otherwise, how could Nagi know so much about him? With this thought, Isumi settled herself more comfortably beside Nagi. "So, Nagi-chan, your plan is to observe this man's actions today and compare them with the contents of his diary to see if there are any inconsistencies." Nagi's face lit up with delight. Exactly. He mentioned 2 names in his diary, Shido Masayoshi and Akechi Goro. He wrote that he's already confirmed these 2 people don't exist in this world. He also claimed that our world is just a story, though he provided explanations about the reality of this world as well. I see. So that's why you're so interested in him. Isumi nodded in understanding. She wasn't entirely sure about the authenticity of the diary's contents, but it was clear that Nagi found the topic fascinating. Her gaze returned to the monitor displaying the men in the mascot costume. Well, it seems you found the right person this time, Nagi-chan. There's definitely something unusual about him. So, are you planning to just sit here and watch him all day? Of course not. Nagi waved her hand dismissively, a bored expression crossing her face. Isumi, you, Maria, and I are going to explore the amusement park instead. We'll leave the monitoring to Klaus. Klaus, who had been silently standing behind them, had a look of confusion on his face. Miss, but your safety and Miss Isumi's. That's what Maria is for. Don't worry, Maria is far more capable than you think. I wouldn't be surprised if she knew some kind of assassination techniques. Ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance against her. Maria, who had just been burdened with such high expectations, felt her blood pressure rise. Why on earth would an ordinary maid like her know assassination techniques? Still, knowing Nagi's personality, Maria chose not to argue. Instead, she gave the nearby bodyguards a meaningful glance, silently instructing them to keep a close eye on the girls. The bodyguards, experienced and professional, quickly understood Maria's intentions. While Nagi and Isumi were busy planning their day, 2 other young ladies arrived at the entrance of Tropical Land. As the car doors opened, the 2 girls stepped out simultaneously. Their gazes met, and surprise flashed across their faces. Neither had expected to see the other here. Long time no see, Miss Suzuki. The black-haired girl, her expression icy and reserved, spoke first. Her words were polite, but her tone was distant. And you, Miss Ice Queen. What are you doing at an amusement park? I didn't think you had a playful side. The brown-haired girl regarded her counterpart with a mix of helplessness and disdain. To be honest, this was the last person she wanted to encounter. Whenever she spoke to this girl, it felt like talking to a frozen doll, her face devoid of any emotion. Chapter 5, The Mrs. Lottery. It's just a bit of relaxation during the holidays. Even though I don't particularly enjoy going out, it's necessary to get some fresh air every now and then. Who are you trying to fool? Suzuki Sonoko couldn't recall a single instance where this person ever came to an amusement park just to get some fresh air. However, she didn't call her out directly. There was no need to waste words on someone like this. Besides, Sonoko had other priorities today. Well, enjoy your fresh air then. She turned to her chauffeur. Uncle Rio, pick me up in the evening. Yes, Mississippi. After speaking with her driver, Sonoko walked straight into Tropical Land. Meanwhile, the other young lady, Shinomiya Kagaya, dubbed the Ice Queen, was quietly reminded by her maid. Miss Kagaya, it's rare for you to take a day off. Please don't waste it. From the maid's tone, it was clear she was even more impatient than her master. Hey Asaka, Kagaya said in a cold voice. Don't you find it suspicious that Miss Suzuki is here as well? Her brow furrowed slightly, and her fingers nervously twitched. Could she be looking for the same person as me? Hayasaka AI nodded lightly. If you aren't imagining things, miss, then it's possible your experience isn't unique. Just as you're here to confirm that person's existence, others might have the same idea. Kagaya fell silent, deep in thought. Let's head inside. Today's goal is just to confirm the authenticity of this person. Don't let him notice us. If he sees me, he'll likely figure out that I also possess a diary. Understood, Mississippi. I've made the necessary arrangements. Hayasaka bowed slightly, exuding an air of readiness. To ensure Kagaya wouldn't be seen by the person she sought, Hayasaka had already stationed a motorhome in a nearby parking spot. Inside the amusement park, she had arranged for multiple individuals to act as their eyes. Once inside Tropical Land, Suzuki put on a pair of sunglasses and kept her eyes glued to the entrance. Before long, she spotted her target, Shinichi Kudo and Ren Muri, entering the park together. While all this was happening, Ren was still busy handing out flyers and balloons to the numerous children visiting the park. The weekend crowd meant there were far more kids than usual, and many of them wanted balloons. Ren soon found himself running out and had to go fetch another batch of balloons to hand out. The morning shift flew by, and before he knew it, it was lunchtime. At noon, Ren headed to the staff area to eat. The park provided lunch for workers, so he didn't have to prepare anything elaborate himself. His meal was simple: glutinous rice balls sprinkled with sugar, 2 large rice balls, and 2 bottles of electrolyte drinks to replenish his energy. There's nothing unusual so far, Ren muttered to himself, wiping sweat from his brow. His clothes were damp and clung to his body from the morning's work. Even though this is tropical land, it seems like I've avoided running into the death god today. The thought alone made his rice balls taste sweeter. No one's noticed the diary yet, have they? Is this different from what I imagined? Maybe it's not one of those exposure flow scenarios after all. It was too early to draw conclusions. After all, he'd only written one entry in the diary so far. He figured he'd need to write a few more before anything significant happened. I've got some time before my afternoon shift. Might as well write about what happened this morning. With that, Ren pulled a pen and his diary from his backpack while sitting in the locker room. Diary entry. Today is a part-time job day, and the location is tropical land. My work involves distributing flyers and balloons while wearing a heavy mascot costume. This job isn't as easy as I thought it'd be. The mascot costume is much heavier than I expected. But that's not the main issue. The key point is that I didn't encounter the death god today. If I had, this shift would have been a lot more troublesome. Well, there wasn't much of note this morning. Nothing complicated happened, and I didn't notice any special people in tropical land. Maybe they're avoiding me, or maybe no one's noticed me yet. There's still a lot of speculation to be made. But if this really is an exposure flow, then based on what I know, people who read the diary should receive some kind of reward, just like how I get rewards for writing in it. Whether the rewards are good or bad is probably random. After writing the last sentence, Ren closed the diary. He hadn't finished his diary for the day, so he couldn't draw any rewards just yet. Besides, he'd already decided yesterday to perform some rituals before his next lottery draw. He planned to take a bath, burn incense, and make offerings to see if he could influence his luck. Meanwhile, the two young ladies who also possessed diaries felt theirs vibrate. Opening them, they saw the updated content. So, there are rewards for reading the diary. How cliché, Nagi muttered, a grin spreading across her face. Flipping through the latest diary entry, Nagi couldn't help but marvel at how this setup resembled those classic tropes from the time travel novels she'd read in the past. Completed reading the first day's diary. Achievement unlocked, first day. Reward pool unlocked. Nagi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is my chance to prove the diary's existence to Maria and Isumi. If I can draw something tangible, I can show it to them. Maria, is there a quieter place in the amusement park? I don't want the bodyguards seeing what's about to happen. Although Maria didn't fully understand, she responded calmly. There's a motorhome near the work vehicle Klaus prepared. It's meant for your afternoon nap. Perfect. Let's head there now. Chapter 6, Vision. The RV was parked just 30 meters away from the work vehicle, a distance that ensured its safety and privacy. Inside the RV were Nagi, Isumi, and Maria. All right, let's get started. Nagi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she prepared for the lottery. She loved games like this. Placing the diary on the bed, she initiated the lottery. Immediately, a large roulette wheel appeared before her, spinning rapidly as soon as she touched it. Nagi watched nervously, her gaze fixed on the wheel as it gradually slowed down. Finally, the pointer stopped. Genshin Impact. The result was displayed clearly, followed by another line. Obtained the vision, wind. As the words appeared, an amulet with a gemstone materialized before her. Nagi's eyes widened in amazement, her excitement barely contained. Maria. Look. I told you it's real. Maria stared at the scene in shock, momentarily speechless. She had always assumed this was just one of Nagi's delusions, but now she had no choice but to accept that it was real. Meanwhile, Isumi focused her spiritual energy into her eyes. When Nagi touched the amulet, Isumi could see a flow of blue wind-like energy being drawn from the pendant into Nagi's body. The energy gradually increased until it reached the level of a mid-tier spirit before stabilizing. The power is real, Isumi muttered. But it all comes from the amulet. It absorbs energy and transforms it, transferring it to Nagi's body. Isumi confirmed that the power wasn't an illusion, it was genuine, but entirely reliant on the pendant. Wow. As Nagi held the amulet, she felt an instinctive connection to the wind, as though she could control it at will. Instead of using the power immediately, she turned to the diary for clarification. Sure enough, the diary displayed a description. Vision, wind blessed by the gaze of a god, the vision is a jeweled amulet granted as recognition. It allows the wielder to channel and control elemental power by absorbing external energy. So, I can control the wind. Hoo-hoo. As soon as Nagi spoke, the air inside the RV seemed to respond. Invisible gusts began to swirl around her, moving as though alive. Wow. Nagi's eyes sparkled as she watched the wind surround her. She raised her hand, instinctively gathering the gusts into her palm. Ho-ho-ho. The swirling air condensed into a visible sphere in her hand, as if obediently awaiting her command. Curious, she moved the sphere of wind closer to the RV's wall. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The moment the wind touched the wall, it emitted a sound like tearing metal. Startled, Nagi pulled her hand back and noticed that the wall now bore a shallow, circular dent. This is amazing. Initially startled, Nagi's face soon broke into a wide grin. She felt like a child who had just discovered a new toy. Despite her wealthy upbringing and access to countless luxuries, this was her first time experiencing something straight out of an anime. Nagi, this is an enclosed space. If you're not careful, you might blow up the RV, Isumi cautioned. Exclamation point. Nagi's hands trembled, nearly dropping the sphere of wind. Fortunately, she managed to regain control in time. Carefully, she dispersed the wind, letting it dissipate little by little. The process took nearly 5 minutes, leaving Nagi both physically and mentally exhausted. But even as she panted from the effort, her face glowed with excitement. Maria, see. I wasn't lying. Maria sighed, still processing what she had witnessed. I didn't expect this to be real. It was the first time Maria had encountered something so extraordinary. Nagi had gained a power far beyond what normal people could comprehend. The ability to control wind at will. If your grandfather finds out, he's going to be devastated, Maria muttered, rubbing her temples. Before, you wouldn't listen to him because you had no power. Now that you do, you'll probably listen to him even less. Maria could already imagine her master shedding tears over this new development. But more than her master, Maria worried about Nagi herself. Ah. Nagi is going to be even more of a handful from now on, she sighed. Maria felt as though she would never be able to leave Nagi's side. Without someone to guide her, the entire Sanzenin family might end up dealing with the chaos caused by Nagi's newfound powers. This was just the first power Nagi had gained from the diary. If the diary could grant such ability so easily, who knew what else Nagi might acquire in the future? If she didn't learn how to control herself, the consequences could be catastrophic. Nagi, you're allowed to gain power, but you must never throw away that amulet. Huh. That amulet isn't granting you power directly. It's a tool that lets you channel and control wind. Without it, you won't be able to use your abilities. Nagi tilted her head, confused by Isumi's words. But as Isumi explained, Nagi's confusion turned into suspicion. The diary had already mentioned that the vision was a medium for controlling elemental power. Without it, she wouldn't be able to manipulate the wind. But how did Isumi know that? Isumi, how do you know all this? Huh. This time, it was Isumi's turn to freeze. The amulet absorbs external energy and converts it into elemental power I can control. But I haven't told you that yet. Nagi's sudden question left Isumi flustered. Should she reveal the truth about herself? After all, it seemed like Nagi might be afraid of what she'd learn. Chapter 7, I like you the most. Isumi, are you hiding something from me? Seeing Isumi's hesitant expression, Nagi could tell immediately that her friend was keeping something from her. Nagi's questioning left Isumi visibly conflicted. Nagi. But before Isumi could say anything, Nagi cut her off. Forget it. Just as Isumi seemed ready to confess, Nagi chose to drop the matter. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I just needed to know that you and I are in the same boat. Nagi wasn't the type to push too hard, especially when it came to her closest and most trusted friend. She felt there was no need to press Isumi further. Some things, she believed, would come to light naturally in time. Nagi. Isumi's heart wavered at Nagi's response, and her voice softened. Since you've already come into contact with these things, you'll inevitably encounter them again in the future. Maybe it's better if I tell you now rather than keep hiding it. The unknown always breeds fear. If Nagi were to face these things unprepared, the consequences could be worse. Nagi-chan, there are special powers in this world, and there are also evil spirits that wield them. Evil spirits, ghosts. Yes. Nagi-chan, I know how much you're afraid of these things, which is why I never told you before. I see. Indeed, Nagi's greatest fear was anything related to ghosts or the supernatural. Even just hearing about them made her legs feel weak. Still, she reached out and placed her hands firmly on Isumi's shoulders. What about you? Me. Isumi blinked, confused by the sudden question. We're the same age, right? I'm terrified of ghosts, but what about you? Aren't you afraid of them? Isumi hesitated before nodding slightly. I was scared at first. I didn't know what to do when I encountered them. But as I kept facing them, I gradually learned how to use my power. Even so, during my exorcisms, I met people who feared me because of my abilities. That's when I realized people fear what they don't understand. As long as they can't control it, that fear will never go away. So that's why you didn't want me to know. Nagi took a deep breath, then reached out and pinched Isumi's cheeks with both hands. Isumi, I would never be afraid of you. You're not some monster people should fear. You're a knight, someone who steps up to help others when they're in trouble. This is your punishment for not trusting me. If anything like this happens again, you have to tell me. We're best friends, aren't we? Okay, Nagi-chan. I promise to tell you next time. Looking into Nagi's sincere eyes, Isumi felt a weight lift from her heart. She didn't even mind Nagi pinching her cheeks. Instead, she stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Nagi-chan, I like you the most. Huh? Why are you saying that all of a sudden? But I like you the most too, Isumi. Nagi's face flushed at the sudden confession, but she didn't shy away from admitting her feelings in return. The invisible barrier that had existed between them shattered in an instant, and the two reaffirmed their bond as best friends. Ah, Nagi and Isumi really are close, Maria commented, watching the scene with a smile. Since she had started taking care of Nagi, Maria had always noticed how close Nagi and Isumi were. Nagi loved sharing her favorite anime plots with those around her, and she even drew her own manga from time to time. Although Maria often found Nagi's manga a bit surreal, Isumi was the only one who could fully appreciate both the stories and the art. The two often discussed them in great detail. Perhaps that was why they had such a strong connection. And now, their bond seemed even deeper. After the emotional moment, Nagi quickly shifted the topic, clearly uncomfortable with the lingering atmosphere. By the way, Isumi, what do you think of this diary? I'm not sure, Isumi admitted, shaking her head. This whole thing is strange. From what you've told me, just reading the diary grants you a chance to win something in a lottery. And the rewards, they're absurdly powerful. The effort and the return aren't proportional at all. The balance was completely skewed, too little was given, and far too much was gained. It's basically getting something for nothing, Isumi added. Not only is the diary strange, but the person who wrote it is just as odd, she continued. That man wrote his name without any hesitation, practically inviting people to investigate him. Anyone who can dig up information on him could easily figure out what he's been up to. It's almost as if he's deliberately setting a trap. Why would he write his name in the first place? Isumi found it baffling. He could have hidden his identity and gained a significant advantage by doing so. True, Nagi agreed, her expression thoughtful. Revealing his identity so openly is practically asking for trouble. Normally, you'd keep your identity a secret until you were strong enough to protect yourself. Only then would it be safe to reveal anything. If someone realizes how valuable the diary is and decides to control the person who wrote it, that person would be in serious danger. Having faced numerous kidnapping attempts since childhood, Nagi understood all too well the dark side of human nature. For money, people were willing to do anything. And now, with the promise of supernatural power, even more people would likely cross the line of morality. That man must know this, Isumi said. And earlier today, after reading his diary, he even mentioned the lottery rewards. That wasn't a coincidence, it was intentional. So, he's fishing, huh? A/N, well, revealing his name so early was a bit of a plot hole. I'll patch it up with some additional explanations. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 8, Kaguya of Ice. Zizizi. In a secluded corner far from the bustling crowd, a motorhome stood eerily still, its surface emitting a faint chill. The entire vehicle appeared as if it had just been removed from a deep freezer. Bang. The door rattled slightly, but the thick layer of ice encasing the vehicle didn't budge. Bang. With a louder crash from inside, the door flew off its hinges. A blonde-haired girl stumbled out of the opening, her exposed skin faintly bruised from the freezing air. She collapsed to the ground, shivering violently, and wrapped her arms around herself in an attempt to generate some warmth and raise her dangerously low body temperature. Thankfully, the outside temperature was much warmer than inside the vehicle. Had it been any colder, she might have passed out from hypothermia. Moments later, another figure emerged from the motorhome. Half of her body was encased in pristine white ice, yet she moved effortlessly, entirely unaffected by the cold. Hayasaka. Kaguya. Miss Kaguya. Hayasaka AI, sprawled on the ground, raised a trembling hand to stop the young lady from approaching. The air seemed to grow colder with every step Kaguya took. You need to control it first. Kaguya's usually stoic expression softened slightly, but her body temperature was shockingly low. Her exposed skin was so cold it could instantly freeze anything it touched. This sudden transformation was the result of a special power she had obtained from the mysterious diary. Kaguya looked at Hayasaka and hesitated, unable to approach her. Instead, she focused on controlling the newfound freezing power coursing through her. She could feel the energy within her, it was hers to command, but mastering it would take time. Gradually, the ice on her body began to melt, and the temperature around her stabilized. Meanwhile, Hayasaka slowly recovered from her near frostbite. Her body warmed up, though a lingering chill still clung to her. Achoo. As her temperature returned to normal, Hayasaka sneezed, then glanced at the frozen motorhome. Clearly, it wouldn't be usable anytime soon. Good thing this spot is remote and out of sight. If anyone saw this, Miss Kagaya's situation would definitely be exposed. Exposure, that might not be a bad thing. Kagaya's voice was calm, lacking its usual aloofness. In front of Hayasaka, she allowed herself a rare moment of vulnerability. Hayasaka paused, understanding the implication behind Kagaya's words. Miss Kagaya, are you planning to inform the head of the family about this? No. It's not impossible, but it's too early. Hayasaka knew that while Kagaya had gained extraordinary power, it wasn't yet time to act. Miss Kagaya, will you abandon the inheritance? Or will you seize it? Kagaya fell silent, unable to answer immediately. Hayasaka continued, her tone steady. Miss Kagaya, you've always had the potential to inherit the Shinomiya family, but your chances were slim because your brothers held all the power. But now, with this new ability, you have the means to overturn everything. You are no longer bound by their control. The question is, do you want to claim the inheritance? Are you ready for it? Hayasaka's pointed questions left Kagaya deep in thought. For as long as she could remember, she had never considered herself a contender for the Shinomiya family's inheritance. Her role was predetermined, a pawn to be married off. The idea of succession had never crossed her mind. But now, everything had changed. A once helpless princess had gained the power of an empress. And with the power of an empress came the right to claim everything. Even if her personal abilities couldn't match her brothers, her newfound strength alone was enough to overshadow them. Revealing her abilities would instantly make her the strongest candidate for the inheritance. But was she truly prepared for that? No. Let's set it aside for now. Kagaya shook her head. The leap was too great for her to make all at once. This power gives me confidence, but I haven't mastered it yet. It's too early to act now. She understood where her newfound confidence came from and knew she wasn't ready to reveal herself. It's wise to wait, Miss Kagaya. When the time comes, you'll need to show your strength without hesitation. Half measures like today won't suffice. Hayasaka's advice was practical. Uncontrolled power wouldn't intimidate anyone. Only with mastery and resolve could Kagaya make her move. For now, Miss Kagaya, the key lies with that person. That person. Yes, the one connected to the diary. They are the source of your power, and their role in all of this is crucial. Kagaya's eyes widened slightly as realization dawned on her. Yes, that person is the key. Taking a deep breath, Kagaya acknowledged the importance of the mysterious individual. Hayasaka, should we try to contact them directly? That would be unwise. Hayasaka shook her head. Think carefully, Miss Kagaya. Why did they reveal their name and location? If the diary grants power, then what about the one writing it? Exclamation point. Kagaya froze, startled by the question. She had overlooked this detail. Why had they exposed themselves? If writing the diary could grant power, they could have easily kept their identity hidden. So, what's their goal? Kagaya's mind raced, her unease growing as she realized the truth. And for the first time, she questioned the intentions behind the diary. Chapter 9, The Sirens Before Leaving Work. It was 5 p.m. After working for 3.5 hours, Ren's shift was finally nearing its end. By now, most of the children had been taken home by their parents, and his work as a mascot was essentially over. This granted Ren a half-hour break before he could officially clock out. Good job today, Amamiya, the female store manager said, visibly pleased with his performance. You've been working hard all day without much slacking off. Though her tone was friendly, her words carried weight. The store manager wasn't blind, she had noticed that Ren was the kind of worker who quietly focused on his tasks without unnecessary chatter or laziness. Amamiya, you've got another half-hour of rest now. Are you sure that's okay? It's fine, the store manager replied after glancing at the store's current situation. She nodded in satisfaction, considering the day's customer flow and how busy they had been. Today's customer turnout was higher than usual for a weekend. We've even sold out many of the ice cream flavors. I'd say a lot of it is thanks to your work attracting customers. Ice cream, after all, was primarily aimed at children. Girls tended to avoid it because they worried about their weight, and boys rarely bought it unless accompanied by someone. On the other hand, adults bringing their kids to the park often ended up buying treats for themselves too. The flyers and balloons distributed by the mascots were quite effective. Even if the flyers only worked within the amusement park, they still encouraged people to stop by the ice cream shop. Comparing today's foot traffic to that of a regular weekend made it clear that Ren's efforts had made a difference. The store manager withdrew her gaze and continued, "We're almost done for the day. Let's see how things go over the next half hour. If we sell out the remaining ice cream, your work will be done for the day. Don't worry, I'll pay you as agreed." Thank you, Ren replied politely. In the dressing room, Ren took off the heavy mascot costume. His clothes were soaked with sweat, which wasn't surprising. The costume was bulky, and Ren had worked hard all day. Under such conditions, it was impossible not to sweat. Today went a lot smoother than I expected, he muttered. Or maybe I didn't notice them even if they were already nearby. Ren had no way of knowing if someone who had read his diary had come to observe him. Was I too reckless, he thought, frowning. Looking back, exposing his name in the diary seemed like a rash decision. However, it had been part of his effort to test the diary's rules. The truth was, Ren didn't fully understand how the diary worked. The diary itself offered no instructions or limitations, making it seem as though there were no rules at all. But that couldn't be true. In most exposure flow scenarios, there were always some restrictions. Either the diary holder could control who saw it, or the writer retained some authority over it. His diary, however, was a record of his daily life. If writing in it was the key to drawing rewards, did the amount of personal information he revealed influence the quality of those rewards? He couldn't help but dwell on this question. Yesterday, he had impulsively exposed his name while testing the diary. Now, he couldn't shake the feeling that it had been a mistake. If I don't draw something good today, it'll feel like a huge loss. Was the wild card trait he drew yesterday really that bad? In hindsight, no, it wasn't bad at all. Wild card was actually a highly versatile skill. It allowed him to accommodate multiple personalities while maintaining the uniqueness of his core identity. Ren understood its potential. If paired with personality masks, it would be a game-changing ability. Most people could only use one personality mask, but Wild Card would allow him to switch between multiple masks, giving him a massive advantage in combat. The trait was essentially a tool for overcoming weaknesses and adapting to different situations. The only downside was that he didn't have any personality masks to pair with it yet. Still, Ren tried to convince himself that the trait wasn't useless. His bigger concern was the possibility of being captured and forced to write daily diaries as a tool for someone else. But for now, at least, he seemed safe. If this follows the typical rules of an exposure flow, the diary won't be distributed widely at first. The number of people who see it will likely increase gradually over time. If that's the case, the few people who've read my diary so far probably won't act rashly. Ren sighed, leaning back in his chair. This was such a reckless move. I hope everything turns out as I predicted. He clung to the hope that yesterday's reward wasn't useless and that today's draw might bring him something complimentary. But that was something he wouldn't know until he finished his diary entry tonight. For now, Ren stayed in the locker room, resting and looking forward to going home. His expectations, however, were shattered after half an hour. Beep. Woo. Woo. The piercing sound of police sirens echoed from the park entrance. Still seated in the locker room, Ren immediately tensed. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. About 5 minutes later, the door to the locker room swung open. The female store manager stood there, her face grim. This is really bad. Amamiya, you can pack up your things. You don't need to keep working. Manager, what's going on outside? Why are the police here? Despite his instinct to avoid trouble, Ren felt it was better to know what was happening. What else could it be? There's been a murder, something happened on the roller coaster. A roller coaster murder case, Ren muttered, his eyes widening. He immediately realized what the police sirens were for. The murder at the start of the story. Chapter 10, The Unreachable Death. Amamiya, here's your salary. Contact me if you want to work again. Thank you, manager. Ren accepted the envelope of cash with a polite nod before turning to leave. The female store manager watched his retreating figure and sighed softly. He's such a good kid. With his pay in hand, Ren didn't leave Tropical Land immediately. Although he disliked unnecessary trouble, he couldn't resist the urge to witness the famous roller coaster murder case from a safe distance. After all, it was a significant event tied to the death god. There was no need to approach the crime scene. Ren found an empty spot nearby where he could sit and observe. It also gave him the perfect opportunity to update his diary. Diary entry. My luck today has been terrible. I came to Tropical Land for work, thinking nothing would go wrong, only to have trouble appear at the very end. The roller coaster murder case. I didn't expect to witness the iconic incident from the original plot. The death god truly is the source of Baika Town's endless crime waves. Unfortunately, I'll likely encounter many more cases in the future. As a resident of Baika Town and a student of Teitan High School, murder cases will inevitably cross my path. But as long as it doesn't concern me, I'll make sure not to get involved. It'd be nice if I could take photos or videos of this moment, Ren muttered to himself. To his surprise, the diary responded with a new line of text. Photos and videos can be added to the diary content. Ren blinked, stunned. Huh, so I have to think about the diary's features to unlock them. It seemed the diary didn't offer any guidance on its own. Ren had to explore its functions through trial and error. He thought back to the year he had spent without writing in it. The diary had remained dormant the entire time, which confirmed it wasn't a mandatory task. But once he began using it, the rewards were too enticing to ignore. And when benefits were involved, human greed inevitably followed. Pushing aside unnecessary thoughts, Ren focused on experimenting with the newly revealed photography and video features. Photography mode. Recording mode. There were no physical buttons to activate these modes. Simply thinking about them enabled the functions. The diary allowed him to capture what he saw with his eyes or even create shots from various angles. He also discovered that the photos and videos didn't need to be added to the diary. They could be stored separately without taking up memory, making the feature even more versatile. Satisfied, Ren tested the feature. From his seat by the roadside, he locked his gaze on the roller coaster area, which was cordoned off by police. With a single thought, he captured a photo that appeared as if it had been taken from up close. He added the photo to his diary entry. The photography function is excellent, and the clarity of the images is incredibly high. This feature is genuinely impressive. Now, all that's left is to wait. An hour passed. The police team investigating the roller coaster murder began to leave, though a few officers stayed behind to handle the aftermath. It was clear that the roller coaster wouldn't be operational for the rest of the day. While observing from a distance, Ren noticed three familiar figures exiting the roller coaster area, a young man and two girls. The two girls looked pale and nauseous, one of them even retching occasionally. In contrast, the young man seemed completely unfazed, full of energy as he walked. Today was the worst. I came to an amusement park and ended up seeing a decapitated body. Ugh. Sonoko shuddered at the memory, recalling the headless corpse on the roller coaster and the severed head discovered in the passage. She felt her stomach churn and nearly vomited again. Sonoko, please don't talk about it anymore. Ren sitting next to her, also looked queasy. Unlike Sonoko, Ren had been closer to the body. She could still feel the sensation of blood splattering on her neck. Covering her mouth, she fought the urge to retch again. Is it really that bad? Shinichi Kudo glanced at the two girls helplessly. You'll get used to it eventually. Get used to it. Sonoko glared at him, her frustration boiling over. Who in their right mind would get used to seeing corpses? We're not detectives or medical examiners. Huh. Before Sonoko could continue her tirade, Shinichi's peripheral vision caught sight of a man in a black suit and a round hat. We saw him on the roller coaster earlier. Where's the other one? The detective's instincts flared. The man exuded an air of danger, his cold demeanor unshaken by the murder scene. There's something off about those two. Without hesitation, Shinichi broke into a run, chasing after the man. As he sprinted, he called back to the girls, Ran, take Sonoko home. I have something urgent to do. Sonoko stared at him in disbelief. What the hell is wrong with that guy? Leaving them behind in an amusement park where a murder had just occurred, Shinichi dashed off without any further explanation. Fuming, Sonoko grabbed Ran's hand. Come on, Ran. Let's catch up to that idiot and give him a piece of our minds. Ran barely had time to react as Sonoko pulled her along. But before they could take more than a few steps, their shoelaces snapped simultaneously, causing them to stumble. No way. Sonoko stared at her broken shoelaces, then noticed that Ran's had also torn. Ran froze, staring at her shoes, then at Shinichi disappearing into the crowd. A sinking feeling welled up inside her. This entire sequence was captured by Ren. Chapter 11, Going Home and Waiting for the Diary Update. In the original story, it was only Ran who broke her shoelaces. But here, even Sonoko's shoelaces snapped. It seems the death god has indeed arrived, and his scythe has severed a bond that's lasted over a decade, Ren mused quietly to himself. He couldn't help but chuckle. The serialization of Detective Conan seemed to have dragged on longer than even Naruto and Bleach. With over 1,000 episodes and still no end in sight, the Scythe of Fate had certainly delayed the story long enough. Shaking his head, Ren stopped paying attention to the two heroines and shifted his focus to the protagonist. Having been recording earlier, Ren already knew where Shinichi was heading. But there was no need to rush. He intended to take his time, ensuring he didn't cross paths with the two model employees of the Black Organization. Slowing his pace, Ren eventually arrived at the remote location where the trade had occurred. Finding a bench along the roadside, he sat down leisurely, waiting for the next act to unfold. Not long after, a middle-aged, overweight man emerged from an alley in a hurry. He was panting heavily, and despite it being nighttime, he wore a pair of sunglasses. The sight made Ren raise an eyebrow in admiration. You're still wearing sunglasses at night. Can you even see where you're going? He muttered, shaking his head. After a moment, Ren continued to wait patiently. The transaction inside was likely complete, but he wasn't in a hurry to get involved. 10 minutes later, Ren stood up and entered the dark alley opposite the bench. He moved quietly, his footsteps barely making a sound. Turning a corner, he found only one figure lying on the ground, a high school boy. The boy's head seemed to have been struck, with traces of red blood matting his hair. No one else was in sight. Ah. The boy whimpered weakly as Ren approached, his voice barely audible. Ren's eyes lit up. The famous scene was about to begin. Standing silently, he started recording. The high school student, writhing helplessly on the ground, clawed at the grass with trembling hands as if trying to alleviate the pain. His body began to shrink. Slowly but surely, the high schooler's frame diminished, his limbs growing shorter, and even his clothes becoming comically oversized. When the transformation stopped, the boy was no longer a teenager but a child of 7 or 8. From today on, Kudo Shinichi no longer exists, Ren murmured. Only Idagawa Konan remains. A smirk tugged at his lips. Pray, Shinichi. Pray that Ren doesn't have a diary of her own, or everything about you will be exposed. Satisfied with the recording, Ren turned and left. He had no intention of staying longer than necessary. Having worked all day, Ren needed to rest. Tomorrow was Sunday, a perfect day to relax and check the reward he'd receive for today's diary entry. As for Shinichi, now lying unconscious on the ground. Well, he's still breathing, isn't he? It's just a head injury. Nothing too serious, Ren muttered to himself, dismissing the matter entirely. There was no point in getting further involved. The less he meddled, the fewer unnecessary complications he'd face. After Ren's departure, 2 groups of people arrived at the alley. The first group frowned at the sight of the child lying on the ground. After a moment of hesitation, they pulled out cameras and snapped a few photos before leaving. The second group was similarly puzzled but didn't focus on the child. They took a few photos and quickly departed. Meanwhile, Nagi and Kagaya received the photos from their respective bodyguards. A child. Nagi frowned as she examined the images. That man went into the alley, and now there's a kid lying there. The murder at the amusement park happened on the roller coaster, didn't it? So why is there a child in the alley? Isumi chimed in, her tone cautious. Nagi, we should consider the safety of the child. Maria, standing nearby, reassured her. Don't worry, Miss Isumi. The bodyguards have already notified the police after taking the photos. The child will be fine. That's a relief, Isumi said, exhaling softly. Maria scrutinized the photos more closely and immediately noticed something strange. Why are the child's clothes so oversized? Nagi and Isumi both turned their attention back to the images. You're right. These clothes aren't suitable for a child at all, Nagi remarked. The child appeared to be 7 or 8 years old, yet the clothing was clearly meant for an adult. What do you think, Isumi? Nagi asked. Well, Nagi, perhaps we should wait for the gentleman to update the diary, Isumi suggested. That makes sense, Nagi agreed. Since he went to the alley, he must have known something would happen there. If he left without taking action, it's likely he knew the child was safe. The situation was undeniably strange. A child wearing adult clothes in such a context was highly suspicious. But without further clues, it was impossible to deduce what had happened. Waiting for the diary update seemed like the best course of action. As Nagi made her decision, Maria offered a practical suggestion. Nagi, Miss Isumi, since we're waiting for the diary update, why don't we head home? Good idea, Nagi replied. The day had been eventful, but after noon, Nagi felt restless being out in public. Having recently obtained the vision, she wanted to experiment more with her newfound powers. However, the crowded amusement park wasn't an ideal place to test them. Now that they were heading home, she could finally unleash her powers freely, at least in front of Maria and Isumi. Meanwhile, Kagaya silently examined the photos sent by her bodyguards. Hayasaka, did any Shinomiya family bodyguards accompany us on this operation? No, Hayasaka replied with a shake of her head. Since I thought this entire operation was irrational, I used bodyguards from the Hayasaka family instead. I didn't want the Shinomiya family to catch wind of it. Are they trustworthy? They're loyal. I selected them personally from my mother's recommendations. Well done. Hayasaka's caution reassured Kagaya. There's no need for us to stay at this amusement park any longer. As for the identity of the child in the alley, I trust the diary will provide answers soon enough. Understood. I'll also make sure our people remain silent about this operation, Hayasaka assured her. Good. Chapter 12, Source Castle. After the 2 groups of people left Tropical Land, the child lying unconscious in the alley was discovered by the police. The boy's head injury and fever were apparent, and the officers quickly contacted the hospital. They carefully transported him, along with his oversized clothes, to receive medical attention. 30 minutes later, Ren arrived back at his home. The first thing he did was turn on the air conditioner. Despite the temperature not being particularly low, the house always seemed to have a chilling atmosphere. Thankfully, since water and electricity were free, there was no need to worry about utility costs. Next, he grabbed a fresh change of clothes and headed to the bathroom to wash off the day's sweat and fatigue. After a quick shower and change, Ren sat down in the living room, freshly cleaned and looking composed. He retrieved his diary and began to add to the day's entry. Diary entry. Shinichi Kudo, why did you have to provoke those killers? Well, now your fate is sealed. You were knocked out with a baseball bat and forced to drink a drug developed by the organization. If you weren't the protagonist, you'd probably be dead in tropical land right now. For anyone curious, here's a video of Shinichi Kudo shrinking into a grade schooler. Enjoy it, but don't spread it around. Ren inserted the video of Shinichi's transformation into the diary. The scene was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. For those who might have been in that alley, don't worry. Shinichi Kudo, Baika City's walking death god, will ensure murders happen wherever he goes. He's the root cause of the city's frequent cases. He loves meddling in other people's business, basking in the spotlight, and solving cases. But in his obsession with mysteries, he often neglects the people around him. Shinichi isn't a bad person. He's just like any ordinary 17-year-old, reckless and impulsive. Unfortunately for him, his recklessness led him to smash headfirst into a steel plate, turning him into a child. Next stop, Teitan Elementary School. For now, Teitan High School will be safe. I can finally relax a little. By now, you've probably figured out who I am. While I personally find it frustrating, I had a feeling this diary exposure would work like this. My identity being exposed and the lottery mention must have made some of you consider capturing me, right? Well, you're not wrong to think that way. If I were in your position, I'd want to do the same. But I'd also stop to wonder, why did this fool expose himself? If you've been pondering the question and think you've guessed my motives, congratulations, you're wrong. I truly had no reason at all. Well, today's entry ends here. Sweet dreams to all. With the diary complete, Ren set his pen down and exhaled slowly. Now, it's time to verify my theory. Diary completed for day 2. You have earned 1 lottery spin. As expected, the large roulette wheel appeared before him. He reached out and lightly tapped the wheel, watching as it spun rapidly. When the wheel slowed and stopped, the pointer landed on a name. Lord of Mysteries. Obtained, Sefirah Castle, Source Castle. Yes. Seeing the words, Sefirah Castle, Ren felt a wave of relief wash over him. My guess was correct. This diary operates on specific rules. The more people who read my diary, the greater my chances of drawing something extraordinary. Staring at the words, Sefirah Castle, Ren was certain now that the wild card trait he had obtained the previous day wasn't a coincidence. It was a deliberate setup by fate. Wild card was perfectly compatible with the Lord of Mysteries' magical potion system. And now, with Sefirah Castle, the protagonist's ultimate cheat from Lord of Mysteries, in his possession, Ren knew his next steps were clear. His path of power had been decided, the sequence system from Lord of Mysteries. It was as if fate had laid everything out for him. If I think about it, this might align with Lord of Mysteries' philosophy. The influence I've created is simply fate's way of balancing the scales by gifting me power. Though the thought intrigued him, there was no need to dwell on it. What mattered now was how much of Sefirah Castle's power he could use. I remember something about needing a ceremony. Ren frowned. It had been over 16 years since he'd last read Lord of Mysteries, and the details were hazy. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head, and he instinctively closed his eyes. When he reopened them, he found himself in another world. The air was thick with mist, flowing like water. Everything around him was shrouded in a hazy gray, as though he stood at the dawn of creation itself. Ren's heart raced as he surveyed the ethereal scene. He reached out with his hand, and the mist began to coalesce into solid forms. One by one, massive white stone pillars rose from the ground. The misty sky above shifted, revealing a star-filled cosmos. At the center of it all, a long table over 10 meters in length appeared, accompanied by exquisitely crafted chairs. Walking along the edge of the table, Ren trailed his fingers across its surface before taking the main seat. Crossing his hands to support his chin, he smirked. Am I the perfect cosplayer now? He chuckled at his own joke, shaking off his brief lapse into Chinibu antics. Let's see what this place can do. Sefirah Castle held power far beyond the sequences, and it could also grant access to individual sequence abilities. Ren recalled how Klein had once borrowed the power of the Miracle Invoker to resurrect himself. If Klein could do that with limited access to Sefirah Castle, what could Ren achieve now? Taking a deep breath, Ren focused his will. A small flame appeared in his palm, flickering steadily. It works. It really works. His excitement, however, was tempered by realism. This is only a temporary gift, though. The current power is equivalent to Sequence 7, Magician. It's short-term and borrowed. But I can feel Sefirah Castle establishing a deeper connection with me. As that connection strengthens, the power I can temporarily borrow will also grow. For now, though, Ren felt reassured. I finally have a power I can rely on. Chapter 13, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nagi, now back in her villa, read the latest diary entry. When she saw the video of a high school student shrinking into a child, a chill ran down her spine. Isumi, under normal circumstances, could a high school student turn into a child? Even evil spirits skilled at manipulation can't do such a thing easily. At most, they might drain a person's energy or render them unconscious, but shrinking someone's body is unheard of, Isumi replied seriously. Unless it's some sort of transformation spell. But that's an advanced technique, far beyond what ordinary evil spirits are capable of. Then, what about medicine? Could ordinary medicine do it? Isumi tilted her head in confusion at the sudden question. Nagi-chan, do you mean normal medicine? As in, not something supernatural? Yes. Could it be possible? Among the medicines I know, there are some extremely advanced compounds that might temporarily shrink a person's body. But such drugs are not commercially available. They're usually proprietary to certain families or organizations. Hearing this, Nagi sighed in disbelief. So it's an incredibly low probability event. A high school detective turned into an elementary school student by some experimental drug created by an underground organization. Even knowing the truth, it felt too absurd to accept. Maria, bring me the photo of the child that the bodyguards took earlier. And also, did they take a photo of Shinichi Kudo today? Maria nodded and quickly brought over the surveillance photos captured by the bodyguards. The photo of Shinichi had been taken during routine surveillance, and the photo of the child lying in the alley was also ready. Nagi took both photos and examined them closely. Her eyes widened in realization. It's him. That child is Shinichi Kudo. Her sudden declaration left Isumi and Maria stunned. But when they compared the two photos, the truth became clear. It's the clothes. Isumi exclaimed. Yes, Maria added, nodding. The clothes in both photos are identical. The child is wearing the exact same outfit as Shinichi. Nagi sighed, her tone filled with disbelief. So the story is that Shinichi Kudo saw something he shouldn't have, got hit on the head with a blunt object, and was forced to drink some experimental poison, which caused his body to shrink. That seems to be the case, Nagi confirmed. Ah. Maria let out a long sigh. A plot like this sounds like something out of a novel or a movie. I can't believe it's actually real. Nagi nodded but quickly reminded Maria of the diary's earlier claim. Maria, according to that man, we're characters in a story. And our story has somehow been integrated into reality. Maria's head throbbed at the reminder. The more I think about it, the stranger this world becomes. Seeing Maria's pained expression, Nagi couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Maria, when we first learned about the existence of evil spirits, our world was already weird. That's true. Maria sighed again, resigning herself to the increasingly bizarre nature of their reality. Are there any other updates in the diary? Isumi asked. Yes, Nagi replied. It's about why he exposed his name. This immediately caught both Maria and Isumi's interest. What did he say? He claimed there was no reason for it. He just did it on a whim. Maria and Isumi exchanged incredulous looks before speaking in unison. Impossible. At the same time, in the Shinomiya family villa, Hayasaka reacted the same way. Absolutely impossible, she exclaimed. A person doesn't act without a reason. He must have had some motive for exposing himself. I agree, Kagaya said, her expression thoughtful. At first, I thought he was fishing, baiting us to act. But now, it seems more like he was conducting a test. A test? Hayasaka asked, puzzled. Yes. Not a test for us, but a test of the diary itself, Kagaya explained. Hayasaka's eyes widened as realization dawned. The lottery. Exactly, Kagaya confirmed. She was almost certain that the man had exposed himself to test whether the diary's lottery was influenced by the content he wrote. Thinking about it, Kagaya couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If he succeeded in his test, he must have obtained power equal to or even greater than mine. She sighed deeply. If I had acted against him yesterday, I might have succeeded. But her cautious nature, ingrained by her family's strict upbringing, had made her hesitate. Her suspicion and overthinking had caused her to miss out on what might have been her greatest opportunity. Miss Kagaya, I think it's better to avoid becoming too entangled with that man, Hayasaka advised. He's the diary's true owner. If the diary has any sort of protection mechanism for its host, trying to take advantage of him could backfire. Kaguya fell silent, contemplating Hayasaka's words. You're right, she admitted after a moment. Whether or not such a mechanism existed was something only the diary's owner would know. As a mere reader, Kaguya could only gain what the diary allowed her to. Trying to seize more might result in losing everything. This was a lesson she had learned well from her family's teachings. But, Kaguya murmured, her eyes gleaming with determination. At least this diary gives me the chance to gain more power. Turning to Hayasaka, she issued a command. Hayasaka, practice with me tomorrow. Understood, Hayasaka replied, bowing slightly. Chapter 14, waking up early in the morning is not pleasant. The morning air was as fresh as ever, but for Ren, waking up today was far from pleasant. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the 3 former owners of his home, their souls lingering in the room. I didn't expect there were actually 3 lingering spirits in this house, Ren muttered to himself, feeling a headache brewing. He had known this house had a dark past, with murders taking place before he moved in, but seeing the evidence firsthand was unsettling. Looks like my habit of staggering activity times wasn't just paranoia. It actually saved me. For the past year, he had carefully avoided staying active during certain hours, hoping to avoid any spiritual disturbances. But was that habit really effective, he wondered. In truth, Ren wasn't sure if his schedule was the reason he had avoided trouble so far. If anything, it might have been sheer dumb luck or the protection of his diary. Either way, it's clear I've been living on borrowed time, he thought, sitting up in bed and observing the spirits more closely. The air around him began to swirl with mist, a manifestation of his connection to Sefirah Castle. Swish. The mist coalesced into 3 tendrils, resembling the tentacles of an octopus, and quickly ensnared the ferocious-looking spirits. The spirits snarled and clawed at him, their distorted faces a grotesque reminder of their tragic ends. Classic movie evil ghosts, Amamiya Ren commented dryly, unimpressed by their antics. He snapped his fingers casually. Snap. The 3 spirits, once menacing and filled with malice, dissolved into glowing remnants, mere lumps of energy. Staring at the remnants, an idea sparked in Ren's mind. Can I turn these remnants into something useful? Perhaps an artifact. As if responding to his thoughts, the mist tentacles moved on their own, pulling the remnants together and condensing them into a solid form. Before him floated an object surrounded by a faint white glow. Did I just think it and make it happen? Ren wondered aloud, reaching out to grab the object. As the glow faded, the object revealed itself to be a simple bracelet made of wooden beads. One bead bore the character for I. Without hesitation, he slipped the bracelet onto his left wrist. Holding the bracelet with his right hand, Ren felt a sharp twinge in his forehead. The bead with the I character began to glow, and an ethereal, misty eye materialized in the air before him. The eye floated around the room, observing everything before passing through the walls and venturing outside. However, it soon reached its limit and stopped moving. 20 meters, Ren noted. That's the range. As the strain in his forehead grew, he willed the eye to return. It dissolved into mist and reformed as part of the bracelet. Well, it's not bad for now, he said, examining the bracelet. The artifact wasn't particularly powerful, but it was functional. It was clear that Sefirah Castle had imbued the remnants with some of its power, creating a temporary tool for his use. To test its other capabilities, Ren pressed his hand against the wall. The misty eye character sank into the surface, leaving a faint mark. Concentrating, he found that he could see the room from the perspective of the embedded eye. This is just like placing wards in a game, Ren remarked, chuckling to himself. The bracelet allowed him to place up to 3 eyes simultaneously, which made sense given it was made from 3 spirits. If these eyes can function over long distances, this thing might be more useful than I thought, he mused. Satisfied with his experiments, Ren stretched and got out of bed. Today's a day off, so I can relax a bit, he thought. Still, he wanted to test the maximum range of the eyes and see if they could function without needing to be retrieved. As he prepared to leave, his thoughts turned to the people who might have read his diary. Those people shouldn't come looking for me today, he guessed. They've probably just obtained their powers and will need time to adjust and train. A smirk crossed his face. I wonder if any of them will try to contact me directly. With that, he began his day. Meanwhile, in another city, the Sanzenin mansion was unusually lively. Nagi, normally grumpy in the morning, was up early and full of energy. All right. Time to get up, she declared, throwing off her blanket. It was a rare sight. The girl who usually stayed in bed until noon was now standing bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Maria, who had shared the bed with her, was still fast asleep. Maria, wake up. Nagi said, shaking her maid. Maria groaned groggily, her eyes half-lidded as she struggled to process the situation. When she finally opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of Nagi, who was practically glowing with excitement. This must be a dream, Maria mumbled, closing her eyes again. She flopped back onto the bed, pulling the blanket over her head. Nagi waking up early. That's impossible. I must still be dreaming. Hearing this, Nagi's face flushed red with embarrassment. She gritted her teeth and leaned closer to Maria. Wake up already, she shouted, her voice loud enough to rattle the windows. Pa. Maria shot up in bed, startled awake by the sudden outburst. Nagi. What's gotten into you? Maria exclaimed, staring at the unusually energetic girl in disbelief. I have things to do. Nagi declared, her tone filled with determination. For the first time in a long while, she felt a sense of purpose. The power of the vision was still fresh and exhilarating, and she couldn't wait to explore its potential. Maria sighed, rubbing her temples. I should have known. You're just excited about your new toy, she muttered. Chapter 15, Kaguya locked in. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Isumi finally woke up, yawning softly. The events of the previous day had taken a toll on her. Though she was an exorcist, at the end of the day, she was still a 13-year-old girl. Apart from her spiritual abilities, her stamina was no different from any ordinary teenager. As she made her way to the hall, she was greeted by an unusual sight, Nagi sitting there with a red slap mark on her cheek. Nagi's eyes were slightly puffy, as though she had been crying. This unexpected scene left Sajinomiya Isumi utterly baffled. She couldn't help but ask with concern, Nagi, what happened to you? And nothing, hiss. It's nothing, Nagi stammered, waving her hand dismissively. I was just too excited when I woke up and accidentally bumped into something. But even as she spoke, she winced in pain, her sharp intake of breath betraying her discomfort. It doesn't look like nothing. Honestly, it looks more like you got slapped, Isumi remarked, narrowing her eyes. The idea that someone had slapped Nagi seemed absurd. It couldn't have been Maria, could it? No, that was impossible. Isumi ultimately decided to take Nagi at her word. All right, Nagi, but you should really be more careful. Even if you're excited about your new powers, you shouldn't be so reckless when you wake up. I know. It was just a one-time thing, Nagi replied, clearly embarrassed. As she tried to brush the topic aside, Maria entered the room, pushing a cart laden with breakfast items. Good morning, Miss Isumi, Maria greeted warmly. I made milk tea this morning. Would you like a cup? Thank you, Miss Maria, Isumi replied, gratefully accepting the offered tea. The rich, creamy taste of the milk tea paired perfectly with the subtle bitterness of the black tea, helping Isumi shake off the lingering grogginess of sleep. After a few sips, Isumi turned back to Nagi, her expression serious. Nagi, didn't you have the bodyguards look into who else might have had a strong reaction yesterday? Of course. Nagi's mood shifted instantly. Her usual excitement returned, though she still winced occasionally from the pain on her cheek. The bodyguards reported that only 2 families entered the amusement park yesterday, the Suzuki family and the Shinomiya family. The Suzuki and Shinomiya families? Isumi echoed. But the Suzuki family can be ruled out, Nagi added confidently. Why is that? The second daughter of the Suzuki family went to the amusement park to accompany a friend. She was worried about her friend's date with Kudo Shinichi. Ah, I see, Isumi said, nodding in understanding. Yesterday, she had seen a photo of Shinichi, though, at the time, he had already been transformed into a child. Now, she had only one question. How did someone on a date end up getting beaten up by members of some shady organization and drugged? It was a profound mystery, to say the least. If he was on a date, shouldn't his focus have been on the girl? Isumi asked, genuinely perplexed. Exactly, Nagi agreed. It's no wonder Miss Suzuki was worried. Shinichi is the type to attract trouble. Nagi flipped through the report. According to the bodyguards, the Suzuki family's car even sent her friend home after the incident. He left his date behind to chase after danger. Isumi sighed. He's not a bad person, but he clearly lacks consideration for those around him. Shinichi's actions were brave, perhaps even admirable, but they came at the cost of neglecting the people closest to him. If he knew it was dangerous, he should have called the police instead of charging in by himself, Isumi said with a frown. The police were already on the scene because of the roller coaster murder case. Why didn't he think to involve them? After venting her frustration, Isumi returned to the matter at hand. So, if it's not the Suzuki family, it must be the Shinomiya family. Exactly, Nagi confirmed. At this point, Maria produced a series of photographs. The images showed a motorhome with a frozen exterior. Isumi studied the photos carefully. The photos were taken after noon, around the same time as Nagi's lottery, Maria explained. It seems Miss Shinomiya obtained special powers as well, Isumi concluded. But unlike Nagi, her powers are even more uncontrollable, she froze the entire car. The timestamp on the photos provided undeniable proof. It was almost certain that Shinomiya Kagaya, the daughter of the Shinomiya family, had gained extraordinary abilities. So, what are you planning to do, Nagi? Isumi asked cautiously. Hee, of course, I'm going to talk to her, Nagi replied with a mischievous grin. You're going to reveal your hand? Isumi tilted her head in confusion. Is that really a good idea? It's fine, Nagi said confidently, puffing out her chest. We're not the right people to gather intelligence ourselves, but there's no harm in getting someone else to do it. Isumi frowned. Miss Shinomiya attends Shuchiin Academy. Even if you speak to her, it's unlikely she'll transfer schools. And even if she agrees, the Shinomiya family won't. Hee, I know that, of course, Nagi replied, unfazed. She had already asked Maria to investigate the internal dynamics of the Shinomiya family. Armed with this knowledge, she was confident in her approach. That's why I need to meet Miss Shinomiya face to face. Chapter 16, Shinomiya starts to get nervous. After leaving home, Ren wandered through the city, testing the abilities of the bracelet by planting eyes at various locations. Just as I thought, the planted eyes have no distance limit. He had taken a bus from one end of the city to the other and walked through numerous streets, a straight line distance of dozens of kilometers. Yet, the planted eyes remained active and fully functional. Unlike the movable eyes, which could roam freely but were tethered to him, the planted eyes functioned as static coordinates. As long as they weren't recalled, they could continuously monitor the area. Furthermore, recalling them was effortless and could be done remotely, no matter how far away they were. When recalled, the planted eye would return to the bracelet instantly, as though traveling through space. As expected of the power of Sefirah Castle, Ren muttered to himself, marveling at the spatial manipulation capabilities reminiscent of the door pathway. From this, it was clear that even though the bracelet was a small prop, it possessed certain extraordinary characteristics. However, its true potential could only be unlocked by someone capable of wielding such power. While testing the bracelet, Ren stopped at a family restaurant for lunch, taking a moment to think about his diary entry for the day. What should I write today? The content of the diary remained crucial. Every entry tied directly to the lottery, and he wanted to experiment with a mundane diary to see how it would affect the outcome. Suddenly, one of the eyes he had planted vibrated, signaling an event. Ren shifted his attention to the location the eye was monitoring. Through the eye, he saw a man in a baseball cap gripping a little girl by the neck and dragging her into an elementary school. The schoolyard was empty, it was the weekend, and there wasn't even a guard on duty. A kidnapping. The situation was obvious. Without hesitation, Ren put down his chopsticks and walked to a nearby public telephone booth to call the police. Using his personal phone would leave a trace, and that was a complication he preferred to avoid. 110 Emergency Services. How can I assist you? I just saw a man wearing a baseball cap dragging a little girl into Futobashi Elementary School. It's the weekend, so there's no one there. I suspect it's a kidnapping. Are you certain? The location is Futobashi Elementary School. Given the circumstances, I don't see any other explanation. Understood. Thank you for the report. We'll dispatch officers immediately. Be careful, he might be armed with a knife. Noted. Thank you for the warning. After hanging up, Ren returned to the restaurant, sat back at his table, and resumed eating his lunch as though nothing had happened. The Metropolitan Police Department immediately relayed the information to Inspector Juzo Megure, who was patrolling nearby. A kidnapping at Futobashi Elementary School. Megure frowned, glancing out the car window. The school wasn't far from their location. Sato, turn off the siren and head to Futobashi Elementary School. Notify nearby patrol units to assist. Understood, replied Sato Miwako, the female officer driving the car. She turned off the siren and used the radio to alert other officers in the area. Meanwhile, Ren continued eating, keeping an eye on the situation through the planted eye. The police are quite efficient when they're in the right mood, he mused, watching as 7 or 8 officers began sweeping the school grounds. The elementary school wasn't large, and there were only a few places where someone could hide. It didn't take long for the officers to locate the suspect in the school's storage room. 5 officers moved quietly, their guns drawn. Within moments, they kicked the door open and stormed in. 3 minutes later, 2 officers emerged, escorting the handcuffed men. A female officer followed, gently comforting the crying little girl. Not bad, Ren muttered to himself, nodding in approval. When they're not acting as background characters in a mystery drama, the police can be quite capable. With the situation resolved, he recalled the eye planted at the school. He had already decided on the theme for today's diary entry. I'll write about how I helped the police catch a kidnapper, he thought. It's a mundane event, but it'll serve as a good test for the lottery. With that decided, Ren finished his lunch and prepared to head home, concluding his day's experiment with the bracelet. Elsewhere, the Shinomiya household was in a state of quiet tension. Today, two unexpected visitors had arrived, Sanzenin Nagi and Sajinomiya Isumi. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of the entire household. Even Shinomiya Oko, the eldest brother and presumed heir of the Shinomiya family, couldn't ignore the implications. Kagaya's sudden connection to these two prominent young ladies could shift the family dynamics entirely. Oko's gaze darkened as he pondered the situation. How did Kagaya manage to establish ties with the Sanzenin family, he muttered to himself. No one had an answer. In a private room of the Shinomiya mansion, Kagaya sat across from Nagi and Isumi. On the table between them was a photo that left Kagaya with no room for denial. The atmosphere was tense. Only two maids stood nearby, silently observing. Kagaya's expression was calm, but her mind was racing. So, Miss Sanzenin and Miss Sajinomiya, your experiences are the same as mine. No, Nagi replied with a sly smile. Only you and I share the same experience. Isumi is just here to accompany me. Friends, then? Kagaya asked, her tone neutral. It was no secret that Nagi and Isumi had a close relationship, but Kagaya hadn't expected them to share such personal secrets. So, Miss Sanzenin, is this a confrontation? Kagaya asked, her sharp eyes locking onto Nagi's. If you're enjoying this so far, don't forget to leave a review and support this book with PS. Chapter 17, the two young ladies join forces. It's more of mutual cooperation than a confrontation. Although we are different individuals, we share the same fate. Kagaya did not object to this. Indeed, they did share the same fate. Since Nagi had the diary as well, Kagaya was certain that she too had received the power granted by it. Nagi propped her chin up with both hands and said, your status within the Shinomiya family doesn't seem very good, does it? What exactly does Miss Sanzenin mean by that? Do you want to control the Shinomiya family? As soon as these words left Nagi's mouth, Kagaya's hesitation from the day before vanished completely. I can control the Shinomiya family myself. As long as I master this power, I can use force to rule the entire Shinomiya family and bring it under my control. Oh, so you've already thought about it? Of course I have. Because of my background, I've never been accepted by the Shinomiya family. I was merely a princess waiting to be married off. If I can escape that fate, naturally, I would think about how to take control. But force alone isn't enough. If you use sheer force, most members of your family will only view you as a special individual, rather than as someone who deserves to rule. They'll interfere with your life more than ever. Kagaya fell silent. Indeed, even with overwhelming power, unless she could fully control the Shinomiya family's assets and structure, interference in her life would remain inevitable. She could resolve this by ruthlessly eliminating anyone who disrespected her, but could she really do such a thing? The answer was obvious, it was unlikely. She had to admit that seizing the position of heir to the Shinomiya family would be nearly impossible on her own. So, is Miss Sanzenin offering this condition to me? Yes. If you're willing, I can help you fully control the Shinomiya family and claim the position of heir. This was no small statement. If anyone else had said this, Kagaya would never have believed it. But coming from Sanzenin Nagi, with the Sanzenin family's vast influence in both politics and business, such a claim carried real weight. If Nagi wanted to, she could use the Sanzenin family's name to pressure the Shinomiya family, forcing them into submission. Kagaya was certain that the Shinomiya family's empire, no matter how vast, would collapse instantly if Sanzenin turned against them. To avoid total destruction, the Shinomiya family would have no choice but to surrender and submit. After a moment of contemplation, Shinomiya Kagaya finally spoke. You're offering this because of the diary? Yes. You should know by now, wealth is useless compared to power. Nagi's blunt statement resonated deeply with Kagaya. In the past, she might have misunderstood the meaning of those words. But now that she had tasted real power, she understood them completely. Wealth and influence were fleeting. True power was the only thing that mattered. He revealed his name to test the diary's rules, Nagi continued. But since he's exposed both his name and the city he lives in, it would be inappropriate for us not to take the initiative to contact him. For him, us reaching out and giving him material for the diary is mutually beneficial. Nagi's intentions were now crystal clear, and Kagaya understood them perfectly. So, I'll also be part of this test. Exactly. He doesn't know who has access to the diary yet, so we need you to confirm whether our theories are correct. The position of heir to the Shinomiya family feels cheap in comparison. On the contrary, it's incredibly valuable, it's a test for the diary's host. Nagi's light-hearted retort momentarily broke Kagaya's icy demeanor, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Indeed. Comparing the heir to the Shinomiya family with that person is like comparing night and day. Although that person's identity seemed ordinary, his hidden depth was unparalleled. By the way, Shinomiya, have you drawn your lottery reward for today? Not yet. Why don't we try it now? My guess is, we'll get nothing good today. I have the same feeling. The two of them exchanged a glance before taking out their diaries. They spun the large roulette wheel, and soon the results appeared. Thank you for participating. Yes, the results were exactly as they had expected. Not only did they fail to obtain anything good, they didn't receive anything at all. The sight of those 4 words made both of their faces twitch involuntarily. They looked at each other and saw the shared helplessness in their eyes. Nagi let out a long sigh. It seems the diary's rules for us are different from its rules for him. Yes. His rules are those of the host, the diary's owner, while ours are merely those of readers. Kagaya had reached the same conclusion. We observed him yesterday, and he reminded us about the lottery, which is why we received good rewards. As the diary's owner, his connection to us or the increase in the number of people reading his diary directly benefits him. As for us, we probably need to interact with him directly to improve our chances in the lottery. The key lies with him. A large portion of their assumptions had been confirmed, but some aspects still needed further testing. The thought of actively approaching such a special individual gave Kagaya a headache. She was not someone who enjoyed initiating contact with strangers. However, that wasn't the most pressing issue right now. What truly mattered was her position as heir to the Shinomiya family. So, Miss Sanzenin, will you transfer schools to meet him? Nagi looked conflicted for a moment. If it's necessary, then yes. We'll make contact with him directly. Understood. Kagaya nodded slightly. So, when does Miss Sanzenin plan to act? Right now, of course. With a sly grin, Nagi pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Old geezer, I need you to do me a favor. Bonus CHPS for every 100 PS, and if we reach 10 reviews, I'll also drop 5 bonus CHPS, Chapter 18, 3 days, change of air. A favor. In a private villa on a remote island, Makoto Sanzenin was genuinely surprised. His granddaughter, Nagi, who rarely sought assistance, was now asking him for help. His surprise quickly gave way to a pleased smile. Go on, it's rare for you to need something from me today. Since it was unusual for his granddaughter to make a request, Makoto decided to take her seriously and not tease her with his usual jokes. It's like this, I want the Shinomiya family to change their heir. Huh. Did the Shinomiya family offend you? Not likely. Makoto didn't think the Shinomiya family had the courage to provoke the Sanzenin family. I met a friend today, and I want to help her. A friend? You mean the daughter of the Shinomiya family? Thinking of the Shinomiya family's daughter, he recalled her immediately, a child with a cold and aloof demeanor. But how did Nagi end up befriending someone like her? That's rare. I didn't think you'd interact with those types of children who are difficult to approach. Old man, can you do it or not? Just call me Grandpa, and I'll do it. Grandpa. Hearing her soft and reluctant Grandpa made Makoto pause for a moment, his heart skipping a beat. How many years had it been since he last heard her call him that? He couldn't even remember how long it had been. 3 days. In 3 days, the Shinomiya family will have a new heir. The weight of those words was terrifying. If spoken publicly, they would shake the business and political worlds. But coming from Makoto Sanzenin, it was a simple declaration of fact. He truly had the power to make it happen. Makoto didn't bother asking why his granddaughter wanted this done. If it was something Nagi desired, then the Shinomiya family would simply have to comply. Of course, Makoto wasn't a gentle or diplomatic man. He was infamous for his ruthlessness. He wouldn't negotiate with the Shinomiya family over the matter of succession. Instead, he'd break their limbs, and then step on their heads to say, Shinomiya, kneel down. Let's talk about your family's heir. After hearing his response, Nagi glanced at Kagaya, who had been listening silently nearby. Old man, don't die on me just yet, okay? I still have things I want to do. Hee, don't worry, little Nagi. If nothing else, this old man has a long life ahead of him. Good. She chuckled and hung up the phone. Kagaya slowly regained her composure after hearing their conversation. This difference is overwhelming. Thinking about how she was constantly belittled and suppressed within the Shinomiya family, while Nagi was doted on by her own family. It was a stark and undeniable contrast. Taking a deep breath, Kagaya pushed down the sour emotions rising in her heart. 3 days. As expected of the Sanzenin family. She offered her praise without hesitation. Now, she fully understood the sheer power of the Sanzenin family. Kagaya had no doubts about Nagi's words. In fact, she had already started imagining what the Shinomiya family would endure over the next 3 days. But Nagi didn't seem the least bit proud. That's just the old man's power. He may do some ridiculous things, but his vision has always been spot on. This is more than just good vision. Kagaya didn't think such accomplishments could be explained away so simply. There were countless intelligent people in the world, but only one Mikado Sanzenin had reached such heights. That level of influence couldn't be attributed to luck or foresight alone. But does this count as stepping on the Shinomiya family? Her emotions were conflicted. Yet, deep down, there was a faint and inexplicable sense of satisfaction. When the old man finishes his task and you officially become the heir to the Shinomiya family, it'll be time to act. This test is crucial. Understood. Kaguya agreed. The test involving that person and the rules of the diary was indeed critical for their future plans. Also, even after you become the heir, you shouldn't personally manage the Shinomiya family's business. Delegate the work to a few trustworthy people. You're not inheriting the Shinomiya family just to play their money-making games. Kaguya nodded. The profitability of the family business was no longer her concern. Her focus should be on strengthening herself. If she became strong enough, wealth would naturally follow. Hayasaka. If you're planning to use your maid's connections, you'd better clarify some things with her first. The sudden warning caught Kaguya off guard, but she quickly understood. Hayasaka. Is it my eldest brother or my third brother? At this moment, Hayasaka lowered her head, her expression dark and troubled. She had known this day would come eventually, but she hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. It's Oko. Of course it's my eldest brother. He always likes to target the people around me. Kaguya's face turned icy, her anger barely contained. It was an outright betrayal, orchestrated by her brother. She had always despised betrayal, and now the person she trusted most, Hayasaka, turned out to be a pawn placed by her brother. Her lips trembled slightly as she tried to suppress her emotions. If it had been anyone else, she would have immediately expelled them. But this was Hayasaka. They had grown up together, sharing secrets and trust. With red eyes, Kaguya looked at Hayasaka. Hayasaka, do you have nothing to say to me? I'm sorry. Hayasaka's voice was filled with guilt and remorse. She knew that her actions amounted to betrayal. Kaguya clenched her fists, wanting to lash out, to scream. I'm sorry, all Hayasaka could say. Couldn't she give her an explanation or an excuse? But no matter how furious she was, Kaguya forced herself to remain calm. She knew that this wasn't entirely Hayasaka's fault, it was her brother's doing. Her brother had likely chosen Hayasaka because of her family's status as vassals of the Shinomiya family, and because of Hayasaka's close relationship with her. Suppressing her emotions, Kaguya spoke in a measured tone. Hayasaka, we'll talk about this later. Bonus CHPS for every 100 PS, and if we reach 10 reviews, I'll also drop 5 bonus CHPS. Chapter 19, Serialized Detective Stories. There's nothing special to do on the weekend, and I don't have work today, so I can stay home and watch videos online. But staying at home all day is boring, so I went out for a walk. I didn't expect to run into a kidnapper during a casual outing. Baika City is truly a magical place. It feels like you can encounter criminals no matter where you go. After living here for over 10 years, I should be used to it by now. It's rare to come across something like this, so I called the police right away. The police responded quite quickly. That's why I said, Shinichi, when you found those 2 guys from the organization, you should have gone to the police first. Maybe you wouldn't have been hit with a stick. Today's diary doesn't have any particularly explosive content, after all, not every day is full of excitement. But yesterday, I witnessed the famous scene of Shinichi turning into a child. I wonder what happened after that. Did he move straight into Ranmuri's house? Nagi, reading the diary, suddenly became interested. Maria, are the bodyguards keeping tabs on Kudo Shinichi? Kudo Shinichi. I'll check. Maria left to inquire and confirmed that the bodyguards hadn't been monitoring Kudo Shinichi, even after he had turned into a child. She immediately ordered them to investigate his whereabouts. The response came quickly, along with a photo taken outside a hospital ward. Maria handed the photo to Nagi. Maria, who are these 2 people? In the photo, besides Shinichi, now a child, there was a man with a mustache and a young-looking woman. The man is Kudo Yusaku, a world-famous mystery novelist. The woman is Kudo Yukiko, a renowned actress who won numerous awards during her career. Heso, his father's intelligence and his mother's love for acting were perfectly inherited. From Maria's explanation, Nagi understood that Kudo Shinichi was indeed a perfect successor. Dubbed the Homes of the Heisei era, Shinichi's reputation came with its own set of problems. Such fame often attracted unnecessary trouble and made him a target. It seems, as the diary said, he's not a bad person, just a kid at the age where he's impulsive and overly enthusiastic about things he's interested in. But she also understood why he was called the Death God. This was someone who would rush headlong into cases he found intriguing, regardless of the consequences. As for whether Shinichi was the root cause of the crime rate in Baika City, she was almost certain he was. Still, she couldn't deny that calling him Death God might be a bit unfair. Maria, in detective stories, don't the protagonists always stumble upon strange cases? Of course. To keep the story moving, detective stories are built around bizarre cases. Detective stories rely on one case after another to sustain the plot. The suspense and twists in the story are what make them interesting. Nagi glanced at Maria with a hint of surprise. Maria, you seem to know a lot about this. Well, I've read some books when I had free time. You've accumulated a lot of materials for drawing manga in the library, and I've cleaned them up over the years. Sometimes I'd find a book or two to read. Maria's explanation was reasonable. As Nagi's maid, her duties were complex, including handling Nagi's sudden whims. Occasionally, she needed some form of relaxation, and reading interesting novels became her pastime. After explaining, Maria gave Nagi a subtle look. So, do you think Kudo Shinichi is the protagonist of a detective novel? No, I don't think it's a detective novel. Nagi denied it outright. Detective novels wouldn't earn a protagonist the title of Death God. How many people would have to die for that to happen? True. Maria agreed. If a detective novel had enough deaths to warrant such a title, it would be an absolute failure as a story. So, I think it's probably a manga or anime. Maria froze at this sudden claim. Detective manga or anime? Are you saying the deaths are serialized? Exactly. That's why he's called the Death God. Makes sense. Maria couldn't refute such logic. Considering Baika City's situation, I'm starting to understand why its crime rate is so high. Nagi was speechless but felt like she had stumbled upon the truth. It's like the crime rate of the entire country is concentrated here just to provide cases for the protagonist. The statement was absurd, yet it strangely felt accurate. The fact that Kudo Shinichi turned into a child doesn't seem like the end of his story, it feels more like the beginning. Right. The story begins with the famous detective Kudo Shinichi being struck on the head by members of a mysterious organization, forced to drink a strange drug, and turning into a child. Then, he adopts a new identity and begins tracking the organization and the drug, hoping to return to his original self. Maria's speculation was logical, and Nagi found it convincing. A high school detective being turned into a child by a mysterious organization was the perfect setup for a long-running game of cat and mouse. Well, no wonder he seemed so unimpressed with being a Teitan High School student. Nagi nodded in understanding but then grew curious again. Maria, what kind of story do you think we're in? For us. I think it's a slice-of-life story centered around you, Nagi, something lighthearted and full of your unique charm. Maria's response felt fitting, given her understanding of Nagi. If you're that curious, you could just ask him directly when the time comes. Yeah. Nagi agreed. She already planned to do just that. After finishing the diary, it was time for the day's lottery. But with yesterday's results still fresh in her mind, she didn't have high expectations. Genshin Impact. Obtained recipe, Mondstadt hash brown. Mondstadt hash brown, a fried cake of mashed potatoes, capable of restoring vitality. A little bit of pinecone helps give it a nice crunch, and great with a bit of jam. Loved by people of all ages. Bonus CHPS for every 100 PS, and if we reach 10 reviews, I'll also drop 5 bonus CHPS, Chapter 20, Crushing. One Piece. Ingredients obtained, Sea King meat. Sea King meat, the meat of massive creatures living in the ocean. Highly nutritious. Long-term consumption enhances physical fitness. Staring at the massive piece of meat that now cluttered her room, Kaguya was left speechless. Is this really from a large ocean creature? It doesn't seem like anything from Earth. From the start, she had assumed large meant the earthly definition, but the scale here was far beyond her expectations. Walking closer, she took a sniff. There was no trace of blood, instead, the meat gave off a strange but pleasant aroma, almost as if the scent itself came from the meat's essence. No wonder it's said to enhance physical fitness after eating. Kaguya now fully understood that the things given by the diary were beyond the realm of normal comprehension. Hayasaka. Turning around, Kaguya's face immediately darkened with anger. You. Take care of this today. All of it, alone. Once you've handled this, I'll consider forgiving you. A way out was offered. Even though Kaguya was furious, she still left Hayasaka a path to redemption. But it wouldn't be easy. This massive piece of meat was a perfect punishment. She didn't hesitate to toss the responsibility at Hayasaka. Staring at the slab of meat, over 3 meters tall and 6 meters long, Hayasaka was momentarily stunned. However, what shocked her even more was Kaguya's attitude. She knew very well how much Kaguya hated betrayal. Normally, forgiveness wouldn't even be an option. Yet here was Kaguya, giving her a chance. This punishment, dealing with the absurdly large meat, was not harsh at all compared to what could have happened. Years of understanding Kaguya allowed Hayasaka to see this clearly. Kaguya was offering her a lifeline. Though overwhelmed by guilt, she immediately bowed. I understand, Miss Kaguya. Good. Kaguya couldn't stand the pitiful look on Hayasaka's face any longer and left the room with a huff. Left alone with the massive slab of meat, Hayasaka took a deep breath. Forgiveness. Miss Kaguya actually chose to forgive me. Tears welled up in her eyes as emotions overwhelmed her. I thought she would hate me. I thought I'd be driven away. Her own betrayal disgusted her, yet even so, Kaguya had let her off. Perhaps Kaguya felt the same pain she did. Wiping her tears, she looked up with renewed determination. Miss Kaguya, thank you for your forgiveness. This time, I have a choice. I won't make the same mistake again. Taking another deep breath, she turned her attention back to the colossal piece of meat. Well, let's get started. While Kaguya and Hayasaka were repairing their bond, the Shinomiya family as a whole was being crushed under unprecedented pressure. As the current acting head of the Shinomiya family, Shinomiya Oko was utterly bewildered. What's going on? Why are we suddenly receiving so many warnings from both the political and business worlds? One particular message left his scalp tingling. As a businessman, Shinomiya should focus solely on business and refrain from meddling in politics. The implications were chilling. In the world of politics, where power often exceeded the bounds of control, this was a severe warning. In business circles, things were no better. Allies who had previously worked harmoniously with the Shinomiya family now turned their backs, issuing veiled accusations of greed. Shinomiya always wants it all, both sides of the pie. The Shinomiya family's tradition of exploiting their allies had finally backfired. While their methods had been tolerated due to their immense power, today was different. Today, no one cared about being reasonable. Allies were now enemies, collectively pushing the Shinomiya family into a corner. Oko tried to leverage the leverage he had over these allies, but the responses were shocking. Shinomiya Oko, if you want to expose those secrets of mine, go ahead. Let's see who falls harder in the end. The defiance left him at a loss. Things quickly escalated. Official sanctions began rolling in. Hotels and shopping centers under the Shinomiya name were ordered to shut down for safety violations. Their prized real estate ventures faced government sanctions, shipbuilding contracts were abruptly terminated, and orders for railways, mining, and oil projects were suspended. Every industry the Shinomiya family touched was being crushed simultaneously. Even procurement channels were severed, with suppliers choosing to pay penalties rather than continue working with them. This was no longer just a financial issue, this was survival. For Oko, who had never faced such opposition in his 40 years of life, this was a nightmare. Who wants to destroy the Shinomiya family? His voice trembled with desperation. The full-scale boycott by both political and business circles was rapidly dismantling the Shinomiya family's empire. Forced to seek answers, Oko visited his father, Shinomiya Ganon, in the hospital. Father, who has the power to do this to us? Hearing his son's plea, Ganon immediately knew the answer. It's Mikado Sanzenin. Mikado Sanzenin. Oko's face paled instantly. Less than half a day ago, the eldest daughter of the Sanzenin family and the eldest daughter of the Sajinomiya family had met with Kaguya. Now, the Shinomiya family was being crushed. It didn't take a genius to connect the dots. Recalling Mikado Sanzenin's infamous ruthlessness, Ganon felt a chill down his spine. That old man. Don't be fooled by his gentle appearance now. In his youth, he was utterly merciless. Only Mikado Sanzenin has the power to destroy the Shinomiya family so thoroughly. Ganon looked at his son. Oko, what did you do to offend Mikado Sanzenin? Oko was speechless. What could he say? He didn't even dare think about offending the eldest daughter of the Sanzenin family, let alone Mikado Sanzenin. Bonus CHPS for every 100 PS, and if we reach 10 reviews, I'll also drop 5 bonus CHPS, Chapter 21, Undercurrents Underwater. Father, is there no way to stop Mikado Sanzenin? That madman won't stop unless he gets what he wants. Right now, the Shinomiya family is nothing more than meat on the chopping block. Unless you kneel and beg Mikado Sanzenin for mercy, surrendering completely to his arrangements, the Shinomiya family will only face destruction. Ganon knew Mikado's character far too well. If someone dared to provoke him, there was only one path forward, complete submission. However, Oko couldn't accept it. Is there really no other way? If you've provoked that old man, no one can save you. Ganon sighed deeply. While he wanted to help his son, he had to admit the harsh truth, Mikado Sanzenin was simply too powerful, a height the Shinomiya family couldn't hope to reach. Normally families like the Shinomiya family were rarely touched by the government, so long as they didn't cause too much trouble. The collapse of a family could destabilize the nation's economy, and the Shinomiya family was no exception. The government didn't want to see them fall, as it would impact countless jobs. This allowed the Shinomiya family to act recklessly for years. But this situation was different. If Mikado Sanzenin were to fully take over the Shinomiya family, the economic ripple effect would stabilize quickly. In fact, the nation's economy might even see a surge under Sanzenin's leadership. In such a scenario, no one would care about the Shinomiya family's survival. Ganon saw the unwillingness in his eldest son's expression and reminded him sternly. Oko, the Shinomiya family cannot fall. If we collapse, we'll all die. Every single one of us. You understand this, don't you? Oko naturally understood. The Shinomiya family had offended too many people and other families over the years. Now, with Mikado Sanzenin's methods on full display, the entire island nation was watching, eager to see the Shinomiya family's downfall. If the Shinomiya family surrendered, they would become nothing more than a dog under the Sanzenin family's leash. Perhaps no one would dare to directly attack the Shinomiya family, but they would lose everything, just like the countless families they had crushed in the past. And if the Shinomiya family chose to fight to the bitter end, then the other families would simply stand by, watching as the Shinomiya family was torn apart piece by piece. The vultures wouldn't attack yet, because Mikado Sanzenin would take the lion's share. In the first scenario, the Shinomiya family might still retain some semblance of their legacy. But in the latter scenario, there would be nothing left, not even the name of Shinomiya. Oko, who caused this? Was it Kaguya? Seeing his eldest son's reluctance to answer, Ganon slowly pieced it together. The only person who could prompt Mikado Sanzenin to act so decisively was his granddaughter, Nagi Sanzenin. Considering Nagi's age, the only connection she could have within the Shinomiya family was Kaguya. The answer was clear. As for whether Oko had directly offended Nagi Sanzenin, Ganon sneered inwardly. He didn't even have the courage to challenge Mikado Sanzenin's granddaughter, let alone his son. Oko, it seems you've lost to Kaguya. Oko lowered his head in defeat. He had always seen himself as the strongest contender for the Shinomiya family succession. He could control any situation, even restricting Kaguya's freedom. But now, Kaguya had taught him a lesson. Once she stepped off the chessboard, there were bigger players waiting to crush him without hesitation. All his past tactics were rendered meaningless. While the Shinomiya family faced internal chaos, the Shijo family was equally unsettled. What's going on this time? No one in the Shijo family could pinpoint the cause of the Shinomiya family's sudden crisis. Even Oko's investigations had yielded no answers. Mikado Sanzenin's name remained hidden in the shadows. To outsiders, it seemed as though the Shinomiya family had simply made a critical misstep, leading to their downfall. I don't know the exact details, but it's clear that external forces are coordinating with the political and business worlds to crush the Shinomiya family. And we still don't know who's behind it. Most of the Shijo family members had gathered to discuss whether they should seize the opportunity to strike. Father, should we take action as well? Shijo T, the family's heir, had a sharp mind and a reputation for calculated decision-making. Now that he was gradually taking on more responsibilities within the family, he naturally wanted to capitalize on the Shinomiya family's misfortune. No. Shijo Makoto, the current head of the family, immediately rejected the idea. The Shinomiya family is being suppressed by the political and business worlds in a manner that is abrupt and unprecedented. There were no warning signs, and even the Shinomiya family appears to be caught off guard. But look around, has anyone else made a move yet? Have the Hayasaka family acted? They have more reasons to attack Shinomiya than we do. It's not that no one wants to act, it's that no one dares to act. While the surface appeared calm, the waters beneath were already turbulent. The Shinomiya family's sudden downfall made it clear how powerful the unseen hand behind this was. Everyone understood that the Shinomiya family was in dire straits, but whether they were truly doomed depended entirely on the person pulling the strings. No one will act until the dust settles. Makoto's tone was firm as he advised his son. T, you're a smart man. Learn patience. Understood, father. T reluctantly suppressed his ambitions. Meanwhile, the Suzuki family also held their own meeting. Husband, who do you think is behind this? There's only one possibility. Suzuki Shiro adjusted his glasses, his voice steady. Mikado Sanzenin. Suzuki Tomoko was momentarily stunned. Mikado Sanzenin. Didn't that old man retire from the spotlight? Retired? Mikado Sanzenin may no longer appear on the front lines, but if he has a reason, he'll still act. A reason. Tomoko looked at her husband in confusion. Does Mikado Sanzenin have a reason to attack the Shinomiya family? Would the Shinomiya family even dare to provoke him? That's not it. Shiro dismissed the notion outright. The Shinomiya family wouldn't dare provoke Mikado Sanzenin. He then pulled out a photograph, showing a black car parked outside the Shinomiya estate. Tomoko, guess who was inside that car? Was it someone from the Sanzenin family? Mikado Sanzenin's granddaughter, Nagi Sanzenin, and the eldest daughter of the Sajinomiya family, the mysterious shrine maiden Isumi Sajinomiya. Bonus CHPS for every 100 PS, and if we reach 10 reviews, I'll also drop 5 bonus CHPS. Chapter 22, Hidden Interests. I know about Mikado Sanzenin's granddaughter, but this Sajinomiya, is her family really that mysterious? Yes, very mysterious, Shiro replied firmly, backing his statement with evidence. Sajinomiya is a shrine maiden family. Historically, their main business revolved around shrine-related work, specifically, exorcisms. Shiro, are you sure you're thinking straight? I came to this conclusion after a lot of research. Don't make it sound like I'm some fool who blindly believes in supernatural nonsense. Tomoko's reaction was natural, but even Shiro had found himself doubting his deductions at first. However, the deeper he investigated, the more apparent the truth became. Based on what I've found, the self-defense forces often visit the Sajinomiya family for certain matters. The self-defense forces visiting the Sajinomiya family. Tomoko couldn't wrap her head around it. The Sajinomiya family she knew of was involved in industries like food, beverages, and tea production. None of those businesses seemed significant enough to warrant attention from the self-defense forces. Not just the self-defense forces, Shiro continued, but also high-ranking government officials, renowned priests, onmyoji, and even public security officers from the island nation. Politicians frequently visit the Sajinomiya family for assistance with certain problems. If their businesses aren't directly helping those groups, then it's clear there's something else, something hidden, that draws them in. This all sounds so strange. Tomoko found herself increasingly baffled by Shiro's explanation. The Sajinomiya family's business ventures were respectable, but nothing about them seemed capable of influencing the upper echelons of politics and public safety. Are you sure you're not being overly speculative? No, Shiro replied, shaking his head. This isn't speculation. There's substantial evidence supporting the notion that the Sajinomiya family is far from ordinary. Prominent figures from all walks of life respect them. Even well-known priests seem to defer to them. And according to my research, Sajinomiya controls 50% of certain industries in the country. What's more, no one competes with them for that share, it's as if it's been deliberately left for them. Tomoko's eyes widened. 50%. And no one competes. Yes. That portion of their industries remains untouched, as though it's an unspoken rule. It's enough to keep the Sajinomiya family consistently ranked among the top families in the nation. Even the Sanzenin family could be shaken, but the Sajinomiya family remains immovable. It's like some kind of rule, Shiro added. The deeper he investigated, the more convinced he became that the Sajinomiya family's position was deliberately maintained. This really is bizarre. Hearing all of this, Tomoko couldn't help but feel uneasy. The privileges afforded to the Sajinomiya family seemed entirely out of the ordinary, and their relative anonymity among the general public only made them more enigmatic. A Sanzenin and a mysterious Sajinomiya. Tomoko mused. Shiro, why do you think Mikado Sanzenin made a move against the Shinomiya family? That. I can't say for sure. Shiro wanted to give an answer, but even with all his deductions, the exact reasoning eluded him. Then why did you sound so confident earlier? I was only analyzing the surface-level situation. How am I supposed to know what agreements exist between two 13-year-old girls and a 16-year-old girl? But one thing is certain, there's an interest involved here. Mikado Sanzenin wouldn't act without a reason. My guess is that there's some sort of deal between Nagi Sanzenin and Kaguya Shinomiya. Do you think Mikado's granddaughter is helping Kaguya Shinomiya seize power? Well, it's possible. Tomoko's suggestion made Shiro pause, and he realized it wasn't far-fetched. But there was one glaring issue. Why, though? What would Nagi gain from helping Kaguya Shinomiya seize power? That child can already get whatever she wants. Why would she go out of her way to meddle in the Shinomiya family's affairs? This question stumped them both. For someone like Nagi, who was born with everything, there seemed to be no reason for her to get involved in Kaguya's struggles. Instinctively, Shiro felt that the reason behind it was crucial, but with the limited information available, he couldn't reach a definitive conclusion. All we can do now is wait and observe. If Nagi is helping Kaguya seize power, then Kaguya will likely fulfill her part of the deal after gaining control. As he spoke, Shiro loosened the tie around his neck. We need to understand the true motive behind this. Is that really necessary? Yes, absolutely, Shiro said firmly. I have a feeling that whatever agreement they've made is extremely important. And understanding it could be vital for us. Years of experience in the business world had sharpened Shiro's instincts. He knew that the agreement between those girls wasn't trivial. It was significant enough for Nagi Sanzenin to involve Mikado Sanzenin and apply such overwhelming pressure on the Shinomiya family. For now, all he could do was suppress his impatience and continue investigating while waiting for more information. I'm home. The sound of their daughter's voice interrupted the couple's conversation. Dad, Mom, why are you sitting in the living room looking so serious? Sonoko entered, curious about the heavy atmosphere. Is it about the business? Go away, stop jumping to conclusions the moment you walk in. Tomoko snapped, rolling her eyes at her daughter. You've been running around all weekend. Tell me, where exactly have you been? Despite giving their daughter plenty of freedom, Tomoko couldn't help but feel curious about Sonoko's whereabouts. Obviously, I've been with Ren, Sonoko replied. Yesterday, Ren went to Tropical Land with Kudo, so I went early to keep an eye on them. Turns out Tropical Land is more popular than I thought. Not just Ren, even that Ice Queen seems to like it. Ice Queen? Do you have a friend like that? Tomoko looked at Sonoko in surprise. Ah, I'm talking about Kaguya Shinomiya. Doesn't she always keep that cold, frozen expression? Just standing next to her makes me feel chilly, so I call her Ice Queen. Bonus CHPS for every 100 PS, and if we reach 10 reviews, I'll also drop 5 bonus CHPS. Chapter 23, why not persuade them to break up? Yesterday, Kaguya went to Tropical Land. This news left the Suzuki couple momentarily stunned. Yes, Sonoko confirmed. I was wondering why someone like her, a proper young lady who usually spends her weekends practicing etiquette and archery, would suddenly decide to go to an amusement park. She said it was to relax, but I think she was acting strange. Indeed, she's acting strange, Shiro agreed. Kaguya's trip to the amusement park, followed by Nagi Sanzenin's visit to her home the next day, and then Mikado Sanzenin's sudden move against the Shinomiya family, these events couldn't just be coincidences. There must be a connection. Maybe we can start by investigating Tropical Land, Shiro said, glancing at his wife. Tomoko immediately caught on. Sonoko, the Shinomiya family's way of raising their children is very strict. It's nothing like our family, Tomoko explained. Of course I know that, Sonoko replied with a sigh. But it seems like Kaguya's upbringing has made her emotionally stiff. She comes across as cold and overly rigid. It's honestly irritating to even look at her sometimes. Though she wouldn't admit it outright, Sonoko had noticed how strict and stifling Kaguya's life must be. Raised as the perfect princess, Kaguya was undoubtedly groomed to shoulder her family's responsibilities. It wasn't pity, but more a sense of frustration. Sonoko couldn't figure out how to approach someone like Kaguya, who was so closed off. She was like a frozen fortress, giving no one the chance to get close. The Suzuki couple exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their daughter's point. They decided to steer the conversation elsewhere. Sonoko, you said you accompanied Ren yesterday. Why did you go out again today? Because of those two? Sonoko exclaimed, her irritation immediately rising. After their so-called date at the amusement park, Kudo and Ren haven't spoken a word to each other. It's infuriating. Tomoko raised an eyebrow. Oh. What happened? Don't get me started. Sonoko fumed. Mom, do you know what that blockhead Kudo did? He agreed to go to the amusement park with Ren, but the moment a case popped up, he ran off to solve it. Ren was clearly shaken after what happened, but instead of taking care of her, he said, I have something urgent to do. You and Sonoko go home together. Can you believe it? Kudo's brain must be wired wrong. Shouldn't he have at least walked Ren home? How dense can someone be? The more Sonoko thought about it, the angrier she got. She still remembered how lifeless Ren had looked afterward. Tomoko didn't know how to respond. She hadn't expected the date to end so poorly. She felt a pang of pity for Ren. Kudo Shinichi might be brilliant, but his emotional intelligence was clearly lacking. If only he could apply even a fraction of his reasoning skills to relationships, I'm sure Ren would have confessed to him by now, Tomoko mused. But Kudo Shinichi was far from that kind of person. Sonoko, make sure to keep Ren company for the time being, Tomoko said gently. Anyone would feel down after something like that. Of course, Mom. That's what I plan to do, Sonoko replied. I just hope Kudo actually talks to Ren at school tomorrow. If he keeps acting like this, even Ren won't be able to take it forever. Did you try finding Kudo today? Shiro asked. He wasn't home, Sonoko grumbled. I went with Ren to look for him, but he wasn't there. He probably ran off somewhere to solve another case, completely forgetting about Ren. Tomoko sighed. That boy really is a handful. But she couldn't help feeling relieved. At least you don't have a crush on someone like Kudo, Sonoko. Otherwise, your father and I would be pulling our hair out. She had always taught Sonoko to be cautious when forming relationships, especially romantic ones. Dating was fine, but it had to remain simple. No living together, no rushing into decisions. After all, as the future heir to the Suzuki family, Sonoko's choice of partner would determine the future of their conglomerate. Fortunately, Tomoko knew her daughter well. While Sonoko was undeniably a face-con, she had a good head on her shoulders. Still, Tomoko felt the need to offer some advice. Sonoko, if things don't improve, maybe you should try persuading Ran to reconsider her feelings for Kudo. If she stays hung up on him, I don't think it'll end well. As an elder, Tomoko knew it wasn't her place to interfere directly. But as someone who cared for Ran, she couldn't bear to see the girl trapped in a one-sided relationship. I've already tried. Sonoko exclaimed. But no matter what I say, Ren always ends up thinking about Kudo again. I just wish a handsome guy would come along and sweep her off her feet. Then maybe she'd finally forget about that idiot Kudo. Sonoko's words were blunt, but she meant them sincerely. She truly wanted her best friend to find happiness. Meanwhile, the person they were talking about was sneezing uncontrollably in a hospital bed. Achoo. 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 Shinichi sneezed 3 times in a row, his head spinning as he tried to recover. Let me be clear, he said, rubbing his nose and glaring at his parents. I'm not planning to run away with you. Yusaku and Yukiko exchanged troubled glances. Their son's stubbornness was as unyielding as ever. Shinichi, the situation you're in is incredibly dangerous, Yusaku said. The 2 men you saw are likely high-ranking members of a dangerous organization. They won't hesitate to eliminate anyone who gets in their way. I know, Shinichi replied, his hand instinctively touching the back of his head where he'd been struck. If the blow had been any harder, he might not have survived. But even so, he remained resolute. Dad, do you really think running away will make me safe? Bonus CHPS for every 100 PS, and if we reach 10 reviews, I'll also drop 5 bonus CHPS, Chapter 24, giving up everything to stay. Hey, given my current situation, Dad, do you really think running away would make me safe? Shinichi let out a bitter laugh. The poison is highly suspicious. How can a drug supposedly meant to kill someone shrink their body instead? I doubt it's even a poison in the traditional sense. I suspect its so-called poisonous effect is just an unintended side effect. And once the truth about this drug is exposed, and people find out that I'm a living specimen for it, my fate will be sealed. Shinichi wasn't a fool. He often got so absorbed in solving cases that he forgot about the people and circumstances around him, but his mind worked fast when it mattered. That organization has been gathering money for years, likely funding research for this drug. And with their behavior, I'm sure the world's intelligence agencies are already keeping an eye on them. If those agencies find out about me, I'll lose my freedom. Isn't that what you're trying to say, Dad? Yusaku stayed silent for a moment before nodding. That's exactly what I mean. That's what the witness protection program entails. As long as you enter the program, the FBI will erase all traces of your past identity. Honestly, it's the safest option for you right now. For an ordinary person, erasing their identity might take a lot of effort, but Shinichi's current circumstances made it easy to sever ties with his old life entirely. Like you said, Dad, if I join the program, I'll lose my freedom. And on top of that, my situation will be entirely under the FBI's control. So, I refuse. Shinichi's voice was resolute, with no trace of hesitation. If I join the program, sure, I might be safe, but everything else will head in the worst possible direction. Even if the organization is taken down someday, I doubt they'd use the antidote to restore me. I'd probably remain their living specimen indefinitely. He laughed at himself, the bitterness evident in his tone. Caught in this predicament, Shinichi had finally realized something important. A detective must first ensure their own safety before rushing into danger. His current situation was a result of his own curiosity and insatiable thirst for answers. Dad, I don't want to end up like that. Yusaku sighed heavily. How could he possibly want his son to face such a future? But his fatherly instincts conflicted with reality, leaving him stuck between 2 difficult choices. Shinichi, do you realize how irresponsible this decision is? If we leave you here, what can you even do? Entrust you to Dr. Agasa? Do you plan to drag him into this mess as well? Yusaku's tone turned cold, his voice sharp as he addressed his son. He had to make Shinichi face reality. You can't do anything on your own. And knowing your personality, the moment you come across a case, you'll rush in head first. Do you think you can handle that alone without involving anyone else? Yusaku's words hit their mark. Shinichi fell silent for a moment, his expression conflicted. I can't do it. Yusaku was right. He couldn't achieve his goals without relying on others. But that's why I need your help, Dad. His answer made Yusaku laugh bitterly. You know you can't avoid involving others, and yet you still ask for my help. Why? Because I don't want to give up my freedom or my future. I want to track down those people myself. So you're willing to stay here, even at the risk of implicating others? Yes. Yusaku felt an immense headache coming on. His son was not only stubborn but also incredibly difficult to persuade. Is this how you justify risking other people's lives for your own goals? No. Shinichi's eyes were steady, filled with determination. I won't let anyone else get involved because of me. I'll do everything I can to suppress my curiosity and avoid any suspicious behavior. At the same time, I'll protect anyone who ends up being dragged into this because of me. I won't let that organization harm my friends or family. The conviction in his voice was undeniable. Yusaku felt a mix of emotions, pride at his son's growth and frustration that it had to happen under such circumstances. A part of him wished Shinichi could simply leave this dangerous situation behind. But now, it seemed there was no turning back. Yusaku. He turned to his wife, Yukiko, who had been tugging on his sleeve. Is there really no way we can give Shinichi a chance to handle this himself? Yukiko's tone was soft, hesitant, but her words reflected her growing agreement with their son. Yusaku sighed, thinking it over. He couldn't help but consider the possibility. After a long moment, he turned to Shinichi. Fine, Shinichi. If you don't want to join the witness protection program, I'll respect your decision. But there's one condition: you must abandon your identity as Kudo Shinichi completely. Exclamation point. Shinichi's eyes widened. You can't use the name Kudo Shinichi until that organization is destroyed. This condition was no less than a death sentence for his identity. Even if he found the antidote, he wouldn't be able to reclaim his former life. It was a way to ensure his survival, but at the cost of erasing the person he used to be. So you're asking me to kill off Kudo Shinichi's identity? That's right. It's the only way you can stay here without being targeted. Shinichi clenched his fists, understanding his father's reasoning. He knew the organization was no trivial threat. His father's condition wasn't just a punishment, it was a necessary precaution. I agree. I'll let Kudo Shinichi die and live under a completely new identity. Yusaku sighed again, shaking his head slightly. He wasn't surprised by Shinichi's answer. All right, I'll contact some friends in the public security department to make the necessary arrangements. And we'll create a new identity for you. But remember, Shinichi, you've made your choice. There's no turning back now. I understand, Shinichi replied without hesitation. He didn't regret his decision. Bonus CHPS for every 100 PS, and if we reach 10 reviews, I'll also drop 5 bonus CHPS, Chapter 25, officially embarking on the road to sequence. What a surprise. After completing today's diary entry, Ren drew his lottery reward. The content of today's diary wasn't particularly rich, nor did it have any significant impact on other diary holders, yet the reward still came through. Lord of Mysteries. Obtained Sequence 9, Seer Potion. A dark blue, slightly sticky liquid appeared in a test tube, about as thick as 2 finger joints. It seems as long as I carefully record my daily life, I'll continue to receive rewards. And the items I draw seem to not only align with the content of my diary but also with my current stage of progress. How considerate. He picked up the test tube, removed the cork, tilted his head back, and downed the potion in one gulp. The sticky texture wasn't particularly pleasant, it felt like swallowing a soft, green tongue. As for the taste, it resembled a strange mix of compound juices. In short, it could be summarized in 2 words. It's awful. Potions were unpleasant not only in taste and texture but also because of the inherent risks they carried. Drinking a potion involved assimilating the spiritual imprint contained within it, forcing a confrontation between oneself and the imprint. As one progressed further down the sequence, the accumulation of spiritual imprints would increase, heightening the risk of mental instability or even schizophrenia. But this feels refreshing. The spiritual imprint from the potion became evident, yet instead of resistance or conflict, Ren felt a pleasant sense of assimilation. Rather than inducing the usual symptoms of schizophrenia, the spiritual imprint seemed to merge harmoniously with his own consciousness. The imprint didn't resist or struggle but actively cooperated, willingly becoming part of him. It even aided him in absorbing the potion's power. So this is the effect of wild card. Ren couldn't help but grin. As he had anticipated, this characteristic was incredibly compatible with the potion system. The side effects of the potion system, such as mental instability and eventual, out-of-control, phenomena, were fundamentally negated by his unique trait. Normally, individuals walking the sequence path would either absorb or suppress the spiritual imprint from the potion, but the end result often led to mental fragmentation. However, Wild Card completely flipped the script. This trait embraced the spiritual imprint, allowing it to become a natural extension of his personality. Rather than the imprint assimilating him, it willingly recognized him as the dominant personality, submitting itself to him and choosing to merge. It was as though the imprints yearned to return to their source, with him as their natural destination. And I don't even need to act. I can continuously draw on the power of the spiritual imprints to strengthen myself. If I incorporate the acting method, perhaps I can speed up the absorption process even further. I'll have to experiment with that. The implications were clear. Wild Card wasn't just helpful, it was an unparalleled advantage. For anyone taking the sequence path, possessing such a characteristic would save them from countless risks and complications. Tomorrow, I'll buy a divination book to start supplementing my knowledge of the occult. But that was a matter for tomorrow. Yawning, Ren began to feel drowsy. He rubbed his eyes, headed to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, and climbed into bed, falling asleep with the satisfaction of having officially embarked on the sequence path. The night passed quickly, and before long, it was the next morning. Ren arrived at Teitan High School in high spirits. The school atmosphere was the same as usual. Just like last year, he remained an insignificant presence. At school, he was an introvert among introverts. He avoided communication, refrained from socializing, and naturally had no so-called friends. This detachment made it easier for him to observe and determine who might have obtained the diary. He took his seat in the classroom and began listening carefully to his classmates' gossip. It seems that Kudo appeared on TV again. Yeah, I saw it. He solved a case while visiting tropical land. That guy might be arrogant, but his reasoning skills are undeniably impressive. The classroom buzzed with chatter about what had happened at tropical land the day before. Many expressed envy, marveling at Kudo's abilities. Indeed, Shinichi was someone others couldn't help but envy. He was handsome, intelligent, and came from a wealthy family. He lived in a villa with its own private courtyard, a lifestyle straight out of an anime protagonist's script. What made people even more envious was his childhood friend, Ran Muri. Ran was well known throughout the school, a beautiful girl with a good figure, a gentle personality, and an approachable demeanor. Her fiery side only emerged when dealing with Shinichi. Of course, everyone was aware this dynamic was part of the Kudo couple's daily interactions. Rumors about Shinichi and Ran being a couple had circulated in school for a long time. Neither had ever confirmed or denied the rumors, which only fueled the teasing. Many referred to them as the Kudo couple in jest. Ren adjusted his glasses, picked up his diary, and began writing. Diary entry. As soon as I arrived at school, I overheard my classmates talking about what happened at tropical land yesterday. Just like always, Shinichi's case-solving process and his remarks in front of the camera were reported on. Not surprising. However, starting today, Shinichi probably won't make any public appearances for a long time. I feel a little sorry for Ran Muri. As for Shinichi, I wonder if he'll follow the original story and move into Ran's house as a guest. He paused for a moment, resting his chin on his hand and thought. As long as nothing major happens, Shinichi's story will likely continue along its original trajectory. If not, it would mean Ran or Sonoko got the diary. But even if one of them has the diary, would they really resist Shinichi moving into the Muri household? It was difficult to predict. As for Shinichi and Ran's relationship, at most, Ren might hesitate a little before ultimately forcing Shinichi to move in. This will serve as a key indicator to determine if either Ran or Sonoko has the diary. If either of them held the diary, Shinichi likely wouldn't be able to move into the Muri household. That would serve as a crucial point of judgment. Chapter 26, Faking Death and Escape. At noon, some students brought their own lunch, while others headed to the student cafeteria. Ren was among those who went to the cafeteria. A simple meal with a few dishes was considered his lunch. Poor students couldn't afford extravagance. As soon as he sat down, he overheard a conversation from the next table. It seems that Kudo's parents came to school today. Yusaku Kudo and Yukiko Kudo. Why are they back? Ren was a bit surprised but continued to listen. Why did Kudo's parents come to school? Didn't he take a leave of absence today? What does Kudo's absence have to do with his parents coming? He's taken leave before, but his parents never came to school for that. Ren quietly absorbed the conversation, piecing together the situation. It seems Shinichi, who fainted in the alley on Saturday, must have been found by the police and taken to the hospital later. The hospital likely contacted his family through Shinichi's phone while he was unconscious, which explains why his parents returned. This is unexpected. The situation was beginning to shift in a different direction. The return of Shinichi's parents was bound to set off a chain reaction. If they knew what had happened to their son, they were likely making plans for his extended absence from school. Could the couple be planning to take Shinichi abroad? But even if they did, the outcome wouldn't necessarily be good for him. If Shinichi sought protection abroad, there would undoubtedly be a price to pay. Intelligence agencies like the FBI don't do anything without extracting their share of benefits. Once they realized Shinichi was a living specimen of the drug, his safety might be guaranteed, but his freedom would not. Well, I doubt Shinichi would choose something so extreme. He'd likely choose to stay. Whether Shinichi's decision is driven by realism or something else, though, is another matter. In the original story, Shinichi never seemed to think too practically. His decision to stay stemmed from his unwillingness to leave Ren. Ren, caught up in curiosity, found himself eating faster. After quickly finishing his meal and returning the plate, he made his way to the corridor outside the principal's office. He pressed his hands against the window, peering inside, and let the misty eye from his bracelet float into the room. Inside were three people, the principal and Kudo's parents. The bracelet's eye didn't have auditory functions, but that wasn't an issue. Ren pulled out his diary. The diary's recording function relied on what the eye observed, and it captured sound as well. Then he heard it. I extend my condolences for Shinichi's experience. The opening statement almost threw him off completely. Condolences. Why is the principal mourning? Did Shinichi get hit to death by that stick? That's ridiculous. This development was completely unexpected, and Ren rubbed his forehead, replaying the events from Saturday. He was certain Shinichi had been alive when he saw him in the alley. If the blow had been fatal, Shinichi's body wouldn't have shrunk. The stick had knocked him unconscious, but it definitely hadn't killed him. Without dwelling on the ongoing conversation inside, Ren pulled out a 500 yen coin and infused it with his spirituality. Kudo Shinichi is not dead. It was a simple two-choice divination, requiring only a straightforward method. The coin landed heads up, yes. To ensure accuracy, he repeated the divination 4 more times. Each time, the coin landed heads up. The answer was clear. Shinichi faked his death. So, he had his parents stage his death. Shinichi, you're truly ruthless. You've essentially killed off your own identity. You're planning to fight the organization to the bitter end, refusing to restore your identity as a high school detective until the organization is destroyed. Ren couldn't help but admire Shinichi's decisiveness. This wasn't a choice someone with half-hearted determination could make. We didn't expect something like this to happen to Shinichi. Yusaku's exhaustion was evident. Yukiko, her eyes red and swollen, sat silently beside him. The principal, sitting across from the couple, looked visibly uncomfortable. He had no idea how to comfort parents grieving their son. Words of solace seemed hollow and ineffective. Mr. Kudo. Don't worry, principal, Yusaku said calmly. Yukiko and I will manage our emotions. But I hope the news of Shinichi's death doesn't spread within the school for now. Of course, the principal replied without hesitation. I promise no student will hear about Shinichi. Will the media outside catch wind of it? No. Yusaku shook his head, reassuring the principal. I've already discussed Shinichi's situation with the Metropolitan Police Department. For now, his death will remain a secret. I see. The principal nodded, visibly relieved. Since the police were already involved, the school could cooperate without worry. Thank you for your understanding, Yusaku said, standing up. Yukiko and I will take our leave now. There are still matters to attend to. The couple exchanged brief pleasantries with the principal before leaving the office. Once they got into their car, the weight of their emotions finally broke through. The school side is taken care of, Yusaku said, exhaling deeply. Yes. As long as there are traces left at the school, it should be fine, Yukiko replied softly. Yusaku nodded. The public security department has also handled everything. Shinichi's fingerprints, DNA, and even his school records have been completely transferred to his new identity. Every detail has been altered to ensure no one can trace him back. But by doing this, Yusaku trailed off. He sighed deeply. This is a decision without any chance of turning back. Once the identity of Kudo Shinichi was erased, there was no going back. This was precisely why Yusaku had wanted his son to leave the country. The organization could take years, or even decades to destroy. If this dragged on too long, the name Kudo Shinichi might be forgotten forever. Yukiko, sitting quietly, finally spoke. That child, he's just too stubborn. Bonus CHPS for every 100 PS, and if we reach 10 reviews, I'll also drop 5 bonus CHPS. Chapter 27, The Young Master Who Came to the Door. Shinichi's situation is beyond my understanding. It seems that after I left, the people who went to Tropical Land because of me contacted the police in advance and sent the unconscious Shinichi to the hospital. Perhaps because Shinichi was comatose, the hospital needed to find his family. So, they used the phone in Shinichi's clothes to contact his parents, even calling back Kudo Yusaku and Kudo Yukiko, who were abroad. This is truly a surprise. But what surprised me even more was Shinichi's choice. In order to stay, he decided to completely abandon his identity. Honestly, I admire Shinichi's decisiveness. Anyone who has seen Shinichi's condition would know that what he took wasn't poison but rather the intended effect of the drug. The organization really is remarkable, having developed a drug with rejuvenating properties. The concept of longevity has always been the ultimate goal for people throughout history. Even with boundless wealth, it all eventually returns to the earth. Longevity is the aspiration of all those in power. This holds true for every era and every high-ranking individual. Putting down his pen, Ren pondered carefully. It made sense. In the end, no one could escape the desire for longevity. But does this mean the research and development ability of the organization is strong or weak? They were capable of developing a drug with rejuvenating effects, but after losing the Miyano couple, they seem to have stagnated in terms of progress. Or perhaps the Miyano couple's daughter is the only one capable of continuing their research. It's hard to say. The organization likely has numerous talented personnel. Particularly in research and development, they must have recruited scientists from all over the world. However, aside from the Miyano couple and their daughter, it seemed the organization lacked other researchers capable of developing APTX-4869. Knowing that the Miyano couple's daughter was a rare talent who could further the drug's development, they still allowed their top operative to toy with the Miyano sisters. Clearly, by controlling Miyano Akemi, they could have easily controlled Miyano Shiho. So why did the organization choose such extreme measures? Was it simply to highlight their strict internal rules? Regardless, Ren felt that the organization's actions were laughable. The development of the drug was clearly their priority, yet the organization's objective seemed to have shifted to stirring up chaos everywhere. So, is this just a power grab by Rum to wrest control from Karasuma Renya? Ren had no intention of delving too deeply into these mysteries. He had watched Detective Conan before his reincarnation. 16 years had passed since then. Who could remember everything clearly? Besides, the number of episodes in Detective Conan was longer than his own lifespan. Who could watch all of them and remember every critical plot point? Right now, his interest lay in whether Kudo would live with the Muri family in the future. Shinichi must have some selfish motives for staying. On one hand, it's definitely for Ran. How could he give up so easily after harboring a crush for so many years? I'm sure he's worried. Worried that Ran might fall in love with someone else in his absence. But abandoning his past identity to stay behind is not a wise decision. By giving up his identity, he could stay close to Ran in the same country. However, being forced to watch from the sidelines without being able to intervene would be far crueler than remaining oblivious. In the original story, wasn't there a doctor who had deep feelings for Ran? In a special episode set 10 years later, wasn't it hinted that Ren even proposed to him? TSK, I wonder how things will play out this time. This content seemed worthy of being recorded in his diary. But Ren knew he had to wait and see how things unfolded with Ran. Amamiya Ren was curious, but he also understood that some things shouldn't be written about too extensively. Especially while he was searching for the other diary owners. By the way, are the owners of these diaries always this cautious? At that moment, the diary owners whom Ren was muttering about were silently reading the entries in their hands. Longevity, that is indeed what every person in power desires to pursue. Kagaya nodded in agreement with that part of the diary. Throughout history, countless individuals had sought immortality, yet without exception, they all failed. It's astonishing that an assassination organization would actually research such a drug and even achieve some results. Hayasaka, if you had the opportunity to obtain longevity, would you pursue it? Yes, Hayasaka replied honestly. But more than longevity, I would prefer immortality. As everyone knows, longevity and immortality are completely different concepts. Rather than simply living longer, as a girl, what Hayasaka valued more was maintaining her beauty. You're really greedy. Kagaya couldn't help but mock her, though she fully agreed with her sentiment. Compared to longevity, immortality was more aligned with a girl's desires. She glanced back at Hayasaka AI. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, the whites of her eyes were bloodshot, and her wrists were slightly red and swollen. You spent the whole day processing the meat? Yes. Have you reflected on your actions? Yes. Then I'll let your betrayal slide this time. The punishment had been dealt, and Kagaya chose not to pursue Hayasaka's betrayal any further. That said, Hayasaka hadn't acted on her own initiative. Otherwise, Kagaya wouldn't have let her off so easily. Contact Aunt now and ask her to come over tonight. Yes. The affairs of the Hayasaka family needed to be addressed. Kagaya was keeping track of time and monitoring the state of the Shinomiya family. Yesterday, Nagi had given her an answer. In 3 days, unless the family had changed, the Shinomiya family would be headed for ruin. Based on her understanding of her eldest brother, he would undoubtedly seek her out. As for how her eldest brother would know, Kagaya didn't think her brother was so incompetent that he wouldn't even recognize who was betraying him. Even if Nagi's behind-the-scenes actions were subtle, they still left clues. As long as her brother discovered that Sanzenin was involved, wouldn't the woman who had met with Sanzenin yesterday be the obvious answer? That evening, 2 cars pulled into Shinomiya Kagaya's mansion. One belonged to the main family, while the other was from the Hayasaka family. The people from both cars exited at the same time. Now. Good evening, Master Oko. It seems my little sister is truly taking action now, even going so far as to summon you. Oko smiled, but in Hayasaka Nao's eyes, that smile was filled with desolation. Chapter 28, I don't like it. 1/5. Hayasaka now knew well what was happening within the Shinomiya family. She had been pondering who the mastermind was, someone capable of rallying so many external forces to collectively resist the Shinomiya family. And the final answer turned out to be Miss Kaguya. This was truly unexpected. Now bowed slightly. Master Oko is joking. You know whether it's a joke or not. Shinomiya Oko sighed, a hint of dejection in his tone. My youngest sister, I've always treated her as nothing more than a tool. Who could have imagined that a mere tool would end up scheming and stepping on the Shinomiya family with one foot? It's not just my sister, your daughter is the same. The wedge I've always kept firmly in my hand has betrayed me in the end. Having hunted for half a lifetime, he was now pecked in the eye by the eagle he had raised. The irony was unbearable. Perhaps if he had been aware of certain things beforehand, he could have still retained control. Unfortunately, everything he had built up was now a complete joke. Well done. She didn't show it on her face, but in her heart, now couldn't help giving a thumbs up to her daughter and Miss Kaguya. The person who had the deepest control over the entire Shinomiya family was undoubtedly Shinomiya Oko. This man was ruthless and would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. If such a person was forced into a corner, it could only mean he had been crushed in an overwhelming defeat. Now hadn't investigated who was behind this push. The Hayasaka family wasn't in a position to openly betray their master right now. That's why she quietly enjoyed seeing the proud and arrogant young master of the Shinomiya family so utterly devastated. When she returned, she would definitely describe this situation in full to Masato. On the surface, now maintained her usual gentle expression, exuding respect in every gesture. Young Master Oko, maybe things aren't as you think. Oko suddenly remembered why he had chosen the Hayasaka family in the first place. Aside from the fact that they were easy to control, there was also this person, Hayasaka now. Her expression was so perfectly controlled that even he couldn't detect a single flaw. Like mother, like daughter. You're just like you were when you served Unyo. You're more tactful than your daughter and better at maintaining a poker face. Thank you for the compliment, Master Oko. Even though she knew it was an insult, now remained unbothered. At this moment, any reaction from Oko was nothing more than the angry howling of a defeated dog. Young Master Oko, it's getting windy outside. Let's head in first. We wouldn't want to keep Miss Kaguya waiting. That wouldn't be appropriate. This statement made Oko visibly uncomfortable. Humph. With an angry snort, he turned and walked into the villa. Now followed behind, maintaining her dignified and composed demeanor. Inside the villa's living room, Kaguya had been waiting for some time. She was seated on the sofa, elegantly flipping through the diary in her hands. Indeed, just reading the diary won't easily yield rewards. Today's lottery from reading the diary had been another, thank you for participating. The first lottery after reading the diary must have been an exception, giving me the best possible reward. 1 piece. Obtain devil fruit, ice fruit. Although the fruit tasted terrible, eating it had granted her extraordinary powers. In the subsequent lotteries, she had drawn 2, thank you for participating, results and 1 portion of Sea King meat. Only the Sea King meat was somewhat decent. Clearly, there were strict rules when it came to reading diaries. It was evident that the rules for diary readers were far more stringent than those for the diary's owner. This was likely the gap between being the diary's owner and being a mere holder of its pages. But such a gap was to be expected. Without it, how could one distinguish between the superior and the subordinate? Miss Kaguya. Hayasaka's voice from behind brought Kaguya Shinomiya out of her thoughts. She looked up to see the villa's door slowly open, and her eldest brother and Hayasaka now walk in one after the other. This prompted Kaguya to rise from her seat. She stepped forward, but instead of greeting Oko, she walked past him to greet now. Long time no see, Aunt now. Long time no see, Miss Kaguya. Now hadn't expected Miss Kaguya to personally welcome her. She glanced at Oko ahead of her, noting how his shoulders trembled with anger. It just so happens that the Shinomiya family is now in my hands. I'll need capable people to manage its industries, and I think the Hayasaka family will make excellent assistants. Kaguya. Oko could no longer contain himself. With a furious roar, the temperature in the living room seemed to drop several degrees. Hearing this outburst, a cold smile appeared on Kaguya Shinomiya's face. Oh, it's you, big brother. I didn't notice you earlier. Sorry, I assumed you'd retired and were staying at home. Kaguya. I am still the heir of the Shinomiya family. Oko emphasized this point through gritted teeth. You won't be for much longer. Kaguya rebutted him mercilessly. The Shinomiya family is crumbling. It's being suppressed by Sanzenin. Big brother, how much longer do you think it will last? If the heir doesn't change, the Shinomiya family will fall completely. Big brother, can you bear the thought of the Shinomiya family's complete collapse? That's a death sentence. Now felt the power of Kaguya's words more deeply than if they had been physical blows. Oko's expression broke completely. Could the Shinomiya family withstand collapse? No, it couldn't. If the Shinomiya family fell, no one within it would survive unscathed. It's the same for you. Really? Then why do you think Sanzenin is supporting me, big brother? Oko was at a loss for words. He didn't know the exact reason, but he could tell that even if the Shinomiya family fell, Kaguya had enough confidence to gain Sanzenin's protection. But if Kaguya could secure Sanzenin's protection, what about the rest of the Shinomiya family? When the Shinomiya family collapsed, their enemies would surely come knocking the very same night. Kaguya took Nao's hand and led her to the sofa to sit down. The sneer on her face was like that of an empress looking down at a dethroned emperor. Now, it's my turn to speak, Shinomiya. Kaguya's turn. And you, big brother, can only passively listen. You will hand over the title of heir to me. If I refuse, the Shinomiya family will be destroyed. At this point, you're begging me. Don't get it twisted, big brother. And one more thing, I hate you talking to me with your head tilted upward. You know what I mean, don't you, big brother? Chapter 29, Chapter 29, The Emperor Falls, the Empress Takes the Throne. February 5th. Exclamation point. Now, seated on the sofa, almost let her shock show at this moment. This is going to completely crush Master Oko's dignity underfoot, she thought. When she saw Oko at the door, she already knew that Miss Kaguya wasn't going to let things end easily this time. But seeing this unfold now, she realized how naive her earlier thoughts were. Miss Kaguya didn't just want to win, she wanted to utterly trample everything Oko stood for. Exclamation point. Oko, of course, understood her words. Kneel. In his mind, he had always seen Kaguya as nothing more than a tool, something to strengthen the family's power. And now, this tool was demanding that he kneel before it. Kneel before her. What's the matter, big brother? Don't you understand plain language? Ah, I suppose that makes sense. You've always been so proud, how could you possibly understand the words of a mere tool? Kaguya's voice dripped with mockery, her sneer cutting deeper than any blade. In that case, let me rephrase it in simpler terms, so even you can understand. Do you choose your dignity, or do you choose the survival of the Shinomiya family? It's a simple choice. In your eyes, isn't the Shinomiya family the most important thing of all? Surely, you wouldn't allow the honor of the Shinomiya family to be severed here. Of course, if you insist on keeping your dignity, then I, as your younger sister, will respect that decision. But I wonder, will the people coming to kill you after the Shinomiya family collapses also respect your decision? Oko's shoulders trembled. He knew, he had no choice. Plop. He dropped to his knees, the sound echoing through the room, his emotions unreadable as he knelt before his youngest sister. As Oko obediently complied, the coldness on Kaguya's face began to dissipate, bit by bit. Since big brother insists, I'll take over the burden of the Shinomiya family. Oh, and by the way, since Sanzenin is backing me, the Shinomiya family will fully submit to Sanzenin. After all, this is necessary for survival. The Shijo family is already making moves in the shadows. This is the only path for the Shinomiya family to endure. Her words were impeccably crafted, wrapped in the guise of righteousness, ensuring she seized the moral high ground completely. Behind her stood the banner of Sanzenin, fluttering high. But for Oko, it was all over. The Shinomiya family's submission to Sanzenin was irreversible. Likewise, the position of heir was now unshakable. As long as the Shinomiya family wanted to avoid complete destruction, there was only one viable heir, Shinomiya Kaguya. Big brother, do you have any objections? No, none at all. Oko knew that his era had come to an end. With Sanzenin supporting Kaguya, the glory of the Shinomiya family could continue. But from this moment on, the title of heir was beyond the Shinomiya family's control. Its future was now set in stone. At this moment, the proud head of Shinomiya had been crushed to the ground by Sanzenin's overwhelming force. And with Kaguya now standing tall, there would be no chance for the Shinomiya family to rise again under someone else's leadership. Hayasaka, escort big brother out. Yes. Kneeling on the ground, Oko stood up sluggishly, moving like a soulless zombie as he left Kaguya's home. Hayasaka followed him, silently escorting the 40-something eldest son of the Shinomiya family outside. Not a single word was spoken during the process. She simply walked him to the door. Hayasaka AI. Abruptly, Oko's footsteps paused, and he turned his head slightly. What happened to Kaguya? I'm not obligated to answer your questions, Master Oko. Have you told Kaguya everything? About all the times you betrayed her? And she still forgave you? Realization dawned on him. Hayasaka had already confessed her betrayals to Kaguya. And Kaguya had chosen to forgive her. For Oko, this was utterly incomprehensible. Perhaps, this was the greatest mistake of his life, underestimating the bond between the two. I see. I see. Kaguya's ability to misjudge someone's loyalty, that was the key to my downfall. Hayasaka offered no response. Oko looked up at the starry night sky, his eyes filled with exhaustion. The sky is so vast. I haven't looked up like this in a long time. There may still be many opportunities in the future. After saying this, he shook his head and continued walking forward. But the defeated figure of Oko, retreating into the night, seemed destined to become the permanent state of the once proud eldest son of the Shinomiya family. There were so many matters to discuss that now, who had initially planned to return home, had no choice but to stay overnight. The issue of the heir needed to be announced as soon as possible, there was no time to delay. Sure enough, by the next morning, the Shinomiya family held an official meeting and made an announcement that shocked everyone. From that day forward, Shinomiya Kagaya would be the official heir to the Shinomiya family. At the same time, the family declared its complete submission to Sanzenin. The decision was so abrupt that almost no one in the family could process it. But that wasn't all. Immediately afterward, Shinomiya Kagaya revealed a mountain of evidence detailing instances of bribery involving several key members of the Shinomiya family. This explosive move swept away numerous high-ranking members, leaving critical positions vacant. And those positions? They were promptly filled by members of the Hayasaka family. In one fell swoop, the Hayasaka family secured control over much of the Shinomiya family's internal operations. Additionally, the Hayasaka family formally selected Hayasaka AI as their heir, signaling their full allegiance to Shinomiya Kagaya. There was no dissent within the Hayasaka family regarding this decision. Why? Because Kagaya offered them more power than anyone else ever had. Under Oko's leadership, he had tried to hoard everything for himself. But under Kagaya's leadership, she handed out power freely, unwilling to cling to it herself. And with the Sanzenin family backing her, the Hayasaka family's path forward was clear. At this point, Hayasaka Nao and Hayasaka Masato were no longer ordinary executives within the Shinomiya family, they were now core members holding real authority. Once the issue of the heir had been resolved, Sanzenin's suppression of the Shinomiya family ceased. In return, Sanzenin formally accepted the Shinomiya family's submission. Thus, the internal power struggle within the Shinomiya Zaibatsu ended with Shinomiya Kagaya's rise to power and the family's allegiance to Sanzenin. This outcome made the Shinomiya family a laughingstock to some, but for others, like the Shijo family, it was a bitter pill to swallow. The Shijo family, long searching for weaknesses in the Shinomiya family, was left floundering. Why? Because Kagaya had simply thrown all those weaknesses into the fire. She exposed everything, sending those responsible to prison and handing over the evidence to the authorities. In a single move, she closed off every possible vulnerability the Shinomiya family had. And with Sanzenin standing behind her, the Shijo family's hopes of striking the Shinomiya family down were crushed. To target Shinomiya now would be to target Sanzenin directly. And that was a game they simply could not win. As a result, the Shijo family fell silent, conceding defeat in the wake of Kagaya's rise. Chapter 30, Leave and Transfer. March 5th. In the Student Council office of Shuchiin Academy. As the president of the Student Council, Shirogane Miyuki subconsciously glanced at the seat that belonged to the vice president, Shinomiya Kagaya. The slightly irritated mood caused him to tap his fingers against the table without realizing it. President, what's wrong today? You seem agitated, asked Ishigami Yu, who was working on the Student Council's project report. Noticing the president's unusual demeanor, he turned his attention toward Shirogane with curiosity. Ah, you're thinking about the vice president, aren't you? Hey. Ishigami, I'm just concerned about Shinomiya. She's been on leave for 3 days. Oh. So the president doesn't know. Hearing this, Shirogane immediately straightened his posture. Ishigami, do you know why Shinomiya took leave? Not only do I know, but almost everyone in Shuchiin knows why the vice president is absent. Wait, everyone knows? Yes, it's been a hot topic for the past few days. Honestly, I thought you already knew about it. This is news to me. For the first time, Shirogane Miyuki felt the sting of how limited his access to information was. But if the reason is so well known, why am I the only one left out? Ishigami, can you explain everything to me? Of course. Ishigami nodded, setting his computer aside for the moment. The story is pretty straightforward. A few days ago, a sudden upheaval occurred in the Shinomiya family. Upheaval. At the time, a powerful force began suppressing all of the Shinomiya family's businesses. Not just in the business world, either, even their political connections were targeted. The entire family was under pressure. But, the Shinomiya family is massive. Shouldn't they be able to resist? Nope. The Shinomiya family was nearly crushed overnight. That's unbelievable. Shirogane Miyuki couldn't mask his shock. Since starting at Shuchiin, he'd constantly heard about the scale and influence of the Shinomiya family. For something so formidable to be brought to its knees in such a short time was utterly mind-boggling. That's why Shinomiya asked for leave. Because of the chaos in her family. I'd say that's part of it. Ishigami considered it for a moment before continuing. While the vice president's leave is definitely tied to the family crisis, the reason might not be what you think. Not what I think. What do you mean? President, let me put it this way, everyone is saying that the upheaval in the Shinomiya family was orchestrated by Sanzenin. Sanzenin. The weight of the name hit Shirogane like a brick. The Sanzenin family, another name representing wealth, power, and prestige far beyond the Shinomiya family. As if Shinomiya alone wasn't overwhelming enough, now Sanzenin was added to the mix. But that's not the only thing. What's really surprising is that people are saying the mastermind behind it all was Shinomiya herself. Wait. What? The person behind the Shinomiya family's crisis was Shinomiya. Exactly. Shirogane stared at Ishigami, dumbfounded. Ishigami, are you messing with me right now? Not at all. Ishigami raised his hand in mock oath. Everything I'm saying is public knowledge. The rumors are flying all over campus, so it must be true. But people are saying the vice president worked with Sanzenin. They must have made some kind of deal. Deal? Why would Sanzenin need to negotiate with Shinomiya? That's the thing, there's been a lot of debate about it. What's there to debate? It doesn't make sense. Sanzenin is leagues ahead of Shinomiya in terms of power. They wouldn't need any agreement to force the Shinomiya family into submission. True. Shirogane thought it over and realized how strange the situation sounded. Sanzenin had enough power to crush Shinomiya at will. There was no logical reason for them to bother negotiating. No wonder people were skeptical. I guess only Shinomiya knows what really happened. Shirogane decided not to dwell on it further. And then, the Shinomiya family announced that the position of heir had been officially transferred to the vice president. So the reason for her absence is probably tied to restructuring the family's internal affairs. I see. It all made sense now. That explained why Shinomiya had been gone for 3 days. Suddenly, a new thought struck Shirogane, and he froze. Wait, doesn't this mean Shinomiya is now in charge of the entire Shinomiya family? Exactly. Ishigami confirmed it without hesitation. Because of Sanzenin's intervention, Shinomiya Kagaya is now the head of the family. She's effectively in control of the entire Shinomiya conglomerate. All of this happened in just 3 days. At that moment, Shirogane Miyuki felt his body go rigid. For the longest time, he believed that by working hard and studying diligently, he could match Shinomiya's achievements, prove he was just as capable, if not more so. But now, the gap between them felt insurmountable, like they were in completely different worlds. Oh no. Just as Shirogane began spiraling into self-doubt, the door to the student council room was flung open with a loud bang. Bang. Oh no, President. Fujiwara Chika rushed in, her face a mix of panic and anxiety. I just heard something terrible, Kagaya-chan might be transferring to another school. What? The sudden announcement caused Shirogane's mind to short-circuit. Even Ishigami, who usually stayed composed, was momentarily stunned. He quickly questioned the source of the news. Fujiwara-senpai, where did you hear that? From the principal, of course. Fujiwara puffed out her chest proudly but couldn't hide the worry in her expression. Woo Kagaya and I are so close. How could she transfer without telling me? She looked genuinely distraught, wanting desperately to know where Kagaya had gone. Typically, Fujiwara would have picked up on something earlier. But with Kagaya having been absent for 3 days, she had only just learned about the transfer. Shirogane, on the other hand, was in complete shock. The news of Shinomiya transferring schools had shattered his already fragile composure. Moments ago, he had been grappling with the realization of the vast gulf between them. Now, she was leaving entirely. Meanwhile, in a classroom at a different school, 2 new transfer students were being introduced. These 2 are our new transfer students. Please, introduce yourselves. One of the students stepped forward confidently. I am Shinomiya Kagaya. I look forward to being your classmate. Please take care of me. Chapter 31, let's get to know each other. April 5th. Sitting in the back row of the classroom, Ren paused slightly as he watched the 2 transfer students introduce themselves to the class. Shinomiya Kagaya. Hayasaka AI. I didn't expect them to show up so soon. He had expected one of the diary holders to eventually make an appearance. But to directly transfer into his school. This was too blatant. Ren had thought the diary holders would approach him cautiously, testing the waters before revealing anything. But this wasn't subtle, it was a head-on confrontation. He couldn't figure out what kind of strategy this was. After all, no one else would be as foolish as he had been, testing the diary's rules by exposing their identity outright. So, are the rules for diary holders different from mine? That seemed like the most plausible explanation. But even if their rules were different, why was Shinomiya Kagaya one of the holders? He remembered Kagaya as someone confined within the golden cage of the Shinomiya family, a sheltered girl with little freedom. If she had merely come to observe the school on a whim, he could have understood. But openly transferring like this? Would the Shinomiya family even allow it? Although his memory of the Shinomiya family dynamics was from 16 years ago, he distinctly remembered that Kagaya Shinomiya didn't have this much freedom. So, what's the situation now? He couldn't understand it, but it didn't stop him from observing. The new transfer students were undeniably eye-catching. As soon as class ended, Kagaya and Hayasaka were surrounded by a group of curious girls. Kagaya, with her aloof demeanor, maintained the elegant composure of a noble lady, speaking politely but always keeping others at arm's length. Her mannerisms weren't rude, but the invisible barrier she erected around herself made her feel unapproachable. Hayasaka, on the other hand, was much livelier and quickly warmed up to the girls in the class. Hayasaka, do you know Shinomiya? Someone eventually asked. Hayasaka smiled and answered without hesitation, I'm actually Miss Kagaya's maid. Maid. The word stunned everyone around her, boys and girls alike. The students all turned to look at Kagaya, who was sitting by the window. While they had only been speculating about her earlier, Hayasaka's statement confirmed their guesses. She really does seem like a noble lady, her cold temperament, the distance she keeps from others. Miss Kagaya doesn't mean to seem distant, Hayasaka clarified with a calm smile. It's just that her upbringing has always been strict. It's a habit of self-protection, not a lack of kindness. So that's it. Hayasaka's explanation made sense to everyone. Kagaya came across as a noblewoman who had grown up in a world of caution and etiquette. It wasn't that she deliberately kept people at a distance, it was simply the result of her upbringing. It's like she was raised as a canary in a cage, always trained to be cautious of others, Hayasaka continued, her voice calm and measured. Because of her family's expectations, Miss Kagaya sometimes struggles to understand others' emotions, which can lead to misunderstandings. Hearing this, the surrounding students nodded in understanding. They couldn't fault her for her upbringing, she was, after all, the daughter of a powerful family. Her refined manners and distant aura fit perfectly with their idea of a true young lady, someone akin to a delicate flower blooming high on a mountaintop. It's not arrogance, Hayasaka concluded. It's just the way she's always been taught to behave. While some people might label such behavior as young lady syndrome when displayed by ordinary girls, in Kagaya's case, it wasn't an act. It was a direct result of her family's crisis education. Ren, sitting quietly at the back of the classroom, noted Hayasaka's explanation with interest. She's not hiding her role as a maid but openly admitting it. This maid is intriguing. Hayasaka's directness had revealed a lot about their situation, and Ren silently took it all in. But judging by this, it doesn't seem like they're planning to approach me anytime soon. He decided not to dwell on it and instead packed up his things. Quietly, he left the classroom without drawing any attention. For now, his priority was confirming the whereabouts of Ran and Sonoko. Bang. Just as Ren turned a corner, a sudden collision made him stagger backward. He looked down to find a girl sitting on the ground, rubbing her sore backside. Suzuki Sonoko. Ren recognized her instantly. Was she running because of Kagaya? Before he could say anything, Sonoko stretched out her hand toward him. Hey, help me up. My butt hurts too much, I can't stand up. Without a word, Ren reached out and helped her to her feet. Hiss. Sonoko winced as she pressed her hand against her lower back. I really need to stop running so fast. She muttered, half complaining, half laughing at herself. Sorry about that. I wasn't watching where I was going, she added, bowing slightly. It's fine, Ren replied, shaking his head. He had expected her to complain, but she apologized instead. Ren stepped aside, intending to continue on his way. But just as he took a step, Sonoko moved in front of him again. Hey, classmate, can we get to know each other? The sudden question left Ren momentarily stunned. Was she hitting on him? Suzuki-san. Oh, so you know me. That's great. Sonoko interrupted with a bright smile. Let's exchange contact info. You know, so we can get to know each other better. Her enthusiasm was so unexpected that Ren found himself complying before he even realized it. Amamiya Ren, he said, watching as she saved his name in her phone. Got it. Let's stay in touch, Amamiya Ren, Sonoko said cheerfully. I'll see you later, I have to go find that Ice Queen Shinomiya now. And with that, she rushed back into the classroom. Ren stood there for a moment, staring at the contact information newly saved in his phone. Suzuki Sonoko is a fiery one, he murmured to himself. Then he glanced back at the classroom, where Sonoko was already chatting animatedly with Shinomiya Kagaya. Still, a girl like her is kind of charming, Ren thought, a small smile playing at the corner of his lips. Her straightforwardness and boldness were refreshing, and he couldn't help but think she was surprisingly cute in her own way. Chapter 32, Date Invitation. May 5th. Shinomiya. Sonoko approached Kagaya with a loud voice that immediately drowned out all other chatter in the classroom. Why did you suddenly transfer to Teitan? Why? Am I not allowed to transfer here, or does Teitan High School fall under the Suzuki family's domain? TSK, I never said anything like that. Although the Suzuki family's industry was deeply tied to education, Teitan High School wasn't part of their holdings. And Sonoko had no interest in studying at one of her family's schools either. After all, attending a school managed by her family would mean being under her parents' watchful eyes all the time. Why subject herself to that kind of scrutiny when she could enjoy her freedom elsewhere? Weren't you doing fine in Shuchian? Why leave your territory to come here of all places? I just wanted a change of scenery. Something about this seems off. Sonoko's instincts were sharp. It was already strange enough when you showed up at Tropical Land over the weekend and were linked to Sanzenin. Now, you've taken over a major position in your family, yet you're suddenly transferring schools. It was a gut feeling, but Sonoko couldn't shake the sense that Kagaya was up to something. Her sudden transfer didn't sit right with her, and Sonoko couldn't help but feel like there was a hidden motive behind it all. So, are you here to interrogate me? Not really. I just have a strong feeling you'll bring trouble wherever you go. Sonoko crossed her arms, her tone becoming more direct. From what I know about you, you'd never willingly leave your comfort zone. Someone must have forced you out. This woman is sharper than she looks, Kagaya thought, her expression remaining calm despite the implications of Sonoko's words. Even though Sonoko hadn't outright said who might be behind Kagaya's transfer, her deduction was unsettlingly close to the truth. So, what's your conclusion, Miss Suzuki? Humph. Sonoko smirked, her tone laced with sarcasm. It's exactly as I thought. There's no way someone as icy and calculating as you would leave your cushy environment without a reason. You can play dumb all you want, but sooner or later, I'll figure out why you're here. And the reason you're working with that arrogant Sanzenin kid. With that, she turned and left the classroom, her sharp observation leaving Kagaya momentarily speechless. Sonoko's tentative conclusion was clear. Kagaya's transfer had a purpose, and that purpose was likely tied to her mysterious cooperation with Sanzenin. Whatever their plan was, Sonoko knew it hadn't been Kagaya's decision to transfer, someone else had pulled the strings. There's definitely something going on, Sonoko muttered as she exited the classroom. Just as she stepped into the hallway, her eyes fell on a familiar figure. It was the boy she had bumped into earlier. A gentle breeze blew through the open window, lifting his bangs slightly and revealing his face. Behind the thick lenses of his glasses was a mature, handsome face, its subtle charm more apparent now in the natural light. Delicious. As someone who prided herself on her taste in appearances, Sonoko silently rated him. Shinichi had always been her gold standard, scoring a solid 9 out of 10. But she deducted a point because of his obsessive love for mysteries. The boy in front of her, however, had a hidden charm that boosted his score significantly. While his outward appearance might only score a 6 at first glance, the hidden depth in his expression easily added 3 points, making him a solid 9. I never noticed we had someone like this at school. Why are these quiet types always the ones with hidden charm? She couldn't explain why, but she felt intrigued by him. If it weren't for the circumstances today, she'd already have invited him out to hang out and get to know each other better. For now, though, she had to let it go. Sonoko took a deep breath, gathered herself, and walked over to the boy. Amamiya, are you free this weekend? Let's go on a date. What do you think? Date? Ren blinked in surprise. I don't go out much except for work. Do you have a part-time job this weekend? He pulled out his phone and checked his schedule. No, I don't. Then spend the day with me. What do you say? I'm not very good at talking. I figured as much, Sonoko said with a grin. But dating is about spending time together. The more time we spend, the easier it'll be to talk. So, how about it? What could he say to that? If you don't find it boring. Sonoko's smile grew brighter. Then it's settled. I'll handle all the planning. Just follow my lead this weekend. Okay. Great. I'll contact you the day before to finalize everything. With their plans made, Sonoko turned and walked away. As soon as she turned her back, she couldn't suppress her excitement. This is my first date with Amamiya, the boy with hidden charm. My taste is as sharp as ever. Meanwhile, Ren remained in the hallway, gazing out the window as Sonoko disappeared into the classroom. Well, it's pretty clear now that Sonoko doesn't have the diary. The next step would be confirming Ren's situation. But a date? Ren glanced at the sky, watching the clouds drift by, and let out a sigh. Dating, huh? How does that even work? I've never been on one before. Actually, I've never even been asked out before. Ren had a clear sense of self-awareness. He wasn't someone who stood out in a crowd. Quiet, reserved, and filled with inner thoughts, he lacked the social experience to handle situations like this. Especially when it came to interacting with girls he had just met. In his 16 years of life, nothing like this had ever happened to him. This is way more stressful than working. Still, his diary required daily entries, and having new experiences might lead to better rewards. Maybe spending time with Sonoko will help me learn more. That wouldn't be so bad. The only problem was his tendency to clam up in conversations. Honestly, dating sounds more exhausting than a full shift at work. But for now, he reasoned that a first date would likely just be casual, maybe a simple outing. Though, in a place like Baika City, weekends were rarely uneventful. And here's your 5 bonus for the 10 reviews, thanks for your support, smiley face. Chapter 33, Stories are just stories. It was after school. Ren walked home, following his usual routine. But just as he arrived at his apartment building, a luxury car pulled up and parked out front. 2 people stepped out. It wasn't a surprise, they weren't strangers, after all. Given that they had recently transferred to Teitan High School, their visit here was expected. Their purpose for coming today was obvious. Good evening, Amamiya-san. Kagaya greeted him, her demeanor as composed and polite as it was at school, perhaps even more so. Good evening, Shinomiya, Ren replied calmly. I expected someone to test me eventually, but I didn't think the testers would just walk right in. I guess the rules for the diary's holders must be different from mine. That much was clear. It wouldn't make sense for the rules governing the one who writes the diary to be the same as those for those who read it. Ren wasn't fond of standing around outside talking. Let's head upstairs. We can talk there. Yes. The 3 of them entered Ren's apartment. As soon as the door opened, a cool breeze greeted them. For a single-person apartment, this was typical, though the chill in the air was noticeably sharp. It's so cold, Hayasaka muttered, visibly shivering. That's normal here, Ren said casually as he walked inside and switched on the air conditioner. In Baika City, it's pretty easy to rent a spacious, well-decorated place for cheap. All you need is a bit of courage and maybe a strong constitution. Why's that? Because most of these kinds of apartments have issues. Issues. For instance, the temperature might stay unnaturally low. He turned to face them, his voice calm but laced with meaning. And if you ever experience something like that, well, it might mean there's something unclean lingering around. Both Kagaya and Hayasaka froze, their expressions immediately shifting to caution. They understood exactly what he was implying and they realized what kind of place this might be. Amamiya, are you really okay living in a place like this? Kagaya asked, her tone slightly uneasy. If necessary, I could arrange a safer place for you to live. There's no need for that, Ren replied, shaking his head as he set the remote control down. It was clear Kagaya genuinely wanted to help solve his housing issue, but he didn't feel it was necessary. I've lived here for a year already. And? Well, the spirits here seem to get along with me just fine. Spirits. Kagaya and Hayasaka exchanged a look, their expressions stiffening. Besides, our schedules don't overlap much, and the diary seems to offer me some level of protection. That does make sense, Kagaya admitted. Something as unusual as the diary probably has safeguards in place for its owner. But that protection might not apply to us as mere diary holders, she added thoughtfully. Let's get to the point, Ren said, turning the conversation back to them. You didn't just come here to test me or the diary's rules, right? What else do you want? Do you want to hear your own story? My story? I can do that. Kagaya seemed genuinely surprised. Of course. I still remember parts of your story, Ren replied, but if you want details about Kudo Shinichi, I probably won't recall much. He wasn't trying to be evasive, he just felt the need to set expectations. Also, you might not be familiar with the kind of stories I'm talking about. If it gets too personal, don't hold it against me for sharing. Of course not, Kagaya promised, taking a deep breath and fixing her gaze on him. Her expression turned serious. Amamiya, what's my story? It's not difficult to explain, Ren said calmly. You'll understand just by hearing the title of it. Kagaya-sama, Love is War, the Geniuses' War of Love and Brains. Hearing the title, Kagaya's composure shattered, her expression nearly collapsing. Puffed. Standing behind her, Hayasaka couldn't hold back her laughter. Just from the title alone, she could tell this was a romance story, probably one filled with awkwardness and pride on both sides. Amamiya-san, I don't have a lover, Kagaya said, trying to regain her composure. Well, like I said, the story might not have started yet, Ren replied with a shrug. But if you think about it, Shinomiya-san, there must be someone in the student council with certain feelings toward you, right? Yes. Kagaya didn't deny it. She might have been a girl raised in isolation, but she wasn't so oblivious as to miss the signs of others' affection. Shirogane Miyuki. Since last year, he's been trying to get my attention. Competing with me academically, running against me in the student council elections, everything he's done has been to make me notice him. Unfortunately. Kagaya shook her head, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. I don't have the freedom to choose love. Because of my upbringing, I was taught to never prioritize feelings like that. So it's a family issue, Ren noted. Her answer didn't surprise him. The Kagaya sitting before him was a far cry from the love-obsessed version of her depicted in the original story. This Kagaya was someone shaped by her family's rigid expectations, a girl who understood the intricacies of her world far too well. That understanding had made her intentionally distance herself from things like love. Ren could already imagine how Shirogane Miyuki, the protagonist of the original story, had tried to win her over this past year, only to be met with deliberate indifference. It's not just a family issue, Kagaya continued. No matter how mismatched the circumstances, a princess is never paired with a commoner. Even if the Shinomiya family were to fall, this principle would remain the same. That's always been my role, to be the princess in the tower. Her answer was painfully rational. She understood the gap between herself and others all too well. Even if someone tried their hardest, they would never meet the Shinomiya family's standards. Knowing that, she had chosen to avoid such relationships entirely. So, it seems like stories are just stories, Ren concluded. There's always some deviation between fiction and reality. And now? What if you had the freedom to choose now? Kagaya shook her head again. After learning what my story is supposed to be, I can't immerse myself in it. This might just be my own stubbornness as the protagonist of that story. I, Shinomiya Kagaya, refuse to let myself be controlled by someone else's narrative. That's a shame, Ren said softly. He decided it was best not to mention the more private parts of her story. If Kagaya had already made her choice, then the story truly was just a story and not her destiny. Chapter 34, the fairy tale within the story unfolds. In truth, the story of Kagaya and Shirogane Miyuki is a good one, especially the early parts. The back-and-forth testing and battle of wits between the protagonists make for a highly entertaining dynamic. Ren remembered enjoying the initial chapters immensely when he first read them. However, since the real Kagaya had already made her decision, there was no need to dwell on the topic further. He chose his words carefully. Amamiya. Hayasaka suddenly raised her hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What happens between Miss Kagaya and the male protagonist in the original story? Hayasaka. Kagaya shot her a sharp glare, her tone icy with warning. Yet Hayasaka's curiosity refused to be quelled. Ren shook his head slightly, a small sigh escaping him. There's no conclusion. Shinomiya-san just said she didn't want to be controlled by the narrative. Her decisions and actions altered the trajectory of her future. But if you ask me, I think her upbringing, her family education was the real reason for the divergence from the original story. Oh. And why is that? Hayasaka tilted her head, intrigued. Strict family education. A mindset that prioritizes the family's benefit above all else. A lack of freedom. Those factors shaped Shinomiya-san into someone who can calmly evaluate both herself and others. Although the original story was quite entertaining, with the male and female protagonists constantly engaging in amusing antics, it's important to note. Ren paused before continuing, in comedic stories, there are always so-called clowns. With that, he stopped talking, leaving his point implied but unsaid. Kagaya didn't need him to elaborate further. She understood what he meant. In comedic stories, the protagonists are often portrayed as clowns, whose exaggerated actions are designed to amuse the audience. Clowns naturally behave in a way that provokes laughter from their audience. Otherwise, how would the story remain entertaining? Hey, so Miss Kagaya was the clown of the story? Hayasaka's curiosity only grew stronger. Amamiya, could you explain that part in more detail? Ren glanced at Kagaya, whose expression had darkened considerably. He couldn't help but think Hayasaka's curiosity might land her in trouble later. Miss Kagaya, isn't this a good opportunity to understand what you might have become if you had chosen differently? Hayasaka teased, unfazed by her employer's growing irritation. Besides, isn't Miss Kagaya at least a little curious? Hayasaka, we'll discuss this when we get home, Kagaya said through clenched teeth, her fists trembling in restraint. At that moment, she truly wished she could freeze Hayasaka into an ice sculpture. But as much as she tried to suppress it, her curiosity about her own story was undeniable. No matter how much she claimed she wouldn't follow someone else's narrative, the desire to know what had been planned for her lingered in the back of her mind. Taking a deep breath, she finally gave in. Amamiya-san, I admit. I'm a little curious about the story. Could you tell me about it? Of course. But I feel like you're walking straight into the fire, Amamiya thought. Still, there was a certain amusement in watching someone actively seek out details they knew would embarrass them. Well then, he began. I'll try to summarize your trajectory in the original story. First, there's the version of you known as Ice Kaguya. In that state, you're guarded against anyone who isn't part of your inner circle. You're like a hedgehog bristling with sharp needles, keeping everyone at a distance. Then, something happens, you realize your feelings for the male protagonist. That leads to the second phase, love-brained Kaguya. In this phase, your thoughts revolve around one thing, getting the male protagonist to confess his feelings for you. Why? Because, in your mind, love is war. In a war, the first person to confess is the one who loses. That belief becomes your guiding principle, and you make it your mission to manipulate the situation so that the male protagonist confesses first. Ren's tone remained calm, but his words carried an undeniable sense of irony. Of course, the male protagonist holds the same belief. He sees himself as inferior and believes that in order to maintain his dignity and love, you must confess to him instead. So, the two of you engage in a prolonged battle of wits, each determined not to be the first to admit your feelings. It's absurd and convoluted, but that's exactly what makes the story so funny. Ice Kaguya. Love-brained Kaguya. Kaguya's face turned red with embarrassment as she dug her toes into the ground, trying to process everything Ren was saying. Even the concept of love as war sounded uncomfortably like something she might have thought of. It's too idealistic, Kaguya finally muttered, her embarrassment giving way to a more critical perspective. The story doesn't account for the pressures of the Shinomiya family. If I acted so self-centeredly, it would only be a matter of time before the Shinomiya family intervened. And when they did, I doubt the protagonists in the story would end up with a happy ending. According to the story, though, it does have a happy ending, doesn't it? To reach that ending, there must have been upheaval within the Shinomiya family, right? That's correct, Amamiya confirmed. The Shijo family made a move, which destabilized the Shinomiya family. I thought as much, Kaguya said with a sigh. She wasn't surprised by this revelation. The Shijo family had long been eager to weaken the Shinomiya family, so it was only natural for them to seize any opportunity to attack. In reality, Kaguya had already uncovered significant internal corruption within her family's ranks. She had no doubt that the Shijo family had been gathering similar information for years, waiting for the right moment to strike. I can imagine how it would play out, Kaguya said. With the Shinomiya family in turmoil, my eldest brother would see me as a tool to stabilize the situation, likely by arranging a political marriage with the Shijo family. You're absolutely correct. Hearing this, Kaguya could only shake her head. What a reckless scenario. The idea of fighting the Shinomiya family head-on while also trying to rescue me. It's the kind of thing that only works in fiction. In real life, the male protagonist wouldn't stand a chance. If my brother called the police, he'd be arrested immediately. Stories like that only succeed because they're stories. Then what about your friends? Ren asked. My friends. Fujiwara Chika, for instance. Or the maid beside you, he added, glancing at Hayasaka. To give you an example, he said with a smirk, after the story ended, Fujiwara Chika ended up running for office in a political election and she won by a landslide. That's ridiculous, Kaguya said, her voice flat. She wanted to laugh, but the thought of Chika holding a political position was too unsettling to be amusing. It might sound like a joke, but something about it felt eerily plausible and that made it even harder to process. For every 100 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. Support this book with your PS and review if you enjoy it. Chapter 35, we are mutually beneficial. It's really hard for me to imagine Fujiwara sitting in that position, Kaguya said, her tone filled with disbelief. To her, Fujiwara's defining characteristic was chaos. It was nearly impossible to predict her thought process. No matter the situation, Fujiwara's unpredictable behavior always threw everyone off balance. But since you transferred here, do you think she'll follow you? I don't know. Then let me rephrase. If Fujiwara Chika does transfer here, will you be happy about it? I think I would. Despite Fujiwara's constant chaos, Kaguya admitted that she would be happy. In her limited social circle, Fujiwara was one of her few friends. If Fujiwara transferred to Teitan High School for her, she would undoubtedly be happy. Then it seems like you have the best relationship with her, Ren observed. Kaguya's response, after a moment of consideration, was honest and deliberate. It confirmed that she truly regarded Fujiwara as a friend. Ren wasn't surprised. Fujiwara was one of Kaguya's closest friends, someone who had earned her trust despite their contrasting personalities. Shinomiya, I think Fujiwara will find you sooner or later. You might want to prepare yourself for that possibility in advance. I understand, Kaguya replied, nodding slightly. Ren shifted his attention to a different topic. He had been curious about Kaguya's sudden transfer. So, Shinomiya, does this mean you've managed to free yourself from the Shinomiya family's constraints? No. I'm not free. I'm in control. Her voice was calm, as if she had already accepted this reality. I gained control of the Shinomiya family through the power I obtained. Through power. Ren paused to consider her words before shaking his head slightly. I'm just an ordinary person, so I don't fully understand how deep the family's influence runs. But I do know that it's incredibly difficult to escape the control of a family as powerful as yours, even with extraordinary power. Even if the diary gave you that power, it wouldn't be enough to completely escape their influence. Unless you chose to use your power violently against the Shinomiya family. Now, Shinomiya, would you be willing to go that far? Kaguya fell silent. Her lack of response was answer enough. Ren nodded slightly, as if confirming his own thoughts. So, no matter what, even if you've gained power, you're still holding back to some degree. You've just obtained this power, and you haven't fully mastered it yet. It's only natural that you wouldn't resort to violence so easily. In that case, I assume the control you gained over the Shinomiya family wasn't through sheer force. A girl who had only recently acquired power wouldn't be ready to act violently against her own family, unless she had endured years of abuse or had an antisocial personality. But Kaguya wasn't that type of person. Naturally, she would hesitate. Kaguya's continued silence confirmed his reasoning. Ren decided not to push further. Instead, he pulled a 500 yen coin from his pocket, flicking it into the air before catching it in his palm. This is a test for me, isn't it? He asked. And if it is, would that make you angry? Kaguya countered cautiously. Not at all. But that's not because I'm particularly open-minded, I'm just a lazy person, Ren said with a faint smile, shaking his head. You have the diary. Testing me and the diary's rules is only natural. You're in the same position as I am. In fact, I tested you and the diary first. So really, we're no different. Testing was inevitable, and there was no reason to blame anyone for it. You were able to transfer from Shuchian because someone helped you gain control over the Shinomiya family. In exchange, you came to Teitan to contact me and conduct these tests, right? That's correct, Kaguya admitted with a soft sigh. Ren chuckled lightly, flicking the coin in his hand again and catching it effortlessly. Trying to uncover the diary's mysteries is certainly interesting, he said. Shinomiya, do you have any hints about the person who helped you? Or maybe their surname. If I know their name, they might be part of a story I remember. Kaguya thought for a moment before replying. Their surname is Sanzenin. Sanzenin. Ren's eyes lit up in recognition. He couldn't help but laugh. So it was Sanzenin Nagi all along. Yes. If it's Nagi, then her grandfather certainly has the means to fully control the Shinomiya family. Ren's thoughts drifted back to a little girl he had seen at Tropical Land, a girl with long purple hair dressed in a kimono. Suddenly, everything clicked. I see now. That little girl with purple hair. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. Sajinomiya Isumi. But the version of her in the story is a bit different from the one I saw in reality. Ren smiled faintly, chalking up his initial failure to recognize her to the passage of time. 16 years had dulled his memory, and details that once seemed vivid had long since faded. Memory fades over time, he muttered. I'll include this part in my diary later. But for now, I assume they're staying in Baika City. Do you think they'll come here eventually? I can't say for sure, Kaguya replied, shaking her head slightly. We're all still testing the diary. We haven't yet confirmed whether those who read the diary need to interact with you to gain anything substantial. That's fair. Ren nodded in understanding. The diary's rewards were tempting enough to push people into action. If testing revealed that interacting with him was necessary for rewards, it wouldn't be surprising for Nagi to transfer schools as well. Well, I'll make sure to write a detailed entry in today's diary. After reading it, you should be able to confirm more of the situation. Understood, Kaguya said, nodding once again. This had been her primary purpose for coming today. Thank you, Amamiya-san. You're welcome. We're mutually beneficial, after all. For every 100 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. Support this book with your PS and review if you enjoy it. Chapter 36, No Loopholes to Exploit. After seeing off the guests, Kaguya and Hayasaka, Ren sat down and began his daily diary. Today was full of surprises. The diary holders I had been observing finally revealed themselves. I originally thought they wouldn't take the same straightforward approach I did, but they used the most direct and revealing method possible. Shinomiya Kaguya. Hayasaka AI. VIP students at Shuchian Academy and part of the prestigious Shinomiya family. I didn't expect them to expose themselves so soon. But because they revealed themselves so early, I didn't take the initiative to reach out at school. And yet, just as I arrived home, they came looking for me. As I suspected, it was a test. A test of me, and a test of the diary itself. Not that I mind, it's actually good to test the diary's rules early on. What caught my attention most, though, was that Shinomiya seems to have escaped her family's control. During our conversation, I ruled out the possibility of her using force to gain her freedom from the Shinomiya family. And then I got a surprising answer. Sanzenin. It turns out this isn't just a world where 3 stories overlap, there are far more narratives woven together here. Sanzenin Nagi. Hearing this name reminded me of 4 familiar characters from the past. Shana, Nagi, Louise, and Taiga. They share the same traits: short stature, fiery temper, and, well, modest figures. They're the quintessential Kogamiya-type characters. I didn't expect to encounter one so easily. So, Sanzenin Nagi, I assume you're reading this diary too. Ren paused after writing this. There's no limit to how much can be written in the daily diary, what matters is recording everything clearly. But today's entry was a little different. At the bottom of the diary, black text appeared. Achievement unlocked, found the diary. Congratulations. You've received a special reward, accumulation. Accumulation, you can stockpile lottery draws. The more you save, the higher your chances of obtaining high-quality rewards. A pretty useful feature, Ren remarked. If I want better rewards, I can save up draws, kind of like combining treasure chests to make higher level ones. He didn't dislike this new mechanic. However, it wasn't particularly useful during the trial phase. He decided to draw immediately. From the moment he initiated the draw, a massive roulette wheel spun in his mind. The pointer gradually slowed, finally stopping. Lord of the Mysteries. Obtained Sequence 9 Potion, Apprentice. A bottle of potion appeared on the table, filled with a pinkish liquid. Another potion reward. He reached out and picked up the bottle, examining it closely. Then, he pulled a 500 yen coin from his pocket. I shouldn't have any trouble drinking this apprentice potion right now. He flipped the coin. It spun in the air before landing back in his hand. Heads. Looks like I'm good to go. It must be thanks to the effect of wild card. After confirming it was safe, Ren uncorked the bottle, put it to his lips, and drank the potion. The liquid was thick and had a disgusting texture. This one tasted even worse than the seer potion he'd taken before. Ugh, drinking these potions is such a miserable experience. Can't they at least make them taste better? He grimaced at the lingering taste but knew his complaint was pointless. The risks involved in consuming potions were far greater for most extraordinary individuals, especially for those without the wild card trait. For someone without that safeguard, taking an apprentice potion could lead to hearing the ominous whispers. That voice could shatter the mental stability of anyone already teetering on the edge while consuming potions. Because of this, the door pathway was widely regarded as one of the most dangerous among the 3 paths tied to the Lord of Mysteries. But for Ren, who possessed wild card, none of those concerns applied. In fact, the door pathway, full pathway, and error path, all adjacent to each other, were key to becoming the Lord of Mysteries. Typically, an extraordinary individual would follow a single path to its end, only incorporating traits from adjacent paths after reaching the pinnacle. Of course, there was also the option of pursuing all 3 paths from the start, but that was almost guaranteed to end in disaster. For most extraordinary individuals, taking potions from other sequences early on would almost certainly lead to a loss of control. Ren, however, could bypass those risks entirely, thanks to his wild card trait. He could freely tread multiple paths without consequence. He glanced at the now empty bottle in his hand and smiled. As expected, there aren't any exploitable loopholes. Meeting with Kaguya and forming our mutual benefit arrangement. It seems the rewards reflect that. Today's lottery results made everything clear. The reward was on par with yesterday's, meaning the diary imposed certain restrictions. Mutual benefit actions aren't so easily rewarded. It looks like the diary evaluates the impact I have on other holders before determining the reward quality. It's not as simple as finding loopholes in the rules. I wonder if Kaguya tried her luck with the lottery too. Thinking this, Ren pulled out his phone. Amamiya Ren, how did it go? Shinomiya Kaguya, a bottle of strong liquor. Amamiya Ren, seems like exploiting loopholes won't work. Amamiya Ren, don't try to cheat the system again. The diary's rules are probably airtight. Shinomiya Kaguya, what a pity. Kaguya put her phone down and eyed the bottle of liquor on her desk, sighing quietly. It seems the diary really doesn't leave any loopholes. If it's like this for me, it must be the same for Amamiya too. It's a shame, though. That draw was such a waste. Still, Kaguya wasn't too disappointed. This discovery was crucial, it proved the diary's rules were likely watertight. With that knowledge, she resolved to save her lottery chances for later. By accumulating them, she could aim for higher quality rewards down the line. The ice fruit ability she received as her initial reward was already exceptional. Kaguya wasn't the type to let greed cloud her judgment. Sometimes, it's best not to take unnecessary risks. Otherwise, you might lose even more. For every 100 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. Support this book with your PS and review if you enjoy it. Chapter 37, Grandpa's Curiosity. Ugh. Nagi bit her lip tightly as she stared at the diary. Short stature, fiery temper, and, well, her unimpressive figure, those words stung deeply. Glancing down at her own body, which didn't even obscure the view of her toes, her anger only grew. There's still room for growth. Definitely. No question about it, she muttered to herself. Unconsciously, she thought about her mother. Her mother didn't seem to have any particular strengths, aside from her singing, her absurdly good luck, and her excellent figure. Taking a deep breath, Nagi clung to the faint hope provided by her genes. Yes, there's no problem. The genes I got from my mom won't leave me stuck at this level. It was a very blind kind of confidence. So blind that Maria, who stood nearby, couldn't hold back a sigh. Not all genes are passed down perfectly, Maria pointed out calmly. Besides, Miss Yukuriko gave up almost everything else in exchange for that perfect figure. Honestly, the nutrients in your body seem to have all gone to your brain. You've got an extraordinary mind, Nagi, but that means the rest of your body couldn't develop as much. From a purely genetic standpoint, this was actually a reasonable theory. The body allocates its resources selectively. If you gain something, you often lose something in return. Miss Yukuriko's luck and physique may have come at the expense of other attributes. To Maria, this was simply an obvious case of equivalent exchange. Once Nagi had calmed down a little, Maria walked over and stood by her side. Nagi, did you get your answer? Yeah, I got it, Nagi replied, closing the diary with a sour expression. As we suspected, the rules of the diary are airtight. There's no room to exploit any loopholes. I really thought I'd find a way around it. What a waste. The test results were in, but they were nothing like what she'd hoped for. Instead of success, all she had was a headache. I didn't even participate in a draw, and all I got was a thank you for participating. Then there's Shinomiya. With a sigh, Nagi picked up her phone and made a call. My result. Just a thank you for participating. Same here, Kaguya replied on the other end of the line. All I got was a bottle of strong liquor. Seriously. Not even offline arrangements are allowed. These diary rules are way too strict. Seems like we'll have to stick to playing along with it normally, Kaguya said, her tone resigned. To properly interact with the diary, it was clear that direct involvement was necessary. But that meant attending school. And Nagi, to put it bluntly, wasn't exactly a fan of physical activity. Although she was considered a genius and could easily transfer to a regular high school, her stamina and energy levels left much to be desired. When she thought about having to go to school regularly in the future, her entire face twisted in resistance. After hanging up the call, Nagi flopped onto her bed like a deflated balloon, resembling a lazy slug. Maria, what am I supposed to do? Does this mean I actually have to go to school? And how is that a bad thing? Maria said with a wide smile. Nagi, didn't you tell your grandfather that there was something you wanted to do? So, what's your goal now? Do you have the motivation to work toward it? Nagi, think carefully about what you want. Maria didn't push her too hard. Instead, she guided her gently, allowing her to reach her own conclusions. Deep down, Nagi already knew the answer. Maria's so-called guidance was more about helping her clarify her own goals. If she was only driven by short-lived enthusiasm, then nothing would change. But if she truly wanted to achieve something, she would push herself to make it happen. Nagi remained silent for a while before reluctantly pulling out her phone. Her face was filled with hesitation, but she finally dialed the number. Grandpa. Well. My adorable little granddaughter. What brings you to call your grandpa so late tonight? Grandpa, I want to transfer to Teitan High School. What? Nagi could hear the shock in the old man's voice loud and clear. To be fair, even she was surprised that she'd made this decision. Why would you leave Hakuo Academy to go to Teitan, a poor man's high school? Besides, you don't even attend Hakuo regularly, you spend all your time at home. What's brought on this sudden change? Mikado, her grandfather, wasn't entirely clueless. Even without Maria's input, he could tell something was different about his granddaughter. After all, the stubborn girl he knew wouldn't just call him grandpa so easily. Still, hearing her address him like that did warm his heart. But her decision to transfer schools was baffling. Why leave Hakuo, one of the top schools, for some random public high school? Mikado had to wonder if this was part of some elaborate plan. Was she trying to reform her bad habits? And transferring to a regular high school? If you stay at Hakuo, at least I can keep an eye on you. But if you go to a school like Teitan, especially in such a high-crime area, there are safety concerns to consider. It seems I'll need to make a few adjustments to my plans. If she stayed at Hakuo, he wouldn't need to worry so much about her safety. The environment there made it hard for her to encounter any serious trouble. But if she transferred to Teitan, a school in such a dangerous area, he'd need to take extra precautions. Nagi, even if you transfer, are you actually going to attend classes? I will. That was unexpectedly firm. Mikado was taken aback. Could this actually be a good thing? Perhaps it was worth a shot. The cost of letting her try wasn't particularly high. At the very least, he could observe her and see if she was serious or just playing some new game. All right, if you've made up your mind, Grandpa will help arrange it. For now, he'd adjust his plans and watch carefully to see what Nagi was up to. I must admit, I'm curious. Well, next week, then. Next week. Not now. I just need a little time to mentally prepare myself. Yep, that sounded much more like the Nagi he knew. It felt strange a moment ago, but this procrastination suited her usual character. Still, even though she needed mental preparation, she was actually planning to attend school. What exactly was driving his granddaughter to take this step? Mikado's curiosity about her motives was growing stronger by the minute. Chapter 38, Entrusting an Orphan. The next morning, just as Ren was preparing to leave for school, the Mori family received 3 unexpected guests. The Kudo couple, their faces lined with sorrow, stood at the door. With them was a young boy, no older than 7 or 8, wearing glasses. Coming downstairs from the 3rd floor, Ren froze when she saw them. Aunt Yukiko, Uncle Yusaku. Aren't you both overseas? Why did you come back so suddenly? Ah. Kudo Yukiko let out a deep sigh, hesitation flickering in her eyes before she finally spoke. Ren, Yusaku and I returned because of Shin-chan. Shinichi. Didn't he say he was investigating some cases? Seeing how Ren was still in the dark, Yukiko's worry deepened, though she didn't say much more. At this moment, Kudo Yusaku, his expression heavy, lowered his voice. Ren, Shinichi, he's in trouble. The police found him over the weekend, late at night, in an empty alley. Ren froze completely, her body stiffening at those words. That can't be true, can it? It's true. Mori Kagoro, who had been standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch his daughter break down, but the truth was unavoidable. When he had first heard the news, even he had been left speechless. He had never been fond of that brat. Not only was Shinichi constantly hanging around his daughter, but the boy was always butting into cases, encroaching on his turf. How could Kagoro possibly tolerate that? It was no wonder he would often curse the kid out. But despite everything, Kagoro still had high hopes for Shinichi's abilities. It was a shame, though. For all his talent, the boy lacked the self-preservation to match it. He was too righteous, too driven to chase after danger, and it had finally caught up to him. The need to uncover the truth, no matter the cost, had ultimately been his downfall. Thinking back on it, Mori Kagoro sighed heavily. That brat charged ahead without a second thought. As someone who used to be a police officer, I can't help but admire his courage. But... He paused, his voice growing softer. As a former officer, I have to say he was too reckless. So reckless that he forgot even the most basic precautions. Or maybe, Kagoro continued after a moment, he didn't trust the police to handle things properly from the start. Still, I can't say he was entirely wrong. Kagoro knew all too well the flaws within the police force. Many officers, especially those in the Metropolitan Police Department, lacked dedication to their duties. They simply coasted by, doing just enough to keep their positions without risking too much. Given that reality, Shinichi's mistrust wasn't entirely unfounded. Maybe that was why the boy chose to face danger head-on, rather than relying on the authorities. Kagoro let out another deep sigh. It really is a shame. If only that kid had been more worldly, more experienced with the darker sides of society, maybe he wouldn't have been so impulsive. Maybe then he would have known to stop himself from rushing forward like that. No matter how you look at it, that boy was still too young. If he'd just waited a few more years, grown older and joined the police properly, he could have handled things so much better. What a waste. As Kagoro spoke, Ren covered her mouth with her hands, her shoulders trembling. She looked like she couldn't bear to hear any more. Seeing this, Kagoro shook his head helplessly. What do you plan to do now? Do you have any leads on the culprit? I know a little, Yusaku replied, but it's complicated. That's why Yukiko and I have decided to start from overseas. International criminals, huh? Kagoro nodded in understanding. Considering the scale of the case, tackling it domestically might not be the best approach. With their connections abroad, they could navigate the investigation with fewer restrictions. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know, Kagoro offered. I have a few contacts in Baika who might be able to assist. Thank you, Yusaku said sincerely, but it's better if you stay out of this. Digging too deeply into Shinichi's death could be dangerous. As long as no one investigates too closely, the ones behind this won't act. But if you dig up the wrong information, things could get very messy. I see. Definitely sounds like trouble. Kagoro could imagine the kind of danger Yusaku and Yukiko were facing. Any attempt to investigate the people behind the scenes could expose them to risks, and one wrong move could drag them into a world of chaos. Still, Kagoro knew they wouldn't back down. As Shinichi's parents, Yusaku and Yukiko wouldn't simply let things go. But there is something we'd like your help with, Yusaku said, gesturing toward the boy standing beside them. This child. Kagoro turned his attention to the bespectacled boy, who looked oddly familiar. Then, it clicked. Wait, don't tell me this kid is. Mr. Muri, Yusaku cut in firmly, this child has no connection to us anymore. I see. Kagoro studied the boy's sincere eyes, quickly piecing things together. It seemed that traveling abroad with a child would be inconvenient, so the couple wanted to leave him in Kagoro's care. No problem. I'll look after him. Kagoro agreed without hesitation. Relieved, Yusaku nodded before motioning to Yukiko. Kagoro, here's some money for his living expenses. Kagoro accepted the envelope instinctively, but when he opened it, he nearly dropped it in shock. Inside was a bank statement with a balance of 500 million yen. Are you two planning to go to war or something? He blurted out. No, Yusaku said calmly. We're just preparing for the worst. We'll officially leave under the pretense of being emotionally unstable, using it as an excuse to relax abroad. We're not stupid enough to charge in recklessly. We'll only assist local law enforcement with their investigations. As long as we don't dig too deeply, they won't target us. We're just buying time and creating excuses to interfere with their plans. Got it, Kagoro said, tucking the statement away. Just don't overdo it, okay? There's still a kid here to think about. Don't worry. We know how dangerous this is, and we're not taking it lightly. Yusaku's voice was steady, his resolve clear. He wasn't about to risk everything. The goal was simple, stay away from the organization while quietly helping law enforcement. Providing information was one thing, but direct involvement was out of the question. For every 100 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. Support this book with your PS and review if you enjoy it. Chapter 39, Unacceptable. Dad. Ren, who had been covering her mouth, her body trembling slightly, finally spoke. This child can stay, but I can't. Exclamation point. The three adults in the room, Kagoro, Yukiko, and Yusaku, were all caught off guard. Ren crouched down slightly and removed the child's glasses. He really does look just like Shinichi when he was little. Then, she looked up at her father, her voice trembling. Dad, I don't want to see this child right now. I don't want to think about Shinichi, not yet. A heavy silence filled the room. I forgot about this. Yukiko let out a deep sigh, realizing too late that they had overlooked Ran's feelings entirely. This child only just learned about Shinichi's death. Even though we know the truth, she doesn't. And for Ran, that loss is very real. What a mistake on our part. As Shinichi's parents, Yukiko and Yusaku could accept the situation because they knew the truth. But Ran didn't. To her, Shinichi was really gone. And now, seeing a child with his exact face right in front of her, it was too much to handle. Kagoro considered this for a moment before speaking. Ran, if it's too much for you, you can stay with Eri for now. Understanding his daughter's emotions, he didn't push her to accept the situation right away. Given how close Ran and Shinichi were, perhaps some distance would help her process things. Yeah. Ran gently placed the glasses back on the boy's face. Her expression was conflicted, and she couldn't hide it. Dad, I'd like to take the day off from school. All right. Take the day to rest. Call your mother and ask her to pick you up. I'll contact Mom now. Ran took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain control over her emotions. She turned to Yukiko and Yusaku, bowing slightly in apology. I'm sorry. I just can't control how I feel right now. There's no need to apologize, Ran. Yukiko walked over and pulled her into a warm embrace. We understand. If something like this had happened to me. She trailed off before shaking her head. It's okay, Ran. You don't have to keep thinking about Shinichi. Ran forced a small, sad smile. Aunt Yukiko, I'm going upstairs now. All right. Take your time. Ran nodded, then turned and walked up to the third floor. The second floor of the building was Kagoro's detective agency, while the third floor served as their living space. But even that was cramped, there were only 2 rooms, one belonging to Kagoro and the other to Ran. Now, with a new resident, a boy, no less, the limited space felt even more suffocating. The moment Ran reached her room, she closed the door and let out a deep sigh. She pulled out a diary from her desk. Looking at the words she had written before, her expression turned bitter. I really can't accept this. She already knew what had happened to Shinichi. She knew that he had been struck from behind and poisoned. She even knew that the child standing next to Uncle Yusaku was Shinichi himself. But what difference did knowing make? When she and Shinichi were together, she was always a burden to his investigations. Whenever there was a case, whenever danger appeared, Shinichi always ran ahead. And she was always left behind, her feelings disregarded. And now, this deception. Ren clenched her fists. If Shinichi had just been honest with her, she would have understood. Even if it meant she would be in danger too, she would have protected his secret. She would have helped him keep it. But instead, he made the choice to hide everything from her. To protect her, without even giving her a say in it. And yet, he still made sure to stay by her side. By erasing Kudo Shinichi, and living next to her as someone else, what was he trying to do? Watch over her. Keep other people away from her. I can't accept this, Shinichi. She couldn't accept being treated this way. She couldn't accept Shinichi's selfishness. If he had just told her the truth, she would have supported him. But this wasn't something she could accept. Ran took a deep breath, then picked up her phone and dialed her mother's number. Mom. What's wrong, Ran? You don't sound okay. Something happened. Can you come pick me up? Stay at home. I'll be there soon. Hearing the distress in her daughter's voice, Kisaki Eri didn't hesitate for a second. She immediately set aside her work, grabbed her coat and bag, and rushed out the door. Within 30 minutes, Eri arrived at the Muri Detective Agency. Instead of heading straight to the 3rd floor, she entered through the office on the 2nd floor. There, she was surprised to find Yukiko and Yusaku already present. But what struck her even more was their expressions. The tension in the room was unmistakable. What's going on here? Seeing their grim faces, Eri felt a sense of unease settle in her chest. Turning to Kagoro, she asked, Kagoro, what happened? That kid is in trouble. Eri immediately understood. So that's why Ran sounded so shaken on the phone. She sighed, rubbing her forehead as if trying to ward off an impending headache. Yukiko. I'm fine, Yukiko replied, though her exhaustion was evident. The usual playful charm in her expression was nowhere to be found. No matter what she said, fine was far from the truth. Still, Eri chose not to press her further. She knew pushing Yukiko too much would only add to the stress. Instead, she shifted her focus. What's going on with Ran? Kagoro cleared his throat awkwardly, then cast a glance at the child standing beside Yusaku. Eri followed his gaze, and immediately understood. Is that what I think it is? Kagoro gave her a silent nod. Eri pursed her lips, her expression unreadable. So this child is Yusaku and Yukiko's. They're asking us to take care of him while they handle things overseas. That alone spoke volumes about the severity of the situation. If they were leaving their child behind, it meant they were about to dive into something extremely dangerous. And the implications of Shinichi's death ran far deeper than it seemed. Eri sighed. Kagoro, given Ran's current emotional state, she should stay with me for a while. Kagoro nodded. That's probably for the best. Chapter 40, Moving out of the Muri household. Ran moved out smoothly. This time, it wasn't just a temporary escape, she had no intention of returning. She couldn't accept Shinichi's secrecy, nor could she accept his selfishness toward her. Even though she wouldn't expose his secret, she couldn't bear to live under the same roof as him. Ran, feel free to pick any room you like. Okay. Thanks, Mom. There's no need to thank me, sweetheart. As she spoke, Kisaki Eri pulled her daughter into a comforting embrace. Don't think too much about that boy. He has nothing to do with you anymore, and you don't need to take responsibility for him. He's not dead. Ren knew she couldn't say that out loud, though. Shinichi's situation was dangerous. She didn't object to him moving into her home, but she also didn't want his presence to put her father at risk. If he had to hide, then he had to keep hiding. Just because she knew the truth didn't mean they could stop being careful. In fact, now that she knew, she had to help keep his secret. Realizing this, Ran sighed inwardly. Her life wasn't going to be easy from now on. I understand, Mom. She still had to go to school, but she couldn't bring herself to care today. Her childhood friend had deceived her, kept secrets from her, and held selfish thoughts toward her. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. And then, there was the diary. The diary she had received by chance. Her mind drifted to Amamiya Ren. Maybe she should talk to him. Maybe she could find out if her life was only now starting to intertwine with something bigger, now that Shinichi had moved in. After placing her belongings in her room, she listened to the sounds outside. "Ren, I'm heading to work." "Okay." Hearing the door close, she flopped onto the bed. For a long moment, she just lay there, staring at the ceiling. Then, finally, she sat up and quickly flipped through the diary in her hands. The records in the diary stretched back to the day before their visit to Tropical Land. There were even details about what had happened there. She vividly remembered the people in mascot costumes handing out balloons and flyers. One of them had been that man. The following entries even included a video, one that captured Shinichi, little by little, shrinking into a child. Even seeing it a second time, the impact was overwhelming. A drug that can turn a high school student into a child. I never imagined something like that could actually exist. As an ordinary girl, her only notable skill being karate, Ren found it hard to comprehend the existence of such a bizarre poison. And yet. "Shinichi, you're so selfish." She let out a deep sigh. If only you could be this selfish in normal situations. Now that she was alone, she couldn't help but voice her complaints. The moment she learned Shinichi's life had been in danger, she had felt an overwhelming urge to punch the bespectacled boy who had tricked her. To make him understand that she wasn't that easy to fool. Of course, that was just a thought. She knew doing something like that would be too reckless, it would expose Shinichi's identity immediately. Still, now that she had time to reflect, she realized something. Maybe Sonoko was right all along. Love really does make people blind. Had she always been blinded by her feelings? Looking at the situation now, Shinichi had orchestrated his own disappearance, working together with Aunt Yukiko and Uncle Yusaku to erase his identity, just so he could remain by her side. Would he ever be able to return to his normal life? She had no expectations of that happening. For Shinichi to go as far as to erase himself, it meant that whatever he had gotten involved in was far too big. Something was lurking behind the scenes, and it was far from simple. Even putting aside the organization targeting Shinichi, the mere existence of a drug capable of de-aging people was dangerous in itself. Ren shuddered at the thought. Even if no one were after Shinichi, just the fact that he had been turned into a child would be enough to turn him into a test subject. No matter how she looked at it. Shinichi wasn't coming back. Honestly. Why do you always rush straight into danger? Ren sighed in frustration. If Shinichi had just minded his own business, maybe he wouldn't have gotten hit that night. Maybe he wouldn't have been poisoned. Shaking her head, she turned her attention to something else. Oh, right. There's still the lottery. A massive virtual roulette wheel appeared in front of her. Ren, intrigued, reached out and placed her hand on it. The wheel spun rapidly before slowing down. Eventually, it stopped, and the indicator pointed to a section. How heavy are the dumbbells you lift? Title obtained, Imperial Sakura Fong. Imperial Sakura Fong, by consuming a large amount of calories, you can increase muscle density, enhance nerve reflex speed, boost explosive strength, improve endurance, and extend the duration of peak performance. Note, this title cannot be removed. Upon obtaining it, you will immediately gain the traits Big Eater and Digestion Monster. Big Eater. Digestion Monster. Ren stared at the description, momentarily stunned. No way. Gurgle. A loud rumble echoed from her stomach. So hungry. For the first time in her life, she experienced an overwhelming sense of hunger in the morning. There was no doubt about it now. The lottery was real. And the traits, Big Eater and Digestion Monster, were definitely real. I'm really turning into a big eater, aren't I? Even though she wanted to resist the idea, the gnawing hunger in her stomach was unbearable. She hurried to the kitchen. Opening the refrigerator, she was met with a strange sight. Mom, even if you're bad at cooking, why do you need so many seasonings? Aside from a bit of lettuce, the fridge was almost entirely filled with condiments. Ren shook her head. No time to complain. She had to eat first. She started cooking rice and preparing the lettuce. In the end, she made some simple rice rolls. The entire process took about 50 minutes. But she devoured everything in less than 15. About 70% full. Her stomach wasn't completely satisfied, but it was at a comfortable level. 70%. Not stuffed, but not empty. She placed a hand on her abdomen. I ate so much, but my stomach doesn't even feel bloated. Then, she realized something. Wait. What am I going to do about my food budget? If her appetite had really increased this much. That meant her daily expenses were about to go way up. As someone who had always been mindful of money, Ren suddenly felt an impending sense of financial doom. Her pocket money might not be enough to keep up. Chapter 41, the opportunity to make a fortune has arrived. The sudden increase in her food expenses was a serious problem for Ren. After all, having lived frugally for more than a decade, she had developed strong habits of thrift and budgeting. But her stomach didn't care about financial concerns. When hunger struck, it showed no mercy. So, she needed to consider whether she should start working on weekends. She preferred earning her own money rather than relying on others to cover her meals. Coincidentally, there was someone else dealing with a similar problem, someone who also worked weekends. Money is always an issue. After finishing another day of school and returning home, Ren sat down, lost in thought. For some reason, it felt like misfortune followed him when it came to finances. Even in his previous life, money had never stayed in his hands for long. Even though he lived in one of the cheapest apartment complexes, one known for being an accident property, he still struggled to save money because of his food expenses. Still, Ren refused to cut back too much when it came to food. He wasn't about to go to the extremes some influencers did, those who pushed themselves to their absolute limits just to save a few yen. So, he needed to find a new source of income. Maybe I should do a divination. See if there's an easy way to make money. Now that he had abilities beyond an ordinary person, he could explore options other than part-time jobs. The conditions of his apartment weren't great, but aside from its history of incidents, there weren't any actual problems. But beyond living expenses, he wanted to improve the quality of his food. And ideally, he'd like the freedom to stay at home, doing nothing, just like a lazy hermit. So, with some free time on his hands, he decided to try a divination to predict his financial fortune. He pulled out a deck of tarot cards he had bought before heading home. After shuffling, he drew 3 cards. Ace of Wands, upright, Judgment, upright, the World, upright. Now that's some good news. All 3 cards signified wealth and a major financial opportunity. He focused, trying to divine more details. A vision formed in his mind. At dusk, along a riverbank, an abandoned building stood alone by the water's edge. An abandoned building. Feels like someone deliberately hid something there. Yeah, this isn't an illusion. Someone definitely stashed something there. This might have been an unusual occurrence in other cities, but in a place like Baika, it wasn't rare at all. A thief could have hidden stolen goods there. Ren thought for a moment before doing another reading. He focused on the origins of this hidden treasure. The moon, upright, the sun, reversed, judgment, reversed. So it really is dirty money. A betrayal among thieves. After pulling off a robbery, one of them turned on his partner, trying to take all the spoils for himself. The answer was clear. He then did another reading, this time about the one who betrayed his partner and hid the goods. 8 of Wands, 7 of Swords, the World, reversed. Greed never leads to a good end. He got caught and sent to the police station. So, the police are looking for this too. If the traitor had been arrested, then the stolen goods might already be under investigation. But since his divination led him straight to the stash, it meant the police hadn't found it yet. And if they hadn't found it, well, that just means I can take it for myself. As long as he didn't expose the stolen goods too carelessly, there wouldn't be any major problems. Of course, selling stolen items required caution. Pawn shops and money exchangers were often under surveillance. Still, despite the risks, he wasn't about to give up on the idea of pocketing the cash. He wasn't sure exactly how much was hidden there, but considering the situation, a planned robbery, followed by betrayal, there had to be at least 10 million yen stashed away. Guess I'll go check it out tomorrow. Since he had already determined the location, all that was left was to confirm how much was actually there. He'd have to be careful not to be seen. Storage wasn't an issue. With Sefirah Castle, he could open a door at any time and simply toss whatever he found inside. Now, it was time for today's diary entry. The newly transferred Shinomiya and Hayasaka have, as expected, become instant celebrities in class. Not surprising at all. They were VIP members of the student council at Shuchiin Academy, after all. But what really caught my attention was the fact that Ren took the day off today. This is actually more concerning to me than Shinomiya and Hayasaka, who have already revealed their cards to me. This might be a major turning point in the story. If so, it's also the key to figuring out whether Ren Muri has the diary. Oh, there's one more thing on my mind. The date. Yesterday, Suzuki Sonoko came to class looking for Shinomiya. She must have been suspicious about Shinomiya's sudden transfer and wanted to investigate. But instead, she ran into me at the door. Years of physical labor have strengthened my body, and girls don't weigh much to begin with. So when she crashed into me at full speed, I didn't even stumble. But when I helped her up, she seemed to take an interest in me. First, she insisted on getting to know me, exchanged contact information, and then invited me on a date this weekend. Also, isn't Suzuki Sonoko a notorious face con? Does she actually think I'm good-looking? This was something Ren genuinely didn't understand. He had never put much thought into his appearance. He figured he wasn't bad-looking, but he wasn't exactly a model, either. Meanwhile, Kaguya was also reading today's diary entry. When she got to Ren's self-doubt about his looks, she paused, then turned to Hayasaka. Hayasaka, do you think Amamiya is attractive? Yes. Hayasaka answered without hesitation. The thick-rimmed glasses he wears are plain, almost entirely meant to hide his face. The messy curls in his hair are also deliberate, meant to cover him up. This all points to low self-esteem. It aligns with what we found in our investigation of his past. If he changed his style even slightly, people's impressions of him would shift dramatically. I see. Kaguya glanced back at the diary. Amamiya seems to have caught Suzuki Sanoko's attention. He's wondering why she took an interest in him. Classic case of not having a clear perception of oneself. Another sign of low self-esteem. Hayasaka's analysis was blunt and to the point. But this new information about Suzuki Sanoko was intriguing. Most people hadn't noticed anything unusual, yet Sanoko had picked up on something right away. So, Miss Kaguya, do you think Suzuki Sanoko might also be a diary holder? Bonus for 100 PS, thanks for the support. Keep the PS coming. Chapter 42, Thoughts on establishing a club. No. There was room for speculation about others, but Suzuki Sanoko was definitely not a diary holder. Kaguya was certain of this because she understood Sanoko's personality very well. That woman may seem straightforward on the surface, but behind the scenes, she's as cunning as Fujiwara. The fact that she approached me so openly proves that she doesn't have the diary. If she did, she wouldn't have come to me first, she would have gone straight to Amamiya. If Sanoko were a diary holder, she would have already known why Kaguya had transferred to Teitan High School. She would also have known the reason behind it. But precisely because she wasn't a diary holder, she had found Kaguya's sudden transfer suspicious. But I didn't expect her to end up inviting Amamiya out. Miss Kaguya, with Suzuki Sanoko's personality, that's hardly surprising, Hayasaka pointed out from the side. Sanoko was well known for being obsessed with good-looking people. And as the confirmed heir of the Suzuki Zaibatsu, anyone from the upper class would rarely refuse her invitations. However, Sanoko wasn't interested in the so-called elite, handsome men. She had a peculiar habit: if someone was from the same social circle, she wouldn't bother. But if she happened to meet a handsome stranger by chance, she would act extremely proactive. It was as if she was drawn in purely by appearance. So, it was simply coincidence that Sanoko had set her sights on Amamiya. At the very least, if Kaguya hadn't transferred to Teitan High, Amamiya Ren and Sanoko would never have crossed paths. Or does Miss Kaguya plan to ask Amamiya to team up with her this weekend? I do have that in mind. The diary seems to impose restrictions on offline arrangements, but if I interact with Amamiya in an everyday setting not in direct connection to the diary, it might not trigger the diary's rules. So that's the strategy. Hayasaka immediately lost interest. It turned out this was just another experiment to test the diary's limits. If that's the case, shouldn't we inform Amamiya? Yes, we should. No matter what, it was best to let the involved party know. Kaguya didn't want any unnecessary misunderstandings. To prevent such misunderstandings, communication was essential. But since Sanoko invited him first this time, we'll have to make our move earlier next time. There was no avoiding this weekend situation. In that case, do you plan to increase contact with Amamiya during school hours? Hayasaka's question made Kaguya fall silent for a moment. Would that be appropriate? I don't think Amamiya enjoys talking much at school. And most of our conversations aren't suitable for others to overhear. Discussing them in school isn't ideal. That's true. Hayasaka sighed, seeing the problem. If it were just casual conversation, it wouldn't be an issue. But their discussions weren't normal by any means. Miss Kaguya, I think you should really consider this issue. You clearly need a private space for conversations with Amamiya in the future. He writes in his diary every day, recording details of daily life. But if you don't participate in any of it, you'll have no role in what's written. You have a point. After all, the diary documented real-life events. Amamiya was bound to record some interesting aspects of daily life, and if there was nothing engaging, the rewards from the diary would decrease. Kaguya considered this carefully. Hayasaka's suggestion wasn't meaningless, in fact, it was crucial. At school, she needed to establish a regular space for conversations with Amamiya. Miss Kaguya, I also found out something interesting. In the past, Kudo Shinichi often received permission to skip school because he assisted the police in investigations. If I intervene a little, you might also be able to get more approved absences in the future. Approved absences? Yes. Right now, you need a proper setting to talk with Amamiya, and sometimes you'll need to skip class with him. But, what if Amamiya falls behind in schoolwork? Wouldn't that be a good thing? Then you could tutor him, giving you even more time together. That's actually a good idea. Kaguya pondered the idea carefully. A designated space for communication at school. Occasionally being excused from class. And if necessary, helping Amamiya keep up with his studies. Wait, isn't this basically the same setup I had at Shuchiin? She realized that these conditions completely matched her role as vice president of the student council at Shuchiin Academy. Back there, she had quite a bit of freedom outside of class. And whether classes were even necessary, well, that was another discussion entirely. Kaguya-sama, it's actually a bit different. How so? In Shuchiin, you had to run for student council president. But at Teitan, all you need to do is form a club with a limited number of members. Joining the student council comes with a lot of responsibilities. That workload would reduce the time you can spend with Amamiya. But if you start your own club, you won't have that issue. At the very least, you can use the club as an official excuse for your activities. Clubs are an ideal space for private discussions. You think I should set one up now? I'd recommend it. I have a feeling Miss Sanzenin will be transferring here soon. That's actually quite likely. Thinking about it, Kaguya realized there was a high probability that Sanzenin Nagi would transfer in soon. The diary's rules had already been thoroughly tested. They had confirmed that loopholes were difficult, if not impossible, to exploit. If they wanted rewards, they would have to follow the diary's guidelines. Otherwise, they would get nothing. Even the accumulation feature in the diary's lottery system seemed to exist specifically for those who read the diary but hesitated to take action. For every 100 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. Support this book with your PS and review if you enjoy it. More chaps in a while relieved face. Chapter 43, Gold Coins on the Ceiling. The next day after school, Ren didn't head straight home. Instead, he made his way toward the river near Tokyo Tower. After checking the map and confirming the general area, he began searching for the specific abandoned building by the riverside. There are a lot of abandoned buildings here. The area was practically a graveyard for old, deserted structures. He wasn't sure what this place had been used for in the past, but now it was little more than a forgotten wasteland. After about 10 minutes of searching, he stopped in front of one particular building. Looks like this is the one. He surveyed the surroundings. This building stood alone by the riverbank. There were no residential homes or shops nearby. It was completely isolated, no villages, no convenience stores. This had to be the place. With no nearby residents, the chances of anyone stumbling upon the hidden stash were slim. Unless the local government suddenly decided to redevelop the area, these abandoned buildings would likely remain undisturbed. That thief really knew how to pick a hiding spot. But that just makes things easier for me. A place this secluded wouldn't be easy for the police to search. Unless they already had a lead, narrowing down which abandoned building to investigate would be incredibly difficult. Ren approached the building. The main entrance was locked, but the emergency staircase was still accessible. Glancing at the entrance, he noted the piled-up cardboard boxes and the thick layer of dust covering the ground. Not here. He climbed the emergency stairs, making his way to the top floor. Reaching into his school bag, he pulled out a pair of gloves before gripping the doorknob. Click. The rusted door creaked open. Looks like I found it. The rooftop was completely deserted. Activating his spiritual vision, he confirmed there were no lingering spirits, no lost souls wandering this place. However, something else caught his attention. He looked up. 4 large, thick bags hung from the ceiling, deliberately hidden. Ren raised a hand, and the mist surrounding him transformed into several tendrils, stretching out and effortlessly pulling the bags down. Stepping closer, he unfastened one of the bags. Inside, stacks of golden coins gleamed under the setting sun. His glasses reflected their warm, golden glow. Jackpot. I don't know who hid these here, but since they were abandoned, they don't belong to anyone anymore. That makes them mine now. Finding a way to justify taking the treasure for himself, he felt no guilt whatsoever. Without hesitation, he stored all 4 bags of gold coins inside Sefirah Castle. Selling them could be dealt with later. With a satisfied expression, he stepped out onto the emergency staircase, carefully closing the door behind him. Just as he was about to leave, he paused. His fingers rested on the door lock. Better safe than sorry. If a kid wanders in here by accident, that'd be a problem. Might as well lock it properly. Activating his apprentice ability, he reinforced the lock with an extraordinary seal. Now, the door wouldn't open unless someone physically removed it. This would prevent any curious children from getting inside. With that precaution in place, he made his way downstairs. By the time he reached the bottom, the evening sun had begun to set, and the streetlights were flickering on. But instead of bringing a sense of security, the dim glow only made the abandoned district feel even more eerie. Silence filled the area. No footsteps, no signs of life. It was the kind of place that gave people chills. Yeah, I can see why no one comes here. Even homeless people would probably get creeped out. It was clear that even those who had nowhere else to go would rather sleep on the streets than settle in a place as unsettling as this. Shaking off the eerie atmosphere, he adjusted his bag and started heading home. Nothing eventful happened on the way back. No one knew about the treasure he had taken. And as for the eerie abandoned buildings, well, if anyone should be afraid, it wasn't people, it was the ghosts. With his abilities, he could easily deal with any lingering spirits. His mind, however, remained focused on the gold coins. By the time he arrived home, a strange intuition urged him to turn on the television. A breaking news report was being broadcast. The leader of an infamous Italian robbery gang has been arrested, but the 15,000 stolen maple leaf gold coins remain missing. Ah. Ren reached into Sefirah Castle and pulled out one of the gold coins. So this is where they came from. No wonder it felt familiar. His memories of Conan's later cases were vague, but he still remembered the earlier ones vividly. And this was one of them. The very first case involving the detective boys. He examined the gold coin in his hand. And I just completely locked the door to the stash. The ability I used to seal the door prevents normal people from opening it. Unless they tear the whole thing down, no one's getting in. A bunch of kids definitely won't be able to break through. So technically, did I just save the detective boys? The thought crossed his mind, but he wasn't sure if that counted. Even if it didn't really matter. As long as the emergency door remained sealed, no one, kids included, would be able to get inside. That also meant the robbers wouldn't come after them. Well, problem solved. Still, it was something worth writing about in his diary. Something interesting happened today. I found a stash of treasure hidden by an incredibly stupid robber near Tokyo Tower. Ah, nothing beats the sight of gold coins gleaming under the sunset. Gold really is a beautiful thing. Especially for someone like me, who's constantly struggling with money. I may not be a thief, but if some idiot hides stolen loot and never comes back for it, I have no problem taking it. For example, a certain group of dumb Italian robbers who left their gold coins like buried treasure. But because of them, I accidentally ended up interfering with the very first case of the detective boys. A group of elementary schoolers, led by Kudo Shinichi, who is also now an elementary schooler. To be honest, they were actually scared in the early cases. But the longer time went on, the less they feared for their lives. And, honestly, the more annoying they became. Still, this time, they were about to stumble into the treasure by accident. I guess, in a way, I prevented them from facing their first real danger. Chapter 44, The Third Path, Error. Lord of Mysteries. Obtained Sequence 9 Potion, Marauder. Not bad. My diary rewards are still only giving me Sequence 9 potions. But with this Marauder potion, I've now completed the 3 foundational paths of the Lord of Mysteries. The road to the Lord of Mysteries had been laid before him. Now, all he had to do was keep walking down that path. Ren wasn't particularly surprised. He picked up the bottle and downed its contents in one gulp. As always, the taste was absolutely terrible. But this time, after consuming the Marauder potion, something felt different. A tingling sensation spread through his wrists and fingers. The skin on his palms and fingers began to crack, peeling away to reveal new skin underneath. The freshly grown skin was as smooth and soft as a newborn's. His hands were no longer rough like a worker's, they had become slender, pale, and delicate, almost feminine in their refinement. So this is the perk of becoming a Marauder. Unlike Seer and Apprentice, which focused on perception and adaptability, the Marauder relied on dexterity and finesse. This change made his hands unbelievably flexible. These hands could probably be used for a hand modeling career. Ren chuckled at the thought. Of course, that wasn't happening. Even if he got a job, being a hand model wasn't in the cards. No wonder they say a thief's hands are their most important tool. That wasn't just a figure of speech. Now that he had first-hand experience, he understood why master thieves were said to have such refined hands. Beyond the physical transformation, he also gained a new sense of judgment. He picked up the maple leaf gold coin he had acquired earlier. Aside from its natural golden shine, a faint blue glow now surrounded it. It was as if his vision had been enhanced to highlight valuable objects. This is pretty useful. If he ever came across items of unknown value, this ability would allow him to judge their worth at a glance. Whether in ancient times or the modern era, an ability that reveals hidden value is always in demand. If this were an ordinary world, I could probably turn this into some I have golden eyes type of story. The thought amused him. Ren smiled and shook his head. But now, there was another issue, Ran. It's been 2 days. What exactly happened that made her take 2 days off? Should I check on her? It was unusual. Ren taking 2 days off from school was a sign that something was wrong. With that in mind, he pulled out his tarot deck and performed a reading. 9 of Wands, 7 of Pentacles, 2 of Wands. Huh. He stared at the results in surprise. Shinichi suffered a serious head injury, a massive lie, and disappointment. Did Shinichi lie to Ran because of special circumstances, and now she's deeply disappointed? Wait. Did Ran find out that Shinichi faked his death? That shouldn't have happened. Under normal circumstances, something like that should have been impossible. A high school student turning into an elementary schooler. It was too absurd to believe. Ran never even considered the possibility before because it was simply unbelievable. And with Yusaku and Yukiko covering for Shinichi, she shouldn't have been able to find out. Unless she learned the truth from another source. Ren looked down at his diary. I see. It looks like my guess was right. Ren really has the diary. He took a deep breath. Which means, there are now 3 confirmed diary holders. Shinomiya Kagaya, Sanzenin Nagi, and Muri Ran. They all have something in common, they're the heroines of their respective stories. And now, their life trajectories are shifting because of the diary. Well, we know this for sure with Kagaya. As for Nagi and Ran, it's still uncertain. He hadn't had any direct contact with Sanzenin Nagi yet. But Ran's situation was already exposed. If her life had deviated from its original course, he could confirm it with another reading. He shuffled the tarot deck again and pulled 3 more cards. The Star, upright, Justice, reversed, the Lovers, reversed. Yikes. These results were bad. Tisk, TSK. Shinichi, you really messed up this time. All 3 cards indicated a massive breakdown in relationships. The fallout from the deception was too big. The diary's influence on Ran seems to be far greater than I expected. So her 2-day absence was her response to Shinichi. Then, did Shinichi still move into the Muri household? The first 2 readings were already messy, but curiosity pushed him to perform one last divination. High Priestess, reversed, the Queen of Pentacles, upright, Wheel of Fortune, reversed. Oh. A selfish plan was uncovered. He successfully moved into the Muri household, but the plan completely fell apart. Did Ran move out and start living with Kisaki Eri? Shinichi, your plan is in shambles. Ren let out a low chuckle. This was prime drama. But Ran's decision wasn't surprising at all. If she had figured out that Shinichi wasn't dead, and if she had realized that he deliberately moved into her house for selfish reasons, then it was completely logical for her to leave. Ran is still a kind person. She didn't expose her identity. Instead, she chose to remove herself from the situation and live with her mother for now. Honestly, that was the best possible choice for her. Though Kudo might not see it that way. Meanwhile, in the Muri household, in Ran's former room, a bespectacled elementary schooler sat alone. Ah. Gazing out at the moon, Idagawa Konan, formerly Kudo Shinichi, was deep in thought. Everything had backfired on him. He had disguised himself as a child Southwest H. He could stay close to Ran. But in the end, his own plan had driven her away. I should have considered how Ren would react if she believed I had died. The 2 of them had grown up together. Of course his death would impact her deeply. But what he hadn't expected was for that impact to explode in his face once she discovered the truth. In the end, Ran knows me too well. If they hadn't been so close, she might have been able to accept things more easily. But because of how well she knew him, it was impossible for her to ignore it. Well, I just hope she can come to terms with it soon. For now, I need to focus on investigating the organization. But as he thought about his current situation, Conan let out a sigh. The Muri Detective Agency wasn't exactly the most promising place for an investigation. Yeah. I really need to come up with a new plan. For every 100 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. Just saw that we entered the rankings. Keep the PS coming, guys, and I'll keep the chapters coming. Thanks for your support, *. Chapter 45, Trait, Big Eater. The next morning at Kisaki Eri's apartment. Just like she would in her own home, Ren woke up early to prepare breakfast and lunch. In fact, she got up even earlier than usual today. Not because she wanted to, but because her appetite had increased dramatically, meaning she had to prepare much more food. Which also meant she needed extra time to cook. Her new morning routine left her busy in the kitchen for nearly 3 hours. Outside, the sky gradually brightened as dawn approached. Click. Yawning, Kisaki Eri stumbled out of her bedroom, still in her pajamas. Sniff. A delicious aroma filled the apartment, making her eyes open slightly. She followed the scent to the kitchen. There, she saw her daughter, dressed in pajamas and an apron, hard at work. Just as she was about to greet her, her gaze fell on the dining table. She froze. That's a lot of food. The table was already packed with neatly prepared meals. Eri recognized her own lunchbox. But next to it was another lunchbox, 4 times its size. Frowning, she stepped closer to compare. This is 4 times bigger than mine. This is at least 2 or 3 times more than what an adult man would eat. She opened the oversized box, revealing a bottom layer of white rice. If she did, Eri would probably think she was having hallucinations from grief. She might even drag her to see a psychiatrist. To avoid that fate, she had to come up with an excuse. That's not it, Mom. It's just that karate club practice has gotten way more intense recently. A few times, I was so hungry after training that I could barely stand. So, I decided to prepare a little extra. Really? Of course. I'm still growing, so it's fine if I eat more. If anything, I used to eat too little. Ren paused for a moment, then added. Besides, it's Dad's fault. Your father. Eri blinked, momentarily thrown off. Sorry, Dad. I have to use you as an excuse to keep Mom from sending me to therapy. Eri frowned, thinking it over. That unreliable man, don't tell me he spent all your food money on alcohol again. As ridiculous as it sounded, she could actually picture Kagoro doing something like that. She looked back at the ridiculous amount of food Ren had prepared, then considered the karate club at her school. With such intense physical training, if her daily calorie intake had been too low, it made sense that she would be starving afterward. Thinking about it logically, Eri realized this wasn't necessarily a psychological issue. She had been closely observing Ran's mood since yesterday. Her emotional state didn't seem as unstable as she had feared. I'll keep an eye on it for now. She made up her mind. And then, she clicked her tongue. That damn Kagoro. He barely makes enough money, and now he's cutting back on food expenses too. I need to have a serious talk with him. She sighed. Ran, are you done preparing everything? Yes, it's all ready. Then let's eat. The mother and daughter sat across from each other and started breakfast. Eri took one bite, and then just stared. Because in front of her, Ran quickly devoured a meal that could have fed 3 full-grown men. Bolognese pasta, fried chicken nuggets, vegetable salad, and 3 bowls of rice. This. Did Ran always eat this much? Eri hadn't even touched her food. Just watching her daughter's eating habits made her feel full. Ran's table manners were still polite, but where was she putting all this food? Eri tilted her head, glancing at her daughter's stomach. Flat. No sign of bloating. Exactly the same as before she started eating. So this isn't forced. And it's not psychological. Eri rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. This wasn't just a growth spurt. If Kagoro had to pay for this level of food intake, he'd go bankrupt instantly. After a few minutes, Ran casually wiped her mouth with a napkin. Mom, aren't you going to eat? I'll eat later. Ran, you really don't feel sick after eating all that? Nope. Ran patted her stomach. No discomfort at all. It was perfectly within her body's tolerance. Still, seeing her mother's bewildered expression, she knew her eating habits had definitely shocked her. She couldn't explain it, though. She had no choice but to leave before her mother started asking more questions. Well then, Mom, I'm heading to school. For every 100 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. Chapter 46, I also have good friends. Amamiya Ren, a boy I don't know very well. Sitting in her classroom, Ren pondered over the information she had gathered. She didn't know much about him. But according to the diary, it seemed like Sonoko had taken an interest in him. That meant she could ask her. Just like how Sonoko always gossiped about people at school, Ren figured she could approach this casually, as if she were simply curious. With that in mind, as soon as class ended, Ren went straight to Sonoko. Sonoko, are you going on a date with a boy tomorrow? Sonoko looked at Ren, her face full of surprise. Ren, what's up with you today? Since when are you interested in my dates? You usually don't care much about these things. Did you hear someone talking about it? Sonoko thought back to the moment she had invited Amamiya. There had been quite a few students around at the time. She had been so focused on his presence that she hadn't paid attention to whether others had noticed. After all, it wasn't every day that she spotted a hidden gem like him. Ren, why are you suddenly curious? I heard some people say that the guy you're seeing isn't very handsome. Who said that? That sentence hit Sonoko like a dagger to the heart. That's an insult to my instincts as Suzuki Sonoko. You think I can't tell if a guy is handsome or not? She immediately recalled Ren's usual appearance, unkempt curls, thick-rimmed glasses, and a deliberately ordinary demeanor. No wonder people underestimated him. Sonoko clicked her tongue in annoyance. Those blind fools. Only she, Suzuki Sonoko, had seen the truth. With a mixture of smugness and excitement, her voice lowered slightly as she spoke. Listen, Amamiya isn't just not bad looking, he's easily on par with that show-off, Shinichi. That high of an evaluation. Ren was surprised. Sonoko had once said, Shinichi's good looks are the only thing saving his personality. That was the highest praise she had ever heard Sonoko give Shinichi. Of course. Ren, you don't get it. Amamiya looks average on purpose, he hides his face. Half of his face is covered by those plain, thick glasses. Then there's his curly bangs, they block part of his features. But if you see his full face, he's a total knockout. Sonoko was completely confident in her judgment, betting on the flawless track record of her handsome guy radar. Plus, there was another bonus detail she had discovered. Also, I noticed that Amamiya doesn't seem to interact with girls much. I think I might be his first date. That does seem likely. Ren knew that Sonoko had a tendency to exaggerate things. But when it came to Amamiya, everything she had said so far aligned with the diary's records. If Amamiya wasn't lying in his diary, then he really had never dated before. Ren then recalled something else Sonoko had once said. That clueless detective is going to get himself in serious trouble one day. And that statement had turned out to be 100% accurate. Until now, Ren had never given much thought to Sonoko's ability to judge people. But with so many of her past remarks proving true, she was starting to reconsider. I never realized how sharp Sonoko's observations actually were. For the first time, Ren saw her best friend in a new light. So, you only just now noticed Amamiya's hidden charm. Do you need any other reason? No, I suppose not. Ren had known Sonoko for years. She knew full well that Sonoko would absolutely pursue a guy based on looks alone. Right now, I know that Amamiya isn't good at dealing with girls. But there's still a lot I don't know. She frowned slightly. She didn't have many sources to gather more information. But if she needed help. Ren's eyes landed on Sonoko. That's it. If she couldn't do something alone, wasn't that what friends were for? Sonoko, come with me for a moment. Okay. Sonoko felt that Ren was acting a little strange today. But she followed her out of the classroom without question. And then, Sonoko's worldview was completely shattered. After listening to everything Ren told her, she was speechless. Especially when Ren mentioned Shinomiya Kagaya, Sanzenin Nagi, and the world-altering effects of the diary. Her mind needed time to process. But the first thing that truly sank in. Wait. Ren is actually the heroine of a story. That was her first realization. She turned to look at her best friend. Ren was gorgeous, had a perfect figure, was kind, smart, and athletic. The only flaw was her complicated home life, but other than that, she was practically flawless. Yeah, you do seem like the protagonist type. And if you're the heroine, then Shinichi is obviously the male lead. Sonoko nodded to herself. It all made sense. Ugh. I think I understand why Shinichi's like this now. Sonoko sighed. She could picture it perfectly, the classic overconfident, reckless protagonist. Talented, intelligent, and totally oblivious to danger. Which was exactly why he ended up getting knocked out and poisoned. He was just too overconfident. That's why he got careless and ended up in this situation. Ren looked at her. What do you think now that you know Shinichi's situation? Me. Ren fell silent for a moment. Then, she shook her head. I can't accept it. If he had told me the truth, I would have kept his secret forever. I would have even helped him hide his identity. But instead, he lied to me. He used protecting me as an excuse while doing something purely out of selfishness. I can't accept that. Then it's over. Sonoko made her conclusion. After hearing Ren say that so decisively, she knew there was no going back. Yes, Shinichi was a textbook male protagonist. But once he made that choice, to lie and manipulate Ren instead of trusting her, it didn't matter what kind of story this was anymore. Because in reality, he had already lost. For every 100 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. Chapter 47, let's go on a date together. What truly matters in a relationship isn't whether the other person fits the male protagonist archetype, but rather the mutual understanding and emotional connection between both parties. When one side chooses to deceive, that connection is severed before it can even begin. And when the selfish motivations behind the deception are laid bare, the relationship loses all meaning. Even so, Sonoko remained fully supportive of Ren's decision. That's right. Ren, this is the best choice for you. Shinichi is just going to get himself into even bigger trouble in the future. The problems he's facing now are already a huge mess, and the aftermath of what he did isn't something that will just go away. She could only shake her head at his actions. Faking his own death might have ensured his safety, but at the same time, it meant completely abandoning his past identity. If the organization that turned Shinichi into a child never collapsed, and if no cure for the poison was ever discovered, then there were only two possible futures for him. 1. He remains a child forever. 2. He has to grow up all over again. But either way, the Shinichi that Ren once knew was gone. If he really had to relive his childhood, was Ren supposed to wait for him to grow up again? To Sonoko, it was obvious once Ren had rejected Shinichi, no amount of effort on his part would change the outcome. Yeah, Ren murmured. She hadn't analyzed things as deeply as Sonoko. She just couldn't accept the fact that Shinichi had approached her under the guise of protecting her, only to use that as an excuse for his own selfishness. It wasn't that she couldn't understand why he did it. But if she could have accepted it, she wouldn't have moved out to live with her mother. What are you going to do now? I mean, about Shinichi. I'll pretend I don't know. Ran had already made up her mind. If he's already killed off the identity of Kudo Shinichi, then I'll treat him as though he's dead. He's a different person now, just another kid adopted by Aunt Yukiko and Uncle Yusaku. I won't expose him, but I don't want to live under the same roof as him either. Yeah, that's probably for the best. Sonoko was genuinely glad Ren had come to a decision. Considering everything Shinichi had gotten himself involved in, it was safer for Ren to keep her distance. Otherwise, he might end up dragging her into even more dangerous situations. Now, though, another topic came up. The next thing we need to talk about is Amamiya. He's the one writing the diary, the one who knows the entire story, and the one who understands more than anyone else. Sonoko crossed her arms with a smirk. Well, no wonder I ended up taking an interest in him. His appearance wasn't the only thing he was hiding, he's got secrets in other areas too. See. Her taste in men was top tier. She had managed to pick out the diary writer from an entire sea of people. Now that she understood the situation, things made sense. That explains why that Ice Queen Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly transferred out of Shuchian. She was testing Amamiya. And that arrogant little rich girl following her. I was wondering why she was involved, too. So that's what's going on. She had been confused about what those two were scheming behind the scenes. Now, she finally had her answer. So, are you planning to meet Amamiya directly? Well, yeah, I was thinking about it. In that case, how about this weekend? Huh. Ren blinked at Sonoko in surprise. But, aren't you going on a date with Amamiya this weekend? Well, dating is important, but so is discussing this situation properly. And it's not weird if you're there too. We'll just say it's a friendly get-together. That way, I can keep seeing Amamiya without it being suspicious. Wait, you still plan on dating him? Of course. Sonoko tilted her head as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. It's not like I was planning to date him for any deep reason. I just think he's super handsome. And if I like looking at him, then isn't it only natural to keep dating him? Ren sighed. Seeing how matter-of-fact Sonoko was about the whole thing, she realized her earlier concerns were pointless. Indeed, Sonoko had no ulterior motives. She was dating Amamiya simply because she found him attractive. That was all. Ren, I'll message you tomorrow. Make sure you're ready. Got it. Even if the real purpose of the outing was to introduce Ren to Amamiya, Sonoko still treated it like a proper date. Which meant proper preparation was necessary. So, early the next morning, Suzuki Sonoko was already getting ready. She picked out a stylish outfit, applied light makeup, and made sure everything was in place. Once she was satisfied, she headed out to meet Ren. Their meeting spot. In front of Ren's apartment. Arriving by car, Sonoko stepped out and spotted Ren waiting for her. Uncle Rio, pick me up later tonight. Understood, Mississippi. After giving her driver instructions, Sonoko walked toward Ren. Ren. She waved, then took a moment to really look at her best friend. Oh, you changed your look today. I feel like if we stand next to each other, you're going to steal my spotlight as the main heroine. That's not true. Ren laughed, feeling a little embarrassed by the exaggerated compliment. I'm not joking. Sonoko shook her head. Today, you look even more beautiful than yesterday. And there's something different about you. Sonoko had always been attentive to Ren's changes. This time, it wasn't just her outfit. It was something deeper, a subtle shift in her entire presence. A change that came from within. For every 100 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. Chapter 48, not good at taking the initiative. Ding dong. The door opened within a minute of the doorbell ringing. Standing there was Ren, dressed casually. His eyes landed on Ren, and for a brief moment, he hesitated. Then he glanced at Sonoko and immediately understood. I see. I figured you might have gotten the diary too, Ren. I thought you'd find a time after school to talk to me, like Shinomiya and the others did. I didn't expect you to come on the weekend and bring Suzuki along. I'm very sorry, Amamiya. Standing outside the door, Ren bowed deeply in apology. I wasn't sure how to approach you alone, so I asked Sonoko to come with me. You don't need to apologize for that. Ren waved it off. Honestly, I was already feeling a bit awkward about being dragged into a sudden date with Suzuki. If anything, this actually works out better. I don't think there'll be as many awkward silences now. He was nothing if not pragmatic, and just knowing the atmosphere wouldn't be tense was already a relief. Come inside first. There are some things we shouldn't be discussing out here. Thank you. Ren felt a little lighter after hearing that. But just as she stepped forward, Sonoko grabbed Amamiya's wrist. Hold it right there, Amamiya, our date isn't ending like this. Huh? He looked at her in confusion. Suzuki, you still want to go on a date? Of course. She flipped her hair dramatically. I brought Ren along because she needed backup, not because I was canceling my date. I just decided to move the time around a little. Sonoko was completely confident. She loved dating, and her reasoning was straightforward, she just liked handsome guys. Especially the ones with a hidden charm. For a moment, Ren was speechless. This is the first time I've ever heard a girl talk about dating this confidently. Suzuki, I really don't have any experience dating. Then start building that experience now. Sonoko grinned. To be clear, I wanted to date you because you're seriously good-looking. You're a handsome guy with a high hidden score. Handsome. Ren's expression became a little stiff. He had never thought of himself as anything special in the looks department. This was the first time a girl had said something like that to him. And Sonoko, who was extremely sharp-eyed, immediately noticed something. Whoa. Your ears are turning red. She gasped in delight. You really have no experience dealing with girls, do you? So cute. Her teasing only made Ren's embarrassment worse. His ears were completely red now. Such a reaction was rare in a guy. Especially one with his level of looks. A boy like him, good-looking and totally inexperienced with girls. If left alone, he'd definitely get snatched up by some random girl with bad intentions. Ren couldn't handle this. He had no idea how to respond. Or rather, he wasn't used to dealing with girls who were this forward. Just come inside first. Breaking free from Sonoko's grasp, he quickly fled inside. Sonoko, still standing at the entrance, smiled even brighter. Such an adorable reaction. Doesn't seem like he's been influenced by any bad women outside. A boy this cute and this handsome should be left to me. So you're the bad woman outside, huh? Ren couldn't help but comment. She had overheard Sonoko's mumbling clearly. To be honest, she really didn't want to hear Sonoko's flirty rambling. But she had to admit. Ren's reaction was kind of surprising. He really has no experience at all, huh? If that was the case, she had to agree with Sonoko. Ren's reaction was adorable. He had no clue how to respond to a girl who was actually flirting with him. Or maybe he just wasn't used to dealing with someone as direct as Sonoko. The two of them stepped inside, slipping on a pair of indoor slippers from the entrance. The air conditioning kept the room cool, making it a comfortable temperature. Once inside, they took off their coats. Ren, who had regained his composure, walked over with 2 glasses of water. Thanks. Both girls took a glass and sat down. You came today to talk about the diary, right? Yes. At the mention of the diary, both Ren and Sonoko turned serious. It was their main reason for coming, and there were a lot of questions they needed to clear up. To be honest, I don't know that much about the diary either. It appeared a year ago, but at the time, I was more worried about how it might affect my life. So I didn't start using it right away. I only started properly recording my daily life recently. He leaned back slightly. Also, the diary has rules. But it doesn't tell you what they are, you have to figure them out on your own. Of course, the diary also gives certain benefits. Ren, you should have noticed that by now. Yeah. Ren nodded. The title she received, Imperial Sakura Fong, had already made a huge difference. Her appetite had increased massively, and her digestive abilities had strengthened to match. Now, she could eat as much as she wanted without any negative effects. As for the promised boosts to her strength, endurance, and explosive power, those would take longer to manifest. From what she had gathered, her body needed time to absorb all the extra energy she was consuming. This wasn't something that could happen overnight. The way the diary works, you have to be mindful of its rules. If you try to force things offline, it won't reward you. In fact, the diary might punish you instead. So if you want to get more benefits, you have to understand its rules. Then, that means you can't exploit loopholes. Exactly. If you try to game the system, you'll get nothing. For every 100 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. Chapter 49, Irene Adler. Our cooperation can only have negative consequences for the diary. This is the highest restriction placed on the diary holder, meant to prevent the diary's writer from being exploited as a tool. Ren emphasized this rule. The diary enforces this very strictly. For those of you who hold the diary, this should be considered a serious matter. As for whether the diary has a self-protection mechanism, I believe it does. Of course, I can't be certain whether it has a protection mechanism for you. But I think there must be some kind of punishment mechanism for the holders. Amamiya, I have a question. Sonoko eagerly raised her hand. I want to ask about this punishment mechanism. Did that Ice Queen and that arrogant brat get caught? No. Ren shook his head slightly. Even though I chose to self-destruct the diary at the beginning, both Shinomiya and Sanzenin Nagi are cautious people. They investigated my identity, but they didn't take any unnecessary actions. At noon in Tropical Land, I reminded them that the diary also has a lottery function. I originally thought someone would try to target me because of it. But surprisingly, none of them made a move. I think that's to be expected. Sonoko understood why the Ice Queen and the Tsundere girl had chosen to stay put. Given how bizarre this situation was, encountering someone like Amamiya, who had been reborn and now carried a diary of unknown origin, was already unusual enough. If they had acted rashly, that would have been strange. That ice-cold girl, Shinomiya, isn't stupid. She was raised with a self-centered mindset from the beginning. She never does anything without absolute certainty. Amamiya, since you willingly told her about the diary, there's no way she would act recklessly. And that arrogant brat is more rational than most people. She wouldn't take unnecessary risks just for some immediate gains. Besides, that so-called arrogant brat isn't actually a bad person. She just has a bit of a prideful streak. While the Ice Queen acted like an egoist, that was only a front. The Shinomiya family had never considered Shinomiya Kagaya as a true heir. She was merely a princess raised under the family's influence. If she hadn't pretended to be cold and calculating, she would have ended up as nothing more than a puppet under the control of the family's former heir. As for the Tsundere Sanzenin Nagi, deep down, she was just a spoiled little girl. Even though she was the only granddaughter of Mikado Sanzenin, she had never abused her status for anything outrageous. The most extreme thing she had ever done was helping Shinomiya out a few days ago. Sonoko was very familiar with their personalities. So, she was certain that even if Amamiya accidentally exposed some flaws, those two wouldn't actually do anything to harm him. But, Amamiya, you have a point. If the diary is as magical as you and Ren describe, where simply writing in it or reading it brings benefits, then it definitely must have a protection mechanism for its owner and a punishment mechanism for its holders. Sonoko was convinced that both systems existed. The holder of the diary would never have a higher priority than its rightful owner. To prevent the owner from being manipulated by the holder, there had to be severe protections and penalties in place. I think so too. Ren also believed in the diary's protection mechanism. His assumption carried an element of risk, but he had gambled on the fact that the diary would protect him. Fortunately, he had bet correctly. There was no need to test the diary's protection system firsthand. Muri, now that you know Shinichi's identity, does that mean you're willing to accept him? No. Ren shook her head slightly. It's hard for me to accept him after realizing how much Shinichi has lied to me. And I don't believe he was hiding everything just to protect me. He had his own, selfish reasons too. But I don't want to dwell on his selfishness too much. Even though she understood it clearly, she wasn't in the mood to elaborate. But she wouldn't badmouth Shinichi behind his back either. Amamiya, I want to ask about the rest of the story. Muri, I need to clarify something first. No matter how fascinating the story is, it's been 16 years since I last experienced it, so I can't remember every detail perfectly. I can only give you a general idea. Of course, if something left a deep impression on me, I might remember it more clearly. I understand. In that case, tell me, what do you want to know? After making sure his disclaimer was clear, Ren waited to hear her questions. I want to know about the major events that happened to Shinichi in the original story. And, whether my parents reconciled in the end. For a moment, Ren was stunned. Then, he lowered his head and smiled. Muri, you really are someone who always puts others first. Maybe that's why you ended up playing such an important role in the story. The story begins when Shinichi is transformed into a child and moves into your home. From then on, he takes on the name Idagawa Konan, which indirectly leads to your father, Kagoro, gaining more recognition. In the course of the story, Shinichi encounters countless troubles, some of which he stirs up himself, and some that inevitably find him. As for the most important person Shinichi encounters later, that would be Miyano Shiho. She shares the same fate as him, taking the same poison and turning into a child. And she's also the one responsible for developing that poison. If you don't want to get too deep into the details, you can think of her as the woman Sherlock Holmes admired most, Irene Adler. So, if she's the one who shares the same fate as Shinichi, does that mean she's also his destined partner? As soon as the name Irene Adler was mentioned, Ren understood immediately. Irene Adler was the one woman Sherlock Holmes ever admired. Since Amamiya had chosen to compare Mayano Shiho to her, the implication was obvious. Ren pursed her lips but quickly let go of the thought. They're comrades. As for the story itself, think about it. What kind of stories do readers find the most engaging? Stories about interesting people and interesting events. Exactly. Mayano Shiho's introduction served that exact purpose. She essentially replaced Watson. Because Shinichi had to keep his identity a secret, you couldn't fill that role. So, someone else had to take it. Shinichi needed an ally. He also needed a source of information. Mayano Shiho's presence filled that gap perfectly. Ren remained silent for a while before shaking her head. So, in the later parts of the story, did Watson end up developing feelings for Holmes too? No, that would be too much of a generalization. But let's just say, some of the later story developments leaned in that direction. Bonus CHP. For every 100 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. Chapter 50, it's enough. In the later parts of the famous detective story, things took on a bit of a factional struggle. In the end, should he choose the comrade who fought alongside him against the Black Organization, or the childhood sweetheart who had always been by his side? Ren didn't particularly like how the story progressed in its later stages, nor did he enjoy the theatrical versions. He had only heard about certain developments but never paid much attention to them. He had no intention of discussing the parts he did remember in detail. A story is just a story. Reality is something else entirely. Muri, I believe you understand that. People shouldn't get caught up in what happens in a story's future. I know. Ren took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. But I'm still really angry. This time, she couldn't suppress her emotions. Shinichi and I have the closest relationship. He knows I don't care for Sherlock Holmes' antics, yet I've always been the one compromising for him. Can't he accommodate me just a little? I gave him so many chances during our weekend date, but the moment a case appeared, he ran off, leaving me alone at the amusement park. I have feelings too. Listening quietly, Ren let out a soft sigh. So it really is just a story after all. In reality, no girl would keep giving endless chances after all of that. He completely understood why Ren was having such an emotional outburst. First, she had discovered that Shinichi had kept secrets from her. Then, she realized that his supposed protection of her wasn't entirely selfless. And now, she had learned that in the future, there would be another Irene Adler, someone who shared Shinichi's fate, someone who would walk alongside him. Any girl would be upset. And Ren was not the kind of person who could just accept that without feeling anything. It was only natural to feel jealous after finding out that someone else would be at the side of the person she liked. It was normal to be upset knowing that the boy she had feelings for would have another girl by his side, someone who shared his struggles and experiences. Muri, this is just my personal understanding. What I'm about to say doesn't necessarily reflect Shinichi himself. Ren thought for a moment before continuing. I don't think Shinichi ever expected things to escalate the way they did before he got hit with that drug. Of course, if he had known, he definitely wouldn't have rushed in so recklessly. He was just doing what he had always done, what he liked to do. Like any normal 17-year-old boy. His life had been too smooth. He never realized how dangerous the world could be, never considered that criminals don't play fair. He's like the protagonist of a shounen anime, always chasing the unknown, always wanting to solve a mystery. And honestly, that's not unusual. Think about Shinichi's upbringing. He grew up in an elite environment, exposed to advanced knowledge from a young age. His father had already made a name for himself as a mystery novelist, and Shinichi naturally inherited that curiosity and drive for exploration. In a way, he didn't do it on purpose. Or maybe, he just never fully grasped the nuances of emotions, at least, not with the kind of precision you'd hope for. That's pretty common for boys his age. Besides, you two grew up together. At school, everyone calls you the Shinichi-Ren couple, and you've never denied it. To outsiders, you're already a couple. But there's still something missing. And Shinichi himself knows it. There are things he wants to say, but something, maybe uncertainty, maybe fear, keeps holding him back. Again and again, because of nerves, hesitation, or self-doubt, he pulls away instead of speaking up. That's probably the situation he's facing. Rand listened carefully, absorbing Ren's words. She could understand what he was saying. She also recalled those moments, times when Shinichi had seemed ready to say something, only to hold back at the last second. But despite understanding, she couldn't help but laugh. So many times. For as long as I can remember, Shinichi has wanted to say something but never could. But, it's enough. If he couldn't say it then, he won't say it now, and he won't say it in the future either. As she spoke those words, she felt a strange sense of calm. Shinichi no longer had the chance to say those words, which meant their relationship would never progress any further. And in that moment, she realized just how right Sonoko had been all along. She and Shinichi had different values. Being together wouldn't change that. Some things were simply meant to be unchangeable. Ran, that's the right mindset. Forget about Shinichi. Just treat his story as if it never existed. Besides, hasn't he already killed his identity as Kudo Shinichi? Just consider him dead. Yeah. I think I will. Hearing Sonoko's words, Ran found herself agreeing wholeheartedly. There was no point in thinking about Shinichi anymore. He had already made his choice. There was no reason to try and change the outcome. Besides, Aunt Yukiko and Uncle Yusaku had done everything necessary to erase Shinichi's identity. She was sure that they had created a perfectly convincing illusion of Shinichi's death, one that the Black Organization wouldn't be able to see through. If that was the case, she might as well just consider him dead. There was no reason to dwell on it any further. Now that I've made up my mind, I feel a lot better. Before, it felt like a weight was pressing on my heart. But now, I feel lighter. Ran finally felt a sense of relief. She knew she wasn't completely over it, some things couldn't be let go of so easily. But she could move on. As long as Shinichi never appeared in front of her again, time would take care of the rest. Eventually, she would get used to the fact that Shinichi Kudo no longer existed. Amamiya, do you think letting go is the right choice? I can't answer that for you. But if that's how you truly feel, then all that matters is what's best for you. Forget the story. This is your decision to make. Yeah. Thank you. Chapter 51, too ridiculous to take seriously. Regarding Ran's decision, Ren did not interfere in any way. He simply described Shinichi's situation objectively, giving Ren another chance to reconsider. But whether that opportunity existed or not, it was clear that Ren had already made a choice completely different from the original story. Her decision might be the opposite of what had originally been written, but it was far more in line with human nature. Amamiya, what happens in our story later on? What specifically does Suzuki want to know? About me and Ran. Actually, both you and Muri played significant roles in the beginning. Muri wasn't just there to be kind, her character had a lot of interesting aspects. Rather than being a perfect heroine, she had a natural comedic charm. But later in the story, Muri's role became more like a mascot. But it's not just Muri. Take Shiho Miyano, for example. Early on, she had an important role, providing Shinichi with information about the organization and guiding the protagonist team. But as the story progressed, her role was reduced to that of a navigator, just providing Shinichi with information. Wow. That's such a downgrade. Sonoko could hardly believe how two major heroines had been reduced to a mascot and an information provider. She could already imagine how much Ran's role had been diluted in the later parts of the story. What about me? Suzuki's story remains relatively substantial. But most of it still revolves around the fact that your family is rich. Suddenly that's not so surprising. Hearing that, she found it easy to accept. A wealthy character's main function in a story was often to drive events forward. She had never expected to be the protagonist, but she couldn't help feeling a little annoyed at how limited her role was. She glanced at Ran and suddenly felt a bit relieved. If even Ran, the heroine, ends up like that, then I guess it's only natural that my role as the rich friend is limited. Sonoko, just say what you want. Don't drag me into it. Hee hee. Sonoko giggled. Oh, by the way, Amamiya, did Ran and Shinichi end up together in the story? Do you want me to answer that? Ren didn't respond immediately. Instead, he gestured toward the person involved. Ran smiled helplessly before nodding indifferently. Yes, in the story, Shinichi and Ran do end up together. That doesn't mean the story ends there, though. The antidote that Shiho Miyano developed only temporarily restores Shinichi to his high school form. Ren wasn't surprised by this outcome. But knowing it didn't mean anything to her anymore. A story was just a story. She couldn't just accept Shinichi's feelings as if they were set in stone simply because they were written that way. Because she knew better. Sonoko hadn't expected that Shinichi would eventually sort things out in the story. But even so, did it really matter? She didn't think it did. In fact, she felt that Shinichi had only ended up dragging Ran down. Giving Ran unrealistic promises, making her wait based on empty hopes, that was irresponsible. But it's just a story in the end. A story has to give people a happy ending. After thinking about it for a moment, she decided not to dwell on it. Instead, she became curious about her own future. Amamiya, what about me? What do you mean? Like Ran, do I get a boyfriend or something? Suzuki-san, do you really want to know? The future story is just a reference, after all. If you learn about it in advance. Ah, it's fine, it's fine. I just want to know. I won't take it too seriously. That made Ren feel a little helpless. She knew. She definitely knew that knowing things ahead of time wasn't necessarily a good thing. But right now, she wanted to know. Probably because she wanted to reject whatever the story had planned for her. It's a high school student named Kayagaka Makoto. In the story, he's an incredibly skilled karate master, much stronger than Muri. So it's a hero saves the damsel in distress kind of thing. Ren nodded slightly. That's how it plays out in the story, yes. I don't feel anything about that at all. Even though my family's bodyguards aren't as extreme as the Sanzenin families, I do have quite a few watching over me. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't even need to be rescued like that. Well, I guess that just proves a story is only a story. Sonoko nodded, immediately dismissing the idea of a damsel in distress romance. It was too ridiculous. Not even worth considering. The Suzuki family might not have that many bodyguards, but they still had top-tier security. Whenever there was danger, the family security detail would be on high alert. They spent a lot of money on safety every year, why would their bodyguards allow some criminal to succeed so easily? Ren was slightly taken aback, then realized that, yes, it did sound pretty ridiculous. After all, Sonoko wasn't just anyone, she was the second daughter of the Suzuki family and its future successor. The idea that she wouldn't be protected by her family security resources was absurd. If anything, she had people protecting her constantly. It really does seem like just a story. From a storytelling perspective, it wasn't a big issue. But from a realistic perspective, something like that was highly unlikely. Sonoko was always surrounded by bodyguards. Even when she went out alone, they ensured her safety without interfering in her daily life. They would quietly eliminate any potential threats before she even noticed them. For her to actually find herself in a hero saves the damsel scenario, it would have to be an extreme situation, like getting stranded in an isolated mansion during a blizzard. Otherwise, she was more likely to never be in real danger than to actually encounter a life-threatening event. Yeah, a story is just a story. At this point, Sonoko didn't care anymore. The future in the story was just a reference, one that clearly hadn't taken her real-life circumstances into account. Amamiya, let's talk about our date. Bonus for 100 PS, found out we are at T50 in the rankings, this is insane, guys. Keep it up, let's get to T30. And, of course, there will be more bonuses, smiley face. Chapter 52, Changing Your Look for a Date. The next day arrived. The date location was set near Tokyo Tower. Since this was their first date, the plan was simple, shopping and getting to know each other better. They were supposed to meet under Tokyo Tower. By around 9 o'clock, Ren was already waiting there. Amamiya, sorry for making you wait. Before long, Sonoko arrived, dressed in a casual yet stylish outfit. She wore a gray patterned sweater paired with blue jeans, a simple shoulder bag with no visible brand, and a pair of white sneakers. Her outfit was modest but undeniably cute. Sonoko had always carried herself well. Aside from the signature headband on her head, she was almost on par with Ren in terms of appearance. Noticing his expression, Sonoko smiled in satisfaction. Well. How do I look? Yeah, you look good. Puffed. His reaction was so innocent that Sonoko couldn't help but find it adorable. She stepped forward and casually took his hand. All right then, let's go. You have to keep me company for a full day of shopping. Yeah. Ren had never thought too deeply about dating. He had always assumed that dating was just about accompanying girls while they shopped, going to various places, and satisfying their desire to go out. But after spending more time with them, he realized dating was quite different from what he had imagined. It wasn't about a girl just wanting to go out, it was about spending time together, gradually getting closer, and breaking the initial awkwardness. Feelings weren't something that just appeared out of nowhere, they developed little by little. Amamiya, you know, you're actually pretty handsome. So today, I'm going to change your look. Isn't today supposed to be a date? It is a date. But even on a date, improving your appearance is important. Sonoko was very particular about image. And now was the perfect time to refine Ren's look. First, we need to fix your hairstyle. Your bangs are way too long. They cover half your face. You don't need a full haircut, but we should trim your bangs so people can actually see you. And then there's the issue of your glasses. For a moment, she hesitated, her expression conflicted. In the end, she shook her head slightly, dismissing her initial thought. You can keep wearing your glasses normally, but when you're on a date with me, you should switch to a different pair. He could use glasses to avoid drawing attention in everyday situations, but when they were out together, she preferred he wear something she chose for him. That way, he wouldn't be too easily recognized. Alright. Since I've decided, let's go. I know a great barbershop nearby. Before Ren could even process it, Sonoko was already pulling him along by the hand toward a stylish barbershop on a side street near Tokyo Tower. The exterior and interior decor were luxurious, but surprisingly, there weren't many customers inside. As soon as they entered, a well-dressed, elegant woman approached with a warm smile. "Miss Suzuki, it's been a while. Long time no see, Ms. Ono." Sonoko smiled before gesturing to Amamiya Ren beside her. "Today, I need you to give my friend a new hairstyle. Do you have time?" Ms. Ono glanced at Ren, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. "My appointments start in the afternoon, so I have no bookings this morning." "That's perfect. Please take care of his hairstyle for me." "Of course. What would you like to do?" "I'd like his bangs trimmed so they don't cover his entire face. And maybe a few small styling adjustments. I trust you to give him some guidance." "No problem. Leave it to me." Ren hadn't spoken a single word through the entire exchange. Mostly because he had no idea what to say. He wasn't used to dealing with strangers in situations like this. Only after he sat down did his stiff posture relax a little. Suddenly, a fingertip pressed against his cheek. He feeling overwhelmed. Not just overwhelmed. "I feel completely stiff." Sonoko giggled and playfully tapped his face a few more times. This is a very exclusive barbershop. They usually have a packed schedule and operate on a membership system. They only serve select clients. In other words, this was a world reserved for the wealthy and influential. "You really do bring me into a whole different world. Are you seriously saying that?" Sonoko rolled her eyes. "I could say the same thing about you." But that wasn't something she could say out loud. Yesterday, Rant's words had completely shattered her worldview. After learning about Ren's secret and Rant's diary, Sonoko had even started feeling like her identity as a wealthy heiress was nothing special. As they spoke, Ms. Ono got to work. She was highly skilled and had an excellent sense of aesthetics. With precise movements, she quickly tidied up Ren's slightly messy hair. His long bangs were gradually trimmed away, revealing more of his face. And as his features became clearer, the transformation became obvious. Without the thick lenses of his glasses, his face was no longer obscured. His features weren't particularly round, his face was on the thinner side. Because he didn't talk much, he naturally carried a slightly aloof expression, which gave him an air of quiet detachment. "Oh, just as I thought." Looking at Ren's refined and somewhat distant expression, Sonoko knew her instincts had been correct. Ren's looks weren't any worse than Shinichi's. In fact, his face had a distinct elegance to it. Sonoko didn't know exactly where this quiet charm came from, but she could feel it. Bonus CHP. Chapter 53, Beauty is a Feast for the Eyes. After getting a haircut, learning how to style his hair, and switching to a pair of lighter glasses, Ren's appearance had undergone a complete transformation. His clothes remained the same, but just changing his hairstyle and glasses made a significant difference. Walking beside him, Sonoko couldn't stop smiling. "Yeah, this is exactly the look I imagined for you. Suzuki-san, you've been staring at me the whole way. Aren't you getting tired of it?" "Nope, not at all. People might get tired of looking at something flashy or overdone, but your style is neither. There's nothing tiring about looking at you. A handsome face never gets boring." Now that his bangs had been trimmed, his features were fully visible. Sonoko was feeling especially grateful for her keen eye for handsome guys. If she hadn't noticed his potential, how would she have gotten a date like this today? Grr. Along with her excitement came the sudden realization that she was hungry. Checking the time, she saw it was already noon. "Amamiya, let's grab something to eat first. We can figure out the rest of the day's plans after lunch." "Sounds good." This time, instead of choosing a fancy restaurant that suited the atmosphere of a date, Sonoko opted for a casual family restaurant on the street. The food was simple, just a standard meal set for one. I'm stuffed." After eating, Sonoko leaned back in satisfaction. She had eaten more than usual today. Looking at Amamiya sitting across from her, she suddenly realized why. There's a saying, beauty enhances appetite. And it applies not just to girls but to boys as well. Looking at something, or in this case, someone pleasant, had an unexpected effect on her mood and appetite. In the past, Sonoko had always thought that phrase was just nonsense. But today was an exception. For the first time, she truly understood what it meant. "Amamiya, you need to have more confidence in your looks. I'm a very picky judge of appearances. If I say you're good-looking, then you are good-looking. Believe it." If he showed up at school with his current look, there would definitely be girls approaching him. She knew exactly how popular Shinichi was at school. Sure, part of it was because he was frequently on TV, but his looks played a big role too. Well, but I don't want you to start attracting other girls. Suzuki, I think you're overthinking things. Even if I look decent, I doubt I'll suddenly be swarmed by girls. Were there really that many crazy fangirls in the world? Ren didn't think so. Even Sonoko, who was particularly obsessed with appearances, wasn't that extreme. Amamiya, you really don't understand girls at all. Sonoko shook her head slightly. It was clear to her that Ren had only the most basic understanding of how girls think. He had no idea how intense some girls could be when it came to chasing someone they liked. But don't worry. You'll understand when you see their reactions for yourself. Sonoko wasn't in any rush. I really don't want to deal with that. Ren wanted as little interaction with crazy fangirls as possible. The fewer people he had to deal with, the better. By the way, Sonoko suddenly changed the subject. Ren told me about what she got. Amamiya, do you know what that Ice Queen Shinomiya and that arrogant brat Sanzenin received? As for that, I think only they would know. Even though I have a diary, I don't have the ability to spy on its holders. As for what they got, I think the rewards are probably tailored to suit each person best. Yeah, that makes sense. Having seen what Ran received, Sonoko felt that this assessment was probably accurate. But Ran seems to have a bit of a problem with hers. Her appetite used to be normal, but suddenly she's eating a lot. She's been worrying about whether she should start working part-time. Good thing she moved out. Otherwise, with Uncle Muri's income, he probably wouldn't be able to keep up with Ran's food expenses. Yesterday, Sonoko had witnessed Ran's terrifying appetite firsthand. She was eating enough for 3 or 4 grown men, and even after finishing everything, her stomach looked completely flat. But honestly, Sonoko was a little envious of this ability. Most girls would be. Being able to eat anything without gaining weight. It was practically a superpower. However, the downside was just as obvious. Ran's food expenses had skyrocketed. It wasn't something an average family could afford. Luckily, she's living with Aunt Eri now. With Aunt Eri's high income, she should be able to handle Ran's food budget. It's just that Ran is too stubborn. She could just ask Aunt Eri for more money, but instead, she insists on working part-time. Sonoko sighed, but she understood Ran's reasoning. She doesn't want to trouble Aunt Eri. But doesn't she realize that even with a part-time job, she won't earn nearly enough? At this rate, she could put every yen she makes into food, and it still wouldn't cover everything. That's just how Muri is. Of course, I think part of it comes from how she grew up. Ren added his thoughts. Yeah, that makes sense. With how unreliable Uncle Muri is in so many ways, it's no wonder Ren learned to be so independent. Sonoko completely agreed. But there wasn't much she could do about it. She knew Ren would never accept financial help from her. Bonus CHP. Keep the PS coming for more bonus, smiley face. Thanks for the support. Chapter 54, I want to make a bet with you. Amamiya, what do you plan to do in the future? As they enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere, Sonoko shifted the conversation toward the future. What are your goals? I haven't really thought about it. Ren had never been one to plan too far ahead. Maybe it was because of his indifferent personality, but he had always lived in the moment, taking things one step at a time. He had no concrete vision for the future. What about you, Suzuki? What do you want to do in the future? If you'd asked me before, I would have said I'd find a boyfriend and eventually take over the Suzuki family business. Even though she didn't seem like the type to say something so serious, Sonoko still repeated what her parents had always expected of her. Inheriting the family business, huh? That makes sense. Ren wasn't surprised. Sonoko might seem carefree on the surface, but she had her reliable side too. She understood her responsibilities. That wasn't something he had gathered from the story, it was something he had come to realize from spending just 2 days with her. This girl isn't as frivolous as she seems. That was the impression he had formed over the past couple of days. Hearing her talk about inheriting the family business only confirmed what he had already suspected. It was a natural result of her upbringing in the Suzuki family. The Suzuki family's business is massive. Managing it alone would be a huge challenge. Finding the right partner would definitely help share the burden. I think you're more responsible than you let on, Suzuki. Sonoko's eyes curved into a smile. Thanks. I thought you'd just brush it off as a joke. Why would I? Ren shook his head, dismissing the idea. My understanding of you before was based on the story. Because you're so obsessed with appearances, I assumed you were just a fangirl. But after getting to know you, I realized you actually keep a certain distance from people. You're not a fangirl, you just have a preference for good-looking faces. If you were a fangirl, you'd be chasing after celebrities or elites from high society. A true fangirl or a socialite would naturally gravitate toward the wealthy and powerful. But Sonoko was different. She had a clear distinction between what she liked and what she chased after. Otherwise, with her status and playful personality, she would have already been involved in all sorts of extravagant social circles. Ren had learned this lesson in his previous life: never underestimate how wild the upper class could be. They really knew how to indulge themselves. No one's ever told me that before. You're the first. Sonoko stared at him with amusement. Then tell me, do I seem like the type to flirt with every guy I meet? Well, not really. In the story, you're just someone who really likes good-looking people. In that case, the me from the story must be way worse than I am in real life. Sonoko laughed, not particularly concerned about how she was portrayed in the story. She's probably different from the way I actually am. More reckless. More idealistic. She could make an educated guess about what her character in the story was like. Overall, they weren't too different, but the story version of her seemed far more impulsive, while she herself was more rational. Just look at what was written about her future. The idea of a hero rescuing her. That alone showed how unrealistic the story could be. Yeah, she's definitely more willful. Thinking back to Sonoko in the story, Ren agreed that there was a noticeable difference. The real Sonoko was also willful, but she always stayed within certain boundaries. You said that was before, so what about now? Now. I want to step into the world of the extraordinary. Sonoko didn't avoid the question. A world of mysteries. Yeah, something like that. It wasn't surprising. Ren himself was already deeply involved in that world. And as an ordinary person, he understood the curiosity better than anyone. There's a saying, if I hear the truth in the morning, I could die content by evening. It's not completely impossible. But I can't say when it'll happen. After all, the diary doesn't choose its owners based on my opinion. Yeah, I figured as much. Sonoko nodded. But still, I'll be looking forward to the day luck finally falls on me. She took a deep breath, feeling a rush of excitement. But she managed to keep her emotions in check. Since we're talking about it, what about you, Amamiya? What do you want to do in the future? Whether it's something long-term or just a short-term goal. If it's just a short-term goal, I do have a few things in mind. Ren had never thought much about his long-term future. But if he were to talk about immediate objectives, then yes, there were a few. I want to reach Sequence 0 in 3 paths, climb to the peak of the Sequence Road, and search for a way forward. Then, I want to visit another world and meet a certain interesting man. I want to say hello, see his reaction, and watch his face twist in shock. But that's a distant goal. In the near future, I just want to keep advancing on the Sequence Road. And I want to observe the paths taken by various characters in the story. This is something I never imagined being able to do before, but now it's right in front of me. I want to experience more interesting things firsthand. No game, no life. Sonoko immediately caught on to what Ren was thinking. That fits your current situation perfectly. Accumulating strength, laying the foundation, seeing more of the world through your own eyes. And little by little, working your way to the top. Sounds pretty interesting, doesn't it? At that moment, she realized the real reason behind Ren's seemingly laid-back attitude. It wasn't that he was lazy, he simply didn't have a grand life goal. He didn't like rigid planning. He preferred taking things one step at a time, acting only after he had a strategy in place. A completely free-spirited approach. But, Amamiya, there's no one else in your life goal. You're used to being alone, aren't you? Sonoko caught on to that detail immediately. She smiled. Amamiya, take a guess. Do you think the diary responds to people with strong desires? If I were one of the characters in the story, would it react to my wishes? Would it? Ren fell silent for a moment. It probably would. Amamiya, that's the wrong answer. You should have said no. Otherwise, how can I place a bet with you? For every 100 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. Drop more PS and reviews for more bonus CHPS. Chapter 55, Dating If You Win. Ren was momentarily surprised but quickly understood what was happening. Well, it shouldn't be possible. Exactly. Sonoko nodded in satisfaction. So, I want to make a bet with you. The bet is whether or not I'll receive a diary. I bet that I will. So, Amamiya, you have to bet that I won't. Can it really work like this? Having been forced into choosing no, Ren felt his odds of winning were incredibly low. From what he understood about how the diary system worked, the second wave of diary recipients would likely come soon after the first. And after the heroines, the next ones to receive diaries would probably be key female supporting characters. Which meant that Sonoko had a very high chance of getting one. Choosing no now was practically throwing himself into a pit. But, looking at Sonoko, who was clearly excited about this, he hesitated. She was being a little willful, but it wasn't the kind of willfulness that was unpleasant. Alright, so what happens if one of us wins or loses? Sonoko toned down her excitement slightly before stating her terms. If I win, Amamiya, you have to date me. Huh. The outcome of the bet was directly tied to dating. Ren hadn't expected the conversation to take this turn. Suzuki, I'm not really good at interacting with girls. What does good or bad even mean? That response completely shut him down. Who in this world is naturally good at interacting with girls? Isn't that something you learn through experience, little by little? She wasn't wrong. No one was born knowing how to interact with the opposite sex. Everyone picked it up gradually. If you're okay with it, we can date. But Suzuki, you do realize that girls are usually at a disadvantage in relationships, right? I don't feel like I'd be at a disadvantage. It wasn't that Sonoko was unaware of the risks of dating. But that was only true when dating other guys. Besides, I really don't think I'd be at a disadvantage dating you. That's hard to argue with. Ren honestly didn't know how to refute that. Since he wasn't particularly skilled at dealing with girls, he wouldn't be the type to cause them trouble. If anything, what Sonoko said was probably true, he wouldn't make things difficult for her. How about it? What do you think? She leaned forward, placing both hands on the table, her face mere inches from his. It's a fun bet, isn't it? If I win, I get both a diary and a boyfriend. And you, Amamiya, would get a cute girlfriend with a great personality. You wouldn't be losing out. Her self-promotion was almost shameless. Just how much did Sonoko want to date him? It was clearly not for any deep, complicated reason, she just liked good-looking guys. Looking at her with mild helplessness, he sighed. Suzuki, you don't need to sell yourself like that. You're already cute, and your personality and figure aren't bad either. I only hesitated because I'm not great at handling relationships. If you really want to make this bet, I'm fine with it. After thinking it over, he realized he didn't actually have a reason to refuse. This bet was something Sonoko had initiated. So, why not go along with it? Sonoko's smile widened instantly. She had never been the type to worry about whether she was the one doing the chasing. If you meet someone you like, you go for it. If you hesitate, someone else might swoop in and take them. And she knew that Amamiya would eventually attract a lot of girls. If she didn't seize the opportunity now, would she really just stand by and watch others move in first? If she was going to make a move anyway, she might as well do it now. Then it settled. She sat back with a satisfied smile. Glancing at the time, she realized it was nearly dinner. Amamiya, should we? Before she could finish, she noticed Ren's gaze had shifted elsewhere. Following his line of sight, she spotted 4 elementary school students. Amamiya, do you know them? Pay attention to the one wearing the backward cap. Her eyes focused on the boy, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. She searched through her memory. And finally locked onto one person. Is that Kudo? Correct. It really is him. Upon receiving confirmation, Sonoko's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't expected to run into Kudo, now in the form of a child, here of all places. Knock knock. The sound of Ren tapping the table brought her back to reality. Look at what he's holding. And take a look at the 3 men in black hiding in the alley over there. Following his directions, Sonoko turned her gaze. She noticed Kudo holding a piece of paper, studying it with intense focus. And then she saw the 3 suspicious figures lurking in the alley. Her eyelid twitched involuntarily. Why does that guy always run into trouble? She had told Ren to cut ties with Kudo, and now she really felt that was the right choice. Wherever Kudo went, trouble followed. This isn't even his fault. But the real problem is how focused he is on his own business while completely ignoring the danger right behind him. This is the second time. Sonoko kept watching the 3 men in the alley. She couldn't help but agree. Encountering trouble wasn't the issue. Failing to realize he was in trouble was the real problem. At this point, she just felt like grinding her teeth. She wanted to march over there and smack him. Today was her date with Ren, and now they had to deal with Kudo's mess. Let's just go and deal with it quickly. No, we're not getting involved. Ren shook his head and pulled out a phone card from his bag. Suzuki, let me tell you something important. When you run into a situation like this, don't get directly involved. As law-abiding citizens, we pay taxes for a reason. The police exist to protect us. So the best thing to do right now is to call the cops. Bonus CHP. For every 100 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. Drop more PS and reviews for more bonus CHPS. Chapter 56, Call the police if you run into trouble. Call the police. Sonoko was taken aback. Clearly, she hadn't even considered that option. But those guys. Suzuki, take a good look at them. Look closely. Doesn't their appearance remind you of something from the recent news? Huh. At Ren's prompt, Sonoko focused on the three men. Two of them were foreigners, while the third was a Japanese man with a mustache. It was an odd combination. And considering their shifty behavior, they definitely looked like criminals. That's when it clicked. Ren's reminder jogged her memory. The Italian robber gang. Her eyelids twitched violently. Her entire expression screamed, "Are you kidding me? How does that guy manage to run into stuff like this every time he steps outside? If we call the police, wouldn't those kids be in danger? Then tell me, Suzuki, why do you think those robbers are here in Japan in the first place?" Because, the maple leaf gold coins. Exactly. Now, she understood why Ren had insisted on calling the police. The leader of the Italian robbers had been taken down by law enforcement, and now his remaining men were searching for the maple leaf gold coins he had hidden. And judging by the situation, that hidden stash was probably in Shinichi's hands. Otherwise, those criminals wouldn't be following him so closely. If Shinichi and the kids didn't return the note they had found, they'd be fine. But once the robbers made their move, things could escalate fast. In this situation, reporting them to the police was the safest option. Unbelievable. I can't believe I ran into Shinichi while out on a date. Yeah, I'd say this is quite the fateful encounter. Fate. Amamiya, are you sure this isn't just bad luck? Ren was silent for a moment. Suzuki-san, hold out your hand. I'll show you a magic trick. Sonoko, though confused, complied. Ren tapped her palm with his index finger. And a gold coin with a maple leaf engraving appeared in her hand. For a few seconds, Sonoko just stared at the coin in disbelief. Then, she examined it carefully. It was real. It was definitely a maple leaf gold coin, the same type the robber gang was after. She glanced at Shinichi, who was still scratching his head on the street, then at the three men lurking in the alley. After a brief silence, she suddenly burst into laughter. So that's why you said it's fate. They're all gathered here because of you. She had to admit, this was fate, in a way. By the way, how did you find the gold coins? Do you have some special ability that lets you locate them in advance? I do. Huh. Wait, seriously. Sonoko had been asking casually, but Ren admitted it so easily that she was momentarily thrown off. After a short pause, she pondered something. Amamiya, do you have a way to handle these maple leaf gold coins? Not really. He understood what she was implying but still had some reservations. Wouldn't dealing with them be a problem? It's not a big deal. My family's assets are massive. A few maple leaf gold coins won't make a difference. Besides, we already own a collection of them. If we just add these to our existing stockpile, no one would ever suspect a thing. Sonoko wasn't concerned in the slightest. Even if the 15,000 coins weren't obtained through entirely legal means, it wouldn't impact her family at all. For most people, 600 million yen was an enormous sum. But for the Suzuki family, it was pocket change. So, she wasn't worried about where the coins came from. But what I do want to know is how you collected them in the first place. That's a fair question. Trading information on the coin distribution network for insight into his own abilities. Not exactly an equal exchange, but Sonoko clearly wasn't trying to exploit him. More than anything, she was curious about how he found them. Eh? You'll actually tell me? Sonoko hadn't expected him to agree so easily. If it's just some of my methods, I don't mind sharing. But my abilities are also my trump card. There are limits to what I can reveal. That's fine. Sonoko knew better than to push. After all, she hadn't even received a diary yet. Some things had to be taken one step at a time. Ren gestured toward the street. But for now, we should focus on dealing with Shinichi's situation. They had to act fast. If those robbers made a move, it could turn into a serious problem. With his blue eyes, Ren could clearly see the guns hidden at the waists of the three men. That was another reason to call the police immediately. Otherwise, if a reckless officer confronted them without knowing the full situation, things could end in tragedy. That guy is always trouble. Sonoko was beyond exasperated. But even if she was annoyed, they couldn't just ignore the situation and let things spiral out of control. So, the two of them left the family restaurant, stepped into a nearby phone booth, and called the police. Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. How can I assist you? I just saw a Japanese man and two foreign men targeting a group of 4 children on the street. They resemble members of the Italian robber gang. The operator's tone immediately shifted. They seem to be focused on a piece of paper the children are holding. I couldn't see what's written on it, but I suspect it might be related to the 15,000 maple leaf gold coins. Those coins had never been recovered. The operator clearly understood the significance of this report. In addition, when I observed them earlier, I noticed something bulging under their jackets. I caught a metallic reflection, it looked like a weapon. The operator's breathing hitched slightly. Are you certain? I can't be certain. I'm just a passerby, how could I get close enough to confirm? But whether I'm right or not, I believe the police should assume the worst-case scenario. The operator took a deep breath. It was a necessary precaution. If these men were indeed from the Italian robber gang, then the likelihood of them being armed was extremely high. Understood. We'll proceed with extreme caution. So, I suggest that officers approach them carefully and attempt to take them down in one swift move. If any of the robbers realize they've been exposed, every civilian on the street could become a target. The operator processed the situation quickly. Thank you for your report. Can you tell me the suspect's current location? They're in the alley opposite Makino Family Restaurant on the commercial street beneath Tokyo Tower. Drop more PS and reviews for if you enjoy this book so far. For every 100 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. Chapter 57, The Fastest Capture. Bonus CHP, 1/3. The operator swiftly relayed the alert to all patrol teams stationed around Tokyo Tower. The Italian robber gang has surfaced. Inspector Megure Juzo, who was on patrol, was stunned by the news from headquarters. Their leader had been arrested just yesterday, and now there was already intel on other members. He listened carefully to the details. When Megure heard that the 3 suspected gang members were tailing 4 children, his expression darkened. The kids picked up a note that marks where the gang's leader hid 15,000 maple leaf gold coins. It seems the robbers were searching for the stash when the note accidentally got blown away, right into the hands of those children. What? And the caller also mentioned spotting what looked like a gun on one of them. I understand. I'll head there immediately. After hanging up, Megure's expression turned grim. Sato, contact all patrol officers in the area immediately. Tell them to turn off their sirens, we're dealing with an armed gang. The suspects are currently targeting a group of children. We need to take them down before they make a move. This operation is time-sensitive. The criminals are on a commercial street. We must arrest them in one swift action. He paused for a moment. Tell Takagi not to come. Last time, he nearly ruined our entire operation. We can't afford any slip-ups today. Megure wasn't opposed to giving his subordinates opportunities to grow, but this was not the time for Takagi's clumsy interference. Understood. I'll notify the teams right away. Sato Miwako immediately began relaying orders to all available patrol units. She also made sure to emphasize that Takagi should not be involved. Takagi's reputation for being accident-prone had already become infamous within the department. However, considering that they were dealing with armed criminals, no one laughed at his expense this time. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Except for Takagi, who sat there red-faced with embarrassment, the rest of the officers moved swiftly toward their target. Meanwhile, Ren and Sonoko stood near the entrance of a milk tea shop, watching the street. Amamiya, do you think the police will arrive quickly this time? There's no need to wonder. They will. Ren was certain. He pointed toward the bustling street. With this many civilians around, do you really think the Metropolitan Police Department would take their time? If anything happens here, the department's higher-ups will definitely be making public apologies tomorrow. And if the brass have to bow to the media, you can bet that the officers below them will face a storm of consequences. So trust me, this time, they're moving fast. Of course, there was another factor at play. The Metropolitan Police Department itself was under pressure. Besides, Shinichi has been all over the news lately. Do you really think the police brass are happy about that? Sonoko smirked and shook her head. Those top officials must be fuming. I hear people say all the time that the police are just a bunch of useless bureaucrats living off taxpayer money. There's no way they'd ever be happy with a high schooler stealing their spotlight. As a member of the Suzuki family, she was well aware of how frustrated those higher-ups must be. Especially when cases that should have been their moment to shine kept getting solved by a teenager. The same goes for Shinichi. If he really just wanted to solve cases for fun, he should have let the police take the credit. That way, he wouldn't attract as much trouble. Uncle Yusaku does it the smart way. He helps out behind the scenes but never steps directly into the spotlight. Ren had no problem with that kind of approach. It was the same lesson he had learned himself. Suzuki, Shinichi's life has been too smooth. He's always been brilliant. He's always been proud. And he's always wanted to show off his skills. But it's only when you fall that you realize just how high up you were. If Ren had been in Shinichi's position at 16, he probably would have wanted to show off too. But life had taught him differently. Being capable didn't mean you should lay all your cards on the table. If you weren't in an absolute position of power, you needed to leave yourself a way out. Of course, if you did have absolute power, then that was another matter entirely. Here they come. Sonoko's eyes locked onto a car behind the three suspects. She turned her head and saw multiple vehicles pulling up to the curb. Wow, that was fast. It showed just how seriously the police were taking the situation. If news broke tomorrow that Italian robbers had opened fire on civilians in Japan, the entire Metropolitan Police Department would become a laughingstock. So this time, they weren't wasting any time. The patrol officers who stepped out were all in plain clothes, perfect for blending in during surveillance operations. And in this case, it allowed them to move in unnoticed. Their unit consisted entirely of seasoned detectives. The officers slowly began surrounding the suspects. Not just from both sides of the street, there were also officers positioned in the alley, ready to close in from behind. Then, bang. The nearest officers exchanged glances. No words were needed. They knew exactly what to do. Without hesitation, they acted. They pulled out their batons, already prepared, and smashed them down on the heads of the suspected robbers. With a dull thud, one of the foreign men staggered, eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. The other two robbers were momentarily stunned by the sudden attack. But before they could react, the rest of the detectives rushed in. Don't move. Officers had already drawn their guns, surrounding the three men completely. The other detectives moved in swiftly, securing the suspects with handcuffs before they could attempt anything. Only when they were fully restrained did the officers begin searching them. And just as expected, it's a gun. The detective holding the weapon looked grim. This had been dangerously close. If the robbers had reacted even a second faster, every civilian on the street could have been in danger. Drop more PS and reviews for if you enjoyed this book so far. For every 100 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. Chapter 58, Taking Advantage of Rental Companies. 2/3. The series of events unfolding across the street had not escaped Conan's notice. Those people, are they detectives? Conan immediately recognized the group. His sharp gaze locked onto the three individuals being apprehended, one Japanese, two foreigners. In an instant, he realized their identities. The remaining members of the Italian robber gang. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He had forgotten something crucial. Looking down at the note in his hand, his grip tightened. This paper didn't just appear out of nowhere. Whoever had thrown it must have been lurking nearby. The moment he deciphered the Italian word for gold written on it, his stomach dropped. This was close. Too close. No, if those men were truly members of the Italian robber gang, and they had followed him in pursuit of the gold coin's location, they wouldn't have let him or the others leave alive. This wasn't just about getting hit over the head with a club. A chill ran down Conan's spine. Had the detectives not intervened in time and caught those gang members in the act, he and his friends could have met a grim fate. Little one. Just as the gravity of the situation fully set in, a gentle female voice interrupted Conan's thoughts. A mature woman appeared before him. She reached into her pocket and produced a police ID, holding it up for him to see. I'm with the police. The note you're holding may be evidence related to the Italian robbery gang. Would you be willing to hand it over? Yes, here. Thank you. The female officer carefully placed the note into a sealed evidence bag before turning to leave. Even after she was gone, Conan's friends didn't look pleased. The most vocal among them was Kojima Genta. Conan. Why'd you give the treasure map to the cops? Idiot, Conan sighed. That's not just some treasure map, it belongs to the Italian robbers. Meaning, whatever's hidden behind it, is the stolen 15,000 maple leaf gold coins. That means it's stolen loot. Even if we found it, it wouldn't belong to us. And more importantly, Conan gestured toward the three men being led into the police car. They're most likely the last members of the Italian gang. If we had actually found the gold coins first, we might have been the ones in danger. Our robbers. The three kids, despite their usual bravado, immediately paled at the realization. They knew what robbers meant. If those criminals had caught them, there was no telling what would have happened. Lucky. We're so lucky. If they had grabbed us, they probably would have dragged us off and shot us in some dark alley. Tsuburaya Mitsuhiko swallowed hard, his face grim as he imagined the horrifying possibilities. Or maybe, Yoshida Ayumi said with a shudder, her imagination running wild, they'd tie us up in cement and toss us into the river. The thought sent visible shivers down their spines. All right, enough of that. This has nothing to do with us anymore. Let's head back. Yeah. This time, none of them objected to Conan's suggestion. The shock of what had nearly happened was still too fresh. They had practically stepped through the gates of hell and returned. Their legs felt weak just thinking about it. As Conan turned to leave, something in the corner of his vision made him pause. He instinctively turned his head. Sonoko. From a distance, he spotted Sonoko Suzuki standing with a boy he didn't recognize. A stranger. That meant Sonoko must have approached him first. Conan knew her personality too well, it was practically a conditioned reflex at this point. Still, he had no recollection of that boy. Must be from another school. Conan. We're going. Coming. At Ayumi's call, Conan snapped out of his thoughts and turned away. Without sparing another glance at Sonoko, he left with his friends. Sonoko watched the whole scene play out from afar and let out a huff. We clean up his mess, and he doesn't even say thanks. One of these days, that guy's going to get himself into serious trouble with how reckless he is. He doesn't know we're helping him from the shadows, Ren replied calmly, shaking his head. It's only natural that he wouldn't say thank you. Sonoko clicked her tongue. If only he'd just stop causing problems, we wouldn't have to step in all the time. If it were just him, it wouldn't matter if he ran headfirst into danger. But the other kids. Ren trailed off. Yeah. Sonoko's gaze shifted to the young detective boys gathered around Conan. They were just kids. They didn't need to be involved in his mess. Come on, Ren said. I need to explain some things to you. And I'll show you something interesting. Sonoko's eyes lit up. Ren's ability had something to do with enhanced strength and an absurd appetite. But Sonoko was more intrigued by Ren's abilities. Really? Then I have to see this. Then we shouldn't stay out here any longer. Ren led Sonoko back to his place. Hiss. The moment Sonoko stepped into the Amamiya household, a strange, bone-chilling cold made her shiver. Even though she knew about the house's history, she instinctively moved closer to Ren. Are you sure it's okay to live here? She asked warily. It's fine. But this place had a serious murder case in the past. And there were 3 vengeful spirits that I already dealt with them a few days ago. Sonoko stared at him, dumbfounded. Dealt with? Then why is it still so freezing in here? Oh, that's on purpose. What? Ren spoke matter-of-factly. The rent for this house is absurdly low because of what happened here. Otherwise, do you really think I'd be paying only 10,000 yen per month? Not to mention, this is the only house where utilities, water and electricity, are completely free. The rental company did that on purpose. Yeah. Otherwise, they'd never be able to lease this place out again. If it sat empty too long, it'd eventually damage their reputation. They need someone to take the house, even if it means offering absurd incentives. Ren's voice was completely nonchalant. So, if they're already giving it away at a ridiculous price, is it really wrong for me to take advantage of it? He made it sound so reasonable that Sonoko was left speechless. She stared at him, stunned. Just to squeeze every bit of benefit out of the rental company. This guy actually chose to leave some of the lingering, bad energy untouched. Drop more PS and reviews for if you enjoy this book so far. For every 100 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. Chapter 59, Knowledge is a form of contamination. Bonus CHP, 3/3. You really are. Sonoko trailed off, unsure of how to put her thoughts into words. But she couldn't deny it. Looking around at the setup of this house, it was clear that under normal circumstances, rent for a place like this would cost several 100,000 yen per month. Yet, Ren was paying only 10,000 yen, with free water and electricity included. It was ridiculously cheap. From that perspective, both Ren and Ran seemed to be quite frugal. But Ren was obviously in a more difficult financial situation than Ran. Based on the information she had gathered, Ren had grown up in an orphanage. After the orphanage shut down, he had been living alone, always scraping by and managing a tight budget. Living frugally was probably second nature to him. She recalled that his life seemed to have improved significantly over the past year. And, thinking about it, that change seemed to coincide with him renting this problematic house. So that was it, because he barely had to spend money on housing, his financial situation had stabilized. Then, do you ever plan on buying a place of your own? No. Ren had no interest in owning property. Renting is more convenient. Besides, real estate here is absurdly expensive. Even if I rent for years, it wouldn't come close to the cost of buying. And on top of that, utilities aren't cheap either. Getting free water and electricity just from renting. Sounds like a good deal to me. Well, most people wouldn't consider living in a house where someone had died to be a good deal. But given Ren's circumstances, Sonoko could understand why he thought differently. Still, what interested her more was something he had mentioned earlier. You said you cleared up the trouble in this house. Did you handle that before I got here? Yeah. Sonoko let out a small breath of relief. In truth, she wasn't fond of dealing with supernatural things. It wasn't like regular dangers, those, at least, you could see and react to. But things that were invisible and untouchable, those gave her the creeps. She walked over and switched on the heater. If the problem with this house before had been something else, then the only issue now was how cold it was. As the warmth spread through the room, the lingering chill faded. Sonoko could feel it, the eerie cold wasn't as intense anymore. As long as the room stayed heated, it was manageable. She found a seat on the couch and settled in. Amamiya, sit here. Ren glanced at the couch before carefully sitting on the far side, putting a deliberate amount of space between them. Sonoko immediately noticed. Without hesitation, she slid closer. Leaning toward him. Hee. Come on, Amamiya. Just talk already. Snap. A snap of his fingers. And then. A flood of gold coins suddenly poured out from a swirling mass of gray mist. The sight was nothing short of spectacular. 15,000 maple leaf gold coins rained down, spilling onto the floor. Sonoko sat there, utterly speechless. All she could do was stare, watching as an overwhelming number of gold coins cascaded into existence. She instinctively tried to track where they were coming from. But no matter how hard she looked, there was no visible source. Nothing she could see, nothing she could grasp. The coins simply appeared. It was almost as if logic itself refused to allow such a thing to happen. In mere moments, a mountain of gold coins had formed in front of the sofa. So this is how you hid them. It feels like they're stored in some kind of separate space. She had never seen anything like it before. This was her first time witnessing something so unreal. It was her first glimpse into something truly beyond the ordinary. You could call it a separate space, Ren replied. But I can't explain the details, it involves one of my trump cards. And before you ask, it's better not to know too much about my abilities unless you're prepared for it. Sonoko tilted her head slightly. Why's that? Knowledge and awareness aren't always good things. Some things, the more you know, the heavier the burden becomes. This is one of the biggest dangers of the path I've chosen. Too much knowledge can be a form of contamination, it can drive people insane. Sonoko's eyes widened slightly. She sat up straighter and, without warning, grabbed Ren's face, pulling him close. Then what about you, Amamiya? Are you okay? The sudden movement caught Ren completely off guard. I'm fine. But that's because of special circumstances. I was able to avoid the effects of knowledge contamination, but I can't guarantee the same for others. Sonoko exhaled, finally releasing his face. As long as Ren was unaffected, that was what mattered. She leaned back against the couch. No, more accurately, she leaned her head lightly against Amamiya's shoulder. Some things sound really scary when you put it like that. It's hard to imagine knowledge itself being dangerous. For most people, it was difficult to comprehend. But that didn't mean she couldn't try. Actually, it's not that hard to understand. Really? Yeah. If you read Lovecraftian literature, it'll make more sense. The power I use has a bit of a Lovecraftian aspect to it. If you're curious, you should read some books from that genre, it might help give you a frame of reference. Then I'll pick some up today. Sonoko didn't push further. She had already experienced something unsettling firsthand. When she tried to find the source of the pouring gold, it felt wrong. She could see it, but she couldn't perceive it. Her mind blurred when she focused on it too much. That was probably the kind of contamination Amamiya was talking about. She suddenly felt the need to study those books carefully. By the way, she said, shifting the topic, how did you even find the location of these maple leaf gold coins? Even the remaining members of the robber gang are still searching for them. They had location markers and everything, so how did you find them without any of that? Thank you for your support, drop more PS and reviews for if you enjoy this book so far. For every 100 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. Chapter 60, 3 Ways of Cheating. It was just simple divination. Divination. Sonoko hadn't expected this to be related to divination. But considering Ren's abilities, it wasn't entirely surprising. Wait, divination, as in, the kind I'm thinking of. Yes, the exact kind you're thinking of. Ren nodded slightly. Predicting good and bad luck, disasters, wealth, and fate. It might sound like some kind of scam, but it's real. Divination is one of my abilities. Aside from divination, I can also open doors and steal things. Those are the abilities I currently have access to. Sonoko blinked. Hold on, fortune-telling, breaking into places, and theft. Amamiya, that sounds really shady. It did sound shady. But what could he do about it? The powers associated with seer, apprentice, and marauder were bound to have a dubious nature. Seers were often seen as frauds. Apprentice specialized in sneaking around and picking locks. And marauder, well, they were thieves. The 3 paths of the Lord of Mysteries were fundamentally tied to deception and trickery. Sneaky and unconventional. Ren didn't argue. Yeah, my abilities are a bit strange. But if you master them, they open up a lot of possibilities. Sonoko thought about it for a moment. That actually made sense. Ren had managed to locate the Italian robber's stolen maple leaf gold coins before anyone else, using divination alone. No clues, no leads, just divination. That in itself proved how useful his abilities were. Most people wouldn't even consider someone using divination to find hidden treasure. I get the divination part, but what exactly is this door-opening ability? Sonoko could guess based on the name. But given everything else, she had a feeling it wasn't that simple. It's exactly what it sounds like. Basically, I can open any locked door. It was a straightforward description. An ability that unlocked doors. On the surface, it didn't sound too extraordinary. But in reality, an ability like that was practically unstoppable in the modern world. It works on any non-special locks. Even if there's a wall in place instead of a door, I can still go through it. Wait, you can phase through walls too. Sonoko was genuinely surprised. Now she understood. These abilities weren't just useful. They were ridiculously powerful. Not only could he unlock doors, he could bypass physical barriers altogether. In a sense, his lockpicking ability was on a completely different level. You're saying any door? Any door. No matter how complex the lock is. Doesn't matter. Sonoko fell silent for a moment. Then she let out a long exhale. This ability is basically the natural enemy of every locked door in existence. After taking that in, she focused on the last ability. And what about stealing? Is it the same kind of thing? No. Ren shook his head. Stealing is just regular theft, for now. It's slightly more refined than normal, but nothing too special yet. Wait, just normal theft. Sonoko was momentarily taken aback. But she didn't dwell on it too much. Even if it was just regular stealing, the fact that it was classified as a supernatural ability meant it was already beyond normal means. At this point, all she could conclude was, mystical abilities were nothing like what ordinary people could imagine. Amamiya, is all supernatural power this strong? Because from what I've seen, Ren's ability doesn't seem that impressive. They still didn't know the exact details of the abilities the other two had received. For now, the only comparison Sonoko could make was between Amamiya's power and Ren's. Ren's ability is already quite strong. The traits of an enhanced metabolism and high digestion efficiency have fundamentally altered her body. As long as she eats enough, her body converts that food into strength, speed, explosive power, and muscle density. She has a natural talent for raw strength. Given time, her physical power will surpass 4 or 5 well-trained men combined. If she learns how to fight properly, it wouldn't be surprising if she could take someone down in a single punch. After encountering the Imperial Sakura Fong, Ren had confirmed that Ren had immense potential. She was naturally suited for strength-based growth. The only real issue was control. If she wasn't careful, what he said earlier might actually happen. She could literally kill someone with a single punch. Honestly, what's going to trouble Ren more is weight gain. That's something to worry about. Probably. Muscles weigh more than fat. The more she eats, the denser her muscles will become. At some point, gaining weight will be unavoidable. Sonoko's mouth twitched. She suddenly felt that maybe getting supernatural powers wasn't as great as it sounded. Pure physical enhancements came with their own set of issues. Ren had already been athletic before, thanks to her karate training. Now, she might become even bulkier over time. The more I think about it, the more it sounds like a muscle freak's power-up. Shaking that thought away, Sonoko turned to Ren. By the way, do you think I should tell my parents about this? She wasn't entirely sure. So she wanted his opinion. It's not impossible to tell them. But I think you should wait until you get the diary first. It'll make explaining everything a lot easier. Without proof, convincing your parents won't be simple. The supernatural was difficult to comprehend. Especially in a world where science dictated common sense. If you wanted to make a rational person believe in the existence of the supernatural, you needed undeniable evidence. Otherwise, Ren could already imagine the headache Sonoko would have trying to explain. Sonoko considered it for a moment. Then immediately discarded the idea. Yeah, you're right. Even she thought it sounded ridiculous. She only believed it because she trusted Ren. Otherwise, she might have thought Ren was just dreaming. Bonus chapter. 500 PS is crazy, thank you so much, guys. Please don't forget to drop a review if you enjoy this book so far. Also, can we try to get to 1K this week? LOL, just kidding. For every 100 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. Chapter 61, Photos. 2nd Mississippi. Uncle Rio, open the trunk. I need to load something. Understood. With a press of a button, the trunk of the car slowly opened. Amamiya, thanks for your help. From the rearview mirror, the driver, Uncle Rio, caught sight of a boy walking behind the car. Bang. A series of 4 heavy thuds sounded as something substantial was placed into the trunk. Even the car visibly sank under the added weight. Uncle Rio had no idea what had just been loaded. I'll tell my dad when I get home. Don't worry. Relax, I can handle it. Before Uncle Rio could make sense of the situation, the trunk was shut. Sonoko slid into the back seat. Amamiya, call me when I get home. All right. Uncle Rio, let's go. The car pulled away smoothly. As a seasoned chauffeur for the Suzuki family, Uncle Rio knew his place. He didn't involve himself in the private matters of his employers. He didn't ask unnecessary questions. Interfering too much could bring unnecessary trouble. Outside the car, the cityscape passed by in a blur as they made their way toward the Suzuki residence. The ride was smooth, and before long, Sonoko began feeling drowsy. Leaning back into the seat, she let her eyes drift shut. After what felt like only a short nap, the car came to a gentle stop. The subtle shift in momentum stirred her awake. Stretching slightly, Sonoko blinked the sleep from her eyes, feeling more refreshed. She had been far too excited all afternoon. Not to mention dealing with dating matters. The only downside to her day was running into that idiot Kudo and getting dragged into another mess. They had nearly been cornered by the remnants of the robber gang. Yeah, that was a bad memory. One she would rather forget. With a deep breath, she sat up, feeling more alert. Uncle Rio, thanks for today. Just doing my job, Mississippi. Then could you call a few people to help move the things from the trunk? Of course. I'll have some extra hands brought over, those bags looked heavy. Good idea. Sonoko stepped out of the car while Uncle Rio moved to open the trunk. Inside, 4 large bags sat heavily in the space. He reached out to lift one. And immediately realized just how heavy they were. What the? Just moments ago, that boy had loaded them with ease. Realizing he couldn't move them alone, Uncle Rio called for help. Dad. Mom. I'm home. Sonoko strode into the house cheerfully, as usual. But the moment she stepped inside, she was met with an unusual sight. Her father, mother, and even her sister all wore serious, contemplative expressions. Sonoko frowned, curiosity piqued. What's going on? Is there a problem with the business? Suzuki Tomoko, who had been deep in thought, rolled her eyes at her daughter's bluntness. Sonoko, could you at least have a little faith in us? Seriously, twice now, you see us looking troubled and immediately assume something's wrong with the company. Well, what else am I supposed to think? You all look so gloomy. This time, even my sister looks worried. Sonoko. Her older sister, Suzuki Ayako, called her over. Curious, Sonoko walked over and took a seat. Without a word, Ayako handed her a photograph. A frozen RV. The image was grainy, but Sonoko could make out what appeared to be an RV. But something about it felt off. It looked like it had just been removed from a deep freeze. Sonoko flipped through the other photos spread across the table. And suddenly froze. The location in these pictures was tropical land. Her eyes darted back to the frozen RV in the photograph. Now she understood. Among the various images, she quickly found the original, unedited version of the photo. It hadn't been taken inside the amusement park. Which explained why that guy and the Ice Queen had managed to avoid being noticed. But still. It was impressive that her parents had found this at all. Even from such a minor detail, they had managed to pick up on something. Sonoko couldn't help but admire their determination. A photo like this, hidden among so many, would have been impossible to find without careful scrutiny. No doubt, it had taken considerable manpower and resources. But she kept those thoughts to herself. So, a supernatural event happened at tropical land that day. An RV was mysteriously frozen. Then, Dad, have you figured out who it belongs to? Suzuki Shiro sighed, rubbing his temples. Despite the photo being a clear clue, the image was still too unclear. And with the entire vehicle encased in ice, identifying the owner became even more challenging. No. The picture was taken from too far away, and the resolution is poor. With the ice covering everything, it's even harder to determine who owns it. That was expected. Sonoko knew her father wouldn't have had any concrete answers yet. Still, the conclusion was already becoming obvious. She decided to say aloud what her father was thinking but hadn't voiced. There aren't many people who can freeze an entire RV and then conceal it from sight. Considering who was at tropical land that day, the Ice Queen seems like the most likely culprit, right? Shiro had reached the same thought. But he still hesitated, shaking his head slightly. If this has to do with Sanzenin helping Shinomiya, then how did Sanzenin even know about it? Sanzenin Nagi approached Shinomiya Kagaya the next day. Which means she already knew Shinomiya Kagaya's identity beforehand. If Sanzenin Nagi immediately locked onto Shinomiya Kagaya, then that suggests they shared some kind of common experience. What a mess. Suzuki Shiro massaged his temples again, frustrated. There's no clear connection. And all we have to go on is this single blurry photo. It's not enough to prove anything about Shinomiya Kagaya. It was a weak link. Shiro knew his reasoning wasn't built on solid evidence. Rather than deducing from factual clues, he had worked backward, assuming a connection based on the cooperation between Shinomiya and Sanzenin. But without further proof, it remained just that. A guess. So basically, this is all speculation, with no actual proof. Sonoko sighed. Dad, let me give you some advice. Don't get obsessed with this. Even if you do confirm a connection between Shinomiya and Sanzenin, what does that have to do with our family? You can't just wave a photo in front of them and say, I know your secret, so let's talk. So, Dad, my advice. Be realistic. Don't waste time chasing shadows. Chapter 62, Agreement with Dad. Shiro felt conflicted. He had always been deeply curious about the unknown, with a strong yearning for mystery. The Suzuki Zaibatsu had already reached the peak of what a business empire could achieve. There was little room for further expansion. Having nearly conquered the corporate world, Shiro found himself drawn to mysteries, things beyond human understanding, beyond the reach of wealth and logic. Now that he had stumbled upon some clues, he didn't want to let them slip away. But at this moment, frustration weighed on him. If he couldn't find a direct connection between Shinomiya Kagaya and Sanzenin Nagi, then the trail leading to the supernatural would vanish before his eyes. As for any potential threats, that was laughable. He wasn't looking to make enemies, only to uncover the truth. As the saying went, businessmen do not clash with officials, and in the presence of true power, officials wouldn't dare challenge the unknown. Even the government had to be respectful toward them, offering benefits to ensure stability. This, in itself, was a form of protection. That realization only fueled Shiro's desire to explore the supernatural. But now, his investigation had hit a dead end. He felt stuck in a frustrating limbo, so close, yet so far. And without a way to confirm the link between Shinomiya Kagaya and Sanzenin Nagi, there was no way forward. For now, he had no choice but to put his curiosity aside. A deep sigh escaped him. This is probably the closest I've ever been to uncovering a real mystery. But in the end, I'm still just one step short. Despite his disappointment, Shiro was a businessman through and through. He knew how to adapt, how to regulate his emotions. Fine. If I can't find the source now, I'll just wait. As long as I can keep tabs on Shinomiya Kagaya and Sanzenin Nagi, the opportunity will come again. He still had patience. Sonoko placed the photo back on the table. Dad, when did you even start getting into all this weird stuff? Her father leaned back, crossing his arms. Your mother and I have already conquered the business world. Am I not allowed to take an interest in other things? I never said that. Sonoko shook her head. In fact, she had the same curiosity about the unknown. Maybe it really was in their blood, father and daughter, sharing the same interests. The only difference was that she had already seen things firsthand. She knew more than he did. But she couldn't just come out and tell him. For now, it had to stay a secret. Anyway, Dad, let's talk business. A friend of mine recently came into possession of something valuable. He wants to sell it, but he doesn't have the right channels. He asked me to help. Shiro gave his daughter a long, scrutinizing look. That sounded off. Was she seriously saying what he thought she was saying? That basically sounded like, Sonoko, are you telling me you have a friend who needs to offload stolen goods? Even Tomoko frowned. Sonoko, what kind of company are you keeping? No. Absolutely not. Her mother's sharp stare made Sonoko quickly clarify. When have I ever hung out with people like that? As someone who had always been rational in serious matters, Sonoko's parents knew she wasn't the type to be easily deceived. That realization made them reconsider. Shiro was the first to speak. All right. Let's hear it. What exactly is this? Something valuable. The stolen maple leaf gold coins from the Italian robber gang. The ones that were just reported in the news today. Shiro narrowed his eyes. The Italian robbers had been arrested that very afternoon. And now, Sonoko was telling him she knew someone who already had the maple leaf gold coins. It almost sounded like she had gone treasure hunting with them. It wasn't obtained today, Sonoko clarified. He told me he had the gold coins for a few days now. If he didn't already have them, why would he even come to me? Tomoko remained unconvinced. And you agreed to help this friend? Instead of answering directly, Sonoko put a finger to her lips. Can't talk about that. But my friend is very capable. He managed to find the gold coins long before anyone else. I was curious how he did it, so I asked. Now I know. But I can't tell you. That was our agreement. Shiro felt something stir inside him. That same instinct, the one that had helped him make countless business decisions, the one that had always led him to success. And that instinct told him. This was it. This was the answer he had been looking for. Slowly, he looked at Sonoko. Sonoko. You're sure you know the truth? I'm sure. And you're choosing not to tell me for a specific reason? Yeah. Then, in a flash of intuition, he asked. Is it because of the supernatural? Yeah, wait, what? Sonoko's eyes widened as she realized what she had just said. Crap. Shiro held his breath. Then, a slow grin spread across his face. The thing he had been desperately trying to uncover had been right in front of him the whole time. Dad. That was a trick. Sonoko glared at him, indignant. Shiro, however, was in a great mood. All's fair in war, Sonoko. You let your guard down, so I took my chance. And besides, you knew I was interested in this stuff, but you still kept it from me. If you want my help now, don't expect me to hold back. Leaning back into the couch, he gave her a smug smile. Here's the deal. I won't pry into what you're involved in. I won't investigate your friend. But the moment you can tell me, you will. And in return, I'll take care of exchanging those maple leaf gold coins for you. Deal. He wasn't in a rush. Now that he knew his daughter was a direct link to the supernatural, all he had to do was wait. Sonoko hesitated, puffing out her cheeks in frustration. She had walked right into that one. But she couldn't refuse. She needed her father's help to handle the gold coins. Fine. With a reluctant sigh, she accepted the deal. Even though she was still annoyed that her dad had tricked her. She had to admit. That was exactly the kind of thing she would have done too. Bonus CHP for 600 PS. Chapter 63, 2 more transfer students. After returning to her room, Sonoko flopped onto her bed with a groan. My dad found out after all. Honestly, she had expected this outcome. In their family, moving large amounts of money required approval from her parents. She had planned to keep it under wraps and negotiate with her father later. But he had caught her off guard, blindsiding her with a trick question. Ugh. I need to talk to Amamiya first. She picked up her phone and sent a message. Suzuki Sonoko, sorry, my dad found out. Amamiya Ren, not surprising. Amamiya Ren, the financial flow in your family has to be monitored by your parents, after all. Suzuki Sonoko, I was going to negotiate with him, but he totally tricked me into spilling everything. Amamiya Ren, be more careful next time. Amamiya Ren, unlike me, don't expose things casually before you have the means to handle the consequences. Amamiya Ren, revealing information recklessly is just asking for trouble. Suzuki Sonoko, got it. Setting her phone aside, Sonoko buried her face in her pillow, still sulking. HNGH. This morning, I was making fun of Kudo, but I ended up making the same mistake. After rolling around in frustration for a while, her exhaustion caught up with her. Her eyelids felt heavier. Whatever. I'll just sleep. School tomorrow. Today had been far too eventful. Between the unexpected revelations and the emotional roller coaster, she was completely drained. Meanwhile, in the Amamiya household, Ren was putting away the tarot cards on his table. The Suzuki family really has a strong investigative spirit. In that regard, father and daughter are practically identical, both drawn to dangerous yet fascinating things. He shook his head slightly. Ignorance is bliss. No matter what kind of power someone gains, it always comes with a price. But so far, none of the diary holders have shared their abilities with those around them. The Suzukis will just have to wait. Exhaling softly, he leaned back in his chair, preparing himself for sleep. He reflected on the day. Dating a girl is a lot harder than I expected. And being confessed to is even more difficult to process. Despite his struggles in social interactions, today had given him a clearer perspective. Even though he wasn't great at dealing with girls, he could tell when someone had feelings for him. It was his first time realizing that girls could actually be cute. Removing his glasses, Ren gazed up at the ceiling. Suzuki, she's completely different from how she's portrayed in the story. Just like Ran. The accumulation of disappointment eventually made her let go. Maybe the records about Shinichi in the diary were what pushed Ran to make her decision. I can't keep treating people like they're just characters from a story. Stories are only references. He knew his own problem. He had been distancing himself from the world, observing rather than engaging. Combined with his naturally introverted nature, that had only made things worse. But it wasn't that he disliked people. He just wasn't good at talking. Still, he knew he had to take things one step at a time. Running a hand through his hair, he sighed. He had never really cared about his hairstyle before. But now, for some reason, he found himself thinking about it. As he pondered, drowsiness overtook him. He was sleepy. The clock read 8:43 p.m., his usual bedtime. Over the past year, he had developed a strict sleep schedule. And habits like that weren't easy to break. After a quick wash, Ren went to bed. A full night's rest erased all traces of exhaustion. The next morning, Ren followed his usual routine. Waking up, washing up, eating breakfast, and heading off to school. He assumed it would be another ordinary day. But apparently, fate had other plans. Just before the first class, the teacher walked in with two unfamiliar girls. "All right, class. We have two new transfer students joining us today." Standing beside the teacher were two girls who looked far younger than typical high school students. They appeared to be around 13 or 14, practically junior high or even elementary school aged. Naturally, someone in the class raised their hand in protest. Teacher. Are you sure you have the right classroom? Sit down." "No, I'm not in the wrong place." The teacher shot them a glare before continuing. "These two are indeed high school students." In the back row, Ren felt his eyelid twitch. He recognized them. The blonde girl with twin ponytails, Sanzenin Nagi. The black-haired girl with long, straight hair, Shinomiya Isumi. Very familiar faces. But what surprised him was that the eldest daughter of the Sanzenin family had actually chosen to attend school. She was supposed to be a hardcore shut-in. She shouldn't even like school. Yet here she was. And not only that, she hadn't even enrolled in the elite school she was supposed to attend. Instead, she had transferred to Teitan High School. When the teacher mentioned Hakuo Academy, murmurs spread through the class. Everyone who knew the name instantly reacted. Hakuo Academy was a prestigious institution, a school for the elite. Almost every student there came from either wealthy or noble families. There were some exceptions, genius students admitted through scholarships. But those were rare cases. Hakuo Academy has a policy allowing students with exceptional grades to skip ahead. These two happened to be among the students who advanced early, something quite common in Hakuo. That still didn't sit well with some students. "Teacher." One student couldn't hold back. "Why would students from Hakuo Academy transfer here?" The teacher remained firm. "Transfers are a personal matter. Everyone has the right to choose their own school, including these two students." That explanation was complete nonsense. But it was clear the teacher had no intention of elaborating. Only the people involved knew the real reason. Still, the teacher remembered the principal's specific instructions. "Do not let anyone cause unnecessary trouble for these two. One more thing. I expect all of you to respect these new students and not cause any issues. Especially the overly enthusiastic boys. And the gossip-hungry girls. Am I understood?" The not-so-subtle hint was loud and clear. The entire class immediately got the message. "You guys want to burn my stash out and I'm all for it, LMAO. Jokes aside, your support has been immense, wasn't expecting this much turnout. Thank you very much, so this chapter is another bonus CHP meant as a thank you. Also, I have a deal for you guys, we are currently at 14 reviews. If we hit 20 reviews I'll be dropping 5 bonus CHPS and subsequently for every 10 reviews I'll be dropping 2 bonus CHPS. This doesn't affect the PS bonus, I'll be dropping everything together, smiley face. Once again thanks for your support." Chapter 64, Diary Fishing Method. 1/5. I really didn't expect this. Sanzenin and Shinomiya, both from Hakuo Academy, transferred at the same time. By the way, Sanzenin Nagi must have really made up her mind. Her shut-in tendencies are pretty extreme. And Shinomiya Isumi. Her abilities are undeniable, but her weaknesses are just as obvious. She's far too soft when it comes to Sanzenin Nagi. That girl is her biggest weakness. Also, she has no sense of direction. And I don't mean the losing your way in a mall kind. I mean, accidentally wandering into another country, levels of lost. One is the wealthiest representative of Hakuo, and the other is the most mysterious figure in the academy, aside from Athena Tenosu. And yet, they both abandoned Hakuo and transferred to Teitan High. While Ren had speculated that Nagi might come eventually, he hadn't expected her to make the decision so quickly, within just a week. To be honest, this meant she was serious. Nagi's life had been relatively carefree, so why would she suddenly step into something so troublesome? Was it for the same reason as Sonoko? Hard to say. But one thing was certain, she was putting her hopes on the diary. Otherwise, there was no way this hardcore shut-in would willingly leave her comfort zone. Ren still remembered that in the original story, the only thing that pushed her toward independence was Maria leaving. Now, she had taken that step on her own. That alone was enough proof. Her reason had to be something as important as Maria's departure. With that thought, Ren continued writing. If I remember correctly, in the original story, Maria's departure was the catalyst for Nagi's independence. She willingly gave up her inheritance rights to the Sanzenin family. Oh, and there was another key figure involved. The other protagonist of that story, Sanzenin Nagi's butler and Athena Tenosu's promised one. Ayasaki Hayate. Once the misunderstandings between them were cleared, Nagi willingly let go of everything, her wealth, her status, and chose to stand on her own. That was the conclusion of her story. It's hard to imagine that in just 3 years, a rich girl who lacked any skills beyond intelligence had transformed into a fully independent person. If that's the case, then her reason for leaving home and coming to the school she hates most must be just as significant. At least, it has to be something as big as Maria resigning. And the only thing that makes sense is Sanzenin Yukiriko. That had to be it. Ren had no idea whether the diary had the power to bring back the dead. But that wouldn't stop Nagi from trying. If she had taken such a drastic step, then this was likely her motivation. All that was left was to wait. Wait for the diary to stir emotions in its readers. And sure enough, he didn't have to wait long. At noon, Nagi walked over to Ren's desk, her head lowered, emotions tightly restrained. Come outside. We need to talk. With that, she turned and left the classroom. Ren nodded slightly. That reaction confirmed his guess. He quietly followed her out, maintaining some distance as they walked to the infirmary. It was a good choice. A quiet place, ideal for a private conversation. But when they stepped inside, Ren saw someone unexpected. Maria. The maid who had raised Nagi. However, she wasn't in her usual maid uniform. Instead, she was wearing a white coat, looking more like a doctor in cosplay. Hello, Mr. Amamiya. Hello, Ms. Maria. Maria observed the boy before her. His hair was slightly different from the photos she had seen, trimmed a bit, though still messy. The thick glasses on his face hid much of his expression, making it difficult to read him. His demeanor was quiet, almost somber, clearly not someone who enjoyed talking much. Mr. Amamiya, I'll be counting on you to look after Nagi. You don't need to thank me. Ren's voice was calm. Nagi made her own choice. Whatever she gains, it's her own fate. But let me remind you. Every so-called gift from fate comes with a price. When you accept something, you have to remember, the cost will come due eventually. The world wasn't kind. Every benefit came with an invisible hook. By the time people realized it, they were already too deep to escape. Ren turned his gaze to Nagi. You want to use the diary's power to bring your mother back. But the price might be that your fate will be tied to mine. It might sound grand, but under the diary's rules, that's exactly what it means. And that's not a small price to pay. Nagi bit her lip. Of course, she knew nothing in this world came for free. Growing up in a wealthy family, she understood the concept of equivalent exchange better than most. The diary had laid out its rules very clearly. If you want something, stay close to Amamiya Ren. It was practically an open contract. And if she agreed to those terms, then this was the cost. Once a connection was made. Once their fates intertwined. There was no going back. The diary was like a fishing line, throwing out bait after bait, luring in those who couldn't resist the temptation. Nagi clenched her fists. Are you so sure about all this? I'm not sure at all. Ren wasn't gloating. If anything, he looked weary. When your wish is granted, the diary won't stop there. It will only magnify your desires. When your mother returns, can you accept that she will still eventually pass away? Can you accept that after bringing her back, you will have to lose her again? When you can't choose, you have no choice but to endure it. But when you do have a choice... Nagi had no words. Chapter 65, The Principle of Voluntariness. February 5th. Seeing Nagi fall silent, Ren didn't press her further. Instead, he stepped aside, giving her space to think. Nagi, this is something you need to decide for yourself. Maria didn't urge her either. Instead, she turned to Ren. Mr. Amamiya, may I have a word with you? Of course. The two didn't move far, simply standing a short distance away from Nagi. How much do you know about Miss Yukiriko? Maria asked. Not much, Ren replied casually. Maria gave him a sharp look. I know she made a wish for her daughter at the royal garden, with the aid of the imperial family, Ren continued. When she needs help, she calls out the name of the person she's most connected to, and he will come to her, whether from the past or the future. She made this wish at the cost of everything she had left. But Sanzenin Yukiriko was someone favored by fate. As far as I know, while her body perished, her soul never entered the cycle of reincarnation. In fact, I recall that she appeared in Nagi's future though not in her original form. Maria stiffened. This didn't sound like someone who didn't know much at all. If anything, Ren seemed to have too much information. More importantly, Yukiriko had sacrificed everything for Nagi. The price of her wish had been enormous. But what truly shocked Maria was Ren's claim that Yukiriko wasn't completely gone. Are you saying Miss Yukiriko isn't really dead? In a way, yes. This likely has to do with Yukiriko's unique circumstances. Sanzenin Yukiriko was an extraordinary person. Her life had been shaped by an unusual mix of luck and fate. Every bit of fortune she had accumulated in the past had converged into this single moment, allowing her to escape total erasure. But in return, fate had abandoned her entirely. The fact that she still appeared in future events meant one thing. Sanzenin Yukiriko's soul still existed. Whether as a lingering presence or something else entirely, she had not completely vanished. That being said, meeting Yukiriko through normal means should be impossible. Maria exhaled softly, processing the information. So that was it. Miss Yukiriko wasn't truly gone, but her physical body had been lost. If Nagi wanted her back, the price would undoubtedly be steep. Maria shifted topics. About that diary. Do you think there's a way to resist its temptation? Ren nodded without hesitation. Yes. How? Give up unnecessary desires. Simply accumulate the diary's rewards, starting small and working up. As long as you don't let the diary influence you, you won't be tempted. Maria rubbed her temples. That sounded easy in theory. But the real question was, could Nagi actually do it? From what Maria knew, probably not. She sighed. Even if the diary's temptation can be resisted, Nagi won't be able to. If Miss Yukiriko really comes back, Nagi won't be able to bear losing her again. And to prevent that, she'll keep relying on the diary. Ren already understood this. That's why the diary functions as bait. It dangles rewards in front of its holders. If they want something badly enough, they will willingly entwine their fate with mine. That is the price of possessing a diary. Besides, this isn't just theory. It's something I've tested myself. Maria's expression turned serious. You've tested it? Yes. The diary's rewards are influenced by the holder's own desires. A stronger desire will shape the type of reward granted. If someone wants to maximize their benefits, they need to study my diary carefully. As for other mechanics, I haven't fully explored them yet. Maria absorbed his explanation. So the diary wasn't just handing out random rewards, it was tailored to the user's subconscious needs. That meant that as long as Nagi continued using it, she would get what she wanted. And that was something Nagi would never be able to resist. Maria hesitated before speaking again. And about this whole intertwining of fate. She cleared her throat awkwardly. Nagi is only 13, isn't that too soon? Ren stared at her, clearly caught off guard. Miss Maria, he said flatly, I wasn't talking about that kind of relationship. Maria coughed, suddenly feeling embarrassed. Oh. I see. What I meant, Ren continued, was that as Nagi and I interact more, our fates will naturally become more connected. As time goes on, that connection may deepen. But that doesn't mean we're destined to have that kind of relationship. Maria let out an awkward chuckle. Right. That makes sense. Honestly, she had jumped to conclusions. For a moment, she had imagined something far more inappropriate. But now she understood what Ren meant. It was about proximity and influence. Not romance. But, Maria pointed out, it could turn into that kind of relationship. It's not guaranteed to, though, Ren replied. Also, there's another layer to this intertwining of fate I mentioned. As diary holders continue using the diary, they will inevitably grow more dependent on me. My choices, my actions, will start to affect them directly. Maria finally understood. This was about more than just influence. It was about entanglement. The moment Nagi accepted the diary's power, leaving Ren's orbit would become nearly impossible. In the end, that was the true cost. And the worst part? It was entirely voluntary. The diary never forced its holders to stay. But once they were drawn in, escaping became nearly impossible. Maria sighed. This was a problem she had been considering from the start. And now that Nagi had made her decision, she would have to live with the consequences. If, someday, this connection evolved into something deeper, she could only accept it. Chapter 66, Formal Thanks. March 5th. Nagi, who had been listening nearby, suddenly blushed. Clearly, after being led astray by the conversation earlier, her thoughts had also veered in the wrong direction. She had genuinely believed Maria's assumption was correct. Who knew it would turn out to be something entirely different? Simply put, the diary was like a fishing line, luring numerous fish to take the bait. Once a fish took the bait, it would no longer think about letting go. Over time, it would grow accustomed to the presence of the fisherman holding the line. As for whether the fish would one day transform into a mermaid and stay by the fisherman's side or become something else entirely, that was up to fate. Nagi had fully grasped the diary's mechanics. The generous rewards were the bait. Everything was based on free will. Those willing to take the bait would come forward, while those unwilling would walk away. But once someone took the bait, it wasn't a temporary deal, it was for life. Now that she understood this, Nagi no longer hesitated. I've made up my mind. She slowly approached Ren, her cheeks still tinged with red. If I didn't already know, I wouldn't have made this decision. I accept the cost. So, your thoughts just now were also wrong. A 13-year-old girl actually thinking about stuff like that. Hearing this, Nagi's face, which had only been slightly flushed before, instantly turned bright red. Clearly, it was her own fault for overthinking things. There are some things you just have to accept yourself. It's all about personal choice. With that, Ren took out his diary and proceeded to complete his entry for the day. You've read today's diary, right? Yeah. Then let's test something. Will what you desire most in your heart right now manifest? Nagi swallowed nervously. She took out her diary. Her daily draw had been unlocked. She selected the lottery option. Genshin Impact. Obtained, Vision, Geo. A pendant materialized out of thin air, bearing an orange-yellow rock emblem. However, the emblem remained gray, indicating that the vision had yet to be activated. Another vision. Nagi picked it up. But unlike the last time, this one didn't glow, the Geo symbol remained dim. Why isn't it reacting? A person can only have one elemental attribute. You already have one. Then, this must be for someone else. Nagi was momentarily stunned before glancing at Maria. After reading the diary, she knew that Maria would eventually leave in the future. That was something she didn't want to happen. She wanted Maria to stay by her side. So, was this what she truly desired at this moment? Taking a deep breath, she tossed the vision toward Maria. Maria, this is for you. Caught off guard, Maria instinctively caught the vision. The moment she touched it, the dull gray emblem turned a brilliant gold. A sudden surge of weighty power filled her body. She stared blankly at the glowing vision in her hand. Nagi, you. This sudden change left Maria completely bewildered. She had no idea why Nagi had done this. But the instant she accepted the vision and activated it, she realized she had been tricked. Maria, you can't leave me. Maria's face showed a trace of helplessness. She shot a slightly resentful look at Ren. Mr. Amamiya, you've written too many future events into your diary. She didn't need an explanation, Nagi must have made this choice after reading about her future. Looking at the glowing vision in her hand, Maria knew she could no longer follow the path she had seen in the diary. She had been pulled into the game. Now, there was no way Nagi would grow independently without her. Ren remained silent. As he had said from the very beginning, this was entirely Nagi's choice. These are your own decisions. Maria, even if I didn't say anything, would you really leave Nagi alone to grow up in an unfamiliar and uncertain world? That was the truth. Maria had no rebuttal. She couldn't bring herself to abandon Nagi in an unknown environment. Especially when that world might be far more complicated and dangerous than she had imagined. She looked down at the vision in her hand and sighed. At this point, even if she didn't want to make a choice, Nagi had already made it for her. I understand. I really can't leave Nagi-chan to face such an unknown future on her own. She let go of any lingering doubts in her heart. Ren quietly observed. A Geo vision. Come to think of it, a mate possessing the Geo element seemed fitting. Steadfast, reliable, it suited Maria's role perfectly. She was the first person close to him to benefit from this. Would the same happen with Shinomiya next? Or perhaps the second wave of diary holders was about to appear. Even Ren himself wasn't entirely sure how the selection process worked. The diary's choices seemed far too unpredictable. Did the diary truly select holders based on their desires? If so, then Sunoko's wish should be the strongest among them. By that logic, she should be the first in the second wave of recipients. But the specifics remained uncertain. Only through further testing could he uncover the true rules behind the diary's selection process. Any other questions? No. Nagi shook her head slightly. She had already received all the answers she wanted. It was time. She had made her choice. She refused to carry the regret of an unresolved argument. One day, she would face her mother again and say what she needed to say. Her mother was the person she loved most. She was sorry. But she would not allow herself to live with regret. This time, Nagi stood up straight and expressed her most formal gratitude to Ren. Thank you, Amamiya. Perhaps the diary selection process had not been Ren's decision. But the benefits she had gained from it were all thanks to him. And for that, she owed him a proper thank you. This was an opportunity she had unknowingly been given. And it was far more precious than the power she had received. You're welcome. Chapter 67, Diary Holders Gathering. April 5th. Today, the Amamiya household was unusually lively. Since the diary holders had never formally gathered before, a proper meeting was arranged after school. Naturally, the Amamiya residence was chosen as the venue. As the diary's owner, it made sense for Ren's home to serve as the central meeting point. This time, the group naturally split into 3 smaller factions based on familiarity. The first group consisted of Ren and Sonoko. The second included Kagaya and Hayasaka. The third was composed of Nagi, Isumi, and Maria. Each faction sat in separate sections of the room, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense and quiet. Breaking the silence, Sonoko was the first to speak. I was wondering why you, of all people, would go to an amusement park for no reason. Her gaze landed on Kagaya. Whether it was you or that Sundra brat, you totally got caught that day. My dad even picked up on some clues. Both Kagaya and Nagi reacted with surprise. That frozen RV wasn't a big enough hint. Kagaya hesitated for a moment, then shook her head slightly. That was my mistake. The power I obtained that day caused a far greater reaction than I expected during my initial test. I had Hayasaka clean up the situation afterward. I didn't think it would still attract attention. Sonoko rolled her eyes. The amusement park's internal data was erased, but my dad started investigating from the outside. I thought nothing would come of it. But a low-resolution photo actually got captured. That was an oversight. Kagaya understood immediately, it was her fault. She had instinctively used her newly acquired power without considering the consequences. I take responsibility. I had just obtained that ability, and my curiosity got the better of me. I didn't anticipate it would be that overwhelming. No kidding. Hayasaka took the opportunity to complain. The ice from Kagaya-sama's ability didn't just freeze the RV, it gave me frostbite inside the vehicle. At that moment, Ren studied Kagaya with his spiritual vision. His eyes locked onto something within her, her spiritual body had an unusual presence. Something was attached to her. A parasitic entity. Sensing danger, the presence immediately went still. Ren quickly deduced what kind of power Kagaya had acquired. A devil fruit. And a powerful one at that, the ice fruit. Ren met Kagaya's gaze. A Logia-class ability like this contains terrifying power. It can freeze anything in an instant, even the ocean. If used correctly, it can permanently alter an island's climate and terrain. Kagaya's eyes widened slightly. She had never imagined that the inedible fruit she consumed would grant her such an extraordinary ability. Of course, Ren continued, with great power comes great risks. This is something you need to be aware of. Kagaya's expression turned serious. I understand. There's no such thing as power without consequences. She paused for a moment before rising from her seat. Speaking of which, I haven't properly thanked you yet, Amamiya. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gained this ability. Ren shook his head slightly. This is a power you obtained yourself. No. Kagaya's voice was firm. This power came from the diary. If not for you, I would never have had this opportunity. She understood that perfectly. No, to be precise, she had understood it from the start. Growing up in the Shinomiya family, she was well aware of how opportunities were gained. In addition, she continued, I also owe you an apology for testing you last time. Testing me? Ren glanced at her thoughtfully before realization dawned. I see. You wanted to see if I could use the diary to manipulate you, if I had the power to force you to submit. Kagaya nodded slightly. That had been another test she had carried out in secret. As rude as it was, I needed to know. Ren understood. A diary that could grant such powerful rewards was naturally something that invited suspicion. And if the owner of such a diary harbored ulterior motives, the risks to its holders would be immeasurable. It was an answer that needed to be verified. Had he been in her position, he would have done the same thing. Don't worry about it. If I were you, I'd probably reach the same conclusion. If the diary's influence was in the hands of someone dangerous, then the so-called gift wouldn't be worth having. Thank you for understanding. Kagaya gave a small bow of appreciation. Since we're on this topic, Ren said, I'll repeat what I told Sanzenin. He proceeded to explain what he had discussed with Nagi. Everyone present grasped the implications. They also understood the price attached to the diary. Sonoko, however, had her own take on it. It's not just about the diary's rewards. She tapped her chin in thought. There's also the future knowledge that Amamiya has brought to us. Maybe there's a gap between the diary story and our actual future, but the information is still valuable. We know the future, and we also know that it can change. I'd say that's part of the cost too. She glanced at Ren. The diary forces us to stay connected to you. In other words, our futures are bound to you in some unusual way. Maybe we'll become lovers, maybe we'll just be friends, or maybe we'll end up as partners. But if it ever reaches that point, then it wouldn't be a cost at all. Wouldn't it just be something both sides willingly accept? That's true. Kaguya nodded slightly. The initial connection may not have been our choice. But the decision to maintain this connection is ours to make. If things develop further in the future, it wouldn't be a price to pay. It would simply be the natural course of events. Perhaps, at the beginning, it had felt like fate was being forced upon them. But once that forced connection turned voluntary, then, from that moment on, it was no longer a burden, but a choice. Chapter 68, The Future Can Be Slowly Explored. May 5th. Well then, let's get back to today's gathering. Ren shifted the topic back on track. The main purpose of today's meeting is for everyone to get to know each other better. After that, I'll explain my next course of action. My next move might be a bit reckless. This statement piqued the interest of everyone present. After giving them a moment to process, Ren continued. Regarding the future, do any of you have a specific direction in mind? The future. Kaguya considered the question carefully before shaking her head. I never really planned for my future. The Shinomiya family has always dictated my path. Most of my future has been decided for me. I haven't spent much time thinking about it myself. Ha. No surprises there from Ice Queen over here. Sonoko smirked. Anyone with even a basic understanding of the Shinomiya family knew what it was like. A rigidly traditional household, so much so that raising their daughter as a pristine, controlled noblewoman was considered normal. From a young age, Kaguya had been groomed not as an individual but as a perfect tool to serve the family's interests. Her education emphasized etiquette and talents, while personal autonomy was deliberately suppressed. If possible, the Shinomiya family would have preferred Kaguya to exist without an independent personality at all. In the end, Sonoko continued, the Shinomiya family is just too traditional. Their whole approach to raising people treats them like instruments rather than individuals. Her criticism wasn't directed at Kaguya but at the Shinomiya family itself. Kaguya, unfazed, glanced at Sonoko. So, Miss Suzuki, do you have a plan for your future? I did. But that's changed. Changed. Kaguya's gaze flickered slightly before shifting to Ren. It was understandable. After discovering the hidden side of the world, it was natural for someone to rethink their future. I want to gain mystical power and explore a world beyond my previous imagination. Sonoko's declaration was clear and straightforward. Kaguya had suspected as much, but hearing her say it outright confirmed it. At that moment, something clicked in Kaguya's mind. That strange sense of familiarity she felt toward Sonoko. Now, it made sense. I see, Kaguya said. I can understand where you're coming from, Miss Suzuki. After encountering this extraordinary world, I don't think I could give up my power either. Having experienced true strength, Kaguya understood its value. Even if she didn't plan on dominating the Shinomiya family with force, the existence of power alone meant opportunity. Power gave her leverage. Power was the ultimate truth. Oh. So you get it now, Shinomiya. Sonoko grinned. I'm glad to see someone who shares my perspective. Power is the truth. But only after it reaches a certain threshold. Nagi spoke up, cutting in. Power also serves as a way to rectify regrets. It allows us to pursue things we wouldn't have been able to otherwise. I don't think anyone here would disagree with that. Ren nodded. There's no doubt that power can open doors. But ultimately, power is just a tool, it's a means to an end, not the end itself. Perhaps, he continued, we could pursue something that all of humanity has long sought after. Immortality. Silence filled the room. That might not be unrealistic for us, Ren added. But it's not something we need to chase desperately. Let things take their natural course. In Baika City, there's never a shortage of interesting things happening. It's just that, not all of them will be pleasant. At this moment, everyone grasped the meaning behind his words. Indeed, Baika City wasn't lacking in criminal activity. Cases of murder, theft, and conspiracies occurred so frequently that they were practically mundane. For people living there, running into criminal incidents was about as surprising as seeing a clear sky. Though cases like that weren't exactly pleasant. No one in the room doubted that they would continue encountering such situations. After all, this was just the beginning of a very long story. To summarize, Ren said. The story has already begun. We're already part of a long, unfolding narrative. And we should let it take us forward rather than resist it. Like an audience, we'll watch each chapter unfold with our own eyes. Then that means the story of Shinomiya-san has gone completely off script. Kaguya nodded slightly. She had no intention of returning to Shuchian Academy. She held no attachment to the events that would take place there. In other words, the story she was meant to be a part of had already become irrelevant to her. Just as Amamiya-san said. My story was a romantic comedy. But as the supposed protagonist, I've stepped out of it. The events over there have nothing to do with me anymore. Ahem. Shinomiya-san, I think you're speaking a little too soon. Huh. Did you forget? Your only friend at Shuchian. That connection hasn't been severed. Kaguya's face twitched as the realization hit her. She hadn't seen that person for a whole week. She had completely forgotten about her. But now that she thought about it, her ties to that place weren't completely cut off yet. Kaguya-san, Hayasaka reminded her. You haven't contacted Fujiwara-san for quite a while now. Given her personality, she's probably going to show up unannounced any day now. Kaguya fell into silence. Because Hayasaka's reasoning was too on point. Now that she thought about it. It had been far too long since she last spoke with Fujiwara Chika. There's no way. The Fujiwara family is a political family. She should be aware of what happened to me. Miss Kaguya. Hayasaka sighed. Don't you think that's exactly why Fujiwara is acting like this? She's probably been holding back this entire time because she knows what happened. How long do you think she'll stay quiet? Kaguya was completely speechless this time. Because Hayasaka was absolutely right. If anything, Fujiwara Chika was probably at her limit already. Buffed, ha ha ha. Sonoko suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, man. Ice Queen, I suddenly really want to meet your friend. Seeing Sonoko's amused expression, Kaguya could only stare at her in silence. And at that moment, a terrible premonition settled over her. Didn't think we would hit 20 reviews this fast. You guys really wanted the bonus CHP, ha ha ha. Regardless, I'm thankful for your support. And like I said, subsequently for every 10 reviews I'll be dropping 2 bonus CHPs. This doesn't affect the PS bonus CHPs. Currently at 23/30ths. Also saw that we are currently at about 800 PS, which is insane. None of my works have ever reached the 1k PS benchmark, so can we aim for it, and I promise you guys another 3 bonus chapters. Lastly, DW, the bonus for the 800 PS is coming for sure this evening. Thank you for your support on this book once again, smiley face. Chapter 69, that woman is here. The first gathering had ended smoothly. A lot had been discussed and clarified, making it a crucial meeting for the future. As they rode home in the car, Hayasaka turned to glance at Kaguya sitting beside her. Miss Kaguya, what do you think? About what? The whole intertwining of fate thing. Kaguya shook her head, unconcerned. The diary is a thread, not a chain. And Amamiya's actions show he has no interest in forcing anything. What if all of that is just an act? It's not. She shook her head again, rejecting Hayasaka's speculation outright. If Amamiya wanted to control our fate, it would be far easier than we think. All he'd have to do is interfere just a little in our stories, and he'd get what he wanted. Sanzenin Nagi has her weaknesses. So do I. He knows them, but has he ever actually tried to exploit them? Even he himself said that fate intertwining with him only makes our connection with him closer, not necessarily more intimate. Through multiple interactions, Kaguya had already formed a solid judgment of Ren's personality. He wasn't the type to talk much. He wasn't sociable. He did things quietly and rarely engaged with strangers. At first glance, he seemed cold and indifferent. But beneath the surface, he was someone with deep thoughts, someone who could endure loneliness and resist temptation. He kept a certain distance from girls, always maintaining a level of politeness. But wasn't that politeness also a form of detachment? On top of that, Kaguya continued. Based on our investigation, he's lived alone since childhood. Other than part-time jobs, he barely has any social life. Exactly. Kaguya was now certain. She smirked slightly. Hayasaka, don't you think Amamiya is actually quite decent? Setting everything else aside, I don't dislike guys with his kind of personality. At least someone like that wouldn't talk behind my back. She despised betrayal. She hated people who gossiped behind her back. And since Amamiya knew her story, he also understood what she loathed. More importantly, he wasn't the type to spread rumors or meddle in others' business. From that perspective, his dull personality was actually rather appealing. As for status, Kagaya let out a soft, self-mocking chuckle. It was Amamiya who gave us the opportunity to speak on equal footing. This gathering may have seemed like a conversation between equals. But the truth is, if Amamiya didn't allow it, none of us would have the right to treat him as an equal. The Shinomiya name means nothing to him. Hayasaka fell silent. It was true. At this gathering, they hadn't been equals, Amamiya Ren was the one with all the power. And yet, he had never looked down on them or acted arrogantly. If anything, he had been overly polite. That alone proved that he didn't have the kind of personality that would make people resent him. So, does that mean Miss Kagaya has decided to accept it? Yes. Kagaya nodded. No one can predict the future, but at the very least, I see no harm in being friends with Amamiya. As for what happens next, that will depend on how things develop. She wasn't one to speculate too far ahead. If the relationship grew naturally, then deeper interactions wouldn't be a problem. Recalling the attitudes of the others, Kagaya chuckled. Besides, I wasn't the only one thinking this way. Suzuki Sonoko and the others seemed to feel the same. Hayasaka thought back to the atmosphere at Amamiya's house earlier. No one had explicitly stated it, but in the end, they had all silently agreed to continue this connection. There was no need to say it out loud. They would just wait and see where things led. Miss Kagaya. I was just wondering, do you think Fujiwara is thinking the same way as you? Kagaya's amused smile froze instantly. She turned her head stiffly toward Hayasaka. Hayasaka, can you not bring up unpleasant topics? Just hearing that name gave her a headache. Fujiwara Chika was the embodiment of chaos. Kagaya let out a deep sigh, rubbing her forehead before shifting her position in the seat. What's happening at Shuchian? Even after transferring to Teitan High School, she had Hayasaka keep tabs on things back at Shuchian Academy. There's some speculation about your transfer, but nothing major has happened. The only noticeable thing is that the president seems kind of depressed. Kagaya simply nodded at this news. The president should have learned by now that sometimes he needs to yield. When he found out I was a Shinomiya, he should have known better than to indulge in fairy tale fantasies about me. What happens in romantic stories doesn't apply to me. Even if she hadn't read the future diary, she still wouldn't have chosen Shirogane Miyuki. It was simply too unrealistic. The pressure from my family alone is something he could never overcome. Let alone everything else. Hayasaka nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's just not realistic. Miyuki Shirogane was undeniably impressive as Shuchian's student council president. Academically, he had even surpassed Kagaya in most areas, except for the entrance exam. But at what cost? The ridiculous hours he spent studying, the lack of proper rest. The constant dark circles under his eyes and his reliance on black coffee told the whole story. But even if he excelled in academics, would that alone be enough to challenge the Shinomiya family? Of course not. Maybe his talent had caught Kagaya's attention at some point. But that was all. Because in the end, talent alone wasn't enough to matter in the grand scheme of things. Now that she had truly stepped away from her former life, any chance of Shirogane shaking Kagaya's world had completely disappeared. Hayasaka, seeing no point in continuing the topic, shifted the conversation. Miss Kagaya, I just got a report. Fujiwara Chika is waiting for you. She actually showed up. Kagaya sighed, as if she had known this was inevitable. There was no escape. Forget it. Let's just go back and meet her. As much as she always turns everything into a mess. She is my friend, after all. Chapter 70, The Love Detective's Shock. Kagaya-chan. Kagaya-chan. Before Kagaya could react, she found herself being hugged and squeezed. The sensation was incredibly uncomfortable, mainly because the chest pressing against her was surprisingly firm. At first, it seemed like an overly affectionate display between friends. But to Kagaya, it felt more like mockery. To make matters worse, the owner of this chest seemed to be crying. Kagaya, already suffering from a headache, felt it worsen instantly. This woman, Fujiwara Chika, was beyond troublesome. And when she got emotional like this, she became an absolute nightmare. With an exasperated sigh, Kagaya turned toward Hayasaka. Understanding the unspoken request, Hayasaka stepped in immediately. She pried Fujiwara off of Kagaya, physically restraining her before pulling her back a few steps. Miss Fujiwara, please calm down. Fujiwara, now firmly held in place, finally noticed who had stopped her. Hayasaka. She recognized Hayasaka, they had met a few times before. Back when she was still at Shuchian, Hayasaka would occasionally approach her whenever Kagaya needed something. There were even times when Hayasaka got roped into activities with the board games club. Wait a second, why are you in Kagaya's house? Fujiwara's face was filled with confusion. Hayasaka, who had expected this reaction, maintained a composed expression. She let go of Fujiwara, took a step back, and bowed slightly with perfect maid etiquette. Allow me to formally introduce myself, Miss Fujiwara. I am Miss Kagaya's personal maid, Hayasaka AI. Fujiwara's eyes widened in shock. Wait, you've always been Kagaya's maid. She pouted, clearly feeling betrayed. So that's why you always showed up out of nowhere whenever I looked for Kagaya. You were trying to keep me away, weren't you? At least she was self-aware. Of course, Hayasaka wasn't about to admit it outright. She kept her expression calm and professional. Unfortunately, Miss Kagaya never had the freedom to meet with others as she pleased. Her daily schedule was meticulously arranged and couldn't be disrupted for anyone. That was the will of Master Oko. Fujiwara blinked. Master Oko. Hayasaka, aren't you supposed to be Kagaya's maid? Miss Fujiwara, you really do have a simple way of thinking. Without hesitation, Hayasaka shifted all the blame onto Shinomiya Oko, Kagaya's older brother, who was now living a retired life. In the past, I was placed by Master Oko as a watchdog next to Miss Kagaya. My role was to observe her life, monitor her actions, and report everything to him. At the same time, I was to assist in shaping her into a proper, obedient lady of the Shinomiya family, someone who followed etiquette perfectly, nothing more. After all, the ultimate goal was to ensure that the Shinomiya family could maximize its benefits through her. Kagaya nearly lost her composure right then and there. If she hadn't known the truth, she might have believed it. While her brother had indeed placed Hayasaka by her side to watch over her, he hadn't gone so far as to mold her into a tool. And Hayasaka had never been fully loyal to him either. But listening to this absolute nonsense, Kagaya had to use all her willpower to keep a straight face. Meanwhile, Fujiwara completely believed it. Her expression twisted with righteous fury. That's horrible. How could he do that? Kagaya covered her face. This woman really put all her brain cells into her chest. Fujiwara, now brimming with anger, turned toward Hayasaka. Hayasaka, remaining as composed as ever, simply continued. The Shinomiya family has always prioritized practicality over personal feelings. Just like how Miss Kagaya's enrollment at Shuchiin Academy wasn't her own choice. Shuchiin isn't just any elite school, it's a school with deep ties to the Shinomiya family. Master Oko believed keeping Mississippi Kagaya close would make it easier to control her. Fujiwara's jaw dropped. She had known that the Shinomiya family had influence over Shuchiin. But she never realized that Kagaya's enrollment was just another method of control. That's awful. Fujiwara clenched her fists in frustration. She had only heard vague stories about Shinomiya Oko before. Her father had once described him as dangerously ambitious. But now, she saw him as nothing less than a villain. Hayasaka nodded solemnly. Thankfully, Miss Kagaya was able to seek help from Sanzenin Nagi and escape from the Shinomiya family's control. With her freedom secured, she chose to leave Shuchiin immediately. I trust Miss Fujiwara understands why now. Yes, it makes perfect sense. Fujiwara nodded firmly. At that moment, she completely sympathized with Kagaya. So, Kagaya, you didn't leave just to avoid me. Her eyes shone expectantly. Kagaya sighed, a little helpless. No, Fujiwara. There were many reasons I chose to leave. But avoiding you wasn't one of them. Fujiwara beamed with relief. But then, one of my reasons was avoiding the president. Fujiwara froze. Avoiding the president? Kagaya gave her a flat look. Fujiwara, you do realize the president has been trying to get my attention, right? Fujiwara, self-proclaimed love detective, looked absolutely shocked. She thought back to Shirogane Miyuki's awkward behavior around Kagaya. Finally, realization struck. Wait a second, the president likes Kagaya. Kagaya was completely unfazed by her dramatic outburst. She had long grown used to Fujiwara's theatrics. But considering how much Fujiwara claimed to understand romance. Fujiwara, you seriously never noticed? Fujiwara frowned, trying to process it. I just thought he was super competitive. I didn't realize he was trying to impress you. Kagaya sighed. It was childish, really. In an attempt to get my attention, he kept studying obsessively, trying to score higher than me on every exam. Fujiwara thought for a moment and groaned. Ugh. That's so immature. She rubbed her temples, feeling second-hand embarrassment. But, do you hate him that much, Kagaya? Kagaya shook her head slightly. I don't dislike people who work hard. In fact, I admire those who strive toward their goals. But the problem is, I am a Shinomiya. Fujiwara finally understood. Kagaya had never even considered the president as an option. Because the Shinomiya name itself carried too much weight. But Kagaya, aren't you free now? That's now. Back then, I had to reject him tactfully because of my status. Now, I reject him because. She paused, then smiled faintly. I refuse to be a puppet in someone else's story. Fujiwara blinked. Huh. She didn't fully grasp the deeper meaning. But one thing was clear. The president never stood a chance. Not back then. Not now. Not ever. Well. That's rough. Bonus for 800 PS. Chapter 71, Chapter 71, I want to go too. Fujiwara furrowed her brows, lost in thought. Something about this still didn't sit right with her. Kagaya, I feel like there's another reason you transferred schools. You say it was to avoid the president because he was a hassle. And I get that. But that other reason you mentioned. I don't quite understand it. Still, I feel like whatever you're hiding is connected to that reason I don't understand. Kagaya fell silent. This woman's intuition was too sharp. Even when she deliberately hid something, Fujiwara could still sense that something was off. Miss Kagaya, it seems you won't be able to keep it from her. Hayasaka's voice was laced with amusement. Hayasaka. You can't keep dodging this forever. Kagaya frowned in frustration but had to admit Hayasaka had a point. If Miss Fujiwara decides to investigate, she'll find out eventually. After all, Sanzenin and Shinomiya transferred schools at the same time as you. No matter how much you try to hide it, that's something you can't cover up. Kagaya let out a sigh. She was right. Her reasoning for transferring was flimsy at best. But what about Sanzenin Nagi and Shinomiya Isumi? There was no way to explain their transfers away so easily. Yeah, it's impossible to keep it hidden completely. Exactly. Rather than waste energy trying to hide things from Miss Fujiwara, why not just tell her the truth, like Miss Sanzenin did? Hayasaka's suggestion made Kagaya hesitate. But after a moment of deliberation, she relented. If Fujiwara decided to dig into this, she'd eventually start asking questions about Amamiya. And knowing how unpredictable she was, she'd probably go straight to him for answers. Ah. Kagaya sighed again. She had wanted to keep this a secret. But in the end, it was impossible. All right, Fujiwara. I'll show you something. This isn't something we can discuss here. Come with me. Oh. Fujiwara's curiosity burned even stronger as she eagerly followed Kagaya. Kagaya led her to the mansion's indoor swimming pool. She didn't say a word as she walked forward. Kagaya-chan. Fujiwara tilted her head, confused. Miss Fujiwara, just watch. Kagaya took another step forward, onto the water's surface. But instead of sinking, the water beneath her began to freeze solid. Fujiwara's eyes went wide. Magic. She ran forward, placing her hand on the unfrozen part of the water. It felt normal. The temperature wasn't particularly low, and nothing seemed unnatural about it. But when she turned back, the water beneath Kagaya's feet had completely frozen over. This wasn't a trick. It wasn't stage magic or an illusion. It was as if the water had been exposed to extreme cold in an instant. Fujiwara, raise your hand. Fujiwara did as she was told, lifting her hand out of the water. Zizizi. A chilling aura burst forth, spreading from Kagaya and engulfing the entire swimming pool. In mere seconds, the entire pool had frozen solid. Fujiwara stood there, completely stunned. This wasn't a magic trick. There was no way magic could produce something this real. The biting cold sent shivers down her spine. As she looked at Kagaya standing atop the ice, she finally understood. This is a superpower. Rather than fear, excitement filled Fujiwara's voice. Her reaction was completely different from what a normal person would have. Hey! Stepping onto the ice, Fujiwara carefully tested her footing. The ice was thick, solid enough to support her weight without issue. She had just touched the liquid water a few seconds ago. And yet, now it had turned into a frozen surface strong enough to walk on. This is amazing. Fujiwara's eyes sparkled with fascination. Kagaya's superpower can freeze an entire swimming pool in seconds. Then, she turned back toward Kagaya. So. Is this the real reason you transferred to Teitan High School? She tapped her chin, thinking hard. Kagaya never had a power like this before. And it's weird that Sanzenin suddenly started helping her. But if Sanzenin and Kagaya are connected by this, then it makes sense. Fujiwara's mind worked quickly, piecing together the clues. Sanzenin Nagi. Shinomiya Isumi. And now Kagaya had superpowers. All of them transferred schools at the same time. That couldn't be a coincidence. If Kagaya's transfer is related to the sudden appearance of her superpowers, then that means the school itself is connected to this. Or rather, Fujiwara's eyes lit up with realization. There's someone at Teitan High School who's responsible for this, isn't there? Probably a single person. And, that person is most likely a boy. Kagaya and Hayasaka exchanged glances. They hadn't expected Fujiwara to figure it out so quickly. Fujiwara caught Kagaya's expression and grinned knowingly. I got it right, didn't I? This must have been another reason Kagaya rejected the president. Well, the president was really pitiful. But if someone could grant Kagaya superpowers, then Shirogane Miyuki never stood a chance. Oh well. Fujiwara quickly moved on from feeling bad for the president. There was something far more interesting right now. Kagaya, I want to transfer too. Kagaya blinked. What? Fujiwara crossed her arms and nodded confidently. I want to go to Teitan High School too. On one hand, it's for my friend. But on the other, I'm way too curious to just let this go. Kagaya sighed. Fujiwara, this is your own decision. But there are some things I need to explain to you first. Fujiwara nodded eagerly. Kagaya didn't hold back. She began explaining the details about the diary. Fujiwara listened intently. Oh. Her eyes sparkled even more. So even normal people, as long as they get that diary, they can awaken superpowers too. This is so cool. Fujiwara had made up her mind. She was definitely transferring. There was no way she was missing out on something this exciting. Kagaya and Chika, IMG. Another bonus CHP. Don't forget our aim is the stars, 1000 PS coughs. Chapter 72, The Girl's Troubles. After seeing off all the guests, Ren finally had some free time. Taking advantage of the moment, he sat down and began writing in his diary. Today was the gathering of diary holders. It was a process of going from strangers to acquaintances. Oh, right. There was actually something important I forgot to mention today. It's about the abilities gained by Shinomiya and Sanzenin. Both the devil fruit and the vision come with side effects. The vision functions as an external organ that absorbs elemental magic from the surroundings and converts it into power. However, it cannot be separated from its owner. If a vision is forcibly removed, it causes serious problems. Most notably, the owner will be unable to use their elemental abilities. So, anyone who possesses a vision should take good care of it. Of course, a vision can only be used by the person who has activated it. If someone else tries to steal it, they'll suffer severe backlash. The vision will automatically release elemental energy powerful enough to burn an attacker to ash. In short, keep it safe and avoid unnecessary accidents. Now, about the devil fruit. I don't remember its exact mechanics, but after observing Shinomiya, I noticed something unusual. There's a spirit attached to her soul, a unique imprint that likely came with the fruit. This imprint seems to be both the source of her power and the reason for the devil fruit's curse. All devil fruit users lose their ability to swim, they're rejected by the sea. This is the unavoidable price of obtaining such power. Shinomiya is lucky. She ate one of the strongest Logia fruits, the ice fruit. Even if she's rejected by the sea, she can just freeze the water beneath her feet. No big deal. Still, even if she wears a swimsuit, I doubt she'll have many chances to enjoy the ocean. On the other hand, the ability Muri obtained is far more normal. Her only real issue might be something girls worry about more, her weight. After all, muscle is much heavier than fat. Hopefully, she can stay calm about it. At the Muri household, Ran froze in shock as she read the diary. Immediately, she grabbed the bathroom scale from the corner of her room. She took a deep breath and stepped onto it, praying for mercy. The numbers flickered for a moment before settling at 53 kilograms. Boom. Ran felt as if she had just been struck by lightning. This is way too fast. It had only been 2 days since she got that ability. And in just 2 days, her weight had jumped by 5 kilograms. Ran hurriedly stepped off the scale. She took off her school uniform, then hesitated before pulling off her pantyhose as well. Taking another deep breath, she stepped back on. The number hadn't changed. Ran covered her face. It was real. Her weight had actually increased that much. Ugh, this is a lot. She frowned at the scale. The appetite boost that came with this ability is such a pain. Sighing, she turned to the full-length mirror in her room. Since she had already taken off her outerwear, she might as well inspect her body properly. She examined herself carefully. Surprisingly, she didn't look any different from usual. No, wait. She actually looked slimmer than before. Ran focused on her legs. Her thighs, which had been well developed from years of karate training, looked noticeably leaner. She reached down and grabbed her leg. Beneath her fingers, she could feel the firm muscles. It's not rock hard, but it's definitely firmer than before. she tested her movement. Lifting her leg effortlessly into a perfect high kick, she noticed something immediately. This feels way easier than before. Her core strength had noticeably improved. She felt zero strain, and her balance was perfectly controlled. Ren lowered her leg and examined her arms and stomach. Her arms were slimmer, and her waist had a more defined curve. After another minute of careful self-inspection, she noticed one part of her body that had actually grown. Why are my breasts bigger? Ren stared down in disbelief. Compared to other girls her age, she was already well developed. But now, she had definitely grown more. My thighs got slimmer. My arms got thinner. So why did my chest get bigger? As someone who practiced karate, Ren had never cared much about things like body size. But this was a bit excessive. She sighed. I really hope this stops here. Having a larger chest might seem like a good thing, but for someone as active as her, it could be a real hassle. It would affect her balance, restrict her movements, and even cause shoulder pain if it kept growing. Of course, there was another issue she had to think about. Won't I have to buy new underwear? Ren rubbed her temples, feeling another headache coming on. Ugh. I should at least wait a few days to see if this keeps up before I go shopping. Girls really have a lot to worry about. After finishing his diary entry, Ren glanced at the time. 8:23 p.m. It was getting late. Following his usual routine, this was around the time he'd start thinking about washing up. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream came from outside. Ren's eyelids twitched. Something wrong next door. He sighed. This high-end building really isn't peaceful at all. The apartment he was staying in had already been the site of a murder case. Not only that, but 3 soul remnants had been left behind. And now, it seemed like the next-door neighbors were preparing for something just as chaotic. He shook his head. Ren wasn't the type to meddle in other people's business, but he didn't mind watching the show. The gray fog around him shifted, forming into an invisible eye that slipped through the wall and captured the scene next door. Chapter 73, Meddlesome. 1/3. Looking through the gray fog, Ren saw a muscular, overweight man pinning a woman with long brown hair to the ground. The man's hands were wrapped tightly around the woman's neck, his expression twisted with anger, like he had a deep grudge against her. Ren frowned. TSK, what a pain. Sheesh. He always said he wouldn't meddle in other people's affairs, yet here he was, already stepping out of his room. The man was choking her in the hallway. How impatient could he be? Why? Why are you avoiding me? The man's voice was crazed as he squeezed harder. He looked like he had been abandoned or maybe even cheated on. Ren didn't bother thinking too much about it. He took a few steps forward and kicked the man square in the face, sending him flying. Cough, cough. The woman, freed from the man's grasp, gasped violently, clutching at her throat. She was in bad shape, the strangulation had done some real damage. She stared at the man who had just been kicked away, her face still filled with the lingering terror of nearly dying. Even now, she could still feel the suffocating grip around her neck. But aside from the fear, there was also deep confusion. She knew the man who had attacked her. What she didn't know was why. Are you okay? The woman hesitated, then shook her head slightly. Call the police. This wasn't just assault. It was breaking and entering. It was attempted murder. If she reported it, the man would definitely go to prison for years. Ren carefully observed the woman's reaction. There was confusion, sadness, and a bit of hesitation. All right. I'll call the police. After a brief pause, the woman pulled out her phone and made the call. The police would take some time to arrive. For now, the man Ren had just kicked lay unconscious on the ground. Are you sure you're all right? I'm fine. Thank you. The woman gingerly touched her throat. It still throbbed with pain, and even speaking made her voice hoarse. After a moment, she slowly stood up. She bowed slightly to Ren, a gesture of gratitude. Thank you. If you hadn't helped me, I might have. No need to thank me. Ren waved a hand dismissively. At least she wasn't trying to frame him. That would have been annoying. Now that he got a better look at her, the woman had slightly disheveled brown hair, but her delicate features were still noticeable. Her clothes were thick, making it hard to tell much about her figure, but her silhouette was well proportioned. Well, it wasn't surprising that a woman like her would attract stalkers. But something felt off. This wasn't a random stalker attack. This woman wasn't being followed, she had been ambushed in her own home by someone she knew. Ren was curious, but he didn't pry. He simply stood beside the woman, waiting for the police to arrive. 10 minutes later. 4 officers arrived, 1 woman and 3 men. The older, slightly chubby policeman wearing a round hat took the lead. He walked over to the unconscious man and checked his condition. Seeing that the man was merely knocked out and didn't need emergency treatment, he immediately pulled out a pair of handcuffs and secured him. "All right, take him away." The senior officer gave a silent signal to the female officer. She nodded in understanding and turned to the woman. "Miss, are you feeling okay? I need to ask you a few questions about what happened." "I'm fine." The female officer led the woman inside to discuss the situation further. Outside, the middle-aged policeman in the round had turned his attention to Ren. "Sir, can I ask what happened here? I live next door. I heard a woman scream, so I came to check. I saw a man strangling her, so I kicked him away. That's all." The middle-aged officer nodded. "Don't worry. There won't be any legal issues on your end. In fact, no matter how you look at it, you stopped a crime in progress. Your intervention wasn't excessive, and you didn't cause unnecessary harm. Are you still a student?" "Yes." "In that case, this case is pretty straightforward. If you're busy, you don't need to go to the station to file a formal statement. It wasn't entirely by the book, but the situation was clear enough to make an exception." Ren understood. "What's your name?" "Megure Juzo." "You can call me Inspector Megure." "Megure Juzo." Ren glanced at the middle-aged, slightly overweight police inspector. So this was Inspector Megure. And that tall woman from earlier. That was probably Sato Mawako. She had that sharp, professional look, a suit jacket, skirt, and an almost office lady vibe. If not for her neatly cropped short hair, she wouldn't even look like a police officer. Megure pulled out a business card. "Here's my contact information. If you ever run into trouble, don't hesitate to call." Ren took the card, glancing at it thoughtfully. That guy tried to murder her. Is there any chance he'll be let out soon? Just in case. Megure sighed. It depends on the victim's testimony. If the case shifts from criminal to civil, he won't be locked up as long. Ren frowned. If things go south, I might have to consider moving. Ha! Megure chuckled, lowering his hat as he patted Ren's shoulder. Don't worry, that's unlikely. If we confirm this was trespassing, then this is attempted murder. That's a whole different situation, he won't be able to dodge jail time. All right. Got it. Go home and get some rest. Thanks. After thanking him, Ren turned and headed back to his apartment. Megure watched him go, smiling faintly. Not many young people step in to help like that these days. He had deliberately observed the situation. This kid had courage. Frankly, he'd make a decent cop. More reliable than Takagi, at least. Speaking of Takagi. Megure sighed. The guy had been in the Metropolitan Police Department for years now, starting from a rookie officer, slowly working his way up. Even after all that time, he still hadn't made any major progress. It was frustrating. Inspector Megure, I finished the preliminary questioning. All right. What's the situation? The victim and the suspect dated in high school. But they broke up after only a month. That was 7 or 8 years ago. That doesn't matter. Yes, sir. Then that settles it. This is attempted murder with trespassing. There's no way he's getting off easy. Megure was confident the nature of this case wasn't going to change. Chapter 74, Occult Research. 2/3. Yoko Okino had barely slept all night. Her mind kept replaying what had happened. She never imagined that a man she had only dated for a single month in high school, someone she hadn't seen for over 7 years, would suddenly try to strangle her to death. When she finished giving her statement at the Metropolitan Police Department, she also learned why they had broken up all those years ago. Back in high school, she had been scouted by an entertainment agency, which had immediately arranged for her training in preparation for debut. At the time, her boyfriend had been seen as a liability. So, without her knowledge, the agency had paid him off to leave her. If she had found out back then, she probably would have been furious. But after struggling in the idol industry for years, she had come to understand how the business worked. For female idols, image was everything. The industry favored pure, untarnished girls, those who seemed innocent and untouched. No matter how talented someone was, once they were labeled as a scandalous woman, their career would be permanently limited. And once someone took that route, there was no turning back. Looking at it from her current perspective, that relationship had been so short. It hadn't even lasted a full month. And in high school, they had been too young and immature to have done anything serious. Because of her own self-discipline, she hadn't made any mistakes that could come back to haunt her. Now, she couldn't understand that man at all. Even if her breakup had been arranged by her agency, he had accepted the money and left. It was just a 1-month high school relationship that had ended over money. So why was he acting like this now? Was he pretending to be a heartbroken lover? Or was this about money again? Yoko Okino had no idea. After all these years, the first thing he did when they met again was try to kill her. She sighed. I should be thinking about how to thank that boy. Dwelling on that man's twisted reasoning was pointless. She needed to focus on the person who had actually saved her. If that boy hadn't stepped in last night, she might have ended up in the news. And not in a good way. If things had gone differently, every newspaper in the country would be running headlines about how she was murdered by her high school boyfriend. The thought alone made her shudder. She glanced at the time. She had been so shaken that she hadn't dared to go home, staying at the police station all night instead. 8:23 a.m. High school students should be in class by now. Well, I'll wait until the afternoon. I need to properly thank him. Teitan High School, faculty office. Meanwhile, at Teitan High School, Kagaya was discussing something with a teacher. You want to start an occult research club? The teacher was a little surprised by her sudden request. Yes. I, Sanzenin, and Shinomiya are all very interested in the occult. We frequently discuss related topics. Shinomiya. Sanzenin. Shinomiya. That combination of names made the teacher break into a nervous sweat. These girls weren't just students. They were heiresses, the kind every teacher in the school had to be mindful of. But if they only wanted to start a club, that was perfectly reasonable. All right. There's no issue with your request. The club will be approved soon. Thank you, sensei. Kagaya gave a polite bow. Seeing that, the teacher visibly relaxed. Despite their status, these girls weren't difficult to deal with. The club application was quickly submitted and just as quickly approved. They were even given a spacious classroom with great lighting to use as their clubroom. The Occult Research Clubroom. By the time the clubroom was ready, it was fully furnished. The setup was nothing like a normal classroom. It had elegant decor, and in the center of the room was a massive U-shaped sofa. 3 large bookshelves lined the walls, filled with manga, novels, and various reference books. There was also a collection of fine teas and teacups. On the opposite side of the room stood a giant flat-screen TV, with multiple gaming consoles neatly arranged below it. Rather than a clubroom, this looked more like a high-end entertainment lounge. Considering that Shinomiya and Sanzenin were behind it, it wasn't surprising that they had managed to set this up in just one morning. This is a clubroom. Ren looked around, completely stunned. The size, layout, and atmosphere of the room felt out of place in Teitan High School. It was a far cry from the usual dingy clubrooms most students got. This doesn't feel like a club at all. That's normal. Sonoko wasn't fazed at all. Shinomiya and Sanzenin both invested in Teitan High School when they transferred here. With that kind of influence, it's only natural that the clubs they start wouldn't be treated like normal clubs. Besides, as club members, we now have a perfect excuse to take breaks from class. The reason? Club activities. Club activities. Ran's eyes widened in realization. Wait, the school actually lets you skip class because of this. Sonoko laughed. Sounds crazy, right? Yeah. The school allowed it for 2 main reasons. First, because Shinomiya and Sanzenin financially support Teitan High School. And second, all 3 of them are prodigies. Ran was stunned. Sanzenin and Shinomiya both skipped grades at Haku Academy, which is an elite school for nobility. The way they think is completely different from normal people. Meanwhile, Shinomiya has been ranked 2nd in Shuchian Academy for 2 years in a row. These 3 are just built different. Ran slowly nodded, glancing at the trio. Kagaya had flawless etiquette and a commanding presence. Nagi and Isumi were petite in both age and stature, but despite their size, their intelligence was undeniable. Setting aside the mystery of the diary, these 3 were truly exceptional. Thinking about it that way, it made sense that the school gave them so much freedom. They probably don't even need to worry about academics. Ren sighed. Meanwhile, the only boy in the club, Ren, looked genuinely troubled. Unlike these overachievers, he wasn't particularly good at studying. He didn't have some supernatural talent or a genius-level IQ. So being surrounded by these academic monsters was giving him a headache. Puffed. Sonoko grinned, amused by his distress. Well, it can't be helped. If you fall behind, Amamiya, you'll just have to get Shinomiya, Sanzenin, or Shinomiya to tutor you. Chapter 75, Orbital Observation Object. 3/3. If it's about studying, I'm fairly confident. Kagaya rarely spoke about her abilities with such certainty. She wasn't the type to boast, but when it came to academics, she knew her strengths. If I ever need help, I'll trouble you, Shinomiya-san. Well, you're always welcome to. Ren sighed internally. He hadn't been great at studying before, and he certainly wasn't now. No matter how much time passed, academics just weren't his thing. Amamiya, what are we doing now? Now. Ren thought for a moment before shaking his head slightly. There's no need to force anything. The world we live in isn't a pre-written story. If everything was already set in stone, none of us would be here together. He spread his hands, looking at Kaguya. Besides, Shinomiya-san's actions aren't driven by blind emotions. She's methodical, logical, her behavior isn't that of someone ruled by feelings. We aren't pioneers or creators. Right now, we're observers. The more we observe this world, the more we can understand it. We already know the outline of the story. But we're walking our own path, step by step, at our own pace. He smiled. Well, that's the elegant way of putting it. To put it bluntly, we don't really have a plan, we're just going with the flow. Oh, just like usual with little Nagi. Sanzenin Nagi's face twitched, and she shot a speechless look at the speaker. The others tried to hold back their laughter. They all knew about Nagi's homebody nature. Living life one day at a time, without any real planning. That was basically her entire lifestyle. Behind them, Maria, Nagi's personal maid, covered her mouth, smiling. Mr. Amamiya, who do you think we should be observing? That's an easy question. As long as we keep an eye on Kudo, we'll always have something interesting to watch. That's what this diary is, after all. A record of daily experiences. I think its purpose is to document as many stories as possible. Maria thought for a moment before nodding. The true purpose of the diary remained a mystery, but it was clear that it existed to record Ren's life. The more events he got involved in, the more valuable the diary became. However, it wasn't just about documenting pre-existing stories. It was about Ren's personal experiences. This wasn't a third-person record of the world, it was a first-person chronicle of his life. Mr. Amamiya, does that mean the diary wants to record more of your personal story? Mine. Ren fell silent for a moment. He couldn't rule that out. Yeah, that actually makes sense. If that's the case, then this diary is basically telling me to go outside more. To be honest, Ren wasn't fond of going out. He was a homebody at heart. But if the diary's purpose was to record his life, then staying cooped up indoors wasn't ideal. After all, what was the point of recording a life with no changes? He tapped the diary lightly against his forehead. Are you my mom? For now, there was no need to overthink it. Since he wasn't planning on going out too much anytime soon, he might as well focus on observing others for now. If we're watching Shinichi, do you want me to handle it? Ren raised her hand. No need. Ren shook his head. Muri, don't volunteer for something you clearly don't want to do. If you really wanted to keep an eye on Kudo, you wouldn't have left home in the first place. Since you're already out, don't feel pressured to go back. Ran paused slightly. She really didn't want to go back. Her father had been paid by Kudo's parents to take care of Shinichi. She didn't have the heart to tell her dad not to do it. But at the same time, she wasn't interested in babysitting Shinichi herself. If she had truly wanted to, she wouldn't have found an excuse to leave in the first place. But Ren changed the subject. Muri, isn't your dad's cooking terrible? Eh? Oh, right. Dad can barely cook at all. Honestly, he's only slightly better than Mom. That won't do. Ren's expression grew serious. Muri, you should prepare some meals at your mom's place and bring them to your dad. No matter what, you should at least help make his life easier. When you visit him, you can also ask how he's doing. Ren blinked in surprise before realization set in. She wasn't forced to move back. She didn't have to watch over Shinichi. But bringing food to her father gave her an excuse to check in on him without making it seem too intentional. Using the reason that he couldn't cook, she could visit him regularly. And while she was there, she could casually ask about his recent situation. I'll prepare something tomorrow. She nodded. I hope Dad actually tries to take care of himself. And I hope Shinichi doesn't make things even more complicated. In truth, she was a little worried about her father. Ever since she moved in with her mother, she had realized something. Her mom was completely hopeless at taking care of herself. She never cooked. She always ordered takeout. Her daily meals consisted of coffee, French fries, burgers, and pizza. Ran had been genuinely shocked by how little effort her mother put into proper meals. Now, she was beginning to worry about her dad too. Would he be able to take care of himself while she was away? Lost in thought, Ren suddenly felt a pair of eyes watching her. She turned her gaze toward Ren. He was staring at her. She shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. Amamiya, is there something wrong with me? No. Ren tilted his head slightly. I just think. Muri, have you lost some weight? Bonus for 1000 PS. Thank you so much guys. Also we are currently at 29/30 review so you can still get 2 more CHPS today. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, 70 kilograms of flesh. 1/2. Everyone's eyes turned to Ran. Sonoko stared at her for a moment before suddenly lunging from behind. Ah. The sudden attack startled Ran, making her instinctively step back. Sonoko. She glared at her best friend, who was now staring at her hands in shock. So big. Sonoko's eyes widened in disbelief. Ran, you've grown again. Ran's face turned scarlet. She had just realized the changes in her body yesterday after reading the diary and doing a self-check. She absolutely did not want anyone else to find out. Sonoko. Her voice rose as her embarrassment reached its limit. Sonoko, realizing what she had just blurted out, quickly tried to laugh it off. Hey, isn't this a good thing? Plenty of girls wish they could grow like this. Ran's expression darkened. That wasn't the point. It was fine if she was the only one who knew about her growth. But thanks to Sonoko's big mouth, now everyone knew. She really wanted to teach Sonoko a lesson. Meanwhile, Kagaya was watching closely. Hayasaka, her ever-calm maid, silently observed Ran's entire figure with a keen gaze. Nagi, on the other hand, was having an existential crisis. At 13 years old, she was still technically in her growth period. But here was Ran, only 3 years older, and she had already hit a second major growth phase. The difference in body proportions between them felt like an unbridgeable gap. She still looked like a child, while Ren looked like a fully developed adult. This is unfair. Nagi muttered to herself, feeling a deep sense of injustice. Sonoko, still staring at Ran, tilted her head. Strange, how did you do it? It wasn't that she didn't understand Ran's growth pattern. After all, Ren had always been an anomaly in that regard. Ever since she turned 13, her entire body had been developing rapidly, almost like an explosion. But this was still weird. Sonoko's gaze moved toward Ran's arms and legs. Then, without warning, she reached out again. Pa. Ran, still blushing, reacted instantly and slapped Sonoko's hand away before it could touch her leg. Sonoko. Her voice carried a clear warning. Caught in the act, Sonoko let out a nervous laugh and quickly retreated to stand beside Ren. Amamiya, what's going on with Ran? Ren didn't respond immediately. Instead, he activated spiritual vision, examining Ran's etheric body. It was unusually active. Her body was in an incredibly healthy state. Her fat levels were decreasing, while her muscle density was rapidly increasing. I see. Ren nodded to himself as he processed the information. Ran's body is absorbing and digesting calories at an accelerated rate. That's causing a rapid increase in muscle density. And since her body is using up all the stored fat, she looks like she's shrinking. Fat was the body's way of storing energy. But Ran had now fully converted that energy into muscle. That was why she appeared slimmer even though, in reality, her weight had increased. He glanced at Ran, who was still waiting for an explanation, and decided to break the bad news. Muri, even though you look thinner. Because your muscle density has increased, your weight hasn't gone down. In fact, it's gone up quite a bit. Ran's expression froze. Her mind immediately flashed back to yesterday's nightmare. Just a few days ago, she had gained 5 kilograms in such a short time. Now, who knew how much more she would gain? Sonoko quickly picked up on Ran's distress. Oh. Ran, so you really have gotten heavier lately. No wonder you've grown so much. And no wonder your body feels firmer. With a teasing grin, Sonoko's hands made a mock squeezing motion in the air. Ran backed away. This pervy aura was dangerous. He. Sonoko smirked but didn't push further. Instead, she turned back to Ran. Amamiya, based on your guess, how much weight is Ran going to gain in the end? Ren thought for a moment. Well, I think it'll stop increasing once her muscle density reaches an optimal level. At that point, I'd estimate her final weight will be around 65 to 70 kilograms. What? Ran almost fainted on the spot. 70 kilograms. Are you serious? Well, it's just my estimate. Muri, there's no need to panic. Ren tried to reassure her. The denser your muscles, the stronger your explosive power. Besides, you don't have to worry about getting bulky. Your body is adapting to this change in a balanced way. Despite his explanation, Ren still looked like she was on the verge of tears. It was obvious she wasn't convinced. Ren sighed, rubbing his temple. He needed a better way to explain it. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Snap. A holographic projection began to take shape in the air. It was a visualization of what Ran would look like at 70 kilograms. The figure had thicker legs, but they looked well-toned and round. Her waist remained slim, maintaining an hourglass-like balance. Her arms had more definition but still looked soft rather than bulky. Her hips were more pronounced, and her bust had obviously expanded further. The overall impression wasn't fat, it was full, curvy, and well-proportioned. It radiated the mature beauty of a well-developed physique. The entire clubroom fell silent. All the girls stared in shock at the projection. Even Ren, the person in question, was completely stunned. Ren examined his own projection, nodding in satisfaction. This is probably what it'll look like. You won't look fat at all. If anything, it'll make you seem more well-rounded. Well-rounded. He struggled to find the right term, but that was the best he could come up with. In fact, I think this evolution is the most balanced adaptation possible. Sonoko suddenly jumped up, pointing directly at the bust of the projection. Strength and flexibility are one thing. But why the hell did this grow so much? It's fat. Ren sighed. Growing here only makes movement harder. The skinnier girls in the room all nodded in agreement. They had no words. Ren had no logical explanation for it. After a pause, he finally spoke. I think this is just part of Muri's natural genetics. Chapter 77, The Female Artist Neighbor. Girls tend to pay a lot of attention to managing their body shape and weight. However, in Ren's opinion, Ren's situation wasn't really a problem. Even though her weight had increased due to higher muscle density, her body had only filled out slightly from its original state. She simply looked softer, more mature. To Ren, this wasn't a bad thing. In fact, he actually preferred a more fleshy figure on a woman. So in his eyes, Ren wasn't fat at all. She just looked healthier. Just as Ren was about to enter his apartment, a sudden voice called out to him. Sir. He turned his head and saw his next-door neighbor, the one who had been attacked last night. Now that he got a proper look at her, he realized. She was actually quite stunning. Sir, about last night. Thank you for helping me. You're welcome. Ren shook his head slightly. Honestly, he felt like he had meddled a bit too much. What happened to that guy? He was arrested by the police. Has he been charged? Yes. Breaking and entering, attempted murder, and stalking. Ren nodded. Then he probably wasn't getting out anytime soon. With attempted murder alone, the man would serve at least 3 years. The trespassing and stalking charges would only add more time to his sentence. Ren's gaze shifted slightly. The woman was wearing a scarf around her neck. Thinking back to the strangulation marks he had seen last night, it made sense. Your neck, is it okay? Yes, I'm fine. The woman subconsciously touched her throat, her expression a little complicated. My voice is still a bit damaged. But compared to being strangled to death, this is nothing serious. The only issue is that I'll have to pause my work as an artist for a while. You're an artist? Ren looked at her, a bit surprised. He had already noticed that she was beautiful, but he hadn't expected her to be a celebrity. Now it was her turn to be surprised. At this point in time, she was quite famous. Yet, this boy in front of her had no idea who she was. She smiled faintly. Well, I suppose I should properly introduce myself. My name is Yoko Okino. I'm a professional idol and actress. Yoko Okino. Ren's eyebrows lifted slightly in recognition. He had never connected the woman standing in front of him with that Yoko Okino. You've heard of me. She tilted her head, intrigued. Ren quickly masked his surprise and nodded slightly. I know of you. You're one of the most popular idol actresses right now. It's just that. I have school and part-time work, so I don't really keep up with idol dramas. Yoko Okino suddenly remembered. This boy in front of her was still a high school student. Studying was his main focus. And he even had a part-time job. She had also started working while still in high school. That was how she got into the entertainment industry. But one thing confused Ren. Why would a top idol live in a place like this? Ren's question caught Yoko off guard. What do you mean? She blinked. This is a high-end apartment complex, sure. But did your manager not tell you? This place has a history of multiple murder cases. Huh. This was the first she had heard of it. The apartment I'm staying in had a murder before. 3, actually. 3. Yoko gulped. The idea of living in a place where people had been murdered sent a chill down her spine. You knew this, and you still live here? Ren shrugged. It's cheap. How cheap are we talking? The rent is only 10,000 yen per month. And utilities are completely free. That's ridiculous. Yoko was stunned. 10,000 yen a month. And free water and electricity. That was insanely cheap, especially for a luxury apartment. But still, knowing that murders had happened there. It was way too creepy for most people. But still, is it really safe to stay here? She hesitated. Ren glanced at her. Ms. Okino, what about you? Yoko looked at him, confused. Your home was broken into, and you were almost killed by a stalker. You're not planning to move? For a brief moment, fear flickered in Yoko's eyes. Of course, she was terrified. Who wouldn't be? But she shook her head helplessly. No. I can't move. I don't mean to sound arrogant, but I'm quite well known. That comes with a lot of problems. Fanatical fans. Ren guessed. Yoko nodded with a small sigh. But some fans are just too much. The word impatient didn't even begin to describe them. Some die-hard fans were truly unhinged. They would track down idols. They would stalk their homes. They would do anything to get closer to them. The security here was trustworthy. Even though she had let her guard down yesterday, it was still safer than most places. So for now, she wasn't planning to move out. Ren understood. This was simply the reality of being a public figure. No matter how dangerous some fans could be, they were still a core part of a celebrity's career. Fanatical fans are troublesome. Ren sighed. Yoko chuckled softly. Yes. Fans can bring a lot of benefits to an artist. But sometimes, you have to deal with the downsides too. She smiled as she looked at Ren. You live here alone? Yes. Aren't you afraid? I'm more afraid of being broke. Yoko Okino paused slightly. Then, she laughed. She was starting to get a sense of what kind of person he was. She held out her hand. Well then, let's get along, Mr. Neighbor. Ren glanced at her for a second, then shook her hand. Likewise, Miss Female Artist. Okino Yoko, IMG. Bonus for 30 reviews, next bonus, 34/40ths. I have thanked you all a lot, so just keep the support coming, okay? Chapter 78, let's show our love on Valentine's Day. Ah, I knew Dad would end up like this. After a few days, Ren returned to Muri Detective Agency, only to be greeted by a sight that went completely beyond her expectations. The entire place was a disaster. Cigarette butts, empty beer bottles, and various pieces of trash cluttered the desk. It didn't look like a detective's office at all, more like a bachelor's den gone wrong. Ren. Why are you back? Kagoro asked, looking slightly embarrassed. What do you think, Dad? Ren smiled, but there was an unmistakable edge to her voice. She had thought dealing with her mother was troublesome enough, but it turned out her father's side was just as bad. One had completely messed up the office, while the other filled the fridge with nothing but condiments. Neither of you can do housework, not even cooking. Ren sighed in exasperation. She was starting to feel like her parents were completely unreliable. Honestly, if she wasn't around, this whole family would probably fall apart. Kagoro awkwardly scratched the back of his head, unable to refute her words. And Dad, you should really apologize to Mom already. Huh. Why should I bow my head to her? Seeing her father's stubborn expression, Ren narrowed her eyes and pointed out something crucial. Because Mom is very popular. I've even heard that a lot of excellent prosecutors are pursuing her. Kagoro's face immediately darkened. This was not what he wanted to hear. He knew that Eri had many admirers, but the fact that Ren found out in just a few days. That was an entirely different level of crisis. God knows what kind of men were chasing after her. And if this kept up, one day, Ren might actually call someone else Dad. No way. Absolutely not. He needed to talk to Eri. This was serious. He couldn't let things develop like this any further. Ren, seeing the clear panic on her father's face, simply shrugged. And Dad, do you even have any cases right now? Of course. Why? Kagoro crossed his arms confidently, though most of his recent jobs were low-paying, insignificant cases. Ren sighed. I was worried that with the way your office looks, you might not have had any work for a while. Ren, you're underestimating me. Your father still gets jobs. Yeah, I believe that, Ren said with a pout. It's just that your cases are mostly about finding lost pets. Or catching cheating spouses. Despite everything, she never doubted her father's detective skills. As a former police officer, Kagoro had his own methods of investigating and gathering evidence. The skills he developed in the force translated well into detective work. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to resign from the police and open his own agency. The problem was that deductive reasoning had never been his strong suit. Which was exactly why he got so angry every time he saw Shinichi's name in the newspaper. Dad, just so you know, Valentine's Day is coming up soon. You should really take the opportunity to do something special for Mom. That way, those other prosecutors won't have a chance to give her chocolates. Kagoro's gaze shifted slightly, suddenly feeling a bit uneasy. Could it really be that bad? He wasn't sure, but if he got too careless, Ren really might end up with a new dad. Anyway, I've warned you, Ren continued. If someone steals your wife, that's on you. Kagoro suddenly felt a huge sense of urgency. Ren was living with Eri now, so she had direct insight into the situation. If she had already noticed something, then it was probably worse than he thought. Whether those prosecutors were getting close to Eri for work or personal reasons, the fact remained he didn't like it. Wanting to change the topic, he quickly asked, "Forget about me. What about you? Any plans for Valentine's Day?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately regretted them. "Yes," Ren answered casually. "I recently secretly joined another club at school, and they're hosting an event. There's a classmate in the club who helped me out a lot, so I plan to give him chocolates as a thank you gesture." Kagoro squinted at her. "What do you mean by secretly joined another club?" "It means I joined as a non-official member. I'm still in the karate club, so I can't join another club formally. This way, I can still participate without quitting karate." Kagoro finally understood, and yet, something about it felt off. "The president of your karate club actually allows that?" "Nope." "Then how did you get away with it?" Ren shrugged. "Because a lot of people joined this club." "Even if there are a lot of people, wait." Kagoro's expression shifted. "Sanoko's in this club too, isn't she?" "Yeah. And let me guess, there's another rich lady like Sanoko involved." "Yup." Kagoro rubbed his temples. Good grief. That explained everything. He could already picture the situation. The karate club president wasn't ignoring the problem, he simply couldn't do anything about it. Even if he wanted to enforce the rules, going against Sanoko and another wealthy heiress would be a losing battle. The club wasn't officially allowing it, but everyone involved knew better than to interfere. And in the end, since the club wasn't losing members, it was easier to just pretend not to notice. While thinking about all this, Kagoro suddenly realized something. His daughter looked different lately. "Ran, have you started growing again recently?" Ran froze. "Wait, is that true? I thought I was just imagining things." Her stiff reaction confirmed it. Kagoro raised an eyebrow. "Ran, you don't think I'd notice? I'm your father. Of course I'd notice." Ran fidgeted slightly but didn't deny it. Kagoro chuckled. "It's normal. You were still young when you had your first growth spurt. Normally, you'd have another big change around this age. You're just ahead of schedule, that's all." Chapter 79, The Chocolate Problem. "I don't look fat." Kagoro gave his daughter a strange look. "You're just growing up. How could that be considered fat?" From his perspective, Ren wasn't fat at all. Her body had simply matured earlier than most girls her age, similar to what happened with her mother. "I remember Eri was the same way," he recalled. Her second growth spurt happened when she was in her third year of high school. It drove all the guys around her crazy with envy. Thinking back, Kagoro felt a bit proud. He and Eri had started dating before they even graduated and had met each other's parents right after. Even now, he could vividly remember the jealous looks on his friends' faces. Click. Ahaha, so dad is really proud of mom. The sound of a camera shutter pulled him out of his thoughts. He turned his head just in time to see Ran pointing her phone at him, a sly smile on her face. "If you don't want me showing mom what you just said, you better get her a gift for Valentine's Day." "You." Kagoro looked at his daughter, feeling like he was staring at a mischievous little devil dancing in front of him. He was done for. This was going to cost him. He hadn't even noticed how much of a schemer his daughter had become since moving out. Before, she had been his precious little girl, but now it felt like his little cotton-padded jacket was full of holes. Still, considering all the men hovering around Eri lately, it was probably best to play it safe. He'd lose his mind if Rant's warning actually came true. Click. Just as Ren was feeling triumphant, the sound of the door opening behind her made her turn. Standing there was a small boy with a school bag, a red bow tie, and black-framed glasses. Rant's smile immediately disappeared. "Dad, I'm going to the kitchen." Without another word, she turned and left. Kagoro sighed, rubbing his temples before looking at the boy at the door. "Kid, this isn't your fault. It's your brother's." He knew Conan was unlucky. The problem was that he looked exactly like Shinichi did when he was a child. It's only been a few days. She won't be able to accept it easily. "I know, uncle." Conan wasn't surprised. If Ran could accept him so easily, she wouldn't have moved out in the first place. If he were just Tadagawa Conan, he might have felt a bit wronged. But he wasn't. He was also Kudo Shinichi. Ran's biggest problem with him was that he reminded her too much of her childhood friend. After all, they were the same person. Unless he got plastic surgery, there was no way to change that. For now, all he could do was wait and hope Ren would move past it soon. How are you adjusting to school? I'm still not used to it, Conan admitted. He might look like a kid, but mentally, he was still a high school student. Trying to fit in with a bunch of childish elementary schoolers wasn't easy. It'll get better. You just came back from abroad, so it makes sense that you're not used to things yet. Besides, your dad said you've been through a lot, so you're more mature than most kids your age. Kogoro didn't treat Conan like a typical child. The kid was obviously sharp, more mature and intelligent than most. Not to mention, he was exactly like Shinichi. Kogoro had to admit, this kid had a sharp eye and a good head on his shoulders. Thanks to him, they had solved a few cases together. Still, he now understood why Kudo Yusaku and Yukiko had dumped the kid on him. He had a habit of running straight into danger just like Shinichi. This boy needed some discipline, or at the very least, a sense of self-preservation. I don't want to make a big deal out of it, but listen up. Your parents left you with me to take care of you, and I don't want you ending up like Kudo. Got it? I got it, uncle. Conan nodded, but whether he actually listened was another matter. Kogoro didn't press the issue. Changing someone's habits wasn't something that happened overnight. Over time, he'd make sure this kid understood just how dangerous detective work could be. A real detective didn't just chase after cases blindly. By the way, uncle, why did Sister Ren come home today? What else? To give me advice on how to live my life. Figures. Thinking about the state of Muri Kogoro's apartment, Conan wasn't surprised that Ren came back to check on him. If she didn't come home often, the place would probably turn into a garbage dump. And also, something about Valentine's Day. Kogoro muttered, seems like she's planning to make chocolates for someone. Conan froze. His entire body tensed at those words. He knew exactly what it meant for a girl to give chocolates on Valentine's Day. No way. Ren had just learned about his death. She was still grieving. There was no way she had moved on so quickly. Taking a deep breath, Conan forced himself to calm down. Logically speaking, Ren was probably just giving chocolates as a friendly gesture. Still, he couldn't help but be curious. Who was she planning to give them to? Unfortunately, with Ren avoiding him so much lately, gathering information had become difficult. To make matters worse, his real identity as Kudo Shinichi was officially dead. In order to keep his transformation into a child a secret, he had erased all traces of his old self. Which meant there was no way to just call her and ask. After all, what kind of dead person could pick up the phone and ask his childhood sweetheart who she was making chocolates for? Thank you guys for your immense support last week. Hope we can even go higher this week. We were 19th on the ranking last week. If we manage to break into top 10/maintain it by weekend, I promise you guys extra 10 bonus CHPSXD. For the review, it's currently at 35/40ths. Chapter 80, Invitation Ticket. Valentine's Day is an important occasion for both boys and girls. Of course, at its core, it's a commercial holiday, a way for businesses to sell chocolates and sweets. But if it was just about selling candy, not many people would buy it. The best way to market it was to tie chocolate to relationships, making it a day for people to express their feelings through gifts. That morning, as Ren stepped out of his apartment, he immediately ran into his next-door neighbor, Yoko Okino. Tada! Happy Valentine's Day! Here's a chocolate from your dear neighbor. She handed him a neatly wrapped rectangular box of chocolates. Miss Celebrity, don't you have any variety shows or events to attend today? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Yoko gave a carefree laugh. Thanks to what happened before, my agency told me to take a break for a while. If my neck injury gets caught on camera, the media will go wild, and the company won't be able to cover it up. So, I get a little vacation. Her cheerful attitude made Ren wonder if something was off. You seem a little too relaxed. Are you saying I look crazy? A little bit. Yoko chuckled but then instinctively touched her neck, where faint bruises still lingered. Her expression dimmed for a moment. I made my choice when I became an entertainer, she said softly. I know my talents, and I love my fans. That's why I want to keep moving forward in this industry. Ren respected that. Choosing a path and sticking to it, enduring hardships for the sake of one's dreams, it was something he could admire. Keep working hard, he encouraged. Even if scandals and rumors surround you, as long as you know where you're headed, you won't let yourself or your fans down. A genuine smile returned to Yoko's face. Thanks, but isn't it my job to be the one cheering you up? She sighed. Why do you sound like some wise old mentor? Ren simply smirked but didn't say anything. Given his actual experiences, coming up with words of encouragement wasn't exactly difficult. Also, you seem more relaxed lately, Yoko observed. I'm not much of a talker, he replied. Could have fooled me, she shot back. You just gave a whole motivational speech without a hitch. Before he could respond, Yoko suddenly leaned in. Hold still. Standing on her toes, she reached out and removed his glasses. With his face fully visible, she studied him carefully before nodding in satisfaction. If you debuted as an actor now, you'd be an instant heartthrob. She playfully placed his glasses back on. But I wouldn't recommend stepping into this messy industry. Ren had no objections. He had never intended to pursue fame in the first place. If someone like me could become a top star, that would mean the entertainment industry has seriously low standards. Yoko crossed her arms proudly. Well, I'm different. I've got real talent in singing, acting, and dancing. Now that I'm famous, my agency doesn't give me a hard time, and I'm making plenty of money. That was true. Ren didn't follow the idol scene, but anyone who reached her level of fame must have worked hard to get there. She must have had her own ways of surviving in the industry. Looking at the chocolates in his hand, Ren suddenly spoke. If you ever run into problems in the future, feel free to talk to me. Maybe I can help. Ah, there it is again. Yoko whined. You're way too mature for a high schooler. This is supposed to be my line. She sighed dramatically and hung her head. How did I end up getting comforted instead of the other way around? Ren chuckled. Truthfully, he had quite a few methods at his disposal now. He just wasn't the type to use them for his own gain. But if Yoko ever found herself in trouble, he could at least investigate who was trying to bring her down. Anyway, I won't keep you. You should get to school, Yoko said, stepping aside. Then, as if remembering something, she pulled a card from her pocket. Oh, right. This is a thank you gift for saving me last time. It's not like I have to repay you, but I probably won't be able to use this anymore. Ren took the card without hesitation. It was an invitation ticket, a 2-day, 1-night stay at a hot spring inn on a secluded island. Unfortunately, it was a single-pass ticket. Seems like this was originally meant for Yoko herself. Thanks. No problem, Yoko replied with a grin. She had actually been looking forward to this trip. It was supposed to be a quiet getaway. But with everything that had happened being attacked, the injuries on her neck, going on vacation was out of the question. Since I can't go to a hot spring retreat, I might as well enjoy a vacation at home, she mused. I've been overworked anyway. You'll be staying in, then? Ren asked. Yep. Gotta avoid going out for now. Can't let the media catch sight of these bruises. Ren nodded. All right. I'll be heading to school then. Take care. Yoko waved as she watched him leave. Once back inside her apartment, she double-checked the newly installed high-security door. This time, no one would be breaking in. Meanwhile, on his way to school, Ren glanced at the invitation ticket in his hand. Maybe, this could be our first official club activity. Chapter 81, The Transfer Student in the Clubroom, Bonus. February 14th, Valentine's Day. A day filled with excitement, confessions, and the scent of chocolate lingering in the air. For many, it was an opportunity to express their feelings, a symbolic beginning of spring. But for Ren, it was just another ordinary day. His thick-framed glasses concealed much of his face, and even though his hair was neatly trimmed, he remained unnoticed. Not that he minded, Ren never wanted to be in the spotlight. Understanding oneself was crucial, after all. Meanwhile, his classmates were taking the occasion very seriously. By the time morning classes ended, several boys had already received chocolates from various girls. Based on Ren's observations, most of those boys were already dating, though often with someone from another class. And how did he know this? Simple. Ren had a low presence, which meant he frequently overheard couples talking freely around him. Especially on the rooftop. He had, on more than one occasion, been forced to abandon his quiet sanctuary after stumbling upon couples seeking a little too much excitement, sometimes even using the infirmary bed for their rendezvous. That was his cue to leave. Now that the morning classes were over, Ren quietly made his way to the clubroom. However, someone had arrived before him. Hey, hello there. Are you part of this club? Standing before him was a pink-haired girl in a Teitan High School uniform, a dark black ribbon tied neatly across her bangs. Fujiwara Chika. The moment he saw her, Ren immediately recognized her. A woman known by many as the Cancer of the Earth. Of course, that nickname was a bit of an exaggeration. She wasn't actually evil, just a little too chaotic. And unfortunately, chaos often won. Are you a transfer student? Ren asked, eyeing her with mild curiosity. Yep. Fujiwara Chika beamed. I just transferred here today. I see. But you still haven't answered my question, she leaned in. Are you a member of this club? Yes. Oh. Fujiwara's eyes immediately lit up. She had figured out who he was. So you're the one, huh? She grinned. The reason Kagaya transferred here. Ren went silent for a moment before giving a small nod. You know Shinomiya? Of course. I'm her best friend. Fujiwara declared proudly. With an enthusiastic bounce, she stepped closer and studied him carefully. Then, after a brief pause, she nodded to herself. Yep. Definitely more attractive than the student council president. The sudden topic shift caught Ren completely off guard. Fujiwara's pace was impossible to follow. Your name is Amamiya Ren, right? Yes. Sorry. I did some research on you beforehand, she admitted cheerfully. I wanted to see what kind of boy Kagaya likes. Ren's face twitched slightly. Shinomiya doesn't like me. You might be mistaken. Suddenly, Fujiwara froze, her bright blue eyes locking onto him. Then, from seemingly nowhere, she pulled out a detective hat and placed it on her head. That's impossible. My instincts as love detective Chika never fail. I'm sure Kagaya has already entered love mode. Her unwavering confidence was almost convincing. But not to Ren. Detective Chika, he said, voice calm, you seem very sure of yourself, but it looks like you've never actually seen a real couple before. Huh. Fujiwara froze again. You haven't seen a real couple, have you? Ren continued. And that includes Shinomiya and the student council president. Fujiwara's brain short-circuited. Wait. Hold on a second. She processed his words slowly. I, Fujiwara Chika, the greatest love detective, never realized that Kagaya and the president weren't actually a couple. A deep existential crisis began to set in. This can't be. She stood frozen for a solid minute, her expression blank, her thoughts spiraling into shutdown mode. Only after some time did she finally snap out of it. No way. I missed something so obvious. Ren simply watched, amused by her reaction. But then, Fujiwara's eyes narrowed. Wait a minute. If Kagaya and the president aren't together, then who else is in a relationship? Ren remained silent, staring at her expectantly. Fujiwara frowned, thinking hard until a realization hit her like a truck. Wait. Could it be Ishigami? Ren nodded. Fujiwara's jaw dropped. Wait. Hold on. Ishigami. That Ishigami. The guy who acts like he hates women. You're telling me he actually likes someone? Who? Who is it? Ren casually answered. Koyasu Tsubame. Fujiwara froze again. Koyasu Tsubame. The third-year gymnastics club ace. The school's most beloved upperclassman. Fujiwara was in shock. Ishigami actually had a crush on her. That gentle, kind, and beloved senior. Ishigami has high standards. What happened? Rejected. Fujiwara blinked. Yeah, that sounds about right. It wasn't exactly shocking. Ishigami had always been seen as gloomy and unapproachable, while Koyasu Tsubame was practically the embodiment of sunshine. When it came to choosing a boyfriend, someone like her would naturally prefer someone more outgoing and charismatic. It was a logical outcome. Still, she couldn't help but sigh. Man, that's rough. Ishigami isn't a bad guy, Ren said, his tone thoughtful. He's kind-hearted, though a little stubborn. His sincerity is actually his best trait. But because of what happened to him before, he's been stuck in a gloomy state for a year, and it's given people a bad impression of him. Fujiwara nodded slowly. I get it. Ishigami had been seriously hurt in the past. Even so, she never imagined that he actually liked someone and someone so out of reach at that. He really aimed high, huh? She sighed dramatically. If only love was easy. All right, I feel I need to address this. I have no issue with you reading the Raw, I even dropped the name in my review. But you mustn't think this will be the same as the Raw, at least in some ways. I've seen people complain about the MC's behavior with girls or about him being antisocial. You can check the Raw for scenes of him being shy or scenes involving other girls. A perfect example, the date scene. Compare both and see the difference. I'll be toning down those kinds of scenes to the bare minimum that doesn't affect the MC's character as a whole, as I always do. So don't compare both until you find them exactly the same in scenes like that. Again, the author wrote this MC like that so he can have character growth. If you want a confident MC who flirts with girls and bags one as soon as possible, there are countless fics like that here. Heck, even I have one. LOL, JJKXSOL, so you can check those out instead. This is a slow burn slice of life FIC. Phew, sorry about my rant, just wanted to get that out. Like I said before, top 10/maintain it by weekend. I promise you guys extra 10 bonus CHPS, so throw your PS here. For the review it's currently at 39 of 40. Chapter 82, Mother. Bonus. What am I like in the story? Fujiwara quickly regained her composure after realizing she hadn't successfully paired any couples. Now, she was far more interested in finding out what kind of person she was in the story. Want to tell me more? Yeah. Fujiwara's curiosity was piqued. You're a pretty special character in the story. I remember you actually became quite famous outside the story, especially because of the Chika dance. Fujiwara's expression was filled with confusion. Still, she quickly grasped that Chika dance likely referred to something she had performed. What's that? Ren wasn't great at explaining things in detail. It's kind of like an ending theme after an anime episode finishes. Oh. I remember there was a scene where you had a song and dance sequence in the middle of the story. The general premise revolves around the student council at Shichian Academy. But since you have a great singing voice and dance so well, you became incredibly popular. Even now, Ren still remembered bits and pieces of it. The most common phrase people used back then was, "Marry this woman." Fujiwara's face immediately flushed pink, her heart skipping a beat. This was the first time she'd heard how she was perceived in another world, from the perspective of a character in a story, no less. So they wanted to marry this woman, huh? She had been immersed in the two-dimensional world for many years, so she naturally understood what that phrase implied. It meant she was actually quite popular. Why do I suddenly feel so happy? Holding her cheeks, Fujiwara found herself growing increasingly excited. What else? Her interest in her fictional self only grew stronger. Although her role as a love detective seemed rather embarrassing, given how she'd completely failed to sense love even when it was right in front of her, she wasn't entirely disappointed with how she was portrayed in other aspects. Let me think. You like eating ramen, especially the kind that's extra firm. You don't even mind strong flavors, and it seems you enjoy adding garlic too. You have a strong talent for music, but you didn't keep up with it. Your personality is cheerful, a little airhead, but you're also Shinomiya's only true friend. And you're also concerned about President Shirogane, that you are called his mother. Wait. The first few descriptions sounded more or less like her, but what was that last part? Why mother? Why am I called mother? Fujiwara was completely baffled. Did she really come across as that motherly? Well. Shirogane-kun has quite a few flaws. For example, his singing. I remember in the story, when you first heard him sing, you nearly had a breakdown. Breakdown. She had received elite musical training since childhood. Even though her interest in music had only lasted through elementary school, her sense of pitch was still far above average. At worst, a bad singer would simply sound unpleasant to her. But to actually break down. That meant Shirogane's singing must be catastrophically tone-deaf. Even just imagining it sent a shiver down her spine. And then, you actually taught him how to sing properly. Was I really that brave? Teaching a tone-deaf person to sing. Fujiwara found it hard to believe she would ever take on such a challenge. And not just singing, there were a lot of other areas where you helped fix Shirogane's flaws in your own way. You jumped in knowing full well it was going to be an uphill battle. You even mentioned raising him yourself in a scene in the story. Fujiwara couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of desperate situation would have made her utter those words. But one thing was clear. Shirogane's flaws were probably far worse than she had initially thought. With that in mind, maybe transferring to Teitan High School with Kagaya wasn't such a bad idea after all. As for Shirogane and Kagaya's relationship. Well, the so-called 8-character proverb hadn't even been written yet, so what was there to discuss? And besides, a story was just a story. At the very least, she knew her Kagaya would never act so foolishly. So whatever happened in the story could only serve as a reference. Our future story sounds really interesting. Even though she hadn't personally experienced it, Fujiwara could imagine that many amusing things had happened. In the story, does Kagaya end up with the president? Yes. Hearing this, Fujiwara smiled and nodded, before immediately dismissing it. Then the Kagaya in the story isn't my Kagaya. The Kagaya I know would never choose the president. Ren understood the reasoning behind her words, but he was still curious about how she was so confident in that conclusion. You sound pretty certain. Yeah, very sure. Fujiwara wasn't even slightly surprised. Kagaya carries the Shinomiya name. If the weight of the Shinomiya family isn't lifted off her shoulders, she won't have the freedom to make her own choices. So Kagaya would never choose the president. If she did, she'd not only cause trouble for him but also put herself in an incredibly vulnerable position. A strong Kagaya would never do something like that. Ren smiled and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Shinomiya-san can be a bit stubborn, but she's also incredibly strong-willed. Putting herself in a weak position isn't something she'd ever do. Especially when she knows both logically and emotionally that it's impossible, she'd rely on rationality to make her choice. Fujiwara tilted her head slightly, feeling a hint of regret. It's just, the president is kind of pitiful. Now that I think about it, he's been trying to get Kagaya's attention for over a year. And yet, it all ended up like this. She sighed, shaking her head. It was unfortunate, but there was simply too great a gap between their social classes. In the past, Kagaya didn't have the power to escape from the Shinomiya family's grasp. Now, even though she had broken free, she had already chosen another path. In the end, all of Shiragene's efforts had been in vain. But that's okay. At least now the president will know that there's no hope. But then, Fujiwara suddenly thought of something, and her expression turned slightly anxious. Wait. If Kagaya transferred to Teitan High School, will the president follow her? Ren shook his head slightly. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a gold coin, and flicked it into the air. As it spun, he caught it with a practiced motion, revealing the side with an intricate floral engraving. No. Shiragene's circumstances are different from yours and Shinomiya's. His family nearly went bankrupt a few years ago, and now the three of them live in a tiny apartment. He doesn't have the luxury of making irrational decisions like transferring schools. For most people, money was an unavoidable reality that dictated their choices. And for a high school student who hadn't even entered society yet, that limitation was even greater. Bonus CHP for 40 reviews, I'll drop the last CHP later next bonus, 40/50. More PS for more bonus CHPS. Chapter 83, She's Jealous of Me. Money, huh? Yeah, that's definitely a huge problem. Fujiwara could somewhat understand the difficulties President Shirogane faced. Shichian Academy actually had a scholarship system. If a student ranked in the top 3, their tuition would be completely waived. It was a special reward system designed for scholarship students since most of them had entered Shichian based on their academic excellence. Naturally, those with the highest grades enjoyed additional privileges. But while Shichian had such benefits, other high schools didn't necessarily offer the same financial aid. So, if transferring schools meant incurring costs he couldn't afford, the idea of following someone else to a new school would be completely out of the question. Besides tuition, there's also the matter of the school's reputation, Ren added. Teitan High School is a good school, but at the end of the day, it's still a public institution. There's a huge gap between it and private elite academies like Shichian. The social network built within Shichian is a form of unshakable wealth. There's no way President Shirogane would throw that away. And after graduating from Teitan, you wouldn't receive the same level of recognition or career opportunities as a Shichian graduate. It would be a miracle if students from an elite private school and a regular public school were treated the same. Everyone knew that graduating from an aristocratic institution opened far more doors. Ren believed that Shirogane, who had climbed to the top from rock bottom, understood this perfectly. Rather than transferring to another school just to chase after Kagaya, who had already moved on, it made far more sense for him to remain as the student council president of Shichian. Though whether he could keep the position was another matter entirely. Most of Shichian's elite didn't actually fear Shirogane Miyuki himself. They feared Shinomiya Kagaya. In terms of leadership ability, Shirogane was no more capable than previous student council presidents. And yet, his predecessor had been sent off to manage a tea plantation. So why was Shirogane able to maintain his authority? Because everyone in Shichian knew that Shinomiya Kagaya was backing him. Fujiwara, however, had some doubts. Would the president really be that pragmatic? Ren shook his head slightly, correcting her interpretation. It's not about being pragmatic, it's about being realistic. If there were even the slightest chance of him winning over Shinomiya, maybe transferring schools would make sense. But Shinomiya isn't giving him that chance. As much as she hated to admit it, Fujiwara had to agree with Ren's reasoning. If Kagaya had given the president some hope, he probably would have transferred to Teitan without hesitation. But now that Kagaya had made her stance clear, transferring schools wouldn't change anything. Yeah, you're right. And besides, she also knew Kagaya's secret. A story from another world. Even she couldn't help but be intrigued by the existence of the supernatural. Kagaya's ability to freeze time had come from a diary. Was that even logical? Could a normal person not be curious about something like that? Fujiwara certainly couldn't suppress her curiosity. That was part of the reason why she had transferred to Teitan. Anticipation. Excitement. Then, do you think I'll ever get one of those magical diaries? You're interested in mysteries too, huh? Hee, I am the great love detective Chika, after all. Anything mysterious piques my interest. Fujiwara puffed out her chest proudly, then quickly moved closer to Ren. So. Can I? I'd love to say yes, but I'm not the one in charge of distributing them. It's all random. Random. Fujiwara sat back down beside him, crossing her arms in thought. A phenomenon as mysterious as this can't be purely random. Kagaya mentioned something about rules, right? Ren nodded. There must be a pattern. but to confirm it, we need to see who gets the next diary. That said, we've already identified some of the existing rules. Fujiwara perked up immediately, her eyes gleaming with interest. For starters, the first diary holders, Shinomiya, Muri, and Sanzenin bear all the heroines of the story. Oh, heroines, huh? Fujiwara narrowed her eyes in amusement. Then what about me? Am I an important supporting character? Yes. Fujiwara was an incredibly important supporting character. But at that moment, Ren hesitated slightly. Is there something you can't say? Well, it's just that one of your nicknames in the story isn't exactly flattering. Oh. Now I definitely want to hear it. Fujiwara's curiosity only grew stronger. A well-fed sow with all her nutrients concentrated in her chest. Her expression froze. That was way too harsh. Well, to be fair, that was just Kaguya in the story venting her frustration when you interrupted her alone time with President Shirogain. Fujiwara stared blankly for a moment before slowly looking down at her chest. Then, she thought about Kaguya's almost non-existent chest. Gradually, she started to feel better. Kaguya's jealous. The Kaguya in the story is so mean. She blames my figure when hers is the problem. As she spoke, she subconsciously rolled her shoulders. She has no idea how much trouble a good figure causes. First off, shoulder pain. The weight isn't exactly light, you know. Then there's physical activity. Having these around makes some things way more inconvenient. Not to mention how I always have to be mindful of the way guys look at me. Fujiwara continued venting about the struggles of having a well-endowed figure. It was the kind of complaint only blessed individuals could make. And yet, for the less fortunate, this kind of complaint was nothing short of a luxury. People who had everything often took it for granted. And those who lacked it, could only envy from afar. Click. Just as the conversation was about to continue, the door to the clubroom suddenly swung open. Bright sunlight spilled into the room. A petite figure stepped inside. Her voice, sharp and unmistakable, sent a chill down Fujiwara's spine. I don't have a good figure, so I'm jealous of you. I'm so sorry, Fujiwara-san. Chapter 84, the first club activity, bonus. Kaguya-chan, I was just repeating what the Kaguya in the story said. The real issue isn't me. Kaguya silently stared at Fujiwara, who was still trying to explain herself. At this moment, she couldn't help but agree with her own assessment of Fujiwara from the story. She really was a sow with all her nutrition concentrated in her chest. Kaguya glanced down at herself. Instantly, she felt her irritation grow. Jealousy. Of her? Absolutely not. She just found Fujiwara's excessively vulgar figure offensive. Fujiwara, let me make something clear. I never said that to you in real life, nor do I see you as a sow. And I am not jealous. Even if there were a shred of jealousy, she would never let it show so obviously. Growing up in the Shinomiya family had taught Kaguya one thing: emotions should never be displayed openly. She took a slow breath, regaining her composure. First of all, I was never alone with President Shirogain. Even though he was interested, I always had Hayasaka cover for me. Before leaving Shichiin, I already rejected him multiple times, politely, of course. She didn't keep track of how many times, but she knew it had to be dozens. And yet, the president never noticed. It gave her such a headache. She had made her rejection very clear, and yet, somehow, the one being rejected hadn't gotten the message at all. His complete lack of awareness was infuriating. Either his ability to pick up on these things was horrendously bad, or he never even considered the possibility that her subtle rejections were rejections at all. He never noticed. Not even once. Kaguya gave a small nod. Fujiwara didn't know what to say. Kaguya had been subtle in her rejections, sure. But the fact that the president completely missed all of them. That was just painful to hear. The president really is hopeless when it comes to this stuff. I was being tactful in the hopes that he'd get the hint and back off, but he never even noticed. Fujiwara could see why Kaguya was frustrated. She had been trying to let him down gently, but the person she was rejecting had no idea what was going on. If she were in Kaguya's shoes, she'd be annoyed too. Then again, she wouldn't have been as subtle as Kaguya, she would have been far more direct. Kaguya sighed and shook her head. Enough about the president. As Amamiya said, he's not coming after us, so this is no longer a problem. And Fujiwara, stop bothering Amamiya about the diary. We're still in the middle of testing things. Fujiwara pouted. But she knew better than to argue with Kaguya right now. Otherwise, Kaguya would definitely use this moment to settle the earlier argument. Oh, right. Suddenly remembering something, Fujiwara pulled a small package from her pocket. Kaguya, I got you some chocolate. Kaguya stared at the chocolate in silence. She was aware that today was Valentine's Day. But wasn't Valentine's supposed to be a day where girls gave chocolate to boys? Then, why was Fujiwara giving her chocolate? Thanks. It felt a little strange, but she decided to accept it anyway. After taking a moment to collect her thoughts, she turned to Hayasaka. Hayasaka. The ever-efficient Hayasaka stepped forward, pulling out a neatly wrapped box. Kaguya then handed it to Ren, who had been silently observing the exchange. Amamiya, this is a small token of appreciation. For me. Ren, who had been enjoying the show from the sidelines, hadn't expected to be included. Kaguya nodded. Yes. It's nothing extravagant, just a small gesture of thanks. Ren didn't overthink it and simply accepted the gift. Thank you. She was likely thanking him for his help in their previous experiment. But truthfully, he didn't really care about such formalities. Before his rebirth, he had been just an ordinary person. He wasn't someone who put much thought into social formalities, nor was he someone who would reject a simple show of gratitude. By the way. Ren suddenly pulled out an envelope. This is an invitation my neighbor gave me after I helped her the other day. The destination is Tsukikage Island. She originally planned to go there for vacation, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, she's staying home to recover instead. It's a 2-day, 1-night trip, perfect for the weekend. I was thinking of checking it out. What about you guys? Kaguya glanced at the invitation. Her life had been pretty stable lately, and she wasn't opposed to a short getaway. Besides, knowing Ren, he was always drawn to interesting things. If he was planning to go, then maybe something unusual would happen on Tsukikage Island. Amamiya-san, Kaguya said, tapping the envelope against the table, do you know if something will happen there? Ren thought for a moment before shaking his head. I forgot. 16 years is a long time, I've forgotten about 90% of the future. But I do have this weird feeling that something will happen. A feeling. Kaguya wasn't convinced. But then she paused. Was this feeling related to the power Amamiya had gained? Realizing this, she nodded in understanding. In that case, let's consider this our first club activity. I'll handle the boat tickets. Ren had no objections. Thanks, Shinomiya-san. Leave it to me. Kaguya happily took over the preparations. Meanwhile, Fujiwara blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected them to so casually decide on a weekend island trip. We're really going. Just like that. Amamiya, is your feeling really that accurate? Ren merely smiled and pulled out a gold coin. This weekend's trip will involve a murder case. He flicked the coin into the air. It spun, then landed neatly in his palm. The result, text side up. He repeated the process. Once. Twice. 3 times. 4 times. 5. Each time, the coin landed the same way. The answer was unwavering. Fujiwara's eyes widened. 5 consecutive times. That probability was way too low. And she wasn't the only one taken aback. Even Kaguya and Hayasaka were startled. This ability was something else. Other bonus for the 40 reviews, TYSM guys. Next bonus is at 50 reviews for 2 CHPS. Chapter 85, 2 more chocolates, bonus. Amamiya, lend it to me. Fujiwara looked at Ren with sparkling eyes. Here you go. Ren smiled and handed her the maple leaf gold coin. Taking the gold coin, Fujiwara examined it closely. It was surprisingly heavy. She tossed it into the air, letting it land on the table naturally. It flipped over, revealing the flower side. She tried again. And again. Each time, the results varied between the words and the flower, but the words never appeared consecutively multiple times. Is this some kind of magic trick? Fujiwara tilted her head in confusion. It's too random. Kaguya immediately dismissed the idea. The angles at which the coin falls are always different, and the way it bounces off the table also changes the outcome. When Amamiya tossed it, the coin always landed in his palm. Fujiwara, try it again. All right. Fujiwara attempted a few more times, but the results remained inconsistent. Even when she tried to control the height and number of flips, it was impossible to get the same result consecutively. Then it can't be a magic trick. Ren stepped forward, extending his hand beneath Fujiwara Chika's own, where she still held the gold coin. With a light tap of his finger, the coin phased straight through Fujiwara's palm and fell into Ren's open hand below. Fujiwara stared at her palm in shock. There wasn't even a scratch. Yet the gold coin had passed right through her hand. She was absolutely certain her eyes hadn't deceived her. There was no trick to what just happened. There had been no sleight of hand, no hidden mechanism. The coin had simply passed through as if her hand didn't exist. And it wasn't done at high speed either. It had moved so naturally, so impossibly, that it felt surreal. This is just one of the abilities I've acquired. Ren explained calmly. It's difficult to put into words. The best way to describe it is, my ability lets me be a charlatan, or perhaps a master lockpicker. Fujiwara didn't quite understand, but her eyes were already sparkling with fascination. Is it the same kind of supernatural ability as Kagaya's? How interesting. This was how normal people reacted when they encountered the supernatural. I really want to get a diary soon. I want to see what kind of ability I'll receive. Ren could understand her excitement. Sonoko probably felt the same way. But things weren't so simple. We still have to observe how it works. The method of acquiring a diary is still unclear, and understanding it will help us control its distribution in the future. As he spoke, Ren paused briefly. Perhaps the real key to the diaries was him. As the host of the diaries, their distribution could be linked to him in some way. The question was, did he control it consciously, or was it completely out of his hands? That would require further investigation. Click. The door swung open once more. Oh, you're here too. The voice entered the room before its owner did. Suzuki Sonoko. She immediately noticed the chocolate placed next to Ren. Her lips pursed slightly. She was a little late. Her gaze swept across the room, landing on a familiar face. Her expression brightened. She skipped over immediately. Chika. Long time no see. Sonoko. You go to this school too? Fujiwara looked just as surprised. You didn't know. I thought you transferred from Shichiin because of me. Fujiwara suddenly looked awkward. Actually, I came here with Kagaya. Huh. Sonoko blinked in confusion before turning to look at Kagaya. You're friends with the Ice Queen. Excuse me. The Ice Queen and Chika are friends. That was more shocking than a horror story. Sonoko knew Fujiwara well. She was cute, easygoing, and impossible to hate. More than that, she was genuinely sincere. Which was completely different from Kagaya. Hee hee. Fujiwara puffed out her chest proudly. That stupid expression made Kagaya sigh, pressing a hand to her forehead. Not long after, Ran and Sonoko entered the room, followed by Nagi, Isumi, and Maria. With the full group assembled, Kagaya, as president of the Occult Research Club, called everyone to order. All right, let's discuss our club's first official activity. Amamiya is the one who proposed it. A weekend trip to a small island. That immediately caught Sonoko's attention. Ooh, an island trip. Sounds like a great weekend getaway. But why an island? My intuition tells me something interesting will happen there. Your intuition? Sonoko hesitated for a moment. Then quickly nodded. All right, I'm in. Ran, you're coming too, right? Ran thought for a moment. She didn't have anything planned for the weekend. No problem. Actually, my parents have been telling me to go out and relax, so this is perfect. With Ran's agreement, Sonoko turned to Nagi. And what about you, little Miss Rich Girl? Don't call me that. Nagi rolled her eyes. But fine, I don't have any weekend plans, so I'll go. Isumi and Maria exchanged surprised looks. In the past, Nagi would never have agreed so easily. She would have said something like, go on a trip? On the weekend? Are you crazy? I'd rather stay home and play games. But now, even though she still sounded reluctant, she didn't refuse. This was progress. Kagaya scanned the group before finalizing the plan. All right. Then it's decided. I'll arrange the boat to the island. The rest of the details will be decided the day before the weekend. With that settled, Kagaya sat down once more. Sonoko-san, you have the floor. Thanks. Sonoko didn't waste time. She walked over to Ren, handing over a small box of chocolates. Amamiya, this one's friendship chocolate. Next time, it'll be sincerity chocolate. Thank you, Suzuki-san. Ren accepted it without hesitation. Sonoko looked pleased, then nudged Ren forward. All right, your turn, Ran. Right. Compared to Sonoko's confidence, Ran seemed a bit shy. She hesitated briefly before pulling out a neatly wrapped chocolate from behind her. Amamiya-san, because of your reminder, I was able to understand Shinichi's situation better. This is a thank you gift. Thank you, Muri-san. Ren smiled as he accepted it. You shouldn't dismiss someone's gratitude so casually. For the first time in his life, he had received chocolates from girls. Even if the meanings were different, it was still better than nothing. Well, in a way, maybe his life was finally moving in the right direction. Bonus for 400 PS, next bonus at 600 PS, don't forget our goal, guys. Chapter 86, female artists also have a hard time. Receiving 4 chocolates on Valentine's Day was undoubtedly the peak of Ren's life. Though 3 of them were just thank you chocolates, chocolate was still chocolate. Of course, beyond their sentimental meaning, the chocolates themselves tasted quite good. Muri's chocolate had a balanced flavor, slightly sweet with a hint of bitterness. Not overly sweet, but well balanced. Suzuki's chocolate, on the other hand, was just sweet. Pure, unfiltered sweetness. Shinomiya's chocolate was rather plain, likely homemade. Then there was Yoko's chocolate. Her craftsmanship wasn't bad at all, she had adjusted the sweetness perfectly. It was the second best after Muri's. Ding dong. Just as Ren was sampling the chocolates, the doorbell rang. He already knew who it was. Opening the door, he was greeted by the familiar sight of Okino Yoko, his next-door neighbor. Dressed casually, she held a large casserole dish, her hands protected by insulated gloves. Don't say anything yet. Let's talk inside. Ren silently stepped aside, allowing her to enter. With a smile, Yoko walked in and placed the casserole on the table. Then she turned to look at him. I made some potato stew today. Let's eat together. Do celebrities really have this much free time? Of course not. Yoko shook her head with a wry smile. Artists are usually very busy. Rushing from one job to the next, barely getting any sleep. Once you become famous, your schedule only gets more packed. That much, Ren already knew. Which was precisely why he found it strange. You finally have a break, and you're still spending your free time cooking. Cooking helps me relieve stress. Yoko chuckled. Being an artist is exhausting. There are times when I barely have a moment to myself, and I end up eating nothing but takeout. It's not exactly healthy. So whenever I get a break, I like to cook for myself. Besides, spending time in the kitchen doesn't tire me out. If anything, it helps me unwind. It was an unusual way to relieve stress. But everyone had their own coping mechanisms. Ren found it a little odd, but given her profession, it made sense. If going outside was inconvenient for a celebrity, then finding a way to decompress at home was reasonable. Don't artists need to watch their weight? They do. At the mention of weight control, Okino Yoko sighed. It was really tough in the beginning. To stay in shape, I had to cut out most sweets. Thinking back to her high school days, the dietary restrictions had been painful. But once you get used to it, it's not so bad. Of course, if I do eat something high in calories, I make sure to exercise afterwards. I'll go grab the rice, let's talk while we eat. Without giving him a chance to refuse, she left the apartment and quickly returned with bowls of rice and chopsticks. The two sat across from each other at the table. Where were we? You were saying that being an artist is difficult, and you have to control your diet. Oh, right. And those variety shows can be a nightmare. Variety shows. Ren didn't watch them much. But he had seen plenty of clips online. Scenes where celebrities were put through absurd, borderline inhumane stunts in the name of entertainment. Yeah, some variety shows treat celebrities like props for slapstick comedy. You've seen them too. Yeah. A hint of relief crossed Okino Yoko's face. Thankfully, I haven't been forced to do those kinds of shows yet. For now, I'm still considered a popular artist, so my agency doesn't want me appearing on those programs. For now, I just have to focus on maintaining a good public image. But it's exhausting. She paused, looking down at her bowl of rice. Yeah, it really is exhausting. But it's fine. Suddenly, she perked up, flashing a cheerful peace sign. Yoko, forever full of energy, here to bring smiles to the world. Her smile was bright. It was genuine. It wasn't forced. There were very few idols who actually became idols for the sake of their fans. In your quest to bring smiles to others, where's your own smile, Miss Celebrity? Ren's voice was calm. Yoko's expression froze. The brightness faded. She sighed and slumped forward, resting her head on the table. I want to say that making others smile makes me happy. But it's really exhausting. Sometimes I get so tired I can't smile. That was a confession filled with pure exhaustion. But Ren wasn't surprised. He quietly activated vision, allowing him to see her spiritual state. The aura surrounding Yoko's astral body was a deep, melancholic shade. If she continued like this for too long, she'd end up with serious mental health issues. No matter how energetic she seemed, everyone had a breaking point. Sit up. Ren set his chopsticks down, then gently pulled Yoko up from the table and guided her to the sofa. Huh. I know you have a lot to say, but just wait a moment. Yoko did have a lot to say. But for now, she stayed quiet, leaning her head against Ren's lap. Ren didn't speak either. He simply placed his hand on her forehead. A faint, imperceptible mist dissipated from his fingertips. His touch was light, but infused with spirituality and gray fog, gently guiding Yoko's astral body, easing her mental burden. A soft sigh escaped her lips. A heavy drowsiness settled over her. Her eyelids drooped. She couldn't fight it. Within moments, Yoko drifted into a deep sleep. As she slept, her aura began to shift. The darkness faded. The melancholy receded. The color of her astral body gradually lightened, turning from a deep shade to a much warmer orange. Her mind was finally at peace. However, with her sleeping on his lap, Ren himself was now stuck in place. Chapter 87, This Boy is Weird, bonus. Early the next morning, Yoko opened her eyes, feeling surprisingly refreshed. After a full night's rest, she felt better than she had in a long time. Once her vision cleared, she realized she had been sleeping on Ren's lap. Wait. I didn't fall asleep like this last night, did I? As her mind slowly pieced together her scattered memories, she recalled what had happened before she drifted off. She vaguely remembered Ren pulling her down to rest on his lap, his hand pressing gently against her forehead, making her feel overwhelmingly sleepy. After closing her eyes, she remembered nothing else. Realizing this made Yoko feel a bit embarrassed. A 22-year-old woman had just spent the night sleeping on the lap of a teenage boy, 6 years younger than her. Why does it feel like I'm the child here? But despite how awkward the situation was, she couldn't deny the truth. She had never slept so well before. Last night had been the most restful sleep she'd had in ages. Aside from the embarrassment, everything else was perfect. As Yoko stirred, the slight movement caused Ren's eyelids to twitch. A moment later, his eyes snapped open. You're awake. Casually stretching his shoulders, he loosened his stiff muscles after sitting in the same position all night. Fortunately, thanks to his experience with part-time jobs, his body wasn't as weak as other kids his age. Yeah. Yoko felt a bit self-conscious but didn't bother pretending to be asleep. How do you feel? Still half asleep, she didn't immediately understand the question. Your emotions. At his reminder, Yoko took a moment to check in with herself. And realized something shocking. Not only had she slept well, but she also felt amazing. Much better. Yesterday, she had been completely drained, so exhausted that she had felt like quitting everything. But now, that feeling was completely gone. Even the lingering fatigue had vanished. I feel like a different person. Honestly, she was a different person. Ren had used spirituality and gray fog to methodically ease her emotions, smoothing out her mental exhaustion bit by bit. Even the true gods at Sequence 0 wouldn't receive such personalized treatment. It was almost like becoming a new person entirely. That's good. Something about the way he said it caught Yoko's attention. She knew that emotional distress didn't just disappear overnight. She had been struggling with this feeling for a long time. There was no way a single night's rest could completely fix it. But somehow, she had recovered. That wasn't a miracle. That was his doing. This realization didn't make her suspicious of him. Instead, it made her feel a bit regretful. She had wanted to take care of him as his kind older neighbor. Yet, in the end, she was the one being taken care of. Well. You ended up looking after me all night, huh? Sitting up from his lap, Okino Yoko stretched her arms. All right, I'll make breakfast this morning. Glancing at the clock, it was still early, only 5:43 a.m. You should rest for a bit. It's my turn to do something now. Ren, whose legs had gone completely numb, didn't argue. At this moment, what he needed most was to regain feeling in his legs. And since Yoko was offering to cook, he could take the opportunity to fully relax. I'll leave it to you, Miss Celebrity. Leave it to me. Puffing out her chest confidently, Yoko immediately went to her apartment next door and brought back ingredients. She then got to work preparing breakfast. Meanwhile, Ren returned to his room to catch up on sleep. This time, he managed to sleep for an hour and a half. Ren had a strong internal clock. Even while asleep, his body naturally woke up when it sensed time was running out. Opening his eyes, he was met with an unexpected sight. Yoko standing beside his bed, staring at him. What are you doing? Well. I was about to wake you up. Ren sighed, rubbing his forehead. Why did it feel like this woman had suddenly become less reliable? Yoko just grinned, lightly tapping his cheek with her fingers. Breakfast is ready. Get up already. Yeah. After a quick wash-up, Ren walked into the living room. Once again, they sat across from each other, just like the night before. As she ate, Yoko occasionally glanced at the boy sitting opposite her. Sometimes, he felt so quiet. Yet, other times, it was clear he wasn't someone who couldn't talk, he was just someone who chose not to. Ha. Sitting across from you like this, I feel like I'm having breakfast with my dad. I'm not that serious. Ren looked up, slightly annoyed. I know. Yoko rested her cheeks in her hands. But you do feel much more mature than me. You feel more reliable than me. So what, are you saying you're unreliable? No, I'm just saying you're better at taking care of people. Really? Ren wasn't sure he agreed with that. He wasn't exactly talkative. He didn't go out of his way to meddle in other people's business. He didn't seem like the type to take care of others. Yes, yes. Yoko nodded confidently. She could tell that he was good at looking after people. But not in the usual way. He wasn't someone who offered material help. Instead, he was the type to quietly do things for others without expecting any praise. It wasn't about seeking recognition. It was just something that came naturally to him. If people noticed, fine. If they didn't, he wouldn't say a word about it. Just like when he had saved her that night. He hadn't asked for a reward. He hadn't even mentioned it afterwards. In fact, he didn't even know who she was at the time. His actions weren't driven by gain, he had helped simply because he could. And now, there was last night. Yoko had no idea what method he had used. But the fact was, her emotional state had improved dramatically. She had been struggling with mental exhaustion for years. She knew how long it took to recover from something like that. It wasn't something that could be fixed in just one night. Yet here she was, feeling completely refreshed. And still, he hadn't said a word about it. He hadn't boasted. He hadn't even explained. This boy is weird. But for some reason, she didn't dislike it. There were no ulterior motives, no hidden agendas. His way of interacting with others was pure and simple. Bonus for 600 PS, next bonus at 800 PS, don't forget our goal, guys. Chapter 88, The Shinomiya Heir. My artist neighbor is surprisingly talkative. In the evening, she comes over with a casserole and eats with me. It's as if she knows I live alone and just wants to keep me company. What a nosy neighbor. It seems our interaction started when I rescued her the other night. Honestly, I didn't even know who she was at first. I had just finished writing in my diary and was about to rest when I heard a woman screaming outside. Out of habit, I checked the situation, and since I was already there, I helped her. And somehow, that led to us staying in touch. But I can't help but sympathize with her. Being an artist in this country isn't easy, and the money they make isn't as high as the celebrities I know from elsewhere. Yet, there are idol stars who genuinely work hard for their fans, bringing smiles to those who support them, until they're nearly broken themselves. My artist neighbor is really something. So, I decided to test something out. I helped ease her negative emotions, just using what I could do. Well, the results didn't surprise me. It worked perfectly. But after regaining her energy, she suddenly started feeling a bit unreliable. What a contradictory neighbor. After reading the diary entry, Kagaya immediately called Hayasaka over. Kagaya-sama. Hayasaka, is there a female artist living next to Amamiya? Hayasaka thought for a moment before nodding. Yes. But she has a busy schedule and often travels for performances. She doesn't stay home for long. A female artist who rarely stayed home. No, the female artist herself wasn't the issue. Kagaya remembered that she had been involved with Amamiya because of a case. Hayasaka, has this female artist been connected to any incidents recently? Yes. Kagaya frowned slightly. Why didn't you report this to me? Miss Kagaya, you specifically instructed me to focus only on Amamiya. Realizing it was her own command that had kept this information from her, Kagaya took a deep breath. She had given that order herself. And without concrete evidence linking the female artist to Amamiya, it was reasonable for Hayasaka not to report it. Miss Kagaya, would you like me to investigate? Kagaya remained silent for a moment before shaking her head. Forget it. Amamiya deliberately avoided writing her name in the diary, probably to keep us from looking into her. Since that's his choice, we shouldn't interfere. Besides, if he didn't name her, it's likely because he doesn't want to use this connection for anything. Hayasaka considered this. That's possible. And given Amamiya's rather reserved personality, that's not unlikely. Kagaya thought back to Amamiya's demeanor. Hayasaka's guess seemed accurate. Amamiya wasn't the type to brag about his connections. He was quiet, a little withdrawn, and never talked much about himself. Most importantly, he always treated them as equals. Because of that, there were bound to be things he wouldn't tell them. How should I put it? Kagaya didn't think this was necessarily a bad thing. From her perspective, Amamiya's personality wasn't just not bad. It was actually quite good. So good, in fact, that she felt guilty for having doubted him before. For assuming the worst about someone she didn't understand. Miss Kagaya, maybe Amamiya isn't as bad as you originally thought. Hayasaka's words brought her back to reality. I never thought he had a bad personality. The guilty look in her eyes said otherwise. Do you really believe that? Because I don't think you do. Hayasaka resisted the urge to say it out loud. In truth, it wasn't entirely Kagaya's fault. Growing up in the Shinomiya family meant she had always been surrounded by scheming, manipulation, and ulterior motives. Viewing everything through the lens of power and influence was second nature to her. From a purely strategic perspective, her suspicions about Amamiya were reasonable. The problem was, Amamiya Ren completely ignored that logic. He had never asked Kagaya for anything. If anything, he had outright reduced her advantages in certain situations. This had caused Kagaya to instinctively search for ways to gain something from him. To establish a more favorable exchange of benefits. Because that was how she had always been taught to think. But Amamiya had never treated their interactions as transactions. No matter what happened, he never asked for anything in return. And that was something Kagaya wasn't used to. Miss Kagaya, what exactly happened between Amamiya and this female artist? It seems he helped his neighbor with something, which led to them getting closer. He said he was just meddling. But his neighbor seems to have interacted with him a lot more since then. He even helped her with something significant. Hayasaka raised an eyebrow. Like what? Kagaya hesitated before answering. He resolved her negative emotions. Hayasaka was stunned. That's something you can fix. For a moment, she seriously considered asking Amamiya for help herself. As a full-time maid and bodyguard, her stress levels were constantly high. Thankfully, she no longer had to report on Kagaya's daily activities to the Shinomiya family. That alone had lifted a huge burden off her shoulders. But even so, she still relied on unconventional methods to cope with stress. Like watching hydraulic press videos. Or those oddly satisfying floor cleaning compilations. Or even cow hoof repair videos. Yes, those were the things keeping her sane. Chapter 89, Social Talent Maximized, Bonus. It was Friday after school. The day of the Occult Research Club's first official activity. This island trip was planned for 3 days and 2 nights. So instead of leaving on Saturday, they were setting off tonight. To make things easier, everyone had packed their bags a day in advance. Since the club members lived in different places, the task of picking everyone up fell to the event's organizer, Shinomiya Kagaya. Naturally, Kagaya had also arranged the boat to Tsukikage Island. After arriving home, Ren grabbed his prepared luggage and stepped outside. As he took the elevator down to the lobby, a large RV pulled up in front of him. The side door of the RV opened, revealing a storage compartment filled with neatly arranged suitcases. Without hesitation, Ren placed his luggage inside and climbed into the vehicle. Inside, the RV was already full. Nearly all the Occult Research Club members had arrived. Ren was the last one. Everyone had changed out of their school uniforms and into casual clothes. But something felt off. Except for him, every single person in the RV was a girl. And now, he had to figure out where to sit. There were plenty of seats, but somehow, every empty one seemed claimed. It was as if he was being evaluated. Like he was choosing a concubine. After surveying the situation, Ren finally made his choice. He sat next to Fujiwara Chika. Hey! Did Amamiya choose me? Hearing her excitement, Ren instantly realized. This entire seating arrangement was a setup. Why are all the seats taken? You guys didn't make a bet on my choice, did you? The girls all averted their gazes. So, who bet that I'd sit next to Fujiwara? Silence. Everyone looked at each other. And no one seemed to remember placing that bet. No one bet on me. Fujiwara pouted, visibly upset. Most people thought you'd sit next to Sonoko. Some bet on you sitting next to Kagaya, but no one bet on me. Still sulking, Fujiwara turned to Ren with a curious look. Why did you choose to sit next to me, Amamiya? Ren hesitated briefly before giving a simple answer. I figured I wouldn't feel as reserved sitting next to you. I'd probably feel a bit uncomfortable sitting next to someone else. Silence. Then. Puffed. The girls all tried to stifle their laughter. Wait a minute. So, Amamiya felt uncomfortable around other girls. But not around Fujiwara Chika. Didn't that basically mean he didn't see her as someone to be nervous around? Realizing the implication, Fujiwara's eyes widened in shock. Just moments ago, she had been sulking about being ignored. Now, all her frustration was redirected at Amamiya. What do you mean by that? Amamiya, do you not see me as a girl? Ren glanced at Fujiwara, meeting her glare head-on. No, you're obviously a girl. But when I'm around you, I don't feel like I have to be as careful as I do with other girls. To put it simply, you give off an approachable vibe. Ren was being completely honest. For some reason, Fujiwara felt easier to talk to than most people. With other girls, he felt the need to be more cautious. But with Fujiwara, there was none of that tension. Eh? Do I really give off that kind of vibe? Fujiwara looked at herself, then at Kaguya. Objectively speaking, she was more feminine than Kaguya. So it wasn't about appearance. That meant Amamiya had based his opinion on something else entirely, her personality. And that was strange. I never thought I was the approachable type. Oh. That actually makes sense. Sonoko was the first to jump in. Chika does have that weird effect on people. I could talk to her normally the first time we met. And the same thing happened with our Ice Queen. She nodded toward Kaguya. She's famous for being cold and unapproachable at Shichiin. But Chika. She's the only person who can talk to her like a normal friend. Even though Kaguya acts friendly, most people can still tell she's secretly an Ice Queen. Sonoko then glanced at Kaguya's expression, which had noticeably darkened. And, well, Ice Queen is definitely insecure about certain things. At that remark, Hayasaka instinctively glanced at Kaguya's chest. Then at Fujiwara's. Compared to Fujiwara's unusually generous proportions. Yeah. The contrast was obvious. Now that she thought about it. It was a bit strange that Kaguya and Fujiwara were friends. Their personalities and appearances were polar opposites. But before she could dwell on it further, Hayasaka quickly looked away. Because she noticed. Kaguya's expression had just gotten even darker. Completely unaware of Kaguya's growing irritation, Fujiwara cheerfully changed the topic. What about Nagi-chan? Nagi-chan. Ren looked at Fujiwara in surprise. That was a very intimate way to refer to Nagi. Fujiwara barely knew her, yet she was already using such a casual nickname. Nagi's different. She doesn't talk much to people she's unfamiliar with. She's kind of a shut-in, like me. But once she gets comfortable, she opens up a lot. Fujiwara suddenly looked enlightened. Oh. So you avoided sitting next to her so she wouldn't feel awkward. Thinking back, it was true. Nagi could be pretty standoffish around strangers. But Fujiwara herself had never noticed any discomfort when talking to her. She thought about what Amamiya had said earlier. And finally understood. No wonder I never felt awkward around Nagi before. She wasn't holding back around me, so it was easy for us to talk. But Nagi-chan is terrible at games. The second she said that, a vein popped on Nagi's forehead. Who are you calling terrible? You cheated when we played cards. And you still have the nerve to call me bad. Did I? I don't remember. Avoiding eye contact, Fujiwara shifted her gaze toward the car window, whistling innocently. Bonus for 800 PS. Next bonus at 1000 PS. Don't forget our goal, guys. Chapter 90, Evil Spirits, bonus. In the afternoon, the sea stretched endlessly before them, offering a clear view of the surrounding environment. The sight of the sun setting over the horizon, casting golden hues across the water, was undeniably mesmerizing. So beautiful. Ran, who had always loved scenic views, leaned against the guardrail, gazing at the breathtaking seascape. The ocean really looks stunning at this time. Amamiya, huh? Sonoko turned around, intending to call Ren over to admire the view. However, when she looked back, she saw that both Izumi and Ren were already by the guardrail, only they weren't admiring the sea. Instead, their eyes were locked onto their destination in the distance, Tsukikage Island. There are quite a lot of evil spirits. Can Lord Amamiya see them too? Yes. Even from this distance, they could already make out malevolent spirits emerging in the evening glow. Tsukikage Island was fairly large, yet there were more than a dozen spirits floating above it. To those with supernatural sight, the scene was disturbingly unnatural. After all, evil spirits didn't manifest easily, the conditions for their formation were strict. Strong lingering obsessions were the primary cause of their birth. If these spirits had also experienced wrongful deaths, their resentment and influence would be even greater. This could be quite troublesome. This trip is shaping up to be far more interesting than I expected. Ren sighed. Evil spirits tend to remain within a certain range. Since everyone here is protected by their diaries, it will be difficult for the spirits to approach them. But for others, it might be a different story. Please don't worry. Izumi immediately pulled out a large number of talismans. These exorcism charms were always part of her preparations, she carried them everywhere, just in case. I came fully prepared. When we reach the island, I'll make sure Maria and the others carry these at all times. If the diary offers protection, then those unable to defend themselves should stay close to the diary holder. Well, that's one way to handle it. Ren's gaze remained fixed on the spirits. For so many evil spirits to appear on one island, there must be a deeper secret hidden here. Sanzenin has no resistance to these kinds of things, right? Yeah. Isumi frowned slightly. Muri isn't good with them either. Ren instinctively blurted out Muri's situation. Evil spirits weren't something most girls could handle. I hate them too. But after gaining the means to fight back, they barely bother me anymore. Isumi nodded in agreement. I don't like them either. Having confirmed the situation, Ren gathered everyone before disembarking. Everyone, listen up. Hearing his call, the group assembled. First of all, I need to warn you, this trip won't be as easy as you might have thought, especially for the girls. Just from this single statement, an ominous feeling settled over the group. There are more than a dozen evil spirits at our destination, Tsukikage Island. The girls stared at him in stunned silence. Then, realization hit, and their expressions shifted drastically. This wasn't a joke. Shinomiya and I believe that the appearance of these spirits is closely tied to certain events that occurred on that island. Evil spirits are almost always formed from human souls. They have no subjective consciousness and are purely driven by negative energy. Normally, their activity is restricted to the areas where they died, and they only appear at night. But this situation is highly irregular. As he spoke, Ren turned back toward the island. With the sun gradually sinking below the horizon, the spirits above the island were becoming increasingly active. The range of their movements is far too large. Normally, this shouldn't be possible. At that moment, Isumi stepped forward. Unless there's a special factor at play. Their lingering obsession must be incredibly strong, and the murderer is still on the island. This would explain why the spirits continue to wander, because of their excessive resentment and the powerful negative emotions tied to their deaths. Isn't that really dangerous? Ren couldn't help but interject. Her face had gone pale. The existence of supernatural beings was hard enough to accept. Knowing they were real was terrifying. No. Isumi shook her head slightly. The spirits that are freely roaming aren't inherently dangerous. If a spirit remains confined to a specific location, that's when they become truly dangerous. The place where they died holds the greatest concentration of negative energy, allowing them to directly harm the living. But these spirits have expanded their area of activity, dispersing their negative energy. As a result, they can't cause direct harm. At worst, they might induce nightmares or mild depression. That's the lightest possible consequence. However, as she finished, Isumi hesitated. After a brief moment of thought, she decided to speak up. Based on my assessment, a series of serious murders must have taken place on that island. The island is remote, located far out at sea. If something significant happened there, it's likely that no one outside the island ever heard about it. And if those who died had sneaked onto the island, even the residents might not be aware of their presence. Nagi, being quick-witted, immediately caught on. So, if people were sneaking onto the island, then someone must be running some kind of shady business there. That would explain why so many people ended up dead, right? Shinomiya Isumi nodded slightly, confirming her speculation. I see. Those who died were likely eliminated because of their involvement in underground dealings. Since they were disposed of, they harbored immense resentment and transformed into evil spirits. Sonoko finally pieced together the cause of their appearance. For such an operation to exist on a remote island, it had to be motivated by money. And those who perished likely met their end because the people in charge had no intention of sharing the profits. A bunch of fools who risked everything for money without considering whether their employers would actually honor their agreements. No wonder they became spirits. How could they not, given their grievances? There are 3 industries in the world that generate the highest profits: prostitution, gambling, and drugs. This island seems to be infected with all 3. Secluded from the city, with a sparse population, it's the perfect breeding ground for these kinds of operations. Ren couldn't think of a location better suited for illicit dealings than this island. Bonus for 1000 PS. Next bonus at 1200 PS. Drop your PS here so you can get your next bonus by tomorrow XD. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. This is a trial. Stepping off the cruise ship, the group set foot on Tsukikage Island. Evening had already fallen, and with the sun fully set, the island was cloaked in dim light. Due to its remote location, the island lacked extensive lighting, making the darkness even more pronounced. Adding to the eerie atmosphere, malevolent spirits drifted in the sky above, casting an ominous and dangerous aura over the entire island. Ren gazed at the sky. The lingering resentment had grown stronger. Just what kind of underground industry could generate such an overwhelming aura of malice? The seedy operations running on this island only deepened his curiosity. However, for now, he needed to suppress that curiosity. Since the girls had already been brought here, their safety took priority. In truth, the spirits wandering above weren't a major threat. With Isumi's strength, handling them wouldn't be an issue. But the real danger lurking beneath the surface remained unknown. First, they needed to uncover the true nature of this island. Otherwise, how could they grasp the full story behind it? After taking a moment to relax, Ren picked up his suitcase and boarded the transport vehicle Shinomiya had arranged. Not long after, the car pulled up in front of the high-end hot spring hotel they had reserved. The hot spring apartment has been fully booked for today. Other than the regular cleaning staff, no one else will be entering. For 17, Hayasaka stepped forward to deliver a concise briefing. Handling these arrangements took little effort for her. Of course, the so-called cleaning staff of this luxury hot spring hotel had all been replaced with bodyguards from the Shinomiya family. Ensuring that no outsiders could get near was a given. After all, the people staying here this weekend weren't just the heirs of the Shinomiya family but also those of the Sanzenin and Sajinomiya families. If even in such a secured environment something were to happen, it would mark the utter failure of the Shinomiya family's legacy. Thus, Shinomiya took complete responsibility for security. However, Hayasaka hadn't anticipated dealing with something as absurd as evil spirits. That was beyond her usual job description. Ren glanced at the hot spring apartment before turning to Isumi. Sajinomiya, I'll be counting on you for this. Rest assured, Lord Amamiya. Exorcism is our family's specialty. Even if Ren hadn't requested it, Isumi would have taken the job upon herself. Since Nagi was here, she couldn't allow these spirits to frighten her. At the very least, she had to ensure the hot spring hotel remained secure. Isumi's abilities were reliable, and her expertise in spirit exorcism made her the best-suited person for this task. In fact, she was the one person in their group whom Ren could trust completely with this matter. Of course, her tendency to get lost was a separate issue. Thus, Ren gave a cautious reminder. Hayasaka-san, have a bodyguard accompany Sajinomiya. I'm more concerned about her getting lost. Hayasaka blinked in surprise before quickly giving the order. Lord Amamiya, I won't get lost in a hot spring apartment. Her voice carried a hint of resentment. However, Ren remained firm. Sajinomiya, this is your first time here. You're unfamiliar with the layout, so getting lost is perfectly possible. That was a reasonable argument. It was natural to feel disoriented in an entirely new place. Besides, the apartment complex was far from small. Isumi tried to protest for a moment but eventually relented. It was her first time here, after all, and the possibility of getting lost was indeed real. It was a valid concern. Go pick your rooms first. Once you've changed, we'll have a proper discussion. This unexpected situation needed to be addressed. But before that, they at least needed to settle in, change into more comfortable clothing, and relax. Upon entering the hot spring hotel, the girls wisely decided to stay close together. There was no need for unnecessary complications. They picked rooms near each other. Having friends nearby would make sleeping at night more reassuring. After changing into thick yukatas, they all gathered in Ren's room. Ren had also switched into a yukata. Seated at the small table, he swept his gaze over the girls. Each of them wore uneasy expressions. It was clear that today's encounter with the evil spirits had shaken them deeply. He understood that completely. It was natural for them to feel this way. None of them were accustomed to dealing with such things. After all, the girls present were, at their core, just ordinary girls. Thus, Ren chose to offer them reassurance. This is the first supernatural event we've encountered. But think about the name of our club, the Occult Research Club. The experience we're facing now is the very pinnacle of mystery. The diary in your hands is the highest artifact of all mysteries. So, you need to stay calm. You need to gradually come to understand this mysterious world. Perhaps in the future, we'll face even more supernatural phenomena. Everyone, this is a trial. Hearing his words, the girls, who had been visibly unsettled moments ago, seemed to relax slightly. Especially after hearing that the diary was the ultimate mystery, something even greater than the spirits they had encountered. Thinking about the diary, then recalling the spirits. It put things into perspective, making their previous fear seem a little less overwhelming. A sense of stability began to return. Sajinomiya, have you taken care of it? Once he saw that the situation was stabilizing, Ren shifted his focus. I've finished the preparations, Isumi replied with a nod. That's good. As expected, hearing that assurance brought further relief to the girls. At the very least, they could now feel some semblance of safety. Sensing the calm settling over the group, Ren also allowed himself to relax a little. Truthfully, he wasn't particularly skilled at handling situations like this. Standing in the spotlight didn't suit him. He was far more comfortable in quiet, shadowed places. Bringing the situation under control to this extent was already the limit of his ability. Everyone, I need to explain something to you now. It's a part of mysticism, specifically, knowledge related to evil spirits. At those words, the girls instinctively tensed up. This wasn't the rational, scientific world they were used to. It was the realm of the supernatural, one they had only just begun to step into. Chapter 92, Mysticism Teaching, Bonus. First of all, I need to emphasize that evil spirits are not inherently frightening. Often, the human heart is far scarier than any evil spirit. After all, most evil spirits are born from human emotions. Ren knew he had to set an example for the girls. At the very least, he needed to ease their fear, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to face the spirits properly. There are two main causes for the birth of evil spirits. The first is an unwillingness to accept fate. Most evil spirits originate from those who were killed, their strong refusal to die becoming the negative energy that fuels their existence. The second is unresolved emotions, hatred, jealousy, love, or an obsession too powerful to fade. These emotions can also lead to the creation of evil spirits. He explained the common causes of spirit formation in simple terms. Of course, there is a third, special case. A beyonder with beyonder characteristics can transform into an evil spirit under specific circumstances, retaining self-awareness. But that scenario shouldn't exist here. At this moment, Fujiwara suddenly raised her hand. Teacher Amamiya, why wouldn't it exist here? Because there should only be one beyonder in this world. Ren dismissed the thought outright. There were no other beyonders in this world. And without other beyonders, there was no possibility of one becoming an evil spirit. So, the third scenario is nearly impossible. Given what I just explained, the key takeaway is that evil spirits are not terrifying. And more importantly, the power you've obtained can be used to counter them. Ren paused. To clarify, the elemental ability Sanzenin and Miss Maria acquired can be used against evil spirits. But the ice fruit that Shinomiya-san obtained doesn't naturally counter them. However, Shinomiya-san can enhance the abilities of the ice fruit. Evil spirits are a form of negative energy, and energy follows certain rules of motion. So, absolute zero. Kaguya immediately understood. Evil spirits required negative energy to sustain their existence. Since energy is a form of motion, it could, in theory, be stopped. Thus, absolute zero could halt the movement of energy. Amamiya-san, that doesn't sound easy to achieve. It isn't. Ren confirmed her concern. Absolute zero was the theoretical limit of the ice fruit. According to his analysis, it should at least be able to freeze the negative energy of evil spirits in place. However, once the mystical aspect was factored in, it wasn't just energy motion that needed to be considered, positional variables also came into play. That meant absolute zero should be effective against beings below the demigod level. If faced with a demigod or higher, its effectiveness would likely diminish. That said, in this world, there were no beings above the demigod level. This, Ren was certain of. Therefore, if Kaguya mastered the ice fruit's full potential, she wouldn't have any issues dealing with enemies below the demigod level. Of course, this was also the absolute limit of a devil fruit's abilities. The power of a devil fruit also depends on training and application. You may not be able to do it now, but at least it's possible. This should be your goal for the future, Shinomiya-san. After addressing Kaguya, Ren turned to Ran. The real challenge lies with Mori-san. The ability she obtained is purely physical, and she isn't accustomed to supernatural occurrences. Ren was at a complete disadvantage when it came to dealing with spirits. Her abilities had almost no effect on them, and her inability to adapt to the supernatural was a major issue. Ren understood this all too well. Sorry. There's no need to apologize, Mori-san. Ren reassured her. Everyone has their own weaknesses. Being afraid of spirits isn't a failing. I was afraid of them, too. In fact, my fear was far worse than yours. Having a weakness is normal. The important thing is whether you choose to confront it. That was the key. Ran's fear wasn't a problem in itself, what mattered was her willingness to overcome it. Taking a deep breath, Ren understood she couldn't let this fear hold her back forever. She would likely encounter evil spirits multiple times in the future. If she remained frozen in fear, she would only drag everyone down. So, she had to keep improving. I'll try my best. Though her face remained pale, Ren could see that this was a major step for her. After all, people naturally avoided what they feared. He didn't expect Ren to suddenly become fearless overnight. But just having the determination to try was already a significant improvement over running away. That's good. Ren offered her some words of encouragement. Mori-san, don't pressure yourself into overcoming your fear immediately. We all have weaknesses to work on. Yeah. Though still nervous, Ren felt a little better. It would take time for her to fully adapt, but at least she was willing to try. Now, about the situation on this island. Despite the large number of evil spirits, as I mentioned earlier, they lack self-awareness and act purely on instinct. And because the people responsible for their deaths are still on the island, their instinct is to roam the entire area. However, because their range of movement is so vast, their negative energy is spread thin, making their impact on humans minimal. The worst they can do is cause nightmares or affect someone's mental state. In other words, this is a great opportunity. Muri-san, would you like to accompany me tomorrow? Since the spirits on this island were less aggressive, this was a good chance for her to gradually acclimate. Ren hesitated for a moment but ultimately took a deep breath. All right. I'll go with Amamiya-san tomorrow. However, after making the decision, she seemed to waver. But Amamiya-san, let's take it slow tomorrow. Of course. In that case, I'll join too. With both hands on the table, Sonoko, who had been quietly listening, suddenly stood up. Bonus for 1200 PS, next bonus at 1400 PS, don't forget our goal guys, it's almost weekend XD. Chapter 93, Slight Changes. The sound of water droplets echoed clearly throughout the hot spring. All the girls on this weekend trip had undressed and immersed themselves in the soothing warmth, as if only by doing so could they wash away the lingering unease in their hearts. Our first club outing, and we run into a real supernatural event. I can't tell if we're lucky or just plain unlucky. Sonoko gazed up at the dark sky, unable to suppress her complaints. This is definitely us being lucky. Kagaya answered without hesitation. Didn't Miss Isumi say so? This supernatural event isn't that serious. Even Amamiya said this was just a test for us. A low difficulty test, at that. Besides, I think Amamiya purposely set the challenge at a very easy level just to help us adapt. The smaller the range in which evil spirits roam, the greater their harm to people. Following this logic, since the spirits on the island were dispersed over a wide area, their danger level was minimal. For Kagaya, this was merely an adaptation period. The other girls present had no objections. They all understood that with Ren and Isumi leading the way, as long as they didn't act recklessly, they would be fine. So, the most important thing right now was how well they could adapt. Sonoko, do you like Amamiya? Fujiwara's sudden question instantly changed the atmosphere in the bath. Almost all the girls turned their attention to Sonoko, their interest piqued. Faced with their expectant gazes, Sonoko remained unfazed. Yes, I like Amamiya a lot. Oh. Fujiwara's inner gossip instincts ignited. What's the reason? Well, at first, it was probably because I realized Amamiya's hidden charm. As you all know, I have very high standards when it comes to looks, and any guy I like has to at least pass that bar. Yeah. Fujiwara nodded. She was well aware of Sonoko's taste. What about the other reasons? The other reason? I suppose it was when I accompanied Ran to meet Amamiya at his house. Meeting the family already. Fujiwara's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, it wasn't anything romantic. Sonoko sighed. Ran had gotten hold of Amamiya's diary and wanted to dig up more information about him, so she dragged me along. That's when I found out about the connection between them. She explained helplessly. Seeing Chika's eager expression, she knew what the girl was expecting. Unfortunately, she too wished their first visit to Amamiya's house had been more romantic. But reality had other plans. Even if the reason wasn't particularly special, the result wasn't bad. Thinking back to that day, Sonoko couldn't help but smile. But still, it was kind of nice. At that moment, I thought he was really cute. This revelation made Fujiwara even more intrigued. While the two continued their conversation, the other girls around them had also taken notice. Isumi, what do you think? Nagi, who had been soaking in the hot spring, suddenly spoke. About Amamiya-sama. Yeah. Amamiya-sama is a very gentle person. Isumi thought for a moment before giving her assessment. He may be quiet, but he treats everyone with the same level of kindness. And even though this situation turned out to be a little more complicated than expected, Amamiya-sama already had countermeasures in place. Nagi looked up at the night sky. The stars seemed to connect, forming the silhouette of her mother, a figure she longed for. Then, an image of Ren surfaced in her mind. Quiet, reserved, gentle, not as cold as he appeared on the surface. Even that coldness seemed to be a defense mechanism, a mask to hide his struggles with interacting with girls. Strangely enough, she felt that Amamiya and her mother shared a similar presence. But unlike her mother, Amamiya was much more normal. Isumi, do you think I should try getting closer to Amamiya? Isumi and Maria, who were sitting next to her, both widened their eyes in surprise. This was unexpected. But not bad. I don't think that would be a bad thing. After a brief pause, Isumi gave her honest opinion. Amamiya-sama is a good person. It wouldn't hurt if you took the initiative. Besides, you and Amamiya-sama have some similarities. You might even have common interests. This time, Nagi didn't object. While the three were whispering among themselves, Kagaya and Hayasaka were also having a quiet conversation. He never gets angry when tempted. Instead, he responds with the utmost gentleness. Amamiya-san's personality really is special. If Amamiya-san weren't such a good person, Kaguya-san would have been the first to suffer. Hayasaka teased. Kaguya turned her head and shot her a glare. You get it, so don't say it out loud. That said, she had to admit, if Amamiya had been a different kind of man, she would have been the one to suffer the most under his influence. She was grateful that he was nothing like the people she had known in the past. Kaguya-san, shouldn't you start preparing? Preparing. Kaguya didn't quite follow. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll always be by Amamiya-san's side in the future. According to Amamiya-san, this is the intersection of fate. In that case, shouldn't you start preparing now? Kaguya fell silent. She understood what Hayasaka meant. It was a pragmatic, calculated approach. If this had been before, she wouldn't have hesitated to act in her own best interest. But now, thinking about how Ren had always been so gentle with her, how he had never approached her with any ulterior motives. Facing someone like that, she didn't want to approach him in a calculated way either. Logically, this was the wrong choice. But she wasn't the same person she had been before. No. I'll let things happen naturally. A firm determination flickered in Kaguya's eyes. Let it be. Hayasaka didn't say anything more, but inside, she was already smiling. Because the moment Kaguya refused, she realized, Kaguya had changed. Chapter 94, Innocent, Bonus. After a refreshing soak in the hot spring, the girls felt much better, having washed away their fatigue from the journey. The hot spring hotel kept the air conditioning on at all times, so even in just a yukata at night, no one felt particularly cold. But it was still too early to go to bed. Even though they had dried their hair, the length made it so that the inner layers were still slightly damp. Going straight to bed like this wasn't an option. More importantly, none of them were tired enough to sleep yet. Excitement filled the air. The supernatural encounter earlier had been a major test for them, but at the same time, it had made this trip all the more thrilling. The adrenaline rush from the experience left the girls wide awake, even after bathing. Since there was no way they could fall asleep so soon, the group gathered in the hotel's common lounge. However, it seemed they weren't the only ones still awake. Amamiya, you're still up too. Fujiwara was the first to approach when she spotted Ren sitting in the lounge with a deck of cards in hand. Yeah. Ren didn't look up, his attention focused on the cards spread out on the table. I'm performing a divination on the island situation. I need to confirm whether there's anything that might threaten our safety. Divination. Fujiwara nodded slightly. She had heard Ren mention before that he possessed abilities related to that. Can it really be that accurate? Yeah. Ren gave a brief response. Divination wasn't infallible, but the circumstances that would render it unreliable didn't seem to exist in this world. For now, he could trust its revelations. Divination is the process of obtaining insights through rituals and inquiries, then connecting the results to interpret information. Among them, tarot is the simplest form, anyone can use it, but the revelations it provides are relatively weak. Tarot divination relies on specific rituals, which makes it easier to access certain insights. Pendulums and dowsing rods require a much higher degree of attunement. Ordinary people likely wouldn't be able to extract accurate revelations from them. Oh. Fujiwara listened attentively, even if she doubted she'd be able to use such methods herself anytime soon. That didn't stop her from being curious about the results. So. What did you find out? Are we in danger? No. Ren shook his head slightly. There's no direct threat from the evil spirits. They are only active between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. Additionally, the spirits on this island have a clear target. Despite lacking rational thought, they instinctively pursue the ones who killed them. Ren had a theory about this. It's likely because these spirits were only recently formed and because the ones responsible for their deaths are still alive. Until those murderers are dealt with, the spirits won't harm others. Fujiwara was a little surprised. You got all of that through divination? Yeah. Ren nodded. This revelation explained something that had been bothering him. Despite the sheer number of evil spirits roaming the island, none of the ordinary visitors seemed to have been affected. Now, at least, he understood why. Just as he raised his head, Ren abruptly froze. And then he averted his gaze. Fujiwara, your collar. Fujiwara blinked in confusion. Glancing down, she immediately noticed that the front of her yukata had come loose, revealing far more than it should have. Realizing that Ren had just seen everything, her face instantly turned crimson. She sprang to her feet and quickly adjusted her yukata, pulling the collar tightly shut. Only after securing it properly did she let out a relieved sigh. Ren's reaction mirrored hers. His slightly messy curls, the absence of his usual glasses revealing more of his face, and that delicate yet serious expression, now tinged with a bit of red. Gulp. Fujiwara suddenly understood. This must be why Sonoko was so drawn to him. An innocent, introverted, and slightly shy boy like Ren, this kind of contrast was impossible for girls to resist. Wait a minute. Why am I the one who got seen, yet I'm the one feeling excited? Ahem. Clearing her throat, Fujiwara broke the awkward silence. So, Amamiya. Did you predict anything else? This time, she was extra careful, keeping a firm hold on her collar and making sure not to lean forward. Ren exhaled quietly, seemingly regaining some composure. I found the reason behind the disturbances on this island. It's drug trafficking. Drug traffickers. The expressions of the girls in the room changed immediately. Of all criminal groups, drug traffickers were among the worst. These kinds of people were ruthless. And they wouldn't hesitate to use lethal force if they felt threatened. Now, it made sense why so many evil spirits existed on this island. Drug dealers didn't negotiate. If they so much as suspected someone might expose them, they would kill without hesitation. Even Fujiwara tensed up. Then, are we in danger? She had asked this question earlier, but now it had a completely different meaning. No. Ren repeated his answer. The reason they chose this island is because of its proximity to Tokyo. But more importantly, it's an isolated archipelago where law enforcement is lax. If someone wanted to establish a drug trafficking hub and use this island as a gateway to Tokyo, this location would be ideal. Hayasaka furrowed her brows and raised a hand. But there are still a lot of regular residents here. How are the traffickers avoiding detection? Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult. Ren shook his head. Any docking ships would be noticed by the locals. If anyone became suspicious, this place would no longer be safe for them. But if the local leadership is involved, then they wouldn't need to worry about being exposed. Hayasaka's eyes widened as she immediately caught on. It's the island owner, isn't it? Bonus for 1400 PS, next bonus at 1600 PS, if you can hit it, that is. It's the last day currently at T12, can we hit T10? Chapter 95, Sequence 6, Faceless. As long as you control the rights to this island and the drug trafficking channels, Tsukikage Island will become the perfect springboard. Because of that, the drug dealers are being extremely cautious. They've secured such a valuable island, why would they do anything to draw police attention here? That's why they won't cause unnecessary trouble for themselves. And Shinomiya-san's reservation this time, was it intentionally kept discreet? Kagaya shook her head slightly. That's the key point. Ren smiled and nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed crucial. The Shinomiya family is a major power. Those drug dealers wouldn't dare risk drawing police attention just to deal with us. They live on the edge of a knife, but they're not looking for trouble. It's far more beneficial for them to maintain their drug routes than to provoke the Shinomiya family for no reason. So, there's no need for us to worry about these drug dealers on this trip. As long as we don't cross their bottom line, they'll avoid us on their own. They wouldn't think that a group of young ladies came here just to disrupt their operations. Indeed. Even if the police were to investigate the island based on leads, it would have nothing to do with the Shinomiya family. As long as Kagaya hadn't hidden her identity while making the reservation, then their presence on the island would be publicly known. As long as they didn't dig into the drug dealers' affairs, they wouldn't have to worry about becoming targets. Still, aren't those drug dealers the reason for the evil spirits appearing in the first place? Fujiwara's question was valid. But Ren simply smiled and shook his head. We're investigating the evil spirits, but they don't know that. And since they don't understand our methods, how could they possibly know that we're investigating them? Fujiwara immediately understood. Of course, the drug dealers wouldn't know. It would be strange if they did. So, do we need to split up tomorrow? Ren gave a small nod. You'll need to explore the island and take in the sights. Muri, Suzuki, and I will gather information on recent events here. If the evil spirits aren't an active threat, then as long as we stick with Sajinomiya, there shouldn't be any issues. Just treat it as a vacation. In situations like this, what people needed most was a reliable leader. As long as someone took charge, the others would feel more at ease. At the very least, their trip could continue. It just wouldn't be as carefree as originally planned. All right, it's getting late. We have a lot of ground to cover tomorrow, so we should get some rest. Now that they knew the evil spirits wouldn't be a danger, and they didn't have to worry about the drug dealers, there was no reason to stay up worrying. Instead, they should focus on enjoying themselves as much as possible. Yeah, let's get some sleep. Fujiwara, having lost her earlier excitement, didn't object. Now that she had relaxed, the post-bath drowsiness was creeping in. Kagaya, Hayasaka, let's sleep together tonight. Saying this, Fujiwara pulled Kagaya and Hayasaka along with her to their room. Seeing this, the others exchanged glances before also standing up. Isumi, Maria, let's go too. Yes. Maria gave a small bow to Ren before leading Nagi and Isumi to their room. Amamiya, Ren and I are heading back too. All right, have a good night. Got it. Ren and I will definitely sleep well. With that, Sonoko pulled Ren along toward their room. Soon, Ren was the only one left in the hotel lounge. He didn't return to his room immediately. Instead, he sat quietly. The spirituality within him stirred slightly. As it gradually calmed, Amamiya Ren slowly opened his eyes. His seer potion was digesting at a steady pace. In less than 2 weeks without even making a conscious effort, it had already been more than halfway digested. At this rate, it would only take another week before it was fully assimilated. That meant it was time to start preparing the next potion. Ever since stepping onto the sequence path and obtaining potions for 3 different pathways, Ren had been holding onto his diary entries. Not because he couldn't acquire valuable items but because he wanted to focus on progressing along his chosen path. After all, the diary had even granted Sefirah Castle. If that was possible. Perhaps he could obtain other Sefirot as well. Honestly, Ren was looking forward to it. Though whether he had that kind of luck remained to be seen. For now, he could put the idea of acquiring a Sefirah on hold. What mattered more at this moment was uniqueness. Let's begin. Draw. A large roulette wheel materialized before him. With a light tap of his hand, it began to spin rapidly. Gradually, it slowed to a stop. Once again, it was something from Lord of Mysteries. Ren wasn't particularly surprised. Ever since stepping onto the sequence path, his draws had become much more predictable. Not that it was a bad thing. Obtained Sequence 6 potion, Faceless. Looking at the potion that had materialized before him, Ren let out a small sigh. Too soon. He had only just begun his sequence journey. At the moment, he was only a low sequence at sequence 9. Yet here he was already drawing a mid-sequence potion. It was too early for this. For now, he had no choice but to store the Faceless potion inside Sefirah Castle. He couldn't use it yet, but when the time came, it would prove invaluable. Sometimes, accumulating too many draws wasn't necessarily a good thing. Sure, he could get better potions this way. But better didn't mean useful at this stage. That was the dilemma. Even so, he had learned something valuable about the draw system. If enough draws were saved up, the quality of the rewards would indeed improve. That knowledge would be crucial when he started seeking uniqueness and other high-level materials in the future. But until his sequence progressed further, he needed to be cautious about hoarding too many draws. It would only increase the chances of obtaining potions he wasn't ready for yet. Chapter 96, The Suspicious Back Mountain, Bonus. The morning air on the island was crisp and refreshing. With few industrial buildings and minimal vehicle emissions, the air here was rich in oxygen. A single deep breath after waking up was enough to reinvigorate the body. Ren, following his usual habit, woke up early long before the biological clock within him had fully activated. Since it wasn't yet time for breakfast, and the girls in the hotel were still deep in sleep, he decided to head out for a morning run in simple sportswear. His jogging route took him through the island's main residential area. As he ran, he observed his surroundings. The atmosphere in the village was completely normal. There were no traces of evil spirits here, their presence was concentrated entirely on the mountain. Well, that made sense. If bodies were being disposed of, it would be done somewhere secluded, like the mountain. As Ren continued jogging through the village, he gradually approached the outskirts near the back mountain. And that's when he noticed something unusual. Surveillance. At the very edge of the residential area stood a small guard post. Nearby, there were multiple surveillance cameras, their presence made obvious by their strategic placements. Even more conspicuous was the large warning sign next to them. Danger, risk of landslides. A bright red caution symbol was plastered underneath the text. It was clear that someone didn't want people going up the mountain. Using the pretense of landslide hazards to deter villagers from entering, it was a classic tactic. Which meant there was something up there they didn't want people to see. Though Ren was intrigued, now wasn't the right time to act. If he deliberately disappeared from the camera's view, it would immediately raise suspicion. Perhaps he could explore later at night, but for now, it was best not to dwell on it too much. He continued jogging around the village. That was when he spotted something else. Near the corner of a wall, several handmade protest signs had been stacked together. The message on them read, "Give us back clean seawater." So, was this the result of drug manufacturing? Wastewater discharge polluting the nearby waters and impacting the local fisheries. Although Ren didn't have first-hand experience with drug production, he knew that the process generated toxic byproducts. Even in his past life, knowledge of this kind was common, if not from research, then from TV dramas and crime documentaries. The environmental damage caused by drug cultivation and production was severe. If something like this wasn't done in a remote location, it wouldn't take long before people started noticing. After all, when the environment changes drastically, even the least observant person would realize something was wrong. And typically, people would report their concerns to the authorities. So, was the restricted back mountain being used for drug cultivation? Or was it a full-blown manufacturing site? Had the villagers discovered the pollution without realizing its true source? If they knew this was drug production, they likely wouldn't have had the courage to protest with signs. Because if they truly understood what they were up against, they'd also understand that drug traffickers wouldn't hesitate to use lethal force. The fact that they were protesting at all suggested ignorance, not bravery. That meant the drug operation on this island hadn't yet reached the point where the traffickers had absolute control over the local population. Of course, if the island's criminal activities were that advanced, they wouldn't be welcoming outside visitors so freely. After finishing his morning run, Ren returned to the hot spring hotel. A quick glance at his watch told him it was 7:34 a.m. Not bad. He had run for about an hour and a half. Even though it was just a light jog, he had worked up a sweat. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, he decided to take a shower and change his clothes. The men's and women's hot springs were in separate locations designed that way to prevent any unnecessary incidents. So when Ren exited the bath, there was no cliché, accidental encounter like one might see in manga or anime. Instead, what he saw was a group of half-asleep girls slumped in the hotel lounge. It seemed they had stayed up too late. The combination of evil spirits and drug traffickers had certainly made for an eventful day. For girls unaccustomed to such things, it was understandable that their minds had been too restless to settle down easily. Good morning. Fujiwara was the first to greet him, energetic as ever. Compared to some of the others, her resilience to stress was truly remarkable. Seeing the contrast, Ren could appreciate just how mentally tough this girl actually was. Good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Yep. You said there wasn't any danger, so I slept peacefully. A simple yet solid reason. Fujiwara was not only incredibly kind, but also someone who trusted others easily. Ren glanced past her, shifting his gaze to Kaguya and Hayasaka. Kaguya's condition didn't look great. Dark circles under her eyes, a slightly sluggish demeanor, clear signs of poor sleep. On the other hand, Hayasaka looked completely fine, unaffected by whatever had troubled Kaguya. Shinomiya didn't sleep well. Fujiwara tilted her head, looking equally puzzled. Not sure. I fell asleep while hugging Kaguya last night, so I don't remember much after that. Seeing Fujiwara's clueless expression, Ren immediately understood. He could already picture the scene. Fujiwara clinging to Kaguya while sleeping. Yeah. That would explain why Kaguya didn't sleep well. The person doing the hugging never realizes how uncomfortable it is for the one being hugged. If he imagined himself in Kaguya's position. If a boy his age had hugged him to sleep. Yeah, he wouldn't have slept either. In truth, Ren wasn't just awkward around girls. He wasn't particularly comfortable around boys either. Especially when it came to bathing and sleeping. For example, he had never liked going to public bathhouses. Maybe it was due to habits from his past life, growing up where private baths were the norm. He had simply never adapted to the idea of communal bathing. He wasn't sure if girls had similar issues, but at the very least, Kaguya clearly wasn't used to sleeping next to Fujiwara. Looking directly at Kaguya, Ren could tell she was still resentful about her lack of sleep. Fujiwara, Shinomiya didn't sleep well. You should be mindful of that today. Oh. Amamiya, you noticed too. Ren blinked in mild surprise. You noticed? Of course. Fujiwara puffed out her chest proudly. I woke up and saw dark circles under Kaguya's eyes. How could I not notice? But I don't know why Kaguya didn't sleep well. Even though Hayasaka and I slept right next to her last night. Seeing Fujiwara's completely oblivious expression, Ren felt a bit awkward. Should I tell her? Or would it just make things more uncomfortable? Chapter 97, Why Are You So Skilled? Bonus. That's Sao whose nutrition all goes to her chest. When Kaguya woke up that morning, she was filled with resentment. Not for any supernatural reason, no evil spirits, no drug dealers, but because of the human-sized plush toy that had clung to her all night. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't have been a huge problem. But the issue was that her so-called friend had an abnormal growth rate, and the inexplicable sensation of soft, spherical compression constantly reminded her of something she didn't have. As a result, it wasn't the fear of ghosts or criminals that had kept Kaguya awake, it was her overly affectionate friend. Her first target of resentment. Fujiwara Chika, that's so, in question. Her second target. Hayasaka AI. Hayasaka, why didn't you save me last night? She had desperately sent countless pleading glances at Hayasaka, silently screaming for help. But that woman had completely ignored her. Well, not completely. She had reacted by casually saying, "Miss Kagaya and Miss Fujiwara really have such a close bond." And then she turned over and went to sleep. Even now, just thinking about it made Kagaya's fingers twitch with frustration. Of course, Hayasaka wasn't even slightly concerned about Kagaya's complaints. "Miss Kagaya, if you really didn't want to be hugged, you could have broken free anytime. You didn't, which means deep down, you actually enjoyed it." Enjoyed it. Kagaya felt her vision go dark. Which part of me looked happy to you? I barely got any sleep because Fujiwara wouldn't let go of me all night. Still, didn't she help take your mind off things? Kagaya opened her mouth then fell silent. She wanted to argue. But she had to admit, the complicated emotions she'd felt yesterday had indeed been completely overshadowed by Fujiwara's suffocating embrace. Even so, that wasn't the point. She was frustrated, but she had no way to vent it. "Miss Kagaya, shouldn't we go talk to Amamiya now?" Hayasaka subtly changed the subject. Talk to Amamiya. Seeing that Kagaya was about to spiral into pettiness, Hayasaka gently reminded her. "We still need to inform the police about the drug traffickers and make some follow-up plans. This matter." Kagaya hesitated. But yes, this was something that needed to be discussed. Now that they knew for certain that there were drug dealers on this island, they had to start making the necessary precautions. "You're right. We need to talk to Amamiya-san." She paused, then asked. "Where is he now?" According to the bodyguards, Amamiya-san went out for a jog early this morning. Kagaya nodded slightly. "I doubt he was just jogging. He was probably observing the island situation." Hayasaka nodded in agreement. Just then, she spotted a familiar figure approaching. Ren had returned, his hair still damp from a shower. She nudged Kagaya lightly. "Miss Kagaya, Amamiya's back." Kagaya blinked, subconsciously smoothing her hair and sitting up straight. Just as she was about to stand up, Fujiwara beat her to it. Kagaya froze mid-motion. And then, sat back down with barely restrained frustration. Her eyes darkened with resentment. Why does that well-endowed sow always get in my way? Watching Fujiwara happily chatting with Amamiya, Kagaya felt her eye circles grow heavier. She was already sleep-deprived, and now this. Finally, after Fujiwara's conversation ended, Kagaya stood up decisively and walked over. "Amamiya, I need to discuss something with you." Ren gave a small nod. "It's about the drug dealers. Do we need to contact the police?" Ren thought for a moment, then nodded again. "Yes, we do. Given that this island is their base, their operations should be spreading outwards. Since Tokyo is the closest major city, it's likely the first area affected." Which meant. Before Kagaya could say another word, Ren suddenly raised a hand. "Wait." Kagaya paused, looking at him in confusion. Ren reached into his pocket and pulled out a small phone card. "There's no need to use your own phone. It's too easy to trace back to you, which could cause unnecessary trouble later." His voice was calm and composed. "Miss Shinomiya, we are good, law-abiding citizens. We just happened to stumble upon some drug trafficking activity. We shouldn't get involved any more than necessary. An anonymous call is the safest option." His skilled explanation left the three girls staring at him with a strange look. "Amamiya, why are you so familiar with this?" Fujiwara blurted it out immediately. Next to her, Kagaya and Hayasaka also nodded instinctively. This operation was way too smooth. It was too practiced. "I've just had to call the police a lot lately." Ren said it so matter-of-factly that it almost sounded normal. Reflecting on the string of bizarre incidents he had dealt with recently, he was actually relieved that he had prepared plenty of disposable phone cards in advance. They were a bit inconvenient to use, but virtually untraceable. However, simply calling the police isn't enough. Especially when it comes to drug dealers. If we just file a report, who knows how long it'll take before the police actually act. The police wouldn't move immediately. They would need to confirm the report first, which could take too long. But some things couldn't wait. They needed to bypass the verification process. "Shinomiya-san, you said you didn't hide your whereabouts on this trip, right?" "Yes." "Fujiwara-san, what about you?" I told my parents that I was going to Tsukikage Island with Kagaya for a club activity." "Good." With that confirmation, Ren gave a satisfied nod. "I'll contact Inspector Megure directly. He definitely won't ignore a case involving the heir of the Shinomiya family and the second daughter of the Fujiwara family." His voice remained steady. "And if we include Sanzenin, Sajinomiya, and Suzuki into the equation, the Metropolitan Police Department will have to act immediately. We didn't reach T10, so number 10 bonus chapters, but hey, I'm still grateful for the support, which is why I dropped 2 bonus chapters. The offer still stands this week. Chapter 98, Police Quick Action. On his rare day off, Inspector Megure Juzo was enjoying a peaceful morning at home. As one of the police chiefs of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, it wasn't often that he got a weekend without work. And today, he actually had plans. Most importantly, he was going shopping with his wife. Since his job rarely allowed for personal time, he wanted to make the most of this precious day off. "Honey, are you ready?" His wife, Megure Midori, was already dressed and waiting by the door. "I'm coming, I'll be right." Ring, ring, ring. Just as he was about to respond, the phone on the table rang abruptly. The screen displayed an unknown caller, no number, just an anonymous ID. Megure sighed heavily. Then, he turned to his wife with a pleading expression. Midori chuckled, understanding his predicament. She had been married to a police officer long enough to expect these situations. "Go ahead and answer it. It might be important." Letting out a deep breath, Megure picked up the call. "Sorry to disturb you on your weekend, Inspector Megure." The voice on the other end was deliberately distorted, making it impossible to tell whether the caller was male or female. However, considering they had his personal number, they had to be someone familiar with him. "Who is this?" There was no caller ID, and now they were masking their voice. Megure immediately felt that something was off. "That's not important." The caller ignored his question and got straight to the point. "Inspector Megure, I'd like to ask, has there been any recent activity from a drug trafficking organization in Tokyo?" "Drug traffickers?" Megure's expression darkened. This was not a minor issue. Recently, the Metropolitan Police Department had been paying close attention to the rising number of drug-related crimes. After all, Tokyo was a highly sensitive area, they couldn't allow organized crime to spread unchecked. "Who are you, and why do you know about this?" The caller chuckled. "So it's true, then. Inspector Megure, here's some special information for you. The drug dealer's base isn't in Tokyo, it's on Tsukikage Island." Tsukikage Island. Megure's brows furrowed. Tsukikage Island, a small archipelago just off the coast. The information sounded legitimate. And since the caller had directly used the term drug traffickers, it was clear they had access to classified details. "Additionally, I have something even more important to tell you. I encountered Kaguya Shinomiya, Nagi Sanzenin, Isumi Sajinomiya, Sonoko Suzuki, and the second granddaughter of the former Prime Minister Chika Fujiwara on Tsukikage Island. If they end up in the crosshairs of the drug cartel, things will get very messy." Megure jumped to his feet in shock. He knew all those names. These young ladies were well known within the Metropolitan Police Department. The Shinomiya Zaibatsu. The Suzuki Zaibatsu. The Sanzenin family. A high-ranking political lineage. A former prime minister's direct descendant. If anything happened to them, it wouldn't just be a police matter, it would turn into a national crisis. The police department, the government, and possibly international forces would get involved. The phone call ended abruptly. But Megure's heart was pounding. This is serious. He immediately dialed his superior officer. "Inspector Matsumoto, I need you to check Kaguya Shinomiya's current location, immediately." "What's going on?" "I just received an anonymous call. They reported that Shinomiya Kaguya, along with the former prime minister's granddaughter, Chika Fujiwara, are currently on Tsukikage Island. And that Tsukikage Island might be the source of the drugs appearing in Tokyo." Matsumoto Kiyonaga, the police superintendent, immediately understood the gravity of the situation. This was no joke. If the heir to the Shinomiya Zaibatsu and the granddaughter of a former prime minister were caught in a criminal operation, it would trigger massive political fallout. "Megure, get back to headquarters immediately. You'll lead the response team to Tsukikage Island. We can't afford to alert the criminals, but we also can't let those girls fall into danger. I'll have the Coast Guard mobilized for backup." Hanging up, Matsumoto Kiyonaga immediately began making high-priority calls. Megure's intel was too critical to delay. As soon as they confirmed the locations of the young ladies, the entire Metropolitan Police Department sprang into action. Meanwhile, back on Tsukikage Island. Ren hung up his phone. With the heirs of powerful conglomerates, high-ranking officials' children, and a shrine maiden in the mix, there was no way the Metropolitan Police Department wouldn't act quickly. However, since they knew the enemy was a drug cartel, they wouldn't recklessly alert them. Cornered criminals tended to act unpredictably. Suddenly, Ren paused. Ah, right. Except for one specific location, Japan didn't have capital punishment for drug dealers. What a pity. The thought lingered for a moment, but he didn't dwell on it. It was best not to interfere too much with police affairs. In any case, this was a perfect opportunity to investigate the back mountain while the police handled the drug cartel. But if the back mountain really was the source of a large number of evil spirits, then there was a high chance it was also a drug production site. Which meant Sonoko and Ran couldn't go. If the worst-case scenario happened, and there were drug cartel members stationed up there, it would be far too dangerous. Not to mention, drug traffickers were inhuman. The things they did. Sonoko and Ran weren't ready to witness something like that. For now, it was better to let them practice with weaker evil spirits while he scouted ahead. By the time he returned to the hot spring hotel, 3 girls were already waiting outside. All set. Yeah. Ren nodded slightly. I used your names. The police should move quickly. Fujiwara sighed deeply. I feel like, after my grandpa hears about this, he's going to keep a much stricter eye on me. That was almost a certainty. Ren shrugged. No one could have predicted that a simple club trip would turn into a run-in with drug traffickers. He paused, then added wryly. Outdoor activities and direct encounters with criminals don't exactly go well together. Chapter 99, let's go see the evil spirit first, bonus. After finishing breakfast, the 3 of them stepped out of the hot spring hotel together. Amamiya, how do you think this will end? As they walked outside, Sonoko couldn't help but ask curiously. Drug manufacturing and trafficking are serious crimes. And there were murders involved in the process. This isn't a minor case at all. If it was an organized crime syndicate, the charges would be even more severe. Ren thought about it carefully. No matter how things played out, the main perpetrators in this case were looking at life imprisonment at the very least. And if nothing unexpected happens, the police's arrival will definitely stir up a commotion on this island. So, once they get here, I'll send you 2 back to the hot spring hotel. The moment law enforcement arrived, their first priority would be securing the hot spring hotel. Which meant that staying there would be the safest option. As long as they remained inside, there wouldn't be any danger. Sonoko and Ran both nodded instinctively. But after a moment, they realized something. What about you? I'm going to check out the back mountain. Isn't that place really dangerous? Sonoko immediately became anxious. That's right. Ran frowned, clearly displeased. You said it yourself, that's where the drug operations are happening. Why would you go there voluntarily? Hearing this, she suddenly recalled a certain someone who had a habit of running headfirst into danger. Her frustration grew. Ren gave them a strange look. Maybe I didn't explain myself clearly. I never said I was going alone into a dangerous area. I'm planning to go after the police secure the place. I'm not walking into a death trap, you know. Huh. Both Ran and Sonoko froze in confusion. Wait, so you mean? Did you 2 seriously think I was planning to sneak in before the police? Seeing their increasingly confused expressions, Ren sighed inwardly. Did they really think he had a death wish? I'm just going to follow the police once they've cleared the way. I'm not running in there ahead of them. Now it was Sonoko and Ran's turn to look dumbfounded. They had completely misunderstood. They had actually thought Amamiya was about to go exploring before law enforcement even arrived. Why would you even assume that I'd rush in blindly? That was a fair question. Why did they think that? Sonoko and Ran fell into deep thought. Then, it hit them. Because of one person. Kudo Shinichi. They were simply too used to Shinichi's behavior, the way he always threw himself into danger whenever he encountered a case. Because Shinichi had this habit, they had subconsciously assumed Amamiya Ren would do the same. Realizing this, Sonoko's face darkened. Damn it, this is all Kudo's fault. That guy has completely messed with our perception of normal behavior. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Every time he runs into a case, he just charges in without thinking about how we feel. If he wasn't like that, he wouldn't have gotten himself into this mess. Ran nodded in agreement. If Shinichi had been more level-headed, if he had just called the police instead of rushing in, he never would have been turned into a child. Ren couldn't help but shake his head slightly. These 2 had clearly been deeply influenced by Kudo's reckless habits. But honestly, he didn't blame them. They had spent a lot of time around Kudo, so it was natural for his tendencies to rub off on them. When something happens, don't immediately charge forward. Sometimes, it's best to slow down and assess the situation first. Especially this time, we're dealing with drug dealers who are armed. Not just with small pistols. They might even have submachine guns. His tone was calm, but his words carried serious weight. Anyone who recklessly rushes in will just get themselves killed. So why would I risk my life for nothing? He had already reported everything to the police, clearly stating that this was a drug cartel operation. The Metropolitan Police Department would absolutely send in a specialized team equipped to handle armed criminals. Amamiya Ren paused briefly before adding. Even if officers get injured or worse, die in the line of duty, they will receive government compensation. But if an ordinary civilian dies, there's no compensation. Nothing. So why would I throw my life away for no reason? There was zero benefit in rushing into danger. If people behind him needed protection, then yes, he would step forward. But in this case, the people who needed protecting were already secured in a safe zone. There was no reason for him to take unnecessary risks. He was just a bystander this time. His explanation was logical and Ran and Sonoko had to admit he was right. Dealing with drug cartels was a job for professionals. There was no reason for Ren to get directly involved. Then why do you want to go see it? Sonoko asked, puzzled. Ren hesitated for a moment. Honestly, because I've never seen it before. He had heard countless times that drug traffickers were inhumane. But he had never witnessed the kind of environment that created so many evil spirits. I've only ever seen drug busts on TV. I know these people are ruthless, but I want to see for myself just how bad it really is. It was curiosity but also a form of preparation. Because in the future, he would likely encounter far worse things. Then. Stop right there. Before Sonoko could finish her sentence, Ren cut her off immediately. He already knew what she was about to say. Don't even think about coming along. Girls who get scared just watching horror movies have no business seeing what drug cartels actually do. It's not something you should be looking at. The back mountain was likely to be a scene of pure horror. There was no way ordinary girls would be able to handle it. You need to build up your tolerance gradually. Don't try to jump straight into something like this. Sonoko looked a little disappointed. But she could tell from his tone that the situation was far worse than she had imagined. And if she forced her way into it, she'd only cause problems for Ren. So, she reluctantly backed down. Then, Amamiya, let's go see an evil spirit first. Let's raise our threshold a little bit before anything else. Bonus for 200 PS, next bonus at 400 PS, don't forget our goal, guys. Chapter 100, Encounter. It was necessary to help Ran and Sonoko build some resistance to fear. Among the girls, most of them had slightly stronger mental endurance. Ren was the most reluctant when it came to supernatural matters. They weren't going to the back mountain, but since evil spirits were active all over the island, finding one wasn't difficult. Besides, Ren wasn't planning to capture an evil spirit. His goal was to make Ran and Sonoko fully aware of their existence and develop a clearer understanding of what they were dealing with. Before you observe the evil spirits in detail, let me help you see them first. Hold still. Ren raised his hand and gently tapped their foreheads, allowing a small amount of his spiritual energy to flow into their eyes. This temporarily granted them spiritual vision, enabling them to see spirits that were normally invisible. Now, look up at the sky. Ran. A sudden voice interrupted him. A rough, familiar voice. Ran immediately recognized it. She turned, eyes wide in surprise. Dad. Why are you here? Standing before them was Murika Goro. Obviously, I'm here for a case. Hearing his response, Ren was briefly reminded that her father was still a detective who took on various private investigations. But didn't her dad mostly handle missing pets or cheating spouse investigations? What kind of case had brought him all the way to Tsukikage Island? Wait. Dad, are you investigating an affair on Tsukikage Island? What kind of question is that? Do you think all I do is investigate affairs? Yes. Without hesitation, Ren nodded firmly. Kagoro felt an immediate sting in his chest. Why did his own daughter have such a low opinion of him? Ever since she moved out to live with Eri, it felt like his reputation had taken a massive hit. Dad, didn't you always say that investigating affairs requires a certain level of skill? You also said that only former police officers have the necessary expertise to uncover evidence of infidelity. I was just bragging. Kagoro felt a sharp pain in his pride. He really shouldn't have said those things in front of Ran. He was only trying to show off, but she had actually taken him seriously. As a former police academy graduate, investigating and analyzing clues was a basic skill set. But it wasn't some specialized ability, just standard detective work. The fact that Ran believed it so deeply was a little painful. At Kagoro's feet, Idagawa Konan silently shook his head. Uncle. Next time, don't say unnecessary things in front of Ran. She tends to take everything literally. But Konan's attention was quickly drawn elsewhere. Because standing next to Ran and Sonoko was a certain boy. The same one from before. The one he had seen with Sonoko on the street. And just moments ago, before Kagoro called out to Ran. That boy had reached out and touched her forehead. What was he doing? From Konan's position, he couldn't tell the details. Had he just touched her? Had he brushed her bangs aside? What exactly had happened? Something about it didn't sit right. And that bothered him. A lot. Especially since Sonoko hadn't reacted at all. If this guy was taking advantage of Ran, Sonoko would have definitely called him out. And Ran wasn't the type of person to let someone casually touch her like that. So, what was that about? Despite running multiple scenarios through his mind, Conan couldn't figure it out, which only frustrated him more. But above all else, one emotion was clear. Unhappiness. It didn't matter who it was. Conan felt this way toward any boy who got close to Ran. After all, right now, he wasn't Shinichi anymore. He was just a Dagawa Conan, a child. As long as he remained in this form, he had no chance to move forward with Ran. And ever since Ran had come to believe he was dead, she was now completely open to meeting other people. The thought made him uneasy. Anyone who got close to her was an enemy. So, Dad, why exactly are you on Tsukikage Island? Ran's question pulled Kagoro out of his thoughts. The truth was, he also found this case strange. The client had paid up front, explained their identity, and given him a vague objective but provided almost no actual details. It was exactly because of how suspicious it was that Kagoro had reluctantly taken the case. But he didn't want Ran to know that. A case is a case. The client's identity needs to be confirmed, and there are still many uncertainties. I can't share the details just yet. Then, shifting his gaze, he turned to Ren. Are there only 3 of you? Not at all. Ren shook her head. It's a club activity. A club? Kagoro frowned. Ran, aren't you part of the karate club? Ran nodded. So why are you in another club? Ran had anticipated this question. I joined as a hidden member. Kagoro stared at her. Does your karate club president know about this? Of course. Ran hesitated for a second. Then, remembering the president's unwilling yet powerless expression, she felt a little guilty. She wasn't happy about it, but she accepted it. This shocked Kagoro. His daughter was the karate club's ace. Would any club president willingly let their star athlete join another club? Puffed, Uncle, don't overthink it. Sonoko was thoroughly entertained by his reaction. That senior sister didn't want to accept it at first. But if she refused, the club's funding would have been revoked. So, even if she didn't like it, she had no choice but to accept. Besides, Ren isn't quitting, she's just a hidden member. Kagoro gave Sonoko a skeptical look. This girl usually hated using privileges. Why was she involved in something like this? Oh, it wasn't me. It was the Ice Queen. The moment she saw Kagoro's suspicion, Sonoko immediately shifted the blame. I won't say who, but let's just say she's from a family as powerful as mine. Huh. Kagoro froze. Another elite family? In Teitan High School. He hadn't heard anything about that. And just like that, the detective was left more confused than before. Chapter 101, Face-to-Face, Bonus. A young lady who could rival the Suzuki family. Conan was just as surprised. There weren't many wealthy heiresses in Japan who could stand on equal footing with the Suzuki family. And yet, such a person had enrolled at Teitan High School. Conan couldn't shake the feeling that there was a deeper reason behind this. But there were too few clues to make any conclusions for now. Kagoro's attention shifted to the boy standing near Ran and Sonoko. You too? Ren shook his head slightly. Just an ordinary club member. I joined because I was interested in the club's purpose. I don't come from a family like the Suzukis. I'm just a regular high school student. Kagoro nodded slightly. He wasn't too concerned about family background after all, he came from an ordinary household himself. What kind of club is it? A research club focused on occult studies. Occult studies? Kagoro understood the meaning of the term, but he couldn't figure out why Ran would be interested in such things. Was she into the supernatural now? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't connect Ran's usual interests with anything occult-related. Conan also found it odd. Ran liked the occult. Didn't she hate anything scary and supernatural? Ran could already tell what her father was thinking. She placed her hands on her hips and glared at him. What, is it so unbelievable that I like the occult? Dad, do you really think I'm just some muscle-brained girl? And no, that's not it. Kagoro waved his hands in defense. He was just confused about why Ran had suddenly taken an interest in the occult. It wasn't that she couldn't like it just because she was afraid of ghosts, he was just curious. And besides, who would call a girl with such a great figure muscle-brained? Ran was still growing, and after that brat died, it made sense that she might start developing new interests. Well, occult studies, huh? If you like it, then learn more about it. Having said that, Kagoro decided to drop the subject. You go enjoy your club activities. Conan, let's go. All right. Although he didn't want to leave just yet, Conan knew that Ren wasn't exactly fond of seeing his face right now. If he wanted to spend more time with her, he had no choice but to wait for the impact of Kudo Shinichi's death to fade. But, if Ran's feelings for Kudo Shinichi faded, wouldn't that mean she was forgetting him? That thought left Conan feeling conflicted. He wanted Ran to never forget Shinichi. But at the same time, he also wanted more chances to be with her. At the very least, if he stuck around, he could keep an eye on the number of guys trying to court her and be mentally prepared. And maybe even find a way to get in their way. Unfortunately, some things were beyond his control. Especially the fact that Ran still couldn't accept Kudo Shinichi's death. If Conan turned around at that moment, he would have seen it. Ran and Sunoko's eyes were locked on his back. That Kudo guy still hasn't given up. Sunoko found his persistence annoying in some ways. Ran, on the other hand, said nothing. She simply watched Shinichi's retreating back and shook her head slightly. Forget it. Whether he gives up or not doesn't matter to me anymore. A month ago, she might have still accepted Shinichi's feelings. She might have even been happy, waiting for his confession. She would have enjoyed watching him struggle to find the right words. But not anymore. She had been disappointed too many times. She had come to understand Shinichi's selfishness the way he hid things from her under the excuse of protecting her. All of her expectations and hopes had been shattered. Ran shook her head and lifted her gaze. Then she froze. A translucent evil spirit floated in front of her. It had jagged fangs, its eyes pitch black, but deep within them, a crimson glow flickered ominously. Its face looked just like a corpse moments before death, its skin appearing as though it could peel off at any second. A suffocating aura of despair and terror radiated from its form. Ugh! Ran's pupils shrank, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She was about to scream. But before she could, Ren swiftly covered her mouth. Calm down, Ran. That's an evil spirit. Her large eyes were still filled with tears, but her dazed gaze slowly regained clarity. The stiffness in her body lessened slightly, and she nearly collapsed from the shock. Ren carefully let go of the hand covering her mouth. But the experience had been too overwhelming. Her mind shut down from the sheer fear. Was that too much for her? Ren sighed and looked at the evil spirit floating in the air with a headache. This spirit hadn't been caught by him, it was moving around freely. And by sheer coincidence, Ren had just unlocked her spiritual vision at the exact moment she looked up. If only Kagoro hadn't interrupted earlier, she would have had some time to adjust. She should have been able to observe the spirit from a distance first, gradually building up her tolerance. But instead, she stared straight into its face. No wonder she couldn't handle it. Amamiya. Before Ran could fully collect herself, she heard Sunoko's trembling voice. Even the usually energetic Sunoko was visibly shaken. She had also seen the evil spirit's terrifying visage up close. Her legs felt weak, her body shaking. Barely staying upright, she clung tightly to Ren's clothes, as if letting go would cause her to collapse. Bonus for 200 PS. Next bonus at 400 PS, Chapter 102, Chapter 102, The Power of Evil Spirits. After sitting down on a nearby chair and resting for a long time, Ran and Sunoko finally felt their emotions settle a bit. Evil spirits, they're far beyond what I imagined. Sunoko now truly understood that the real supernatural world wasn't just fascinating, it was terrifying. Though each evil spirit had a different appearance, they all shared similar traits. Their jagged teeth seemed designed for tearing flesh apart. The eerie red glow within their pitch-black eyes felt like the very core of their resentment. And their forms always reflected the moment of their death. The instant you laid eyes on them, you could feel the sheer horror of human malice. You could immediately understand why they had become evil spirits. Evil spirits are born from human malice. That's why they symbolize despair and cruelty. Ran returned from a nearby convenience store with 2 bottles of Coke and handed them to the 2 girls. Without thinking too much, Sunoko took a bottle, twisted off the cap, and took a few steady gulps. The fizzy carbonation made her throat itch, but it also helped suppress her lingering discomfort. So, Amamiya, you've been dealing with things like that all this time? Ren noticed the complicated look in Sunoko's eyes and felt the need to clarify before she misunderstood. No, you're overthinking it. I've seen evil spirits before, but only 3, and all of them were in the house I rented. Doesn't that mean your situation is just like ours, Amamiya? Sunoko suddenly looked at him in disbelief. Then why is your reaction so different from ours? Well, I think the reason is pretty simple. Ren casually raised his hand and caught an evil spirit floating above them. A thick mist instantly stretched out like tendrils, wrapping around the spirit and pulling it toward him. Then, he squeezed. Bang. Like a silent explosion in a muted video, the evil spirit burst apart just like a watermelon being crushed. Seeing the spirit shatter in an instant, both Ran and Sunoko fell into stunned silence. Now they understood why Amamiya wasn't afraid of evil spirits. To him, they were no more threatening than balloons easily popped with a squeeze. How could he possibly fear something like that? Wasn't that just a joke? So, this is your trump card? Yeah. That's terrifying. Even though she had no idea what kind of trump card Amamiya was hiding, Sonoko now fully understood why he needed to keep it a secret. Because this level of power was simply too overwhelming. Power doesn't come for free. Most of my abilities require a price. It's just that I've been lucky enough not to pay an unbearable one. Equivalent exchange. Sonoko had heard Amamiya mention that concept before. A trump card like this was something that had to be kept hidden. Sonoko sighed. If it's such a dangerous secret, why did you show it to us? I trust that you and Ren will keep it from me. His confident tone made the two girls glance at each other before smiling. All right. Sonoko quickly suppressed her grin and grew serious again. Ren and I will keep your secret. But you should also be careful, you can't just show your cards every time you give us proof of something. That's right. A trump card is called a trump card because it needs to stay hidden. Ren agreed, following up on Sonoko's words. Even if they promised to keep quiet, there was always a risk that someone else might witness something they weren't supposed to. That was why a trump card had to be kept deeply hidden, only to be revealed when there was no other choice. Seeing the two of them slip into lecture mode, their pale complexions finally returning to normal, Ren smiled. Feeling better now. The two girls blinked, then realized they actually did feel better. Yeah. That awful feeling is mostly gone now. Sonoko could tell her discomfort had faded significantly. Yeah. Ren, too, no longer felt the overwhelming nausea from earlier. But neither of them knew why. So, in silent agreement, they both turned to Amamiya. Amamiya, what exactly happened to us just now? Your fear of evil spirits was induced. Induced. They understood the word, but they didn't quite grasp how it had happened. Ren explained. Evil spirits are born from obsession. So, when they encounter someone who's afraid of them, they instinctively amplify that fear. The stronger the evil spirit, the easier it is for them to manipulate fear, paralyzing their target. He pointed at the evil spirits still floating above. Their current range of activity is too broad. If they were confined to a smaller area, they could become even more dangerous. If they fully control you and fuel your fear, they can even pull you into a nightmare and torment you to death, bit by bit. And while you're suffering, they continuously absorb the negative energy you generate, growing stronger in the process. That's why most evil spirits are extremely dangerous. Even the weakest evil spirits were beyond what an ordinary human could handle. Their supernatural abilities were more than enough to kill any regular person in an instant. Only someone like Shinomiya, a shrine maiden with exorcism abilities, could stand against them. And evil spirits don't just have those abilities, some particularly troublesome ones can unleash a scream that directly affects the mind and soul. If you get hit head-on by that scream, there's almost no chance of survival. If you were lucky, you'd die instantly. If you were unlucky, and the scream didn't kill you outright, then the real horror would begin, the prolonged torment that followed. That was why the threat of evil spirits was so high. Ren wanted to make sure that Ran and Sonoko understood this clearly. Though, to be fair, after what they had experienced, they probably already had a pretty firm grasp of it. Then did you deliberately let us experience it just now? Sonoko narrowed her eyes at him. Ren also turned to look at him. No. Ren shook his head. I originally planned to let you gradually observe the evil spirits, allowing your fear to rise slowly so I could help you regulate your emotions and control it. But. He sighed. Your dad interrupted that process. And considering she had been one of the people affected, Ren suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 103, from now on, bonus. Once fear is buried too deeply, overcoming it becomes difficult. That's why the way evil spirits induce fear can actually help people confront their fears head-on. Weaker evil spirits trigger fear more gradually. Ren had planned for a slow build-up. But who would have thought that, because of an unexpected encounter with an acquaintance on Tsukikage Island, the process would be interrupted, forcing a direct confrontation instead? Well, at least the result wasn't bad. Not bad. Ren couldn't hold back this time and snapped. I was terrified just now. The memory of her breaking down in tears flashed through Ren's mind, and his smile faded slightly. Sorry. This time, I put you through a bad experience. After venting her frustration, Ren calmed down significantly. Fine, I'll accept your apology. Amamiya, if something like this happens again, at least give us a warning first. Getting scared like that out of nowhere is seriously too much. Evil spirits were truly terrifying. Ren had never been good with supernatural things, and seeing one up close had nearly made her pass out. If Ren hadn't covered her mouth in time, her scream would have brought her father running back. I'll be more careful next time. With a hint of guilt, Ren promised not to let it happen so suddenly again. That's better. Ren's anger came and went quickly. Ugh. That evil spirit was really terrifying. Their appearance before death. I can't even imagine what they went through in their final moments. She finally understood why Ren hadn't let her and Sonoko follow him before. If the spirits in the mountains all looked like that, reflecting the state of their deaths, there was no doubt she'd be having nightmares for weeks. Don't feel too sorry for them. Hearing Ren's warning, Ren turned and rolled her eyes. They were drug dealers. Why would I sympathize with a bunch of criminals? Drug dealers didn't deserve even a shred of pity. Ren was kind, but her kindness didn't extend to people like them. Some criminals might have been forced into their actions or acted out of desperation, but not drug dealers. They chose their path. Ren pouted as she looked at Ren. Amamiya, do I seem like the type to blindly sympathize with criminals in some ridiculous story? I guess not. Hearing his answer, Ren sighed. She was starting to realize why she had turned into nothing more than a background character in the later parts of the story. She hated those saint-like characters in stories, the ones who showed excessive sympathy for criminals. Audiences definitely wouldn't like someone like that, either. That was probably why her presence in the story had been reduced. Amamiya, did I become a really annoying character later on? His silence was all the answer she needed. Because of her unpleasant characterization, her role had been diminished. Most likely, her later appearances were only tied to Shinichi. Instead of focusing on her story, the narrative probably shifted to Shinichi's devotion to her. The thought made Ren deeply uncomfortable. She knew how much Shinichi cared about her. It was just like how she had once cared so much about Shinichi. But, did their connection really have to be framed like that? Amamiya. She looked at him seriously. Don't associate me with the story's version of me. I am the real, living Ren. I may be kind, and sometimes I might even go too far with my emotions. But I will never sympathize with criminals. Especially drug dealers. This is important, don't forget it. Her voice was firm. Ren could feel how serious she was. This was the second time she had reminded him, stories were stories, but reality was something different. The story contained many forced developments. But in reality, those same constraints didn't exist. For example, personality differences. Sonoko, for instance, would likely never experience a cliché damsel in distress situation because the Suzuki family's bodyguards were far too competent. Or someone like Kagaya, given her background, she would never choose Shiroge Miyuki, knowing she was bound by her family's responsibilities. And then there was Ren. She wasn't some overly loyal girl who would endlessly wait and give without receiving anything in return. She could also be hurt. She could also feel disappointment. She was just a normal girl. Ren took a deep breath, briefly reflecting on his own thoughts. Then he exhaled, lowered his head slightly in acknowledgement, and raised his hand toward her. Nice to meet you, Muri Ren. Ren looked at his outstretched hand for a moment, then, with a natural smile, she reached out and shook it. Nice to meet you, Amamiya Ren. Neither of them hesitated. Their hands met, gripped lightly for a moment, and then separated. Oh. Sonoko suddenly leaned in, grinning at Ren teasingly. You didn't react as strongly this time. No signs of blushing. Amamiya sighed. Suzuki, I told you, I'm just not good at dealing with girls who make the first move. I can interact with girls normally. Yes, sometimes being around girls made his heart race. But the truth was, in his past life, he had very little experience interacting with the opposite sex. Sonoko had been the first girl to openly tease him like this. And last night. Please. Anyone would have reacted the way he did after what Fujiwara showed. Just because someone has seen adult content doesn't mean they're some kind of expert. When a situation calls for innocence, you will be innocent. When a situation is awkward, you will be awkward. Hey. Sonoko clasped her hands behind her back and stepped closer to Ren. Since you can interact normally, maybe you should start using more casual names. She turned to Ren. What do you think, Ren? Now that the topic had shifted to her, Ren gave it some serious thought before nodding slightly. Yeah, I think we should be on a first-name basis. We're in the same club, and Amamiya's already so connected to us. If that's the case, it makes sense to drop the formalities. With Ren's approval, Sonoko's smile grew even brighter. Well, Ren has agreed, so Amamiya, you don't have any objections, right? I don't. Good. Then, from now on, just call me Sonoko. And you can call me Ren. Ren nodded slightly. Bonus for 600 PS. Next bonus at 800 PS, Chapter 104, Chapter 104, the police operation begins. I'll take you back first. The objective of coming out has been achieved, and it looks like the police have arrived. Ren's eyes confirmed several new ships docking at the port. A large number of plainclothes officers were disembarking, among them Inspector Megure Juzo. The police had entered Tsukikage Island, and the operation would begin soon. Realizing this, Ren immediately grabbed the hands of the two girls and quickened his pace. The police will start verifying our location soon. A large number of officers will likely begin sweeping the entire island, with the Hot Spring Hotel as their central base. There's no guarantee that everyone on the island will comply peacefully. We need to return quickly. Understanding the urgency of the situation, both Ran and Sonoko followed his lead and sprinted toward the hotel. Portside. Several police boats docked at the port, halting the usual registration process. Police. The staff at the port looked at the intimidating men in front of them. When they flashed their police badges, the workers became visibly unsettled. Silence. All work is to be suspended immediately. All registration staff, gather together. The sudden order sent a wave of unease through the workers. Why? The moment the question left his mouth, two officers placed their hands on their holsters. Don't move. The officers swiftly drew their guns, aiming at the registration staff. Hands up. Or we'll shoot. The worker's face turned pale, and he quickly raised both hands. Oh, officer, I'm not a criminal. Shut up. Stay quiet. The surrounding officers exchanged silent signals, and soon, the entire Metropolitan Police Force sprang into action. Regardless of whether they were key personnel or not, the authorities knew that there had to be drug dealers among those managing the boarding gates. Securing the registration area was the first step. Check the entry logs for Tsukikage Island and verify the arrivals. Once the registration gate was fully secured, Megure Juzo immediately began issuing orders. Make sure no one escapes. Detain all registration staff and confiscate all communication devices. The well-trained officers quickly locked down the area. Every registration worker, regardless of their role, was detained for questioning. The situation with the drug dealers remained uncertain. The Metropolitan Police needed to take control before the criminals had a chance to react. As for the other civilians, a more thorough investigation would come later. Strict control measures were necessary to prevent any desperate moves from the drug dealers. The ordinary residents of Tsukikage Island also needed police protection. However, more importantly, they had to ensure that no drug dealers targeted the influential young ladies who could affect the country's future economy. Inspector Megure, I found the entry records and confirmed their locations. Sato Mawako approached with a registration book. Inside, it listed the arrivals of Shinomiya Kagaya and the others, along with their purpose of visit and temporary lodging. After confirming the details, Megure let out a relieved sigh. Officer Sato, take a SWAT team to secure them immediately. Move quickly. Understood. SWAT team, follow me. More than a dozen heavily armed officers stepped forward. They were clad in bulletproof vests, carrying riot shields, and had submachine guns slung across their backs. Pistols were holstered at their waists, and even grenades were prepared as a precaution. The SWAT team swiftly organized and followed Sato Mawako toward the Hot Spring Hotel. Meanwhile, Megure pulled out his radio and contacted his superior. Inspector Matsumoto, we have confirmed their locations. The SWAT team has been deployed to secure them. Excellent. Maintain control of Tsukikage Island. The Coast Guard will arrive soon as backup. Ensure civilian safety and prevent the drug dealers from catching wind of our operation. Understood. T/N, this CHP is a little bit shorter because I removed some stuffs, DW I'll compensate with one extra CHP. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, The Sweep Begins, Bonus. The three of them ran all the way back to the Hot Spring Hotel, finally stopping at the entrance to catch their breath. Since embarking on the sequence path, Ren's stamina had vastly improved compared to before. Ren, who had begun following the path of physical strengthening, was barely affected by short-distance running. Ha. On the other hand, Sonoko, who rarely exercised, was completely out of breath after running nearly a kilometer. Sonoko, you really need to work out. Seeing her friend panting so heavily, Ren couldn't help but comment. Let's talk about it after we get inside. Sonoko, her face flushed from exertion, could barely get the words out. At this moment, all she could feel was the burning sensation in her throat. This was the result of years of avoiding physical activity. Sudden exercise took a serious toll on her stamina and endurance. After taking a moment to regulate her breathing, she finally calmed down. All right, let's go in. Wait. Just as Sonoko was about to step inside, Ren grabbed her wrist, stopping her. Without explaining, he turned toward the entrance and pushed open the door. Less than 200 meters outside the hotel, a woman in a short skirt and suit was leading a fully armed SWAT team toward them. They had arrived faster than expected. And activating spiritual vision, Ren scanned the SWAT officers. Their etheric bodies had a strong presence, and their auras carried a certain weight. It was clear that these SWAT members had undergone rigorous training. Their riot shields, submachine guns, pistols, grenades, and ammunition, all of it added up to at least 30 kilograms of equipment. Without extensive training, moving quickly with such a load would be impossible. At a steady but determined pace, the team covered the remaining distance in no time. Standing upright, the female officer leading the group took a deep breath, then pulled out her police ID. "Hello, Miss Suzuki. I am Sato Mawako from the Metropolitan Police Department's 1st Division of Criminal Investigation. We received intelligence that drug trafficking is taking place on this island. We are about to commence a sweep operation to arrest all suspects. In order to prevent any retaliation from the drug dealers, we are here to ensure your safety. I hope you will cooperate." After Sato Mawako finished speaking, Sonoko immediately nodded. "No problem. But we'd like some details. How did drug dealers end up operating on an island so close to Tokyo? And why is the Metropolitan Police only discovering this now?" Her line of questioning was rather direct. It was as if she was pointing at the police and demanding, "What exactly have you guys been doing this whole time? How did you not realize drug dealers were operating so close to the capital?" Sato Mawako's expression darkened slightly. She wasn't happy about the question, but she couldn't deny that the Metropolitan Police Department had indeed failed in their early investigations. Although they had been tracking the sources of illicit drugs in Tokyo, they had never managed to pinpoint their origin. If it weren't for the tip-off they received this time, they might have never discovered that the dealers were hiding on Tsukikage Island. "Forget it, Sonoko." Ren interrupted before the situation escalated. "Sure, the police took a while to locate the drug dealers, but at least they're here now. As long as they arrived in time, it's not too late." Hearing this, Sato Mawako relaxed slightly and bowed as a formal apology. "I sincerely apologize. This was an oversight on the part of the Metropolitan Police Department." Since Ren had taken on the role of the mediator, Sonoko, who had been playing the bad cop, decided to let it go. "Fine. But the fact remains, this wouldn't have happened if the police had done a better job investigating." After making her point, Sonoko's expression softened. "Anyway, I won't dwell on it. Thanks for coming." Sato Mawako let out a quiet sigh of relief. At least the situation hadn't escalated further. And honestly, the police did bear some responsibility for failing to discover the drug dealers sooner. Given that these young women had actually been in danger, a little criticism was understandable. "Come inside." Now that she had gotten her frustration out, Sonoko allowed the officers to enter the Hot Spring Hotel. It wouldn't be good to leave a fully armed SWAT team standing outside. They needed to keep a low profile, especially since the Tsukikage Island sweep operation was about to begin. "Everyone, spread out and secure the hotel. Ensure that no unauthorized individuals enter before the operation begins." "Yes, ma'am." The SWAT officers, well-trained and efficient, quickly spread out to cover all key points. Each officer had a radio communicator, allowing them to maintain coordination and provide real-time updates. After ensuring the defensive perimeter was set up, Sato Mawako exhaled and reported to Inspector Megier. "Inspector Megier, all security measures are in place." "Good work, Officer Sato. Stay on high alert. The Coast Guard has arrived and is advancing toward Tsukikage Island." Sato Mawako felt a sense of relief. The drug bust was officially underway. With the Coast Guard's manpower and specialized equipment, the operation would be even more effective. However, there's a high probability that a large number of drug dealers are hiding in the mountainous area behind the village. A sudden voice startled Sato Mawako. Turning around, she saw it was Ren, the same boy who had just calmed down Sonoko earlier. "Are you sure?" Ren shook his head slightly. "I can't be 100% certain. But when I went for a morning run, I passed the boundary between the residential area and the back mountain. I noticed a sentry post a few hundred meters away. There were surveillance cameras installed outside, and a landslide warning sign was posted nearby. I have a strong feeling that the villagers of Tsukikage Island are being kept away from that area for a reason." Sato Mawako immediately understood the implication. Something suspicious was definitely being hidden in the back mountain. "In addition, I also saw several protest signs scattered in the village while running. They were all about environmental pollution. I suspect that the local fishery has been affected, and the villagers have noticed something unusual. Drug production causes environmental damage." Sato Mawako's eyes widened. It all made sense now. The signs of pollution, the restricted area, the guards, and surveillance, everything pointed to one thing. There was a drug manufacturing facility hidden in the back mountain. Inspector Megier, who had been listening through the radio, had also reached the same conclusion. "Officer Sato, securing your location is now your top priority. I'll contact the tactical team and have them move in immediately." Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Teach the Drug Dealers a Lesson, Bonus. Upon receiving the intel, the tactical team immediately split into two groups. One team advanced toward the center of Tsukikage Island, while the other headed for the back mountain. However, these two teams couldn't act independently, they needed to move in perfect sync to avoid alerting the enemy. As a result, both teams launched their operations simultaneously. The police presence targeting the community center was scaled down, their main task was to secure the area. In contrast, the back mountain required more manpower due to its larger size and potential dangers. Thus, the sweep operation officially commenced. At that exact moment, back at Metropolitan Police Headquarters, many high-ranking officers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good, we made it just in time. Seated in the center of the room, Superintendent Shiratori wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This entire ordeal had been nothing short of a nightmare. This situation has been far too close for comfort. He glanced around the room and addressed the gathered officers. Everyone, today's incident is a failure on our part. For 2 months, we've been investigating this massive drug trafficking network, and yet we let them establish operations on an island so close to Tokyo. This is our responsibility. The superintendent ran a hand through his hair, visibly frustrated. If we don't handle this properly, I wouldn't be surprised if the cabinet calls me in for questioning. The identities of the targeted young women were anything but ordinary. If these girls had been harmed by drug dealers, the entire Metropolitan Police Department would have become the public face of incompetence. Their names would have been etched into history on a plaque of shame. Those young women represent the future of this country's economy. And we must not forget the Shinomiya Shrine Maiden and the Sanzenin family's young heir. If anything happens to them, this country will suffer severe consequences. His gaze darkened. Especially the Sanzenin family. The Sanzenin conglomerate was heavily involved in international trade. If their operations were disrupted or damaged by this incident, the economic fallout could destabilize not just Tokyo, but the entire nation. And let's not forget the Shinomiya Shrine Maiden. He shuddered. The Shinomiya family has been solving supernatural incidents for generations. And their current Shrine Maiden is considered the strongest in history despite her young age. If she ends up as collateral damage. He trailed off, his face growing pale. If that Shrine Maiden died here, the public backlash alone would be enough to sink his career. He might even become the scapegoat, sacrificed to appease the Shinomiya family. Just imagining it sent a cold chill down his spine. If that happens, I might as well resign and become a watermelon farmer in Egypt. He cleared his throat and turned to the officers. From today onward, cracking down on drug trafficking is our top priority. We cannot allow these criminals to continue operating in Tokyo. We will never let this situation repeat itself. He slammed his fist onto the table for emphasis. If, and I mean if, I hear about another major drug operation slipping past us, I will personally hold the responsible officer accountable. Is that clear? The officers immediately responded. Yes, sir. The warning wasn't just for show. The officers knew that Superintendent Shiratori was dead serious. The drug dealers had nearly sent the entire police command structure into panic mode. And there was no next time. As for the drug dealers themselves, their fate was already sealed. Anyone caught participating in this operation would be treated as an example, a lesson for the underworld. The island's fate was already determined. Swift justice. And for those drug dealers, life imprisonment, if they were lucky. But considering the high-profile nature of their crime, a few unfortunate incidents might occur during transport. Community Center, Tsukikage Island. Meanwhile, at the community center, dozens of villagers had gathered, many of them holding protest signs. The messages on the signs all referenced environmental pollution. Kagoro and Konan, who had come to the island as private investigators, also arrived, accompanied by the local doctor, Ase Narumi. There are quite a few protesters here, Muri Kagoro noted. Yeah. Konan's eyes narrowed behind his glasses. The signs all mention pollution, specifically issues affecting the local marine environment. Curious, Kagoro turned to Ase Narumi. Ms. Ase, are there any factories or facilities here that might cause pollution? The doctor shook her head, equally puzzled. I only come back to Tsukikage Island on weekends, but I can confidently say there's no such facility here. The island is too remote for that. It's an archipelago, far from Tokyo. The power supply is unreliable, and the water supply has to be transported in from the mainland. No company would invest here. The economic stagnation of Tsukikage Island was well known. Its only asset was its pristine environment, the very thing these protesters were worried about. But if there's no factory here, where's the pollution coming from? Konan muttered to himself. Before anyone could respond. Click-clack. The rhythmic sound of heavy boots echoed through the square. A group of heavily armed men marched into view. They wore tactical gear, thick body armor, and carried submachine guns. SWAT. The Metropolitan Police Department's Special Assault Team. Ase Narumi froze. Her mind went blank for a second, struggling to process the sight. The police. Special Forces. Kagoro immediately recognized the unit. That's the Special Investigation Unit from the Metropolitan Police. I didn't think they'd deploy them here. Konan adjusted his glasses, his mind racing. What exactly are they preparing for? Bonus for 800 PS. Next bonus at 1000 PS. Check out my new FF, Heavenly Restriction user of the Gojo clan. I refuse to be cut in half. Chapter 107. Chapter 107. The Upright Female Police Officer. Everyone, get down. Faced with the sudden command, even the protesters who had been holding signs just moments ago dropped to the ground without resistance. The tactical assault team immediately charged into the community center, while the officers in the rear secured the perimeter. They couldn't rule out the possibility that some drug dealers might be mixed in with the civilians. Based on past experience, everyone had to be treated as a potential suspect. There was no room for carelessness. Although Kagoro didn't fully understand the situation, he remained silent and obediently lay flat on the ground. He knew that Special Forces units wouldn't appear on Tsukikage Island without a good reason. The only question in his mind was, what exactly had happened on Tsukikage Island to warrant deploying a Special Forces team? Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out from inside the community center, startling the civilians lying outside. Moments later, people were led out of the building. Among them, several individuals were dragged out with visible gunshot wounds to their arms and legs. Their hands were cuffed behind their backs, rendering them completely subdued. There was no doubt, these were the targets of the operation. The masterminds inside the community center have been apprehended, reported the action team leader. Confirmed. All hostiles neutralized and situation under control. Understood. If anyone resists further, shoot on sight. The suspects, having witnessed their comrades get shot without hesitation, abandoned any thoughts of resistance. These weren't ordinary police officers. The submachine guns these operatives carried could shred a person to pieces in seconds. All suspects, hand over your communication devices immediately. Don't try to hide anything. If you do, you'll regret it. Several team members aimed their weapons directly at the detained individuals. The message was clear, any suspicious movement would earn them a bullet to the head. The ordinary villagers complied without hesitation. Those with guilty consciences trembled as they handed over their devices. The cold steel of the guns and the dead eyes of the operatives left no room for defiance. The operation here went surprisingly smoothly. The community center had been relatively unguarded due to the drug traffickers' preoccupation with manipulating the local elections. The real challenge, however, lay ahead. The back mountain. That location was almost certainly the heart of the operation, the drug production base. Its defenses would be significantly stronger, making the upcoming assault far more dangerous. Metropolitan Police HQ, Command Center. Mission update, the suspects in the community center have been successfully apprehended. Upon receiving the report, Sato Miwako, stationed at the Hot Spring Hotel, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew. The successful capture of the ringleaders meant the drug traffickers wouldn't dare target innocent villagers in desperation. Now it's the back mountain's turn, she muttered. That was where the assault team was headed next. Unlike the community center operation, this mission required heavier equipment, high-grade bulletproof vests, submachine guns, and even sniper rifles. It would be a tough fight, but success was only a matter of time. The constant pressure of this mission made Sato Miwako feel like she was on the verge of a heart attack. Now that the initial phase had succeeded, she allowed herself a brief moment of relaxation. Her gaze shifted toward Ren, the men who had provided the critical intelligence. It's honestly impressive how you pieced it all together, she said, her tone sincere. Without your insight, the traffickers in the back mountain might have gotten away. Ren shook his head. It was just a lucky guess. Truthfully, he was simply waiting for the police's next move. Now that the mastermind had been captured, the next phase was entirely predictable. But to notice the suspicious signs just from a few checkpoints and protest banners, that's more than luck, Sato countered. Ren smiled faintly. I was just curious about Tsukikage Island since it's my first time here. So, I paid closer attention. That's a good habit, Sato said approvingly. New environments always require a bit of extra caution. Her expression softened. Still, it's pretty unlucky to stumble into a case like this on your weekend. Ren chuckled. You're in the same boat, Officer Sato. Yeah, you're right. She sighed deeply. This incident exposed a major oversight in the police department's investigations. The islands near Tokyo should have been monitored more closely. Instead, drug traffickers had exploited the police's blind spot to set up operations right under their noses. What was worse? They did it boldly, practically flaunting their activities. Sato shook her head. The traffickers really pushed their luck this time. Operating so close to Tokyo. That's insane. But, she added with a smirk, I have to admit, it was clever. No prior investigation had pinpointed Tsukikage Island as the drug network's base. Every lead only suggested an island near Tokyo, but nothing concrete. The traffickers had played their hand brilliantly. But they still lost, Ren said softly. Yeah. And we'll make sure they regret ever trying. Sato leaned against the wall, letting out a weary sigh. At least this operation exposed their entire network, she said. Even if we got chewed out by our superiors, catching these guys makes it worth it. Ren observed her quietly. Sato Mawako wasn't pretending, her words were genuine. You have a great attitude, Officer Sato. It's not about attitude, she corrected. We got scolded because we deserved it. We didn't do our job properly. That's on us. Her honesty was refreshing. Ren found himself genuinely impressed. In this country, officers like you are rare, he said. Ugh, stop talking like you're from my mom's generation, she groaned. You're making me feel old. Ren chuckled at her exasperated expression. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, The Revenge of the Protagonist, bonus. Upright police officers don't tend to live long. Ren couldn't help but mutter this to himself. Sato Mawako, the Metropolitan Police Department's well-known heroine in more ways than one. She was a deeply principled policewoman, though her emotions ran high whenever she faced the murderer of her late father. But that was understandable. Revenge was a natural human instinct. The more righteous a police officer was, the more likely they were to act impulsively. Because the more they understood the depth of darkness, the more powerless they felt when trying to combat it. They saw how integrity alone wasn't enough. The higher they climbed within the system, the more they had to navigate the greasy pools of politics. And once their hands became slick with that grease, many simply stopped resisting. Sato Mawako's father had met the same fate, an unappreciated, forgotten officer. And unfortunately, her own career trajectory seemed eerily similar. She wasn't suited for desk work. Her future would likely mirror her father's, a frontline inspector, never promoted beyond a certain point. Ren wouldn't say these things out loud, of course. A person's nature couldn't be changed with a few passing comments. Sometimes, silence was the best approach. Officer Sato, I won't take up any more of your time. I'll let you get back to work. Wait a second. Just as he was about to leave, Sato Mawako called out to him. She dug into her jacket pocket and pulled out a business card. If you come across anything like this again, give me a call. I work with Inspector Megure, so if it involves Tokyo, I'll handle it. Ren took the card and examined it. Her name, department, and work number were printed neatly on the front. A private cell phone number was written on the back. Officer Sato, you're surprisingly similar to Inspector Megure. Your way of handling things, it feels very familiar. He left it at that. Anyway, if I find anything suspicious, I'll let you know. But fair warning, I might end up calling you a lot. But if you want my help, I need one promise from you. Sato Mawako tilted her head slightly. What promise? I want a life that isn't constantly interrupted by cops asking me for help. If you can guarantee that, I'll contact you whenever I discover something important. The straightforwardness of the request surprised her. But she smiled and nodded. Of course. I promise, no one will disturb you. Her words were genuine, without a trace of official pretense. It was in moments like these that her righteous nature shone through. Good. Then if I stumble upon anything strange, I'll reach out. But you'll need to keep my name off the reports. He extended his hand toward her. Sato Mawako paused for a second, then shook it firmly. It's a deal. Yeah. Deal. After that brief handshake, they released each other's hands and parted ways. As Ren walked away, Sato Mawako couldn't help but feel that this high school boy was anything but ordinary. Now that I think about it, the club he's in is mostly made up of elite young ladies. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. Mr. Muri's daughter and that Suzuki girl are childhood friends, sure. But Amamiya Ren, a random boy with no visible background, in a club with some of the wealthiest and most influential high schoolers in Tokyo. The more she thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. And Ms. Suzuki seems pretty fond of him. Her intuition as a detective kicked in. Something doesn't add up. Back in the hotel, Ren returned to the living room where everyone was gathered. Upon entering, all eyes immediately shifted to him. The situation is stable. The police have captured the mastermind, and they're sweeping the back mountain for the remaining drug dealers. Even if the drug dealers have illegal weapons, the police are better trained and equipped. The outcome won't change. He retrieved his tarot deck from Sefirah Castle and began shuffling the cards. After a moment, he drew 3 cards. The Star, upright. Death, upright. The World, upright. The meanings were clear. Hope would prevail. An inevitable ending awaited the drug dealers. The situation would resolve in the police's favor. Everything was proceeding as fate intended. The drug dealers' defeat was a foregone conclusion. Ren sighed softly. I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't expect something like this to happen during our first club activity. Amamiya. Amamiya. Before anyone could respond, Fujiwara shot up from her seat, her eyes sparkling. Did you remember all of this? Amamiya blinked, taken aback. Remember? Yeah. This entire story. He thought about it for a moment. Well. I do remember it pretty clearly. So you didn't remember it before? Ren shook his head. No. Not until now. Fujiwara clapped her hands together excitedly. Wait, so this story is different from what you knew? It is. The story has changed. But honestly, it feels more realistic now. Fujiwara's curiosity piqued. What was the original story? Ren leaned back slightly and thought. The story I know went like this: the village chief of Tsukikage Island partnered with some drug traffickers. They used a middleman to handle the transactions. But eventually, that middleman grew a conscience and wanted out. But, he knew too much. Fujiwara frowned. So the village chief killed him. Ren nodded. Yeah. They burned down his house with him and his wife and children inside. But, one child survived. The kid was sick and had been sent away for treatment. Fujiwara gasped. So now that kid is back for revenge, right? Exactly. Ugh. I knew it. Fujiwara stomped her foot playfully. This is classic revenge story material. That's just how these plots always go. But wait, what happened to that surviving child? Ren hesitated. 1 second. He focused his spiritual energy, forming an image in the air. A ghostly, holographic figure appeared, depicting a mature woman with a calm but cold expression. Fujiwara's eyes widened. Wow, she's beautiful. But then she froze. Her mind replayed Amamiya's exact words. The protagonist is he, but the image is of a woman. She pointed at the floating image, her mouth falling open. Wait, you said he was the one seeking revenge? Ren nodded. Yeah. But, that's a woman. Her voice rose with disbelief. Is that boy actually a girl? Bonus for 1000 PS. Next bonus at 1200 PS. Check out my new FF, Heavenly Restriction User of the Gojo Clan, I refuse to be cut in half. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Versatile. It's really hard to tell if that's a man. After observing the illusory figure for a while, Hayasaka, an expert in disguise and casual wear, shook her head slightly. She had only noticed the discrepancies because Amamiya Ren had mentioned that the mysterious woman was actually a man. There's a faint Adam's apple, but that's not definitive. Some women naturally have one. The breast shape looks slightly off, but that could be from plastic surgery. Physical and cosmetic fillers can create that unnatural symmetry. And then there's the height, she's much taller than the average woman. But without context, I'd have assumed she was just a statuesque beauty. Hayasaka was impressed. She'd dealt with disguises her whole life, but this level of detail was rare. Even with her trained eye, she would have been fooled if she hadn't known beforehand. Yeah, it's surprisingly convincing, Maria agreed. Without Amamiya's insight, I never would have guessed. But if he went to such lengths to disguise himself, his hatred must run deep. The male Avenger had clearly spent months, if not years, preparing for this. But he doesn't deserve sympathy. Ren's voice broke the silence with icy certainty. His father trafficked drugs. He wasn't some innocent victim, he was a willing accomplice to that world. And just because his family was killed by other criminals, we're supposed to feel sorry for him. Drug trafficking is a choice and anyone who makes that choice deserves what they get. His disdain was palpable. Fujiwara blinked in surprise. But, he never sold drugs himself, right? I'm not denying that his revenge is justified. But I'm not going to sympathize with him either. Ren leaned back slightly. His father built a life on the suffering of others. And he didn't stop him. Didn't turn him in. Didn't cut ties. He was fine with the dirty money until it backfired. His eyes narrowed. To me, his death in the original story was a fitting conclusion. Maria tilted her head. How did he die originally? He burned himself alive after killing the drug dealers. He knew his revenge was righteous but also illegal. So after completing his revenge, he chose self-immolation as his final act. A heavy silence filled the room. Fujiwara exhaled softly. I guess, that's justice, in a way. He killed monsters, but didn't want to become one. Ren nodded. Exactly. I'm not saying his pain wasn't real. Or that his rage wasn't justified. But the moment he chose revenge, he accepted the consequences. Hey, Amamiya. Fujiwara shifted closer to him. Do you really hate drugs that much? I despise them. Ren didn't hesitate for even a second. Of all the vices in the world, pornography, gambling, and drugs, I hate drugs the most. Pornography hurts those who fall into it. Gambling destroys families. But drugs? Drugs destroy entire communities. Porn can be avoided. Gambling can be quit. But drugs never let go. He clenched his fists. Drugs don't just ruin the addict. They devour their family, their friends, and everyone they touch. I don't just hate drugs. His voice turned cold. I hate the people who sell them. Fujiwara swallowed nervously. She could feel his contempt, like a poisonous mist radiating from his very soul. And she understood why. As a child of privilege, she'd been warned about drugs her entire life. Her family drilled the dangers into her from an early age. So had the families of every other young lady present. They might not have grown up on the streets, but they knew how easily even the wealthiest could fall if they let their guard down. Hayasaka broke the silence. Honestly, I agree. My family worked for a rich family in Europe once. They had a son who got hooked on meth. He went from a straight-A student to a violent mess in months. She folded her arms. Drugs don't care if you're rich or poor. They destroy you either way. The room fell into uneasy agreement. So, what happened to the revenge seeker? Fujiwara broke the silence with a curious tilt of her head. Now. Ren considered it. Well, the drug dealers he wanted revenge on have been captured. His targets are gone. He's probably just sitting somewhere, conflicted. Fujiwara blinked. Wait, he became a doctor, right? Yeah. Maybe he became one to prevent more families from suffering like his did. But now that his revenge is impossible. Ren shrugged. I think he'll just keep being a doctor. That's not a bad outcome. Better to heal the sick than hunt ghosts. He glanced at the clock. 29 minutes since the community center raid ended. The mountain assault should be underway. Looks like it's time for me to go. He stood up. I'll head to the back mountain to check the situation. Wait, alone. Fujiwara jumped to her feet. I'll be back soon. Just sit tight and trust me. And with that, he vanished. His body dissolved into thin air, leaving behind only a faint, shimmering ripple. Fujiwara gasped. Whoa. He just disappeared. She ran to the spot where he had stood and waved her hands around. He's really gone. It was like magic. She turned to Kagaya. Kagaya, can you do that? Kagaya shook her head. I can merge with elements, but I can't vanish like that. Fujiwara stared at the empty space with wide eyes. Just what kind of power did Amamiya get? He seems way too versatile. Chapter 110, Lair in the Back Mountain, bonus. After leaving the hotel, Ren swiftly made his way toward the back mountain. Blending into the surrounding environment like a chameleon, his form became indistinct, a technique that only a Sequence 7 magician could possess. For now, he was borrowing this power through Sefirah Castle, temporarily granting himself this ability. Has my control over these abilities improved? The connection between Sefirah Castle and himself had clearly strengthened. This growing synchronization directly affected his authority over the castle's abilities. If he could raise this adaptability to a higher level, he might even break past the limitations of certain sequences. But that takes time. He was already progressing faster than expected. It had been less than 2 weeks since he obtained Sefirah Castle, and yet his grasp over its powers had grown significantly. 1, 2, 3. Ren counted softly to himself, feeling the gradual increase in his resonance with the castle. No rush. Time will handle the rest. Moments later, he arrived at the outskirts of the back mountain. The sentry post ahead came into view. The glass window of the sentry box was smeared with dried, crimson blood. The outdoor surveillance camera had a bullet hole clean through it, rendering it useless. That was fast. The assault force had moved with surprising efficiency, brutal and decisive in their actions against the drug dealers stationed here. Ren didn't even need to check the bodies to know that the shots had been precise, clean headshots, one after the other. What's with this level of aggression? Was it because of the girls' identities? Did Fujiwara and Sajinomiya's presence rattle the higher-ups enough to push the police to act this aggressively? That seemed like the most logical explanation. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and proceeded into the dense, shadowed forest of the back mountain. The towering trees blocked most of the moonlight, casting the area in an eerie twilight. The underbrush seemed untouched, yet Ren knew better than to trust appearances. The drug dealers here were no amateurs. Ground-level traps. Ren's gaze shifted upward toward the thick branches overhead. Much safer. A burst of crimson fire ignited beneath his feet, propelling him effortlessly into the canopy. From there, he advanced swiftly, leaping from branch to branch like a shadow. The faint glow of his flames occasionally flickered through the leaves but vanished before any ground-based observer could trace it. Sniff. Perched on a branch, Ren sniffed the air. Immediately, his face twisted in disgust. The hell is that? The stench was overwhelming, like rotting garbage left in the sun for weeks, combined with stagnant sewer water. He instinctively retrieved a mask from Sefirah Castle and strapped it on. The improvement was marginal. From his vantage point, he noticed that the advancing police unit had already donned gas masks. Mental note: stash more gas masks in the castle. A thin mist seeped from his body, forming a protective barrier that filtered the foul air entirely. Ren settled on the branch, crossed his legs, and conjured a familiar object, his diary. Balancing it on his lap, he began to write. The Metropolitan Police Department's special forces are moving faster than expected. They didn't hesitate at the sentry post, headshots all around, cameras destroyed in seconds. Could it be that the mention of Fujiwara, Shinomiya, Sajinomiya, and Sanzenin pressured them into this? If so, who? Fujiwara or Sajinomiya seem like the most likely candidates. Fujiwara's family has deep political ties. Her great-grandfather was a former prime minister, and her father is a prominent figure in politics. Her mother's a high-ranking diplomat. That level of influence could certainly push the police into overdrive. Sajinomiya, though, she's a different kind of asset. The strongest Miko of the modern era, apparently. If the higher-ups truly believe she can handle supernatural threats, they might have insisted on extra precautions. Fear does that to people. It forces them to move, even when they'd rather cling to their wealth and power. But ironically, Sajinomiya never even sought that power. It came to her naturally. I guess some people really are favored by fate. PIU. The sharp crack of a suppressed gunshot snapped Ren out of his thoughts. A drug dealer collapsed with a dull thud, blood pooling beneath him. His corpse lay sprawled in the dirt like discarded trash, devoid of dignity. Ren's expression remained impassive. A misty, gray eye appeared beside him, hovering in midair. The spectral eye rotated slightly, fixating on the lifeless body below. Sunken cheeks. Hollow eye sockets. Pale skin. Classic signs of chronic drug abuse. No sympathy. He chose that path. The special forces advanced swiftly, eliminating several more targets with similar efficiency. Ren tracked them silently from above, shifting branches with each step. Eventually, the unit reached a cluster of makeshift buildings hidden within the forest. Ren crouched low and observed the scene. The structures were made of temporary materials, corrugated metal sheets, wooden planks, and plastic tarps. Despite their haphazard appearance, the worn state of the materials suggested they'd been here for a long time. This place isn't new. It's been operating for years. Roughly 20 or 30 people had likely lived here, if not more. Chapter 111, No Humanity, Bonus. The leader of the Special Forces quickly confirmed that they had found the drug dealer's base hidden in the back mountain. First, locate the surrounding surveillance. Split into 3 teams and advance from 3 different directions. The team swiftly divided into 3 units, each moving into position to ensure a synchronized, 3-pronged assault. Their objective was simple: encircle the drug dealers and eliminate all resistance. These special forces were well trained. In just a few minutes, all 3 teams had reached their designated positions. Commence the operation. With the leader's command, the 3 teams advanced simultaneously toward the target. Bayou. The soft crack of a suppressed pistol shattered the silence. Shit. We're under attack. The panicked shout from within the base sent the entire drug-dealing operation into a frenzy. However, the drug dealers, armed with pistols, were met by a coordinated volley of submachine gun fire. Tat-tat-tat. Bullets tore through the night, and the drug dealers fell in heaps, their bodies riddled with holes before they could even identify the enemy. Watch out. They're using submachine guns. The dealers had assumed their attackers were regular officers with standard-issue pistols. But now they understood the truth: they were facing a professional elimination team. And there had been no warning. No time to prepare. While the surviving dealers scrambled for cover, the special forces prepared their next move. Stun grenades, ready. From 3 sides, the teams lobbed stun grenades into the drug lab's entrances. Bang. 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 The enclosed space amplified the concussive blasts. Aya. The white-hot flash disoriented the drug dealers, while the deafening noise left them writhing on the floor, clutching their ears. After a brief 5-second wait, the team stormed the building. Another round of gunfire followed. The noise ceased. The resistance was gone. The team's leader activated his comm unit. Command, we've secured the drug lab. We've neutralized all hostile targets. Preparing to expand our search perimeter. Understood, came the reply. Leave 2 teams behind to secure the lab. The rest of you spread out in 3-man squads and sweep the surrounding area. Orders given, the team dispersed, moving into the forested terrain to ensure no one escaped. Hidden among the branches of a nearby tree, Ren observed the scene with mild detachment. As expected, wild drug dealers stood no chance against elite professionals. Their outdated pistols were laughable compared to the firepower these special forces carried. Still, he didn't move right away. Instead, he retrieved his diary and jotted down a few lines. Just as expected. A ragtag group of drug dealers is no match for a professional tactical unit. The difference between pistols and submachine guns is like night and day. And the stun grenades? Absolutely devastating in that confined space. Honestly, this fight was over before it started. Closing the diary, he leaped from the branch. A burst of gray mist surrounded his figure, distorting his presence. The hidden officers stationed around the lab never even noticed his approach. The ground was slick with blood. Bodies lay sprawled on the dirt floor, eyes wide open in death. Amamiya Ren didn't feel much sympathy. These men had willingly destroyed countless lives for profit. Dying here was a mercy. Stepping past the corpses, he reached the lab's inner sanctum, a space separated by thick plastic sheeting. The plastic barrier was intact. To get in, one would have to tear it open. But Ren didn't need to tear anything. He retrieved a pair of gloves from Sefirah Castle, placed his palm on the barrier, and manifested a door. The ethereal doorway shimmered for a moment before swinging open. He stepped through and entered the hidden chamber. The sight inside made his stomach churn. Dozens of bodies lined the laboratory tables. Some were reduced to rotting husks, their skin sagging over exposed bone. Others were fresher, though their lifeless expressions spoke of horrific suffering. And among the dead, some were still breathing. The stench of decay was overwhelming. Only the gray mist shielding Ren's senses prevented him from vomiting on the spot. He clenched his jaw and surveyed the victims. There were men and women. Elderly individuals. And children. A wave of cold fury washed over him. The bodies of two small children, no older than 6 or 7, lay strapped to the tables. Their veins had been punctured repeatedly, test subjects for the drug dealer's twisted experiments. These bastards. They really have no humanity. He forced himself to look away and took stock of the surroundings. Each body had a tag beside it, marked with various chemical compositions and test results. The drug dealers had been experimenting on living humans to develop new substances. Ren's fists tightened. He examined the faint spiritual signatures in the room. The strongest resentments came from the child-sized corpses, but he could feel 4 others clustered nearby. He followed the sensation to a side table. There, laid out in a row, were the bodies of 2 adults and 2 teenagers. The entire family had been slaughtered. Ren's mind raced. Tsukikage Island was a small, close-knit community. If a family of 4 had gone missing, the parents would have raised the alarm. Villagers would have posted notices. But there'd been nothing. Not a single flyer. His eyes narrowed. These victims weren't kidnapped while walking the streets. They were likely sold out by someone they trusted. The realization deepened his disgust. He scanned the corpses again and noticed something even more disturbing. The father's body bore signs of long-term drug exposure, but his clothes suggested he'd once worked a respectable job. A police informant? Possibly. Or perhaps just someone who asked too many questions. The child on the table stirred. His heart nearly stopped. The boy's body twitched once, twice, then lay still again. No breathing. No pulse. It wasn't life. It was the spiritual residue of the child's trauma, manifesting as a vengeful spirit. They died terrified. And that fear had kept them trapped here. Damn it. Ren couldn't save the dead. He wasn't capable of reversing time. But he could release these spirits. He owed them that much. He knelt beside the table, extended his hands, and summoned the gray fog. The haze swirled over the bodies like a thin, protective shroud. The spirits, sensing his intent, drifted toward him, weak, exhausted, and clinging to the trauma that had defined their final moments. "You've suffered enough," he whispered. "Bonus for 1200 PS, next bonus at 1400 PS, check out my new FF, Heavenly Restriction User of the Gojo Clan, I refuse to be cut in half." Chapter 112, God's Hand. These vermins truly have no humanity. They deserve to be pinned down and destroyed. The diary was updated with these 2 simple lines. There were no elaborate descriptions, no vivid details. Yet, those few words felt heavier than any emotional outburst could convey. The 3 girls reading the diary fell into silence, each feeling an unshakable weight in their hearts. Amamiya-san must have seen something in the back mountain, Kagaya concluded, her voice soft but certain. Yeah, and judging by how little he wrote, it must have been awful. Ran instinctively understood that whatever Ren had witnessed was beyond the threshold of what he wanted them to know. He was looking for the cause of the evil spirit's birth, Nagi added thoughtfully. If he's seen it now, it must be horrifying enough that he didn't even want to describe it. The three girls exchanged uneasy glances. They were curious, but also afraid. What had he seen? What kind of scene was so unspeakably disturbing that even Ren, who had remained calm through everything, refused to describe it? The oppressive silence was broken by Nagi, who shifted her gaze toward Sajinomiya Isumi. Isumi, as a shrine maiden, you've seen evil spirits before. She hesitated. Do you know what their birth is like? Isumi's shoulders tensed at the question. Her gaze drifted toward the window as if searching for a way to avoid answering. She knew all too well what it looked like when evil spirits were born. It was the manifestation of pure human malice. The kind of despair that could twist even the gentlest soul into something grotesque and unrecognizable. Evil spirits weren't formed from simple sadness or anger. They needed unimaginable trauma, the kind that stripped away a person's humanity and left only an echo of their pain behind. Isumi. Before she could respond, her eyes widened. Something had changed. Isumi rushed to the window, her breath caught in her throat. Her spiritual vision sharpened, and what she saw made her heart freeze. High above the island, the sky seemed to warp and twist. A massive cyclone of mist formed in midair, swirling like an unblinking eye. From within the cyclone, an invisible hand emerged, vast, shadowy, and suffused with a suffocating sense of authority. The hand moved with deliberate slowness, fingers outstretched. The evil spirits that had been floating aimlessly above Tsukikage Island reacted instantly. They tried to flee. Tried to escape that hand. But the hand gave no mercy. It grasped them all with ease, tightening into a fist. The sky trembled. The evil spirits let out soundless, desperate wails. And then... crack! The hand squeezed, and every spirit within its grasp shattered into mist. The suffocating resentment that had lingered over the island for so long was obliterated in a single instant. As the mist dispersed into nothingness, the hand slowly retracted into the cyclone, which vanished like smoke. The oppressive weight in the air lifted. But the image of that hand remained burned into Isumi's mind. She stood frozen by the window, heart racing. That was Amamiya-sama's power. Her voice trembled with awe and fear. She had never seen anything like that before. That hand hadn't simply destroyed the evil spirits, it had erased their very essence, undoing them from the fabric of the world itself. Power beyond comprehension. Power beyond logic. Power beyond anything she believed possible. Isumi. Isumi, are you okay? Nagi's worried voice finally pulled her back to reality. She blinked, turning toward the others, who were now gathered around her. The window behind her revealed nothing but a clear blue sky. No one else had seen the hand. Only Isumi. Isumi, what did you see? Nagi pressed gently. Was it something terrifying? Isumi hesitated. No, she finally said. Not terrifying, just overwhelming. Her mind struggled to find the right words. Amamiya-sama has acted. He eliminated all the evil spirits floating above the island. What? The girl's shock was palpable. Sonoko and Ran exchanged wide-eyed glances, their minds immediately recalling the swarm of spirits that had once crowded the sky. Just seeing one of those spirits had left them shaken. To imagine that Ren had single-handedly destroyed them all. Wait, Sonoko stammered. All of them. Like, completely gone. Isumi nodded. Yes. I saw it happen. Maria stood and adjusted her glasses. Isumi-san, could you explain in more detail? Isumi took a deep breath. Above the island, a massive vortex appeared. From that vortex came an invisible hand. It gathered every evil spirit on the island into its grasp, and crushed them. Completely. She shivered. The moment it appeared, my spiritual power was suppressed to the point that I could barely breathe. A godlike hand, descending from the sky to pass judgment. That. Nagi's voice broke the silence. That doesn't sound human. Isumi's expression darkened slightly. It's not, she admitted. It felt absolute. Like an authority that even evil spirits couldn't resist. Her fingers trembled as she remembered the suffocating sensation. I've never seen or heard of a power like that before. The weight of her words hung in the air. The girls' minds swirled with confusion and unease. Even if they couldn't visualize the scene, their minds filled the blanks with terrifying imaginings. They knew that if they had witnessed that moment directly, their minds might have shut down entirely. Chapter 113, You're really not afraid. This is all I can do. Glancing back at the abandoned laboratory, Ren stood still for a moment. He didn't know the identities of the people who died here, nor did he know what they'd endured in life. But death was absolute. The moment they died, everything about their past vanished. No names. No stories. Nothing left. He didn't know them. And maybe that was for the best. Leaving their lingering spirits here to wander aimlessly was pointless cruelty. At the very least, eliminating their final obsessions would give them some measure of peace. I'm probably just meddling. Ren chuckled softly, almost self-mockingly. But even knowing that, he couldn't just walk away. With a final flick of his hand, a gray flame ignited, engulfing the laboratory. When the fire burned out, Ren was already gone. The gray fog reappeared every few kilometers, making his figure blur and shift like a mirage. In less than 30 seconds, he was back near the hot spring hotel. With a familiar gesture, Ren opened a spiritual door and stepped through. The moment he entered, he sniffed the air. Good. The gray fog worked. No lingering smell of blood, burnt flesh, or chemicals. Satisfied, Ren headed toward the main hall. As he approached, he caught the tail end of Sajinomiya Isumi's nervous voice. The power from that hand. I've never seen anything like it. Hearing what she said, Ren's steps faltered slightly. A trace of helplessness crossed his face. She saw it. Sefirah Castle's power was on a level far beyond ordinary perception. Only individuals with extraordinary abilities could glimpse it, and even then, only under specific circumstances. Usually, without the corresponding authority, the gray fog that accompanied his power remained invisible. Unless, he actively suppressed his status and someone with spiritual sensitivity happened to witness the moment of manifestation. Which was exactly what had happened. Thankfully, only Isumi had the capability to perceive it. Ren shook his head with a sigh and stepped into the hall. Were you talking about me? The sudden voice startled the group. For a moment, everyone froze except one person. Fujiwara immediately jumped up and stood in front of him. Amamiya, what kind of power did you get? Ren exhaled slowly. You really aren't afraid of anything, Fujiwara-san. Why would I be afraid? Fujiwara puffed out her chest with absolute confidence. You wouldn't hurt us. And honestly, do you think anyone here is scared of you? The tense atmosphere immediately lightened as the girls exchanged smiles. Indeed, none of them were afraid. If they were, they wouldn't have gathered together to wait for him. Kaguya shook her head slightly. Sometimes, she truly appreciated Fujiwara's presence. That troublesome girl always had a way of breaking the tension in the room and lifting everyone's spirits. Compared to fear, we're actually more curious about what you saw in the back mountain that made you so angry. Not to mention, your reaction was a bit excessive. Miss Isumi was scared half to death when she witnessed what you did. Based on her description, it's hard for us to imagine what could have happened to provoke such a response. Kaguya's words were reasonable, and Ren could sense the curiosity hidden beneath the concern. He hesitated for a moment before replying. The back mountain. I did see some things. He lowered his eyes. It was those things that made me decide to deal with the evil spirits immediately. My methods might have been a bit extreme. Kaguya wasn't surprised by his answer. Seeing something unbearable could easily lead to impulsive action. Amamiya-san, can you tell us what you saw? That's not something you need to know. No. Kaguya's expression turned firm. That's exactly what we need to know. Her refusal to back down was clear. Amamiya-san, you said it yourself, our fates are now intertwined. There are some things we'll have to face together, even if we don't want to. We don't need you to protect us from everything. We can help carry that burden too. Her voice was calm, but her words struck Ren's heart like a sharp blade. He sighed softly. I never denied what I said. We're connected through the diary, and our fates are indeed entangled. But this is too much for you. Kaguya shook her head. Isn't it the same for you, Amamiya-san? I have decades more life experience than you. That's ordinary life experience, isn't it? Kaguya's eyes didn't waver. But when it comes to what we're dealing with, you're just as new to this as we are. Her logic was sound, and Ren, who was never good at debates, found himself at a loss for words. Hee Amamiya, you should just give in. Fujiwara grinned, eyes sparkling with mischief. Kaguya's the best when it comes to arguments. You won't win against her. Looking at the triumphant look on Fujiwara's face, Ren chuckled helplessly. You really are a good friend to Shinomiya-san. He shook his head. Fine, fine. But later, after I've had a bath. Half an hour. And, Ms. Maria, no meat for dinner tonight. He turned his gaze toward the petite figure sitting on the couch. Also. Sanzenin, you should sit this one out. I'm not a child. Nagi immediately stood up in protest. Isumi is my best friend. If she knows something this important but keeps it from me, I'll never let her hear the end of it. There are things I need to know too. Ren cast a questioning look at Isumi. She gave a resigned sigh and shook her head. The message was clear, it was impossible to stop Nagi from joining them. Ren let out a soft sigh of his own and turned toward Maria with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Ms. Maria. You'll probably have to deal with a very restless Nagi tonight. Maria gave a light, knowing smile. Don't worry about it, Mr. Amamiya. This isn't exactly new. Check out my new FF, Heavenly Restriction user of the Gojo clan. I refuse to be cut in half.